This is Hearthstone Grandmasters, and right now it is Possessi versus Rivius, a grudge match of the two top countries here in Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Asia Pacific region, Japan for Possessi and for Rivius, South Korea. At the moment, it does definitely look, Gia, like Japan is top dog here, but potentially now with a chance for Rivius to turn things around with the best deck in the game, the Quest Warlock, out of the way.
True enough. It does mean though that Possessi has access to one of the other best decks in the game, no sarcasm included, in Demon Hunter
Ah.
versus Rivius's Highlander Hunter. And we did see this matchup go the other way around last series, but I do think that Demon Hunter in most cases has the favor.
Yeah, and it's worth saying, I think that it was one of the better hands we've seen for the Highlander Hunter from Surrender. He had the curve that worked so nicely in order to swing back the board of Desert Spear into the Faceless Corruptor. Even though that was disrupted by a freeze, still the Varanus was good enough to close things out. I do generally agree with you that it is favored for the Demon Hunter rather than the Highlander Hunter overall. And I feel like Possessi is less likely to make one of those weird blunders where he goes too aggressively and ends up losing because of it.
Agreed. I think Possessi is a very considered player, and the times that he does turn on, sorry, get his foot off the brakes and go all face, it is definitely warranted. And the opener is already looking great for him. Battle Mage into Umberwing. That's the type of minions that you want to fight back against what Rivius has, also a very good curve.
Yeah, very, very nice indeed. It's, again, one of the things I was talking about, where you don't want to keep the mediocre cards, you want to look for the very, very good cards indeed. I feel like Fairy Dragon just about falls into that. Oh, that's just Dwarven Sharpshooter.
So I'm liking the look of Sharpshooter now, even though it potentially
Same.
dies to just an Umberwing trade in the worst case scenario. Best case for Rivius is maybe Possessi only hero powers, in which case Rivius can just follow up with Desert Spear into Animal.
But oh my goodness, it's just gone from good to better here for Possessi. The Saint Overseer is insane.
It's true.
The only card keeping Rivius in the game at all here is the Desert Spear, Gia. It is going to be crucial in swinging back the board.
It is his best possible response here. And something like, sorry, exactly Leok could be a very huge deal here to buff up to focus. Let it trade into the Overseer.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even Huffer wouldn't be all too bad to just take the trade.
Yeah. And you know what? Even if it's Misha, at the very worst,
sure,
Rivius can just double trade into this. But this, I think, is the absolute best case scenario to secure off 2 minions and still end up with a well-positioned board.
Very happy with that.
Right, awkward now for Possessi, because if he wants to just play the Kayn, which he kept in the mulligan, it involves double trading to get rid of Leok, and if you leave it up, then you know that Rivius is just gonna summon another 2-1 rush for free. I don't think the argument for I-Beam hero power is good enough.
I think
that's the Spectral side for one draw.
Yeah, I like the Kayn on this turn as well. It's really just whether or not you go face for me on this turn, because with Metamorphosis in hand, even though you are accepting that they're going to trade the Locust into your 2-2, you can just start going really aggressively for lethal.
I was actually expecting Possessi to go face there, but what this does is that just the Desert Spear alone can't deal with the Kayn. So many opportunities for Rivius here. I don't think that he has time to play the Felma anymore.
Really? So what are you expecting on your opponent's turn? I think the most likely answer is Warglaves, in order to try and play around here. To which Bone Wraith is pretty good, to be fair. It's a lot of awkward health totals to be worked through by a Warglaves.
I was gonna say, I think you just Bone Wraith here, even though it doesn't have taunt in the face of Kayn. It sets up a sticky minion for which he can then follow up with more I think, easier trades.
Yeah.
Whether it's Zephyrus to give you removal for Warglaives this turn, I think that's fine for him. And then just Fairy Dragon with Primordial Explorer. I think that this just makes the most awkward minion for Possessy to deal with.
It was a very deliberate choice there by Possessy to play the Spectral Sight first, because he could have, of course, gone Battle Fiend, then I-Beam, and then gone for the Spectral Sight in order to unlock the I-Beam for 1 mana. It didn't line up that well, to be fair, so I can definitely understand why he'd go for this line instead. And he's rewarded.
Here is a huge deal, because Rivius really wanted those extra bits of 1 damage to augment the 2 attack he already has on this Bone Wraith.
And I think if ever there was a time to get crazy with a Shadow Madness, now is that time.
Oh, yes.
7 damage at least that you are stopping and reactivating the taunt. We like the look of that.
And the buff to Shadow Madness is just stealth huge. I mean, we didn't immediately see its effects in the weeks that the buff came into play, but now the card has just made Priest a very strong class and been a buff to Zephyr as well.
Yeah, just all the small buffs to Priest. The fact that Thought Steal, Shadow Madness, and Shadow of Death are all just kind of insane cards now. All together equal a very powerful class.
And now, because the Bone Wraith was not touched by Possessy, it's suddenly so problematic because he doesn't have Kayn anymore to potentially top deck and ignore it. He has to send quite some damage into it.
He really does. And just look at the difference in playstyle that we are already seeing here from Possessy and Chonsu. Possessy's been trading. And to be fair, maybe this is part of Chonsu's thought process. He went through testing and realized if you trade, you don't really win, because now this is looking disastrous for Possessy.
It really does. He's probably going to be sending another charge of the Metamorphosis into the Dragonbane. It is just threatening too much damage. Or we could see the Warglaives triple tank and I-Beam it down. But either way, he's not left with enough damage to close out the game in his favor. I think Possessy's best out is try and survive, hope that they don't have a Premier turn 7, just cover this Bran up, Derek, it's not there, and then top deck Skull.
Okay, that seems as good a plan as any, Gia.
Time grows short.
Waves all together. Does just give him the most board presence. You know what? This is the best in going into a Dino Tamer brand, because Rivius doesn't want to trade into these at all. Still though, not enough to get there for lethal on the next.
I guess this does mean that Dino Tamer Bran is not instantly GG. Actually, with the Desert Spear it does. I was going to say you could take it out with the I-Beam and both the minions and then start to heal up. But with the fact that the King Crush can survive for another turn, I am struggling to see a way out of this one.
Well, he could survive from his perspective just by healing up. But it involves trading as well, because if he takes the 2, then he's dead to 0 power. Yeah, there is no nice way to go about this. Even if Possessy takes the trade so that he survives on board, there's just no top deck that can actually turn the game in his favor. So yet again, we're going to see Highlander Hunter take a win over Demon Hunter.
I grow impatient.
We are indeed. It is just about locking down that early game, or at least just staying even in the early game for the Highlander Hunter, which of course Rivius absolutely did, keeping the curve of 2, 3, 4 in the mulligan, even if he didn't end up using the Fairy Dragon at all. I think is just, clear that he knows exactly what you're trying to do. Play out your strongest minions every turn and pray that that gets there.
Oh, Possessy's actually found a way to deal with the King Crush. without
Okay.
face tanking it.
Fair enough.
That's
fair enough.
impressive. I'll give him that.
Oh.
Oh man.
Freeze is insane.
Still no way to win the game for Possessy, even if he wasn't frozen there, I think. Got a skull off the top.
Oh. Skull.
Maybe there was a way if he weren't frozen.
Yeah. No more I-beams now.
Yeah.
None of this is doing anything. If he hits a freeze, then he can stay alive.
Hey, I got you, friend.
Which is something.
Now he has to play the twin slices to get the outcast. But
Yep.
it's not doing anything.
I see.
And he's going for the single drop.
For now.
Doesn't do it though. One game apiece now between Zessi and Rivius. Closer than I thought it was going to be at the end there. But for Rivius, it was just the fact that he was able to keep up so much tempo in the mid-game, turn things around so quickly. And for Possessy, while I still disagree with Chonsu's plays from the early game, it does speak a little bit more to his thought process, where you
Right.
do want to go as aggressive as possible in the matchup, because once they hit turns 6, 7, 8, the Hunter just starts to outvalue you.
I think that this is particular of Hunter compared to other Highlander classes at the meta right now, Mage and Rogue. I think that versus those classes, Demon Hunter can have some license to just ignore their board and go face, because
Yep.
they oftentimes can't pressure you enough for the counter lethal, and you can afford to concede board at that point. But against Highlander Hunter, I think there is far too much potential for them to swing back board in their favor and present counter lethal in 1 or 2 turns from the time you are actually trying to go for lethal. So it does make more sense to me, Possessy's line of play. But the other thing I
Mm.
want to point out is that in both of the games where Highlander Hunter was able to take the win over Demon Hunter today, it was heavily reliant on Desert Spear. That card just pulls
Great point.
so much weight
Speak
in
to
this matchup.
me.
Yeah, it is just right up at the top there in terms of the mulligan win rate for pretty much all the classes, especially the heavy tempo-based ones like Demon Hunter.
We are
Now,
just
once
going to go
again-
into the mirror now.
Oh yes, into the known here for these two players with fairly equal curve as well. Actually, weirdly enough, Umberwing into 3-drop, but I'm just seeing here, Gia, so many times over and over the power of Frozen Shadow Weaver. I keep
Oh, yeah.
mentioning it, but I just can't get over it. It's insanely good in the matchup.
It really is. We're already going to see, I think, Possessy just play the sidekick on 1. We see this a lot of the time that Demon Hunter players in the
I
mirror,
grow
even if you don't get the
impatient.
ideal 1-drop, it makes such a big
Grow
difference to be able to play the 1-drop. And the curve just speaks for itself, right? He's got 1, 2, 3, coin 5.
Yep. And does that therefore mean, with all his mana spoken for, that he should just play out the beaming sidekick
Hey,
here?
Right.
got you,
I
friend.
absolutely think so. And you say that this mirror is into the known, but I feel that every time I watch it, I'm still learning something a little bit new, especially now that players are including Worgen infiltrators. As you said, adds another texture.
Yeah, Rivius has been a big fan of the Worgen Infiltrator with his build of the Highlander Hunter that was teched to beat Demon Hunter, so I guess it's less surprising that he was able to take the win there. But now, of course, the expected and only real play available to Rivius coming down here.
You already can see opportunity for deviation from Possessy here. Obviously, the freeze is a lot less impactful now that the Satyr already came down and got its activation. So
Yeah.
for Possessy, could we just see him go for the counter Satyr?
I think for me, the line that I prefer, because
I
we still have the
grow
possibility to go
impatient.
coin glaive bound, is to freeze the face, double trade into the Overseer, and then the only real way that they are able to trade up into your own 4/3, your freeze, is if they have I-beam.
That's true. I might be overthinking this, but that also leads into the
I grow
response glaive bound.
impatient.
True.
But that is far ahead into the future. I think for the right now, this makes a lot of sense for Possessy.
I like this play a lot.
Are we feeling the 4-mana Bloodfen Raptor?
We are indeed. Oh no, sorry. Let's play it for the more usual 2 mana, just to feel a little bit more at home.
I hate floating mana though. This feels worse to me. It really does, there.
It's like, are you a in Quest Druid, are you a coin quest or a quest coin gamer? There's only one correct answer.
Oh yes, it's quest coin.
Of course. But now, Possessi, Frozen Shadow Weaver off the top is a
Oh,
huge draw
man.
and allows for another deviation here, because he is, of course, thinking very adeptly so that Adept is the most likely play from his opponent on this turn, and he can just shut it out again. And for another turn, Rivius can do nothing. Metamorphosis is the best he's got, and he is going to have to tank an absolute boatload of damage.
It is crazy how much the Shadow Weaver shuts off on the crucial turn 5.
Yep.
Warglaves also unavailable there, and Possessi, having saved the coin this whole time, can just still coin out hero power and play Glavebound if he wants to.
This is a little bit of a closer one, because I'm seeing a lot of different lines that could be gone for here.
Yeah.
Metamorphosis coin hero power is something I'm actually considering on this turn, but I guess that would mean that you can't go Glavebound next turn because you're 1 mana short of reactivating the hero power. So maybe it's just Kayn?
Yeah, I think Kayn hero power is the responsible play here. Just because of the shape of Kayn, right? The 5 health makes it so that Rivius can't simply Glavebound it down. But then
He
again,
has the hero
he could,
power.
yeah, he could hero power it down, and he still has the weapon for activation
Right.
of Glavebound.
No matter what you do, you're pretty much looking at a full board clear. The only way to stop that is actually Satyr Overseer, which is such a weird play here that's so mana inefficient compared to the other lines.
I think we've reached the point in the game where mana inefficiency is not as important as preventing the biggest swing.
Right.
I think this is so brilliant from Possessi.
He's thought through it all, and he realized 5 damage from the hero power, 4 damage from the adept, and the 1 from the weapon. Every other line is way too weak for that. And he spots the one play that leaves him with something on board. This is genius.
This is so good. I'm so happy to see this. We saw the European and American casters raving about Gallon versus Bloody Face. Possessi can go toe-to-toe with those guys
I
any day of the
grow
week.
impatient.
Yeah, I like that the drama and the pressure is getting to a lot of these players, but I also am a big fan of an extremely high-level series of Hearthstone, which has been inconsistent here in the APAC, it's fair to say.
Right. For Rivius, though, I think he's still got to go for the line that we were suggesting. It's not awful. It leaves up a 2-2. He takes 4 damage in the process, but it technically puts him ahead on board. The other option of Warglaves just takes way too much damage. Can't afford it.
Oh, but if you go for that and you get glaive bounded in response, you're just so far behind again.
Is he in a position where he can afford to play around Possessi's best play, though? I think Possessi thought that he was in such a good position that he could afford to go off curve and play around Rivius' best play. But now
You're
Rivius just has to hope that the answer isn't there.
And to be fair, he still has the second half of the hero power in order to take out the glaive bound, so it's not the end of the world here for Rivius. He just needs to be making sure he doesn't take too much more damage, because just straight up pressure is Rivius' biggest enemy here.
Is there
I
any
grow
opportunity for
impatient.
Possessi to go about this the other way around? Say if he goes Metamorphosis now,
Yeah.
he can clear off the Glavebound if he wants, but there's also the option to just send it all face.
My thinking for the reason to go Metamorphosis trade is it still keeps you ahead on board. I mean, unless you're setting up lethal on the following turn with just Metamorphosis face, which
He is.
I guess you are.
Yeah.
Then you're only playing around I-Beam? Is that worth playing around?
There's I-Beam and Freeze, because if Possessi's face gets
True.
frozen, he can't attack and play Glavebound.
Probably a little
Warglaves
bit
is the
too
one-
much overall.
This is the one I was not looking at, but this achieves face damage while also removing Glavebound. I don't think it sets up Blueprint.
It does if nothing is cleared off.
Sure, but you can see the hero power at the very least.
But then again, if that happens, then it's a hero power into a 2-2.
True, you're very happy with that.
Yeah.
So this line also, I guess the only big punish is I
Demons,
similar to the other lines.
demons.
think Rivius has to start to draw here to look for just that.
Oh! And now all of a sudden he can freeze face and just go on the aggressive here.
He can. He can freeze face, attack into this 2 to develop his Worgen, shoot face. He's presenting 6 damage on board. He's got Warglaze Twin Slice.
In the shadows.
He's threatening counter lethals.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Possessi!
This is
I've
the
never
punish
seen
for
him.
Possessi's line.
He's so emotive. Love to see it.
He tanked 6 damage on the previous turn instead of going for the glaive bound here.
And Rivius ships the 2 damage face, knowing that
Do you see what must be
game is probably over next game. Next round already. So he might as well take the 2 damage where he can. But the clear is available for Possessi.
Oh, gee, it's so close.
It really is, but he just doesn't get there anymore. There's no way to remove without taking damage, and there's so much damage on the backswing for Possessi as well.
Yeah. It was a nice line to go for with the Altruist there to clear off the board and putting on as much pressure as possible.
Seeing less and less of Rivius's face. And he throws it down in what I have to say is probably my favorite Demon Hunter mirror I've seen all season.
Yeah, that was just absolutely on the razor's edge there on all sides. It's so hard to know exactly how to sequence all those late game turns when you have five mana powerful plays, be it the Glavebound, the Metamorphosis, or the Warglaves, all of which have their merits and their downsides. I feel like the line that Possessi went for, even though they were all fairly weak to the freeze, that was the most vulnerable to the freeze out of all the plans because he tanked the damage and didn't develop anything onto the board.
Yes, the other line of Glavebound, the Glavebound, means he doesn't take the damage and only one target gets frozen. He didn't have the weapon equipped at that point, so that would potentially present a dilemma for Rivius to actually maybe not freeze face for once, but it was really that turn where it looked like such an obvious Glavebound, but he floated mana, went for the Overseer that I thought was so good.
Yeah, I just loved pretty much everything I saw there, especially in the early turns. The setup from Possessi of going for the Frozen Shadow Weaver on 3, and then again going for it on 4, and then setting up, as you said, for the Overseer. It was keeping exactly in his mind that the read on the Glavebound Adept was there, and he played around it so well every single turn. I think that was a very well-deserved win.
Indeed. And well played from Rivius as well. I think that there's a lot that goes wrong when you get frozen 2 turns in a row. It often feels like there's no way to get back the tempo from that point, but Rivius really brought it down to the wire, and he will get another shot with Demon Hunter.
But first of all, Gia, we have to go to our good old favorite, our old friend, the Druid mirror, of which there is at least something more interesting to talk about here than the usual do you hit Glowfly. Rivius is playing Starfall, but as it currently looks, that's not even going to be a consideration because he is going to be the first player to hit that Glowfly.
Yep, this looks like the first time in a million years where I've seen a Japanese player not get a good hand with Druid.
Yep, I'll agree with you there. And it is a pretty insane hand for Rivius. The growth into Glowfly into, shortly thereafter, a pretty insane Mount Seller. It's devastatingly strong.
I have no arguments whatsoever. Possessi can go for his Overgrowth into Mount Seller. But
Which is
Rivius
good.
will just have time to play Glowfly first, and he's got Roar.
So if we're looking at Bog Beam off the top, or Innovate in order to get out the Crystal Power, maybe Possessi can clear off enough?
Yeah, that would be very big here. Oh, is that Ironbark? Nope.
Nope. So on one minion, in order to...
I don't think you do that. If you're just going Mount Seller, Bog Beam clear one minion, why not just Fungal Fortunes, Crystal Power, 1 minion. You could potentially clear
Okay,
more.
okay. And then,
Up for a bigger swing.
fair enough, fair enough.
Okay, let's count damage. Savage Roar is not lethal if he removes 1 minion. Oh, he could even go Roar Crystal Power to remove 2 and still fit in the Fungal Fortunes if you like. Yeah, I really like this possessor.
Time waits for no one.
Seller.
Okay, it's not the end of the world. He still is setting up for an incredibly powerful Mount Seller
Right.
turn next turn. And given that Rivius is only here looking at, what, 23 damage? It's
That is
still in
chump
with
change.
a chance here for Rivius.
For Druids these days? Oh, wow. Is he committing even more, knowing that he'll get, if he wants to, 3 spells per turn? I am not entirely sure about that.
Me neither.
It is so hard to evaluate the average Mount Seller minion, because the difference between a taunt or a rush and none is near infinite.
Yeah, I love this from Rivius as well, getting down the Mount Seller, because one thing we often forget, it's a 5/8. It's just a well-statted
Right.
minion on its own. And even with the measly hair, this should still be getting the job done.
I supply only the
Alright,
finest creatures.
2 Diving Griffins could deal with that Mount Seller. No more, no less. I haven't seen a Griffin in forever. What's going on?
And you're not going to see one today, as Rivius
Yep.
is going to very handily indeed equalize the score here at 2 games apiece for Savage Roar to end things out. It is the only way it feels like that the Druid Mirror can go, where one player hits the early Glowfly and the other player does not.
It does, but the chance that he gave himself, I think, by going for Fungal Fortunes on that turn, not settling for just Mount Seller 1 Bog Beam, was significant. Had he drawn Innervates, we could have seen potentially a much bigger swing. I'm just unsure as to whether he had to expend that Bog Beam the turn that he did, if he was going for the big high roll swing, which I feel is his best path to victory.
I agree. I think he definitely just kind of panicked at the end there and was thinking, is there any way that I die? Double Savage Roar, I think, would have killed him exactly, or just a little bit over, but he would have died to double Savage Roar. But I don't really think you can afford to play around double Savage Roar there, because you are so far behind anyway.
Right.
And just a Power of the World plus Savage Roar wasn't ending the game. So I think it was just a case of, in the moment, you have to make a snap decision, and he made overall probably not the correct one.
And that is the type of mistake that we infrequently see from Possessi, if any at all.
Yeah.
It is a little bit of carelessness and maybe a little bit of panic. And that does mean that we're going to see the Druid versus Demon Hunter for Game 5. This is the matchup where, if you're in Asia Pacific, apparently not all too bad for the Druid, but last series we did see Shansu absolutely give Surrender a beating.
We did, and the list for Possessi, I think, is in no way especially teched for the Demon Hunter. It doesn't have the Ysera in the late game, which means he can run a little bit more of the mid game, but I think that really comes in the form of an extra Savage Roar rather than any extra removal. So overall, I think he's just as likely as you think Demon Hunter or Druid is against Demon Hunter, which, with a hand like this, is, I'm going to say, pretty favored.
Yes, the Coin Innervate Glowfly. We talk about this so much. The difference between turn 3 and turn 5 Glowfly Swarm is just massive.
Yes.
I mean, being able to swing back the board that fast and then capitalize on whatever minions are remaining, that can be Druid's ticket to victory. My question here is whether Overgrowth gets
Right.
kept.
Well, I'm wondering if exotic Mount Seller gets kept along with the Overgrowth.
Okay.
I know it seems slow, but it is a very powerful curve. And unless Demon Hunter hits an insanely aggressive start, it probably will be enough to pull you back into the game.
It does just curve out, right? Turn 3, Coin Innervate Glowfly. Turn 4, Overgrowth. And then turn 5, Mount Seller.
Yeah.
But
You're running low on spells then?
Exactly.
Is that really consistent overall? Has it got to be one half or the other?
Okay, I thought
Okay.
he triple cut. Wait, also an Innervate. That is shocking to me.
I guess he's just all out on the fungal fortunes.
The fires of vengeance burn bright.
But if you expect to mostly be drawing spells anyway, isn't that still what, even without fungal fortune,
Yeah.
6 glowflies? 5 or 6?
Hey,
At turn
I
3?
got you, friend.
Yeah.
A lot. More than
I mean, I have been advocating for keeping Innovate quite often when players haven't liked it overall. Again, they just have, in this practice group of the Japanese players, it feels like such a strong commitment to only looking for fungal fortunes when you have the glowfly.
I mean, got it anyway.
But he got it anyway. And a complete skip on turn 3 does give Possessi the leeway that he needs in order to start rolling with this glowfly.
Most likely 5 glowflies still available. He's gotta do it, right?
Unless he thinks the play is
Hero
like
power?
Savage Roar this turn, or yeah, I mean, I guess Hero Power just does the same thing to take out the Worgen.
What to do?
I think there's an opportunity to deviate from the turn 3 glowfly purely because Rivius's turn 3 was so weak. But
Right.
What if there is just Satyr Overseer Hero Power on the next turn suddenly?
He would have just played it. Like, you just play it there. You're not floating a
Alright.
whole 2 mana just because they might remove your Overseer.
That's true.
I think the thing here is for Possessi is he has a read that there's no good 3-drop, and the only good 4-drop in the deck is Kane, which unfortunately for him is exactly what Rivius has.
Right. But Rivius doesn't have the lethal setup right now.
Mm-hmm.
One Twin Slice could be huge though. Because of both Altruist and Glavebound.
Oh! 4 glaives can
That
clear
is a
almost
big one as well.
the entire board, Gia. That is devastating!
Possessi doesn't have follow-up. He doesn't have
He has
card
nothing.
draw.
He's got nothing left.
Oh my gosh, just 2 flies in a dream. And ramp into nothing?
Ramp into Ironbark, but there's the Kane there. It doesn't even taunt.
He probably still just takes it, right? The free development.
Ironbark double
Overgrowth,
trade.
Ironbark. Are you trading? I'm looking at Innervate, Power of the Wild. Okay, you can take 1 value trade in that, but maybe the
I mean, you
Kane
have
just
to kill
gets-
Kane, right? Because otherwise the taunt doesn't do anything.
True. Probably just dead on the backswing.
What to do?
Oh my goodness.
Just going for absolute maximum clearage here.
Could he not have done this with Vate Overgrowth? Because then the Ironbark would have been free.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
I guess that makes certain potential draws a bit weaker. Glowfly and Mount Stellar. But
Not really, though. Yeah, I think your
Wow.
play was just better.
it did not come together here. Gotta use Savage Roar for clearing. There is no refill insight. Rivius can just go Hero Power, Glaive Bound if he wants, or Skull set up for an Altruist turn. Rivius' top
only out
priority is being scared of Overflow.
Right, exactly. Overflow is the out now for Possessi, and as far as I'm seeing it, it is pretty much the only out here. Fungal Fortunes into the Overflow is also still a possibility with the Innovate.
Because of that, we're seeing Rivius go for pretty much a Tempo Altruist again, just to make
Wow.
the best possible play awkward. Oh, Possessi is stressed. He's got 1 cycle available from this Wrath. It has to be Wrath into either Vate Overflow into Bog Beam to deal with this, or Fungal Fortunes into something similar. The Fungal!
Oh!
Just shaking his head. There's the bog
Bog
beam.
beam? He can stay alive?
He can't hero power this because he's frozen. He has another draw with Rising Winds if he wants. He can get Crystal Power, can get Moonfire, can get the other bog beam.
Waits for no one.
Gotta go for the draw, right? There's just too many things he's dead to if he leaves either one of these up.
He's going to have to content himself with just clearing one, though, and praying that it is enough to stay alive. At the moment, it is.
But he can just go Skull.
Alas,
Big refill.
poor Warlock.
Oh, big development
I
too.
see his weakness.
Possessi's still in it?
I mean, he needs the other Fungal Fortunes, I think. Like a single card draw off the top will not do it, even with this Mount Seller.
I supply only the finest creatures.
Doesn't even have the mana to get to the overgrowth fort cycle. Gotta be GG.
What? That's a taunt.
Wait, that... Huh? Wait, what?
What?
He just
He
thought
thought
that
it was
Bog
I-beam!
Beam! Oh no!
A natural
Possessi,
mistake.
no!
Possessi! What are you doing, man? Oh.
I can see.
We know you would have died anyway, but... Oh, it is so painful to watch it go down that way.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to win a series of Hearthstone. And I gotta say to you, we're starting to see the unraveling of Possessi. This is 2 series in a row now where he has blundered the last turn of the game. Obviously, you know, we can see that it was over anyway, but from his perspective, he had a chance there, as slim as it may have been, in order to try and turn it around.
Yeah, had he just taunted his own Mount Seller that was a wall of a lot of health in the way, 11 health, and he had another taunt. He could have been dead to Metamorphosis, but you just cannot afford to be making mistakes like that. And you know what? This happened with Dawn versus Tyler, right? And Tyler did the flex. And I think it's fair to say it was not very obvious to Tyler how big of a mistake Dawn had made. It was very obvious to Rivius there, and he just straight up... What a god.
What an absolute god. But it really speaks to me, to the overall story of Asia Pacific here, which is there's a kind of acceleration in terms of how well you're doing. The better you're doing, the better you're likely to do, because Glory, sitting at 4-0 now, he is under no pressure, no threat of relegation whatsoever. He is guaranteed in the top 6 at least of Division A now, even if he just continues to lose every single series. And because of that, the pressure's off. He doesn't have to worry so much about every single game. And therefore, he's playing better. We are seeing the players make these mistakes when they are right down to the wire and potentially looking at ending up down at the bottom, which for Possessi now, down to 2-2 and now 2-3, he is really starting to suffer at the feet of pressure, just not really being able to deal with this extra weight that's being placed on his shoulders.
It is very true. If we look at the standings in APAC compared to the other regions, we're seeing more of the extremes. We're seeing 4-0s and 0-4s, whereas I think Americas and EU, more so in Americas, everybody is drifting middle, and the tiebreakers get even more scary. But with APAC, you're right. Momentum, whether it's uphill or downhill, is such a huge factor right now. And it just breaks my heart to see, because Possessi, he played so well in the Demon Hunter mirror. I think that was so well recognized, the turn he went for the Satyr Overseer instead of Glaive Bound, even though it was off curve. But the way the Druid mirror ended, just so painful to watch.
It was so brutal overall. I don't want to take anything away from Rivius, however. While we are obviously focusing on the more exciting part of Possessi taking the win, it was just a very solid week overall from Rivius. He's bringing much more standard deck list, and I think just played an overall very standard, solid game of Hearthstone overall.
Yes, Rivius, I think, could be on the upswing now. He was one of the players drifting towards the middle of Division A. Now has a better shot at possibly making one of those Japanese players, because I think Possessi was the one at 2-2, and he's now fallen into 2-3.
Indeed. But let's take a look at the schedule. I've been talking too long about that. It was such an exciting match for me. And I think it just really speaks to the overall themes that we have here in Asia Pacific. Blitzchung up against Tyler is going to be the next match here of the day. That's going to be a very, very good one indeed. Another instance of Blitzchung having a very, very weak start to Grandmasters in the Swiss portion, only featuring once in week 3 after he finished bottom 8 in the first 2 weeks, almost being able to go the full run to the finals in order to get to Division A, but falling down at the final hurdle. But it's got to be said, now that he is down in Division B, he has been absolutely crushing so far.
He has been on a tear, undefeated still, I think, though he hasn't played the maximum 4 matches that some of the players already could have had by this point, but everyone will even out at a 7 matches after the end of round robin versus Tyler, another player in Division B who is near the top of the table. I think both of them don't have too much to be worried about, but I would like to see a very clean showcase that even if you're in the lower division, you could still be playing top level Hearthstone.
You can indeed. And Tyler is in an interesting spot in his own right, because while I think he has been playing some pretty good Hearthstone compared to the rest of the field, he had a real big slip up last week in his deck preparation with what he brought. With his 4th deck, which ended up being the Dragon Aggro Hunter instead of the more popular Face Hunter or Highlander Hunter we've been seeing, he just went on HS Replay, typed in his opponent's decks that he expected him to bring, and then just brought whatever lined up best against them, which turned out to be a pretty awful deck. There's a reason why no one else was bringing the Dragon Hunter, and he admitted to me it was a huge mistake. He just didn't practice with it at all before bringing it here. And that is overall the problem with Tyler. He just lives and dies by the ladder stats, I think, rather than converting it over to a tournament mindset, because at the moment he is very much focused on just grinding the ladder all the live-long day in the hope that that prepares him for the tournament matches, which is not always a one-to-one trade-off.
Very good point you bring up there. The Quest Warlock is a deck that I didn't expect to have too much stats on ladder, but I will say though, even though it's the off-the-wall bring from Tyler this week, it seems to have far more merit than the Dragon Hunter that he had last week, which we were saying is the archetype of hunter that he appreciated the least for that particular meta. Quest Warlock we saw put in the work for Possessi, although he didn't end up taking the series. It seemed to have a very, very easy win against Demon Hunter, one of the most popular classes right now.
That's right, the Quest Warlock with just one punch and able to take it down very easily with the Malagos earlier on in the day. But now for Blitzchung, we are seeing the Warrior being left up for him. What a change of affairs here, Gia, where Blitzchung has been the player who has consistently been leaving Warrior up, or not even bringing Warrior. But now, how the turntables, he is left with the Warrior here. And we're going to have to see if he's got what it takes with a deck that he clearly does not respect as much as the other players.
Oh yes, Warrior is a very, very powerful deck, but one that is so punishing if you don't have enough practice on it. I am speaking from experience, guys. There's just so much to consider about the battle rage turns, even from the build to begin with. Do you run the eggs or do you not? I think that they're losing popularity in APAC, but still have the faith of people in other regions just to keep a more consistent curve. We see Blitzchung opting for the injured 12-year list, no Deathwing, and a Grom at the top.
I still think Tyler has got what it takes, though, overall. He is, like I said, I think his overall deck selection has maybe not been the strongest. But now that he's practicing more, as he said, with the EU players bringing this Quest Warlock, and with his strict training regimen of 100 Warlock games, 100 Demon Hunter games, and 100 Hunter games every day, I think he's going to be able to take the win. Oh, yes. That is something you will have to go to his stream to find out, because it is quite the feat.
It really is. So let's look at the reasoning for leaving up Warrior. We always say that if you're going to do that, you have to have a very, very good reason, because this is just the highest win rate deck across GM. And if I am looking for reasons, I think that the Hunter is a very big one, because I think Highlander Hunter is one of the decks that has a bit of juice to deal with Warrior.
Yes, and we are going to have to stall there. And unfortunately, all my great One Punch Man jokes that I was weaving in there are going to be for naught, Gia, because while Tyler was apparently teasing that the Saitama cosplay was going to come out in here, we may have to deviate from that line, as I think it may not be allowed in this series. So we're going to stall for a moment while Tyler gets changed. There's always something with Tyler before his GM matches, fixing his room, but getting changed out of a stupid cosplay. whatever it is. For the moment, I agree. It's looking like it's going to be an interesting series based on the decks, because this is one of the few times that we are seeing a complete difference in terms of the decks, just 6 different classes from all of these players.
You're right. I didn't even take a look at that. There's just so much being brought to the table here. The Rogue and Druid. Druid, of course, being highly represented across APAC. Tyler is the only one not bringing it, and I think it is no coincidence that Tyler is probably our player here in this region that has the most ties outside of APAC and practices largely outside of the APAC GMs. So it is a difference in philosophy with regard to that specific class, but also why Blitzchung is bringing Rogue when Rogue has fallen off in popularity and is also a class that is far more represented outside Asia.
Yeah, I think that it's a very decent deck to bring overall, and a very Blitzchung style of deck. It just I think, going with his not necessarily super aggressive playstyle, but just a much more kind of on the curve aggressive playstyle that he seems to be a big fan of. And overall, the abundance of Druid is the main reason I feel like now to not bring Rogue. The aggressive decks have all but fallen by the wayside, with Face Hunter completely disappearing, it feels like. The real difference is just the absolute ubiquity of the Druids, and therefore, given that Tyler does not have the Druid, he's the one player here in Asia Pacific to not do so. Blitzchung, I think, is overall looking to be in a good spot.
Yeah, you bring up a very interesting point because if I had to submit for GM this week in APAC, I would not have expected this abundance of Druid. I think Rogue would have been a fine bring. But then, even taking that into consideration, if the field is bringing it, it doesn't necessarily matter because you know who you're going to be facing this week. It's just 1 or 2 people. So if you can have a fairly decent read that they're not bringing Druid, then you can bring Rogue.
You can indeed. But then I guess we should go one step further and not only talk about what he ended up facing with Tyler, but also about Tyler's ban on Blitzchung. Obviously, the Demon Hunter going out of the way. I guess that speaks volumes to the question I had with the Warlock up against Demon Hunter earlier on, because if you think that's a good matchup, I don't feel like you're bringing Warlock and then banning Demon Hunter away if you like that matchup. So I guess he thinks that it's in a decent spot against the Warrior overall, or at least just really hates the Demon Hunter matchup.
I could not tell you one way or another. My instinct tells me that Warriors got the juice versus Warlock, because if you're playing stickier minions with high health, suddenly Rain of Fire is a lot more difficult to play to remove a simple board. It might even just be damaging their minions, which they want, so they can get better battle rages and so on and so forth.
Indeed. But then for the remaining decks here for these players, again, as I am just trying to get thoughts of Tyler hurriedly changing out of his stupid cosplay out of my mind, the overall archetypes that we have for these players, or the tech cards, I suppose we should say. Warrior has, of course, undergone some nerfs recently, Gia, with the Blood Boil Brute and Bloodsworn Mercenary primarily taking a hit. Do you expect that to make any difference in terms of the list you're bringing of Warrior, or is it just good old tried and tested Warrior match?
Yeah, I think that the best warrior lists at the moment are still running 2 of those cards, because the way that they were nerfed doesn't, in my opinion, take away from their power level in most situations. Whereas Blood Boil Brute, because it can come down so early for its size, can trade down many minions. I don't think there's many minions at 6 health that don't already just die to the 5 attack. And so it can take a lot of value trades. Maybe Fate Weaver is the only one that comes to mind. Whereas the Bloodsworn Mercenary, you're hardly playing it for its body, for example. You're hardly ever playing that as a 3/3. It's there to activate your OTKs or just compound on the big pressure you get from normal challengers. So I don't think it's a very big deal.
But now we are finally ready to go, Gia. We can get another look at the Quest Warlock. I'm glad that we're getting to see a good look at it here today in Asia Pacific, even if it is an underrepresented archetype compared to the other regions. And even though I haven't played this particular matchup all too much myself, even in testing, the whisperings I hear are that the Warlock should be in the lead against the Rogue.
If that's the word on the street, I feel like I disagree with it. I think that...
Tell us why.
Yeah. Because of this card right here, Flick Skyship, I think is actually such a huge deal in this matchup.
Okay.
If you delete Grey's Netherwings, I think that it removes one of the best ways to deal with Rogue's board state. and suddenly they're able to get the pressure ongoing. There's also the aspect of secrets, which
Of course it's
came
the right
into play in our testing last night, where ambush can be super annoying as well, because when Warlock wants to play Crazed Netherwing, they activate ambush and it gets traded on board.
Okay. I think even just in the limited experience I have, I disagree with you there, because
Alright.
both of these decks are at the point now.
Ooh.
That might change things up, but I'll come to that later.
Woohoo!
Both of these decks are at the point where they have reached pretty much peak consistency. I feel like Rogue rarely ever just runs out of cards anymore. With all the lackey generation, drawing of your Togwaggle or your Galakrond in particular, you always have stuff to do. And obviously, Warlock with the life tap always has stuff to do. They're never running out of cards. And given that neither player ends the game especially quickly, I think the Warlock should be able to hit some of the broken late game combos, be it through Malagos, Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, Abyssal Summoners, whatever cards you want for 0 mana, that should be able to get over the finish line for them.
I'm going to stick to my stance here. I think that while you make a good point that both of the decks like to go into the late game, I think that Warlock consistency in terms of draw doesn't necessarily translate into consistency on their game plan, because
Fair.
a lot depends on whether you get the big cards early or whether you get the quest online. And I also want to say, the Netherwing is such a huge deal for them to swing back tempo in the mid game in order to buy the time to make it to the late game. If you're just removing minions from Rogue, they can refill, as you said. But if you suddenly put them on the defensive in the mid game, where I think Netherwing plays a big part in that, then that can give you the time to get to the game-ending combos.
Well, Gia, I am ready to be proven wrong. Absolutely. I just want to see explosive action on either side, no matter what. As Tyler is going for a turbo quest completion, as you so often do with this deck, with the plot twist in hand. It can only be a couple of cards away now, with another questing explorer, 2 turns max, I'm thinking here.
Yeah, and it is true, we were talking about how Rogue doesn't run out of things to do usually, but Blitzchung has just drawn into some of the most expensive cards in his deck without many invoke effects at all. I think this is just a level 1 Galakrond. We've seen the 1 praise, and no seals. Shield either. Oh man, he's gonna heal back up with the Aranasi's.
Of course
And then we
it's
could
the
just
right
see
way.
questing very happily. Yep. Oh, and now this is where things start getting juicy, Gia, because this hand is a pretty premium one to have quest active with. We are looking at all the big dragons still in the deck. The Abyssal Summoner still in the deck as well. I'm just liking Tyler's position.
Can't disagree with you. And for Blitzchung, because the Kronks doesn't do anything with Galakrond already in hand, he might just be forced to play Flick on a 2-3 or some type of swing.
So many options.
Oh, that sounds so bad.
Yeah, it even, to some extent, helps Tyler by removing one of the bad draws off the top of
It's
his
true.
deck.
Yeah.
But what's the alternative? I think that if Blitzchung needs to win, he needs this Kronk's Battlecry activation from the Galakrond. The hacking so bursty. Look at this. Kobold double
is.
eviscerate Kronks. That could potentially kill Tyler from an unexpected position.
Choose soon.
And I guess, of course, the fact that you have Bamboozle as the secret means that Flick is a fairly decent statted minion, because as soon as he attacks in, it'll go up to a 9-drop. Although I guess it's unlikely that he's going to attack him anytime soon.
Oh, the Kronks for 6/6. Oh, it's a full.
Oh,
Okay. I thought he hovered over Kronks there, but it is a
So
full
did I.
pass.
and that is fantastic news for Tyler.
It really is. Doesn't even have to. I was gonna say it doesn't have to interact with the miscreant if he didn't want to, because he could just remove it with Netherwing. But yes, most of the 6-drops would have been within a. Oh my gosh!
Oh.
Reasonable health total, but that is not reasonable for Blitzchung now.
it is looking quite decidedly awful for Blitzchung. And even though he has multiple ways to kill it off here, it all just eats up too much mana on this turn. And so he just tanks it?
Flick was in hand, the Krongs is in hand, so what's even good to draw from Galakrond here?
Right. He's just setting up for lethal next turn?
Does Tyler have lethal?
That doesn't
Zephrys
get
isn't
there.
active. Oh, he does. He has Nether Breath, Soulfire. Oh my god.
Well, before Blitzchung could even get going, even start worrying about the late game nonsense, Tyler's able to just take a kind of bamboozling win on his own, even despite Blitzchung being the one to get auctioneered.
I did not see that coming at all. The lack of mid-game for Blitzchung was absolutely brutal there. We didn't see him get Shields of Galakrond early enough. We didn't see him get, say, even an ambush to make some of Tyler's clear turns a little bit more awkward. And that is just a quick 1-0 for the Quest Warlock. I think it is now just 100% win rate in APAC.
Absolutely. It shows to me, Gia, that the true Saitama cosplay isn't on the outside. It's the one on the inside, just showing that you can absolutely destroy your opponents and have it not even phase you along the way. The Warlock just looking like a good deck overall, not even particularly targeting anything, just doing powerful stuff.
That is something I did not expect. If you're going to say that something is just a good deck, I would much expect it to be Rogue instead. But now,
But every
Warlock
time we're
seems to have
seeing it,
taken that. Yeah.
it's just powerful. It's not dying in the early game because of all the anti-aggro. And in the late game, I agree that the overall Malygos game plan is somewhat inconsistent. But just the ability for it to do powerful stuff, I think, is very consistent.
You know what? If we're going to be seeing a slow deck, or I guess we could call this a control deck, I don't think you often get the win by doing the whole Malygos combo. I think far more often it is just removing their stuff and playing one or two big threats, and that's enough to get you there. So as far as control decks go, this is probably one of only two in the meta, the other being Priest.
Right.
The rest are just Highlander decks. So it makes me happy to see if there is going to be a new control deck on the horizon.
It makes me very, very happy as well. And I'm sure it makes Tyler happy going up 1-0 and looking cool as a cucumber about it along the way. So for the rest of the series, we are going to have to go for a quick break before we can come back and see if Tyler can get the full 3-0 sweep. The first one of the day it would be, so make sure you don't miss it. We will be right back with more Hearthstone Grandmasters after this.
Use this spec? Nope.
쓸데없는 정보? 생각이 안 나네.
A useless fact I know is a day is 18,600 seconds.
제 친구가 요리 유튜브를 시작했는데 구독자가 지금 700명 넘었어요.
아, 나 근데 이런 거 잘하는데. 근데 최근에 아는 거 있어요. 밥에다가 그 귤이랑 김이랑 해서 먹으면 연어 초밥 맛이 난대요.
귤이랑 김이랑 싸가지고 간장에 찍어 먹으면 약간 연어 초밥 맛 난다고 해요. 믿을 만한 소스가 알려졌어요.
This is Hearthstone Grandmasters, and you are watching the Asia Pacific region, the third match of the day here in Week 6. Things are definitely heating up here for these players. The bottom of Division B is looking at definite relegation for the bottom 2 spots, and 5th and 6th in with a potential relegation still. So for these players, Tyler and Blitzchung in Division B, it is absolutely all to play for. But it isn't all doom and gloom, to be said. It is the top 4 spots in Division B that go to a playoff, to go to playoffs later on. So there is still a chance for Blitzchung in particular up at the top tier to get that win.
Yeah, he does look like he's going to be the most likely as he is at the top of Division B right now. But Tyler is hot on his heels and looking already to be in a good position to be Blitzchung's first loss for the round robin portion, because Tyler now has gotten the anomaly of the deck out of the way. I think it's fair to say Quest Warlock in Asia Pacific, not something many players were bringing, but seems to have put on a strong performance both for Tyler and Possessy so far.
Yeah, it was a bit of a miserable rogue draw, all things considered, but I definitely agree with you. Just a decent deck overall. As for the other decks that are left over for these players, I feel like for Tyler, could be in with a bit of a rough spot with the Hunter. The Rogue, I feel like, is an interesting matchup in particular, where you're not necessarily able to go quite so aggressive to close them out before the Rogue locks down the board. But I guess the main one is really that Blitzchung is now on the other side of the ban debate, where he is left with the warrior and he is banning it away from his opponent, in stark contrast to what we've seen so far.
Yes, and I do think this is not so much due to G of targeting warrior or not respecting its power level, at least for Blitzchung's previous weeks, but just a difference on how he approaches Conquest. The next matchup, though, will not have any of those in sight. It is just going to be another Druid versus Demon Hunter match. And so far, even though Druid in APAC has had a very good win rate, today it seems like Demon Hunter has been doing what we expected.
And it is a very powerful start indeed for Tyler to get rolling with here. I'm looking at 2-drop, Satyr Overseer, and start just absolutely rolling the Druid.
I like the look of that as well. I was curious to the order of the 2-drops though, because the Sightless Watcher technically puts more pressure on board. It is, however, weaker to single target removal.
Yeah. And I think even though it's not granted that they want to play Wild Growth on 3, that's the bigger disruption turn, I feel like, than turn 2, where I guess there is Fungal Fortunes, but they'd be pretty happy with just going for that instead.
True enough. Tyler, the Twin Slice doesn't look too great because he's already got the weapon to activate Satyr Overseer. But then again, I-Beam seems very reactive in a matchup where you want to be proactive. I was even looking at the skull there, if it ever gets freed up.
All I see is weakness.
In the end, though, we are just seeing the cheapest, most aggressive options time after time. And while we saw for Chonsu that this was enough to get over the finish line up against Surrender in the first series of the day, I feel like this might be not quite quick enough to get the job done.
Yeah, Blitzchung has had the ramp and the removal, but now he's missing the third piece of the puzzle, which is his own development. No fungal and no Mount Seller in sight. Blowfly off the top wouldn't be very impactful here. This is another reason why Demon Hunter can just be favored in the matchup. They just have more stuff to do.
Yeah, it's pretty specific cards you're needing to hit as the Druid in order to refill the draw. There are a few of them, though, to be fair. The Fungal Fortunes, the Overgrowth, even just a Mount Seller here. Or sorry, the Overflow. Or even the Mount Seller would just be fine here.
It would have been Blitzchung if he wants to cycle. It means leaving up the Shadow Weaver and Battle Fiend. Oh my gosh, it's all the ramp!
Disaster!
What is this? He has a Ysera in the deck, but even if that comes off the top... Okay, he's got Ironbark, so it gives him time. But my gosh, a Glowfly is pretty much just dead here.
Well, even Ysera, he's just dead because of the Warglaves able to take it out so easily. He's just dead.
True. All right. He just can't do anything. He can't taunt. Okay, he can taunt a Power of the Wild, but it's, as you said, dead to Glavebound. Healed back up, but also not able to remove anything on board. And Tyler with a swig of his tea, not just a tiny sip, I think, is looking cool as a cucumber, as he said in his Hawaiian t-shirt.
Him just popping away. They're like, yes, that was acceptable to me. That win where he had absolutely nothing and you just absolutely steamrolled him. Yeah, that'll do, Tyler.
Oh man.
Yeah,
I
one of those
would have
games.
paid good money to see that expression in a different costume, but that is not the
So
fate
would I.
for today.
Yeah. It was just one of those games. It happens with Druid all the time, right? It's a deck where you can absolutely high roll and destroy your opponent, as the Japanese players have been seeming to do week after week. But sometimes you just don't draw what you need to do, and you are left completely high and dry. It's a deck full of cheap spells, and it turns out sometimes you just draw cheap spells. What are you going to do about it? And now Tyler 2 games up here, only with the Hunter left remaining. And even though I was saying that I think it could be in a bit of a weak spot earlier on, having taken a closer look, I feel like it's one of the few decks against Warrior in particular that is in, I think, actually a decent spot overall.
I would agree. Warrior tends to struggle a little bit more dealing with single target minions, and Hunter always plays good ones on curve, big stats. And even if they do die to, say, buffed up live wire lances or anchors, that means the Warrior's taking so much face damage in the process, by which point Hunter can blindside them with a King Crush for lethal.
They can indeed. That is generally what you're trying to move towards as the Highlander Hunter deck. It is instead going to be Rogue versus Hunter, which I was talking about a little bit earlier, which I find to be a very interesting matchup, because while traditionally throughout the history of Hearthstone, Hunter has been in a great spot against Rogue because Hunter has a lot of damage, Rogue has very little healing. I think it's gotten a little bit more complicated recently, Gia.
Definitely. The identity of Rogue has shifted throughout the years, but now it's kind of landed in a spot where it is a lot more value-oriented before, which in theory you would think makes it even worse against Hunter, but Hunter itself has also shifted to less of a face game plan, unless you're playing that archetype, and more of just making sure you play efficient minions on the board. And a lot of them tend to die to Rogue removal, but not the Fairy Dragon and not the Feywing.
Oh my god, Gia, I can't even look at the power that Tyler has in this game.
Oh.
Stormhammer alone could just absolutely wipe Blitzchung out of this game. Look at the damage!
Blitzchunk's gonna take 9 in the process of removing this Fairy Dragon. Stormhammer is gonna deal, I don't know, I'm gonna say at least 9 damage this game
At
as
least.
well. No healing in
Blitzchung,
sight!
he can't do anything. Seal Fate the face? That sounds dreadful.
Play ambush.
I guess.
Have board presence in case Tyler plays a minion, and he'll want to play a minion to make sure the Stormhammer can keep preserving its charges.
Oh my god, I cannot get enough of Tyler there with his hands on his hips, just like surveying his land and finding it acceptable to him.
He's got the power.
So many.
He does indeed. I mean, at this point, Gia, I'm just wondering what dance moves he's got for us, because this is over.
Okay, I'm gonna play devil's advocate and look for ways that Blitzchung can swing this back. There is damage Maggie. That could solve a lot of his problems for right now. It makes the next turn quite awkward. Or he could save it all together and just hope to stick something for the Faceless Corruptor turn. Probably his best shot.
Job's done.
I mean, this all sounds great, Gia. I love everything that you're coming up with here, but none of that stops this big hammer just smacking him in the head.
Yeah, he's also got Corrosive and Kill Command. Why, Derek? Why? The second I even try. Okay, this is a play though. He can coin the shield and play Backstab.
And then get rot nested.
Yes. Be quiet. Just let me have my sentence. One sentence that isn't immediately refuted, please.
Sorry. Yes, Gia, in Cloud Cuckoo Land, Blitzchung is in a great spot here.
I never said great. that maybe there's a
Fair enough.
chance.
Sorry. You have the harder side of the argument here. If we're playing hot takes here, I am the TJ and you are the Sothel in this situation.
Oh yes, you got to award points at your own discretion. Alright, so the Rotnest will come down. Tyler gets another 3 to the face. Blitzchung responds with Faceless Corruptor double trade.
Yeah.
I'm throwing up a little in my mouth. Just about it.
Much like the Rotnest Jake did there onto the Shield of Galakrond.
He can
That's
make a 4-6
4-6 with Taunt.
Yeah.
He's getting ready to dance. He's getting up already. He's
really is.
limbering up.
The one sliver of hope is surviving to the Galakrond armor, but with this particular hand from Tyler, which is just more burst, more where that came from, it's just not gonna happen. He is just dead.
Yep, he is just dead. Tyler with a disgusting 3-0 sweep over Blitzchung.
Hey,
He just
another
had
salt
nothing. Get rolled. And now, Gia, sit
Chair
back
is
and watch.
moved.
It's Tyler time.
Wow. Whoa! I don't even know what you call that. That was like half a workout routine and half a dance move.
My muscles hurt just thinking about doing that, Gia. I think I would fall down to the apartment below if I tried to do that, to be perfectly honest.
It never even entered the vicinity of my thought process that I would try and do that. I would never imagine myself doing that. I would just watch Tyler.
All right, I thought you were going to say you wouldn't envisage me doing that, to which I would say, rude. I'm very strong and could definitely do that. But well done there by Tyler getting a disgusting win. It's just one of those series, Gia. Blitzchung just didn't have it.
APAC, guys. I love it.
Couldn't have put it better
Alright.
myself. APAC clap.
But
We'll
you
have to
know
get a note
what?
in.
You know what? Blitzchung's still in a good spot, right? His overall match win rate, I think he's now 3-1. Still very impressive. Good spot to be in the top 4 come the end of the round robin. But it's all about Tyler now. Also up to 3-1, or is it even 4-1?
Sorry, now up to 3-1, I believe, here for Tyler. 4-1, sorry, even with him having played all the matches in all the weeks thus far.
Yeah.
But I think we're going to take a quick look at the schedule now to see what we have coming up for the last matches of the day, given that was our third match of the day. Still lots of exciting Hearthstone to be looking forward to in, I believe, Division B mostly. There we go. Shaxi versus Tom. That, I think, Gia, is going to be a cracker of a match. They have been two of the best players at their best here in Asia Pacific, but two of the most bemusing players at times as well. And I think undeniably the two best players that Chinese Taipei has to offer at the moment.
Very true. The players from that region, in particular, I think, were really hitting their peak earlier on in the days of Hearthstone. I don't want to say they are already done peaking. They could, of course, come back on that roller coaster and make it to the top. But right now, it definitely feels like it's all about Japan, and Korea never really let go of their dominance at any point. But these two, I think, are some of the best representatives to show that even if you're not in those two countries in APAC, you can put on a very good performance. And Tom, in particular, is top of the table or close to it after Tyler took yet another win and could potentially get up to 4-1 himself.
Yeah, I've liked so much of what I've seen from Tom 60229. I think after like one or two objective minor slip-ups and a couple of weird plays as well, for the vast majority of the time we've seen him, he has looked calm, cool, and collected, which, as I keep saying, is the most important aspect here in Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Asia Pacific region. So I cannot wait to see if he is able to keep up his calm demeanor heading into the last couple of weeks of round robin, because things are absolutely heating up. But before we can get into that, I believe we're going to go to an ever so slightly longer break here. So make sure, as usual, that you get a drink. Do whatever you need to do to make sure that you are ready for the last couple of series of the day, because we are coming back with Shaxi versus Tom 60229, the former world champ, after this.
it is Gia with another episode of Mull It Over, a Hearthstone review show where we break down key early game decisions by the Grandmasters, starting from the mulligan. And today is a very special episode because I finally have all of my equipment. We got the lights, we got the green screen, we got the headset, we got the renewed sense of confidence. And today will also be special because I'm not going to talk so much about a specific deck or mulligans, but instead we will highlight very specific situations from around turns 1 to 5. I picked out a few of these moments that I think are especially interesting, and let's get right into it. First up, we have Jarla's turn 3 as Highlander Mage versus Hunter Ace's Galakrond Rogue. We see Jarla has the option of simply using the Mage hero power to remove Hunter Ace's 3/1 Spy Mistress. Instead, Jarla actually chooses to play Arcane Breath here. Well, let's take another look at Jarla's hand to see why. Mage is usually on the defensive versus Rogue in the early turns, but Jarla's hand has the potential to power spike early and put the pressure on Hunter Ace. He has Escape Mana Saber that he kept in the mulligan and definitely wants to play next turn. He also has Dragoncaster, which he can play on turn 5 thanks to the ramp from the Mana Saber. However, the one piece of the puzzle that Jarla's missing is the puzzle box. I mean, just a big payoff card. We're talking Deep Freeze, Power of Creation, or any expensive proactive spell. Given that he only has 2 natural draws and no extra mana to get one of those before turn 5, he chooses to play the Arcane Breath already for an additional shot at an impactful freeze spell. He ends up getting middling options and goes on to pick Netherwind Portal from the Discover, but I think his mindset that the chance to swing huge tempo on turn 5 outweighs the value of an Arcane Breath in hand is completely valid. Next, let's take a look at Firebat versus Muzzy Game 1, the Zoo Mirror. Right from the get-go, you can see them both tossing Blazing Battle Mage from their openers in search of Imprisoned Scrap Imp, of course. But when neither player draws the Imp early on, suddenly you have a good old-fashioned trade war for board control. To be honest, this entire game from start to finish is just such a masterclass on how to take the best trades and build the most resilient boards, and I highly recommend watching it in full, but for now, let's just focus on turn 1. Muzzy's turn 1 is obviously just Argent Squire, but for Firebat, he has 4 1-drops and can play up to 2 of them, and every permutation has merit, but I think that playing 2 minions rather than saving the coin is a must here since it's the most tempo, and he can spend his turn 2 playing the remaining minions guaranteed. Firebat chooses Squire plus Fiendish Servant to start off his game. At first, I thought the Servant was the weakest 1-drop in this situation because it's the only one that immediately dies to Muzzy Squire, but I think now, upon review, this is actually really smart for many reasons. First of all, Muzzy has 2 copies of Abusive Sergeant in his zoo list, so if Firebat plays his Voidwalker or Beaming Sidekick, Muzzy could potentially remove those minions with a Sergeant on his Squire. Second, while both the Sidekick and Voidwalker present more health for Firebat's board, they leave only 2 total attack power for Firebat to trade with. That means Firebat would have a hard time dealing with a Voidwalker or Sun Fury Protector, which Muzzy plays 2 of in his list, coming down on the other side. On the other hand, Fiendish Servant played this early means Firebat can get way more total attack power, including the Death Rattle. Whether Muzzy takes the trade or Firebat does it on his own turn, Firebat ends up with a 3/1 Divine Shield minion, which trades well against those 2 likely follow-up minions from Muzzy. We eventually see that the turn 2 from Muzzy is a powerful defensive play in Voidwalker plus Beaming Sidekick, but because Firebat was able to get the attack buff on his Squire immediately, he can take down the Voidwalker over 2 turns. And our final highlight for this episode is from Staz versus Tom60229 Game 2, Demon Hunter versus Galakrond Rogue. Legend has it this turn 2 is still being debated to this day. Special shout out to Orange for tweeting about this spot and starting a discussion within the community. So as you can see here, Staz with his unbuffed Battle Fiend is facing down Tom's Shadow Jeweler Hanar, which is always a scary minion with its infinite secret engine. The way I see it, there are 3 possible lines, and all of these options involve bumping the Battle Fiend into Hanar in order to play around Seal Fate, which is a likely turn 3 from Rogue. Option A is to use the coin, Chaos Strike, and the hero power along with a trade of the Battle Fiend to kill Hanar on the spot. Staz went with this line, which obviously denies the 3-mana payoff from Tom, which is Rogue Secret plus Paladin Secret, or the pretty much game-ending outcome of Secret plus Blackjack Stunner with a Hanar alive on board. Staz was thinking he'd also have a decent turn 3 follow-up with Umberwing and Beaming Sidekick, but the downside is twofold. The Battle Fiend, his main aggressive asset, dies to a dagger from Tom even if it's off curve, and Stas has used up the coin, which leaves him very little flexibility for turn 4, which is when Demon Hunter ideally wants to coin out Glavebound Adept or Warglaves as enough. Stas ends up with a Glavebound in hand later on, and has to lose tempo using a Spectral Sight on turn 4 instead. Option B is to use Coin, Umberwing, and Beaming Sidekick on your Battle Fiend and take all the trades to put Hanar to 2 health. This would give Stas maximum board presence this turn, preserving his Battle Fiend from just a dagger kill. I can see the merit behind this because you're still aggressive, but if Tom plays some secrets, having the 1/1s is helpful to test the waters. However, it does potentially mean that Chaos Strike on the following turn doesn't get a good high health target, and also you've used the coin, which could make turn 4 problematic, just like option A. And finally, we have option C, which is to use your sidekick on your Battle Fiend and hero power double trade and save the coin altogether. That leaves Hanar at 2 health. I think this play leaves the most flexibility in response to Tom's turn. It protects the Battle Fiend while still developing an additional minion to help with proccing potential secrets. You can also use Umberwing plus hero power to clean up Hanar on the following turn, and most importantly, save coin for turn 4 if you draw Glavebound or Warglaves, or you can have an earlier Skull of Gul'dan. Stas ended up losing this game, but you could argue that his line was still valid because the other options get heavily punished by Bamboozle or Secret plus Blackjack Stunner. But because Tom didn't keep any cards in the mulligan, you can also argue that Stas shouldn't even be playing around it and instead advance his own aggressive game plan. Just so I can say I'm not sitting on the fence, I will say that I like option C the best, but that is only after extensive review, and I admit I didn't even spot that line during the cast itself. Early plays like these can shape a whole game just as well as they can divide a whole community's opinions, but I think that's the best part about Hearthstone is that there's always room for discussion, and I don't have to mull that one over. So, see you all next week.
Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters. Thanks for sticking with us through that, and I promise it will be worth your while with Shaxi versus Tom Gia, two of my favorite players to watch for very different reasons indeed. But I think it's fair to say that for last week, Shaxi, he was a little bit more mad than genius as the two words that I would describe to him there, because there were a lot of plays that I was left pretty perplexed by, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it was particularly on the Demon Hunter that we
Yeah.
diverged a lot with our lines and what Shaxi ultimately ended up going for. A lot of it may be mistimed on the freeze, which is such a big aspect in the mirror these days. But now he's had a whole week to clean it up, get some more practice, and also prepare some other decks because, of course, we are facing a slightly different meta. I expected to see a lot more Priest in APAC than is actually represented. But
Same.
no surprise is that Warriors are still mutually being banned.
Yeah, the other kind of, I suppose you could call it as well, a signature deck from Tom here is the Highlander Rogue. He hasn't brought it every week, but I think he's definitely the player who has brought it the most here in Asia Pacific so far, and he's been having a decent amount of success with it. Personally, I like this build of the deck. I think Highlander Rogue has a real spot in the metagame at the moment, especially with some of the key cards for Secret Rogue having been nerfed, of course, in the Blackjack Stunner and Hanar, which are still being run in this version of the deck, but they're less core to the overall strategy.
It's true. They're less dependent on getting that Hanar to go off in the early game or getting the huge tempo swing with the Blackjack Stunner, although it's there to still be a pretty good bonus. The big one here, I think, that we don't usually see is inclusion of a Kama, which is there to supplement the stealth package along with the Greyheart Sage. I don't think he's running the 2-mana 1/3 that draws a card. I think as far as stealth minions go, that seems to be a bit more useful than a Kama, but you know, this is a time when decks are changing. There might be room for experimentation.
Yeah, it's one of the things where Akama is clearly a very, very powerful card. At least if you look at the first half of the build, a spider tank with stealth, as it is often touted as being, is a very powerful card, especially when you have synergy to go along with it. It's really just, of course, the prime that I think players feel is a little bit not so well suited to the current metagame, given that you want something that has immediate effect rather than a permanent stealth. But we may be seeing from Tom here a slightly more aggressive approach in the late game if he is able to hit a Karma Prime. But as we kind of brushed over there from Shaxi, it's much more the standard stuff that we are seeing from him, with really the Rogue instead of the Hunter being the twist on his fourth deck here.
It's true. And we're not seeing the questings anymore from his Demon Hunter. It is a more standard build. He's got the one Sightless Watcher, which has been coming a little bit back into popularity with Crimson Sigil Runner exiting some of the lists. But it will be that Rogue there. Sorry, Skyvit here in the list, and I just missed it.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about Tom's version of the deck that doesn't have the
Oh,
Skyvit.
right,
But yes,
yeah,
Shaxi's
you're right,
does.
you're right. Yeah, sorry. I just saw it wrong. I thought that was Tom on the Rogue there. My mistake.
But the main thing here for Shaxi is something that I feel like has been weirdly missing from Rogue overall, has been big Edwins. I don't know exactly what's happened, but they've just gone entirely by the wayside. But here, of course, this is one of the best ways that you can start beating down Demon Hunter in the early game, is by getting down a big Edwin. The other way you can win the early game is just if the Demon Hunter hits nothing to do.
Oh, yes. This is so depressing to see for Tom. He can play the Bellwing next turn, but it involves using Twin Slices to the
Yikes.
base for no additional value. Whereas for Shakti, he has his choice of what 3-drop he wants to coin out. Of course, the benefit of Miscreant first means that you get the lackeys in hand to eventually use to buff Edwin or just short up an in-3.
Yeah, I think the play I'm the least fan of on this turn is Coin Edwin. I would hear out the answer for Coin Miscreant or just playing the Skyvatir, because of course the immediate impact is about the same. And again, it's just slow for Tom.
Oh.
It's not
But-
over. Demon Hunter
yeah.
can swing things back with these kinds of hands, but
Oh!
it's starting to look much worse for him now.
It really is. Okay, to be fair, this is not a prime Shadow Step target, and also the coin would not get any additional value if played here for Shaxi. But he just gets to put a huge minion on board, whereas I was gonna say before this, it's not looking that bad for Tom because Shaxi wasn't putting on very much pressure, but now there's the opportunity to just snowball if he wants to. He's gonna take a more measured approach, get the max value he can, and possibly just build an even bigger Edwin next turn.
I love this line from Shaxi, even ignoring the fact that he got Loot Horde, which is absolutely insane here.
Oh,
Just because
yeah.
he can go for value off of his lackeys by shadow stepping it next turn, he's very, very likely to end up with an 8-8 Edwin, or at least a 6-6 Edwin on the following turn, which should be more than big enough, especially when you factor in the extra value from the lackey generated.
You will get full size on the Edwin if you wanted to. Tom finally with some development here, but it looks so fragile against the board that Shaxi has put together. You see the inclusion of Blowtorch Saboteur as well. I think that is a 2 of in Shaxi's list. That's the spice he's bringing this week, which is particularly well positioned against Hunter. I think we were seeing this tech from Psycho over in Europe last week, and Shaxi's adopted it now.
There's plenty more spice from Psycho in particular this week over in the European region, so make sure you are tuning in later, because I personally cannot wait to see how his weird rogue deck in particular shakes up. But with a much more standard rogue play here, we see Shaxi going with the upgrade on the Miscreant into Pit Lord. Hello?
But the funny thing is, he wants to evolve it again, because he wants to get a bigger Edwin, and it's not like he can step any other minion because he wants this Faceless Lackey to trade into Satyr Overseer. Oh, he's gonna hold off on Edwin still.
Okay, I think this
I'm a
is
bit
fine.
surprised by this.
Well, he's still in a great
I still
position
think
on the
you
board,
make
right?
The big Edwin.
Really?
Okay, I guess that gets punished by the freeze, which we can see Tom has if you go all in on one minion, and presumably the Pit Lord gets smaller after being evolved.
And now we see most of a board clear coming down for Shaxi.
So there's still opportunities to play Edwin, but it is a lot less clean this turn. If he wants, he could just make a 6-6. He could just Shadow Step this Eviscerate and play Edwin. But that seems a little bit too slow.
I mean, he has a way to go all in here with Goblin Lackey and Shadow Stepping it, so he rushes the Titanic Lackey and the Miscreant up to 2 attack, clear off the Glavebound, and get a 10-10 Edwin, I think.
But if you were going to do that, you would not taunt up the Miscreant.
You would not. You would taunt up one.
Right. It looks like he's just going to not kill off the Glavebound. It creates a big taunt in the way and still puts a lot of pressure on the board. I think this is fine.
Yeah, I think this is probably even better, because Tom almost certainly has a way to clear off the extra 2 damage. So what? He's then just sunk more damage into a taunt, and your Edwin is still knocking about.
Already for Tom, because he's fallen behind in the early game, I feel like he needs to be building towards an Altruist turn.
Yeah.
And it is not looking as far off as it does lands.
Kind of. The problem is he needs a way to attack, connect damage to face immediately. Which I guess he could set up on this turn. If he freezes the Edwin and attacks into the Miscreant and I-beams it, then he's at least setting up most of the way to sticking a minion on board.
That is what I'm looking at. And if he draws into another freeze, we could even see him set up for another turn using just the skull.
Sure, that sounds good to me as well.
And it's not negligible, the amount of board presence he's put here now.
It's true.
Yeah. Shaxi has the option to play an active dog. I think it is pretty bad though. Far too slow.
Yeah, it's rare that I say you don't go for Tog on 6 when it's activated, but this is just that little bit too much. You've got to protect your board.
Other options include Seal Fate plus freeze the 6/2.
Yep.
You could deviate and play a Lackey if it's a good one that comes off the top, say damage or rush.
Oh, that'll do.
Ooh. But the rest of the turn then just becomes Dagger Up or Eviscerate. I still am liking the look of the freeze, actually, just to put more stats on board. It also saves the Lackey in hand for pairing with Tog. Not sure if I'm a fan of this. It does completely deal with Tom's board, though, so I'll give him that.
And the other benefit is, of course, that you now have a freeze in hand, which against Demon Hunter, when it can go face, is so powerful, which I think is Shaxi's main thinking behind this play.
Very true. Tom has left the Edwin up, no choice there. Of course, he was hoping to get the Shadow Weaver off the top from Skull, but not available. Gonna take a beating this turn, but this could be one of the craziest altruists I've seen in a while.
It's going to have to be, I think, if he wants to dig himself out of this one, because that Edwin is not going anywhere anytime soon.
And Shaxi could have a pretty decent read as well, that Tom is building up to something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so, this could be the turn to freeze face. Cause major disruption.
I think this is absolutely the turn to freeze face.
Is it
And for the next turn as well, with the second Frozen Shadow Weaver, the only thing he needs to be afraid of now, like you said, is the Altruist, against which the Ancestral Guardian is a little bit weaker.
And now, Tom can't get damaged to the face, so the Fell Wings can't be reduced to 0.
Oh, man.
And the Altruist turn is pretty much all but shut off.
Well, he can get the damage through to face through the Altruist, right? He can go Altruist, Battle Fiend, Umberwing. That's
True.
a fair bit already. Then start playing the Frenzied Fellwings. He has to get up to 10, though, here, if he wants to be able to clear off the Edwin.
And the Twin Slices are just gonna be used for procs,
Yeah.
I think. Oh wait, no, sorry. He can go Glaive Bound, then the leftmost Fellwing, then the other Fellwing is free. And that is still not enough to deal with Mr. Van Cleef. The freeze comes in so clutch for Shaxi here. This could have been so huge had he not frozen anything.
I think that could have just been game, and it really speaks to Shaxi's play on the previous turn. Yes, he top-decked the second one, but had he gone for that too aggressively and not drawn the second Frozen Shadow Weaver, we could have been looking at that exact same situation, but with a Glaive Bound swinging in, and all of a sudden Tom dominating the board.
Bring up a very good point. I will concede that one to Shaxi. The use of weapon there and Kobold wasn't too bad at all, and it gave him such a huge upside to save that freeze. So that will be Demon Hunter taking a loss here. I feel like we've seen Demon Hunter lose a fair bit more than I expected it to today, especially to Hunters.
It really just comes into what we've seen from Frosty as the one player in APAC to not bring Demon Hunter. As he was saying overall, in his testing, he just found it personally to be too weak now that the Crimson Sigil runners are down to 1/1s. We're obviously seeing most players just omit them from the list entirely. Still a couple of players, believers like Surrender, had put it in there. But I can at least see where the thought process had come from Frosty, where it does just feel significantly weaker now.
It is just humorous to me that after all of the rounds of nerfs to Demon Hunter and all the nerfs that seem bigger, we're seeing huge mana increases. We're seeing just the I-Beam from 0 to 1 is potentially big. After all of that, it is the nerf of Crimson Sigil Runner, which didn't even seem like a big offender to me, from 2 to 1 attack being the straw that broke Illidan's back, perhaps.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. It's just too many nerfs one after the other in order to keep playing it consistently. But still, most of the field do think it's worth playing. And even though it is looking at a slightly lower win percentage, still a strong deck overall. And I think Tom will be in a good chance of taking a win should he queue it up again, which we can see he is going to do, as are both players. We're guaranteed at least one win here for a Demon Hunter.
Oh yes, because that always affects the stats in the mirror.
Oh yeah.
It's so funny that the only wins that Demon Hunter has seemed to take today outside of the mirrors are against Druid, and that class is not even a particularly strong one unless you are of the APAC persuasion.
The fires of
So I think for me, Gia, this matchup in particular was the really weird one from Shaxi last week. The one that he showed,
Right.
I think, just pretty poor understanding of how you're supposed to play it. Obviously, with a full mull and finding none of the good cards in the matchup, you cannot fault him on that, of course. But I think already we're seeing Tom with a very nice start to the hand, keeping the Twin Slice, I love in the matchup, and finding the Frozen Shadow Weaver, again, does put him in a great position here.
The other big deal is that he didn't get too carried away with, say, coining the Umberwing and saying, oh, I have Chaos Strike to follow up anyway. I think holding back the resources is also very important here. Coin is deceptively powerful in this matchup.
Yeah.
Being able to go for an earlier Warglaves, a timely Glaive Bound, or even just fit in a little bit more removal
I
or extra
grow
hero power
impatient.
is great reason to hold it back unless you really need it or you get a huge payoff.
So, are you expecting to not play Chaos Strike here? I think I would just quite happily take the cycle here
Right.
to try and bolster my next few turns.
It is sad that there's no development behind it, but I do think I'd go for that. With the inclusion of Frenzied Fellwings, I think is usually not so useful in the mirror because in the early turns, which is ideally when you want to play the Fellwings and when they have the most impact, you don't have the license to go face that
Yeah.
often because it's such a fight for board. But we could see
There's more-
Tom just get it down. If he wants to go Kane face.
Sure. I mean, I definitely think it's Kane
Yeah.
in at some capacity on this turn.
I like this. The
going
earlier
aggressive.
the Fellwing, the
We saw
bigger
this
the payoff.
over and over from Chonsu versus Surrender, which is each player saying, no, I'm the aggressor, no, I'm the aggressor, and pushing face over and over.
Mhm.
And you think that Tom does have the liberty here to just push on the aggressive?
I mean, he's been far ahead. The freeze for Shaxi was big in that it prevented Tom from also clearing off the Frozen Shadow Weaver, but Tom has just got stuff to do for the next turn, and he is still ahead on board even if he doesn't take this trade.
Yep.
It's fine.
Shaxi now with
Shaxi's turn is so awkward.
Yeah, the only... Okay, so the two plays I'm seeing are obviously Kane or go for the double one-drop hero power. There is some merit to go for the one-drop hero power, double one-drop hero power, just because you can
I grow
give your health buff to the
impatient.
Shadow Weaver, take a value trade, even take out the Kane if you wanted to, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at that over the Kane because no matter which way you slice it, if you don't buff
I got you,
the
friend.
Shadow Weaver, it just is
Yeah.
too painful to lose that to the
Grow
Kane.
not.
But I mean, realistically, as long as Tom has any kind of decent development whatsoever, he should pull into a very strong position here.
Indeed. On the double skulls, which is about the worst you can get at this point in the game. But later on, it could be huge.
And even then, it's just not that bad for him. He can get the skull down on turn 6 very happily after he plays the Chaos Strike on 5.
Head on board and a head on health. Not much more you can ask for in the Demon Hunter mirror.
Not sure entirely how I feel about that final trade there into the minion, given that his opponent's face was frozen. I think he could have gotten away with a push all face there.
Agreed.
But aside from that, the main point is he has got himself in a dominant position in the early game.
I grow impatient.
Taxi's only response pretty much is just Kane to value trade into the Shadow Weaver, but it's so painful to do seeing as Tom just has the weapon already charged
Hide
up.
behind your surface. I will still find you.
Okay, taking this trade means that Tom has to commit at least a hero power from Shaxi's perspective.
All I see is
Oh, the
weakness.
Satyr as well. Tom just has not had a dead turn despite having both spells in hand.
Yeah, he's just not slowing down anytime soon. Shaxi's only real hope, I think, here is to hit the God tier Altruist after the Skull of Cooldown.
Alas,
And the
poor
skull right now has to
Warlock.
hit the eye beams and not in the outcast position, I would say. It's just too much damage.
Yeah, true.
And he can't deal with anything that Tom has on board. That is already just 10. Tom has
Oh! The
so
mana
much he can
burn
do.
tech. That is a
We're
very
seeing this from
spicy
Hunter
inclusion.
Race.
Yeah,
Alas,
not a bad
poor
card, but definitely not
Warlock.
coming down on this turn when Skull is available
Yeah.
to come down. Metamorphosis and Altruist.
Oh my gosh.
Pack it up, Chia. This is
We're
over.
with you.
It really is over. Mana burn, only world champions have the wrinkly enough brain to play this. I'm telling you, Lion has it in her her Demon Hunter list over in the Gold Series circuit.
I'm sure she does. Well, that means that nothing can even really be outcasted. There is just nothing. The concede will come down, and Tom is going to go up to 1 game apiece. Then, of course, the differences between the two lists are very, very small. Of course, the Rogue has taken a win for Shaxi, whereas the Demon Hunter has taken a win for Tom. I guess I would overall say that benefits Shaxi, given the Rogue is harder to take a win with, I think.
I mean, prior to today, I would have agreed with you, but just watching the performance of Demon Hunter so far against other classes, I'm suddenly less and less convinced. But the fact that there is Druid, which is in the equation, which I think is undisputedly a better matchup into Rogue than it is into Demon Hunter, I will agree with you for this series.
I'm glad that you will agree with me, Gia, because I am always right, as has been proven time and time again by my cast here on Asia Pacific.
Hi, TJ. Didn't know I was casting with you today.
Very funny. Very, very funny, Gia. But I think aside from that, it is definitely the Demon Hunter that should still be in a good spot here for Tom 602. Oh, sorry, for Shaxi to take a win with. But it was the deck that was shakiest for him in the previous series, so maybe it will be the weak point, like you were saying, versus the Rogue. It's only so powerful when you're playing it at the highest level.
True enough. And you know, that end of the game there, I think we could see Shaxi really upset by the pan out. From his perspective, he had a shot. Had he not drawn something very expensive like the Warglaives off the top, he would have been able to clear the board with an Altruist turn and potentially swing it from there. Just from his perspective, though, we know that Tom would have had the lethal anyway with Metamorphosis in hand, but that is also just going to be playing on Shaxi's mind. Always a big factor to consider over in our beloved region.
Sure it will, Gia. And the next matchup that we were talking about a little bit there is going to be Druid on Rogue, with Tom, of course, with his remaining Rogue. It does get a little bit more interesting, however, when we factor in the Highlander variant for Tom, because I think one of the biggest reasons why Rogue is at such a disadvantage up against the Druid is they have effectively 0 board clears. The best that it gets is Flick on the board full of Glowflies that allows you to potentially pull things back, or more likely, just a massive Edwin to dominate the start of the game. But Highlander Rogue completely flips that equation on its head.
Yes, the Inclin of Zephyrus is the very big one, which most often I think is used for board clear, but also in those niche situations where Rogue is able to get ahead really early, can just present lethal and just race the Druid before they can even really consolidate their board.
Already, though, a premium hand for Shaxi with just Overgrowth and Exotic Mount Seller alone. I think I expect the other two to be mulliganed away. Throws away the Mount Seller. That I disagree with strongly.
I think particularly against Rogue, the payoff of Mount Seller versus Glowfly is not as good because they bounce it back in your hand. Whereas the early Glowfly can potentially be, well, a lot of the time, game winning, straight up. But I will say that did look a little fishy to me as well.
Yeah, well, I mean,
because you're not getting pressured in the early turn.
Killing your opponent on turn 4 is better than killing them on turn 5, but I would gladly take either, to be perfectly honest.
Very well put, Derek. But Shaxi has just drawn both of the overflows, so we're going to be seeing an alternative game plan here, which is draw and then get your Mount Sellers for even more payoff.
Yeah, he of course has the decision of whether to go Coin Overgrowth and then Vate Overflow, doing everything a turn earlier, or does he want to save the two coin effects in the Coin and the Vate for a Mount Seller by delaying everything a turn?
I think because he's just drawing so much off of the Overflow itself, I think I would like to see him accelerate it.
Fair enough. Of course, we can see things get even more complicated, however, with all the secrets that, of course, now have to be taken into account. Counterspell in hand for Tom could be so devastating. If that can hit Overflow, even though it is unlikely, that could just be game-ending on the spot.
Agreed. It is very backbreaking here. At least the Druid has to deal with their own minion here. Very awkward for Shaxi. He knows it's not Noble Sack, though, so he can just go face this.
He doesn't know that it's not Never Surrender, though, which is why he's holding back on the coin there, I think, and realizing, okay, we've got to be careful here. Redemption and Never Surrender are both pretty devastating if he goes for this line of coining out the Iron Bark, yeah.
Which is, in fact, not Fog Beam possessed.
Brutal. Arkspawn Mashifin is a card that I have not seen so far in Hearthstone Grandmasters, I've got to say, but it's one of those primes, I think, where the first half is just kind of better than the second half. You're really just playing it for a 3-4 with Taunt, which is pretty insane stats.
3-4 plus something is good, because Spider Tank alone was a good card in its day. So both Akama and Mishifin are pretty okay. I would say Tom's generations this game have been above average.
No, sorry, G, there's not a comma in Mashifin, there's an apostrophe. Sorry, I'm seeing myself now.
Mummy needs 5 more minutes.
You know what, that was actually pretty good, but I don't want to give you the satisfaction of laughing.
Fair enough, I'll do it myself then, as nobody else will. But one player who I imagine is laughing, at least internally right now, is Tom60229. Look at this devastating start for him. He's so far ahead on board. And to be perfectly honest, look how good an exotic Mount Seller would be here.
Yep, you're right. And even if it weren't that, the overflow a turn earlier could have drawn him into a Mount Seller for this turn still. Granted, like, a lot of these cheaper spells might not have been available, but he could have just drawn more to replace them.
Yep.
And we're looking at just the sap for lethal. He will heal, but there's so much damage on the board. There's Eviscerate.
And still, none of the
Bog
meat
Beam.
of the deck coming through for Shaxi. And like you say, none of even the good removal is really coming through yet.
Time waits for no one.
Gonna coin out the Crystal Power for healing. Oh, sorry. The double Innervate Wrath. Oh man, that makes Mount Seller off the top so bad now.
The lengths that he is having to go to here to remove off this board is devastating, especially with the Mashifin being healed up by the Redemption into the Overflow means it can't be killed off with the Moonflyer here as well.
Brutal.
Disaster after disaster. And now with Flick off the top, if that's even the play here, I guess with Sap, you're probably just going with that instead and keeping up the pressure.
I think Tom is looking to develop this counter spell should another Overflow come down. I feel like just a Mount Seller, he's sitting pretty. And even so, a counter spell reduces the Mount Seller activations by 1.
True. There's a lot of cheap spells that can disrupt it in this Druid, though.
So many were just used.
Well, at the very least, it's something for Shaxi to try and work through here, because this just makes the situation even more complicated.
Absolutely a dire situation indeed for Shaxi. He can immediately proc the CS.
I mean, if he's playing Overflow, he should play a Moonfire first anyway, so that he doesn't overdraw.
Correct.
Yeah, Starfall, while a little bit tempting, I think you just have to start turboing towards your Mount Seller, because there really was just no other way you could have found it earlier on in the game, unfortunately.
The problem is, what does the Mount Seller even do now? Almost all of the zero-cost spells have been used.
Good question.
Probably saves this Moon. Okay.
It doesn't want to overdraw, I guess.
But what draw off the top is better than another proc for Mount Seller guaranteed, right?
Yeah, you tell me, Gia.
I don't think there is one. I'm looking for some cute lethals here by backstabbing your own grandmummy, but I don't think it's there.
Yeah, I'm not quite seeing it.
You know what? I wouldn't hate just a Tog.
Tog, yeah. I'm thinking Tempo Tog. Let's go.
Uh-huh. I like it.
Yay!
It's cute. And it's immediate. More pressure, sure. Tempo Altruist, Tempo Tog.
Oh.
We've seen it all in AFAC today. Okay, that was something Shaxi needed.
Yep. He can now clear off the tempo tog. And then
Also
die.
needs Diving Griffin.
Yeah, Diving Griffins, taunts, anything just to try and fend this off.
Well, he's got to go.
The only
I
alternate
didn't
line,
tell you what. Yeah. Go ahead.
sorry, is to go for Bog Beam, obviously with the Mount Seller, and then Fungal Fortunes.
Right.
To try and hit Innovate, but there's not even anything to really bait into.
I think he's played the Innervates, right? I was going
Has
to
he
say, I
played
couldn't
both?
tell you
Oh,
what
yeah.
cheap spells are left in the deck. There's definitely been at least one, and we've seen both Moonfires for sure. We've seen a Crystal Power. Potentially Ironbark, the other one.
I think he's played both of those as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Time waits for no one.
Hoopla. One of the better ones. Okay, a taunt.
That is not enough to keep him alive.
Definitely not. Oh, I wanted to see another cute lethal here. You trade the cat and the grandmummy, and then the chicken goes up the floor. And then you go in, eviscerate hero power, right? Another minion first for the combo, but whatever. Tom gets it done. 2-1. As Rogue versus Druid. This is the matchup where we said maybe that's the reason for bringing Druid in the first place. But if you can't even get that one done, what more of a chance do you have against Demon Hunter?
Yeah, and it wasn't even the like weird kind of fact that Highlander gives you where you can hit Zephyrus and clear off the board. It was just curving out with rogue minions. Not even especially powerful ones, to be perfectly honest. It wasn't a huge Edwin to blow out the game. It was just a decently powerful Hanar that was able to get over the finish line, of course. And again, I just want to hark back to not keeping the Mount Seller there. I just really, really disagree with that line of thinking, because I think Overgrowth and the Mount Seller in hand is the dream against Rogue.
I would also agree. If you're thinking about how Druids are built at this point, at the time I was giving Shaxi the benefit of the doubt because Glowfly does seem like the premier way to win, but Mount Seller early also is very, very strong, and you're only running those two copies of each card. There's no Ysera at the top.
Yeah.
So if you're going to give away half of your best win conditions, it just seems a little bit too ambitious, in my opinion.
I will agree with you there. But Shaxi does have what is supposedly a favorable matchup now left with the Demon Hunter up against Druid. But at least here in APAC, Gia, with the stats we saw at the start of the morning, I think Demon Hunter actually has a below 50% win rate up against Druid. There's something in the water here, because Druid is managing to get the job done up against Demon Hunter. And I feel like if anyone is going to understand the proactive, above all costs game plan, Tom is the kind of player to do so.
Yeah, we did have a very small sample size, of course. It was just round robin and APAC as of last week. But if you include today, that's another 0-2 for Druid versus Demon Hunter. I feel like it's going to even out. If it's not at 50% now, it's just getting closer to what we know to be objectively, I think, true based on a larger sample size of data, which is that Demon Hunter just is better against Druid.
Yeah, it is actually 2-1. Rivius was able to beat Possessia with the Demon Hunter in the last game of the day. So not quite the full sweep for Druid today up against the Demon Hunter. And maybe Shaxi can again turn things around here. But already, I think Tom has got a pretty spicy looking hand indeed.
Indeed. Oh, I love the Innervate keep. We didn't see this from Possessi, but I think this is the best way that you have to fight back against Demon Hunter. The turn 3 go. The turn 2 go. What?
What would that even be? Like
okay,
2
Glowflies.
No,
I'm just kidding. Obviously, not enough spells for that to happen, but oh my gosh, that would have been so funny.
Can you imagine with old school Innovate, you'd just go Vate, Glowfly for a 2-2. Okay, Blowtorch. That keeps the curve, keeps the pressure coming. This is exactly what you want to do as Shaxi here.
Tom, with the option of playing a Moonfire here to immediately remove the Sightless Watcher along with Hero Power, but that is one less spell for the Glowfly.
Well, I'm already seeing, Gia, a plan to completely deviate from the starting plan and go Moonfire Hero Power here, as you suggested, coin Overgrowth into Innovate Overflow on turn 6, or at least on 6 mana, and then follow up with the Glowfly or the Mount Seller if you've drawn it after that.
Yeah, both valid. I don't think it's cut and dry that he's going to go for that.
Yep.
I think that the Coin Innervate Glowfly still is potentially very strong. It would depend though on what Shaxi's development is.
Lock it up.
Which of course we knew to be the Blowtorch Saboteur, but of course Tom could have expected some kind of decent development, I think.
Oh, with the second overflow in hand, I think that is definitely a signal for Tom to go for this instead.
I love this from Tom. I think this is such good deviation from the expected line here. He kept 2 cards, which he was clearly hoping to go for on turn 3 with Coinbait Glowfly. But he's just deviated to, I think, a much stronger plan because of, again, the lack of Glowflies because he didn't have enough spells in hand.
Yeah, very true.
It is scary, however.
Yeah, for sure. Worth noting, of course, that as Demon Hunter, there is not that much of a wide board payoff. And Tom, thinking that he doesn't have time to go for Overflow, just plays a Glowfly here.
Just says, please, oh please, do not have Warclaves of Azeroth in your hand. It's pretty disastrous.
Big yikes.
Huge yikes.
About to be a very big punish, even if Tom can go Overflow next turn. I don't think he'll have mana to do anything significant against Shaxi's board and feel out of range of Glowfly.
That was such an interesting play. It seems so obvious to just play out your Glowfly there before you go for the Overflow, but that one decision alone could have such wide-reaching consequences here. Does he think he still has time to go Overflow the turn after and then go for the biggest Mount Seller ever?
I don't think he has time for anything.
Yeah.
I would like to see Shaxi trade this off because of Iron Bark, but I am not sure if you're meant to put the 3-4 into it or a 2-2.
Well, Starfall isn't in the list for Tom, I don't think, so yeah, you have the liberty to do this.
But then it puts it in range of a Fog Beam.
That's true.
Oh, well, if you're expecting Overflow, it does just heal up again, so fair point there.
Nothing! Again, these druids are just drawing dead!
Man! I haven't seen a Fungal Fortunes on curve in far too long. That's not the druid I know.
Yeah, exactly. So, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage available on this turn, which means Shaxi is easily in range with Metamorphosis next turn of closing out the game, even with a very, very powerful comeback by Tom.
Absolutely right. If we are going to see Mount Seller off the top, it has got to generate tons of taunts. And that is not it. He could try to fish with the Rising Wind. There's not even board space.
Oh yeah, so
Innervate
Rising Winds. Yeah. That doesn't seem like a winning line to me. But then again, what does it?
Oh, another Overflow here. Alright. From Tom's perspective, I guess it is limited things.
I mean, he can hit Crystal Power to heal,
Right.
he can hit Fog Beam to remove.
Yeah. Exactly that. Puts Shaxi a little bit out of range this turn, but the Mount Sellers are still in the bottom 10 for Tom.
And the Cane off the top is such a huge draw here. The fact that it removes the possibility for Taunts to even get anywhere close, I think just locks out Shaxi for a win.
Completely agree. That is rough for Tom.
And
Not
obviously,
even got the full 10 mana to cycle Wild Growth.
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, I was going to say that obviously Tom did not mulligan away a Mount Seller here. And if he had against Demon Hunter, I think you have the argument to call it correct. But it really does just show the necessity to hit one of your power minions earlier on in the game than this.
And the thing is, he wants to play Fungal Fortunes to draw, but at this point, it probably just discards your Mount Sellers, and you're out of a win condition. Maybe he's thinking Glowfly and Glowfly alone save him here. doesn't
lose.
even get the second one.
Soul of the Forest being gone is fine, and as long as he can clear off everything, he's alive, which is something to hold on to.
Yeah. He can't clear off everything, especially with that expensive hero power, but he can set up taunt,
Yeah.
which from his perspective can save him. The Kayn hero power still a little bit off, but Shaxi has so many draws.
I mean, it's lethal here with the Metamorphosis that was set up last
right.
turn, right? 2
My mistake.
games apiece now for Shaxi versus Tom. Even that draw for top would have done it anyway, even if the Kayn hadn't done it. And again, Druid just looking weaker this series. I don't know what it was, but missing the power cards somehow, time and time again, has just been the downfall of these Druids.
Tell you what it is, Derek. It is double Mount Seller bottom 5.
Yeah, that'll do it, actually.
Yikes.
Yeah, and obviously I have different qualms
And
for both
Ysera.
roles.
There's a Ysera in this list for Tom. I just noticed.
That was also
All
unfortunate.
the minions were at the bottom. What?
Yeah, even the second Glowfly as well, a little bit earlier, might have been enough to fight back against the board earlier on. What can you say? It's the problem with running a deck that only has like 3 minions and like 5 good proactive cards overall. Sometimes you just don't hit them.
I have some qualms with that argument. How often have we even seen that from Druid? I think that was a giga low roll. I think the way that Druid is built with enough
Sure.
card draw and removal is that even if the deck, yes, can have very dead hands, more often than not, you're including enough draw to make sure that doesn't happen. I think that was highly unfortunate for Tom. But still, good on Shaxi for just doing the right things, saving that Kayn for after the Metamorphosis development turn. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, Gia, I have heard your prayers and I have answered. You are not happy with that Druid gameplay, so I'm going to give you a little bit more now. We have a Druid mirror between Tom and Shaxi to close things out. We've seen this already a couple times today. We're going to see it quite a few more times with 15 out of 16 of the players bringing Druid, and I believe it never going to be banned if my predictions are correct. And the only real, again, kind of alternative game plan that is opened up to these players is the fact that Shaxi is running a Starfall. Outside of that, we are looking at Ramp, Glowfly, and Exotic Mount Seller as the only real things you're looking for.
Indeed. The only difference is that, aside from that Starfall, Tom has, I think, the Ysera in place of that. The rest of the deck is a complete mirror.
Well, there we go. Tom, Overgrowth,
Ooh.
Mount Seller. I love it. Even though it's not the Glowfly Swarm, which is the premium option in the Druid mirror, I think he realizes as long as my opponent doesn't have it, this puts me in the driving seat.
I'm not 100% sure about that because Glowfly does seem to be there more often than not because people are hard mulliganing for it, in my experience. But the fact that Shaxi is running Starfall is one more reason for Tom not to rely so heavily on getting his own Glowfly.
And especially for me, because Shaxi is on the coin, he's more likely to be able to get it down first, unless you hit exactly Innovate, which means you're going to have less spells in hand anyway to go for the Glowfly, unless you hit Fungal Fortunes as well. It's a lot of layers, I think, that have to go right, whereas the Overgrowth into Mount Seller is good enough.
My hand is too full.
We already saw from Tom there, he had the option of just tossing his Crystal Power, still saves Innervate for the Mount Seller turn, but he saves both of them together because they work hand in hand with the Mount Seller turn. Like it a lot, despite him overdrawing.
Whoa.
All right!
This is the payoff for Tom's line of play. He needs some pretty nice juicy beasts here, however, to line up against the double Power of the Wild that Shaxi has ready to come down.
Gosh. One decent beast and one very mediocre one. He has another shot with the Wrath. Kill a Glowfly. But if he doesn't hit Taunt or Rush, how much damage are we looking at here?
Whoa.
The first Griffin of the day!
Yay!
It's been far too long. But Shaxi just has Soul of the Forest here.
I mean, Shaxi has myriad incredibly powerful plays. Soul of the Forest, double Innovate, Power of the Wild, Power of the Wild?
I don't know about using Coin Innervate for the other one just because he's got Mount Seller in hand.
Sure.
But I think just the one buff and Soul of the Forest is very strong. However, now that I say it, it lines up pretty poorly into the Mount Seller because he definitely has to kill that. Would mean 3 trades versus just 2 if
Right.
you were to go for the double buff. So he could forego the Soul of the Forest altogether and just go for development double buff.
I wonder if he's foregoing the clear on the Mount Seller altogether.
No, he's going for everything but the Soul of the Forest.
All in! Wow!
Alright,
For no one.
I think this is fine too. It works. As long as you can clear off the Mount Seller,
Yeah.
Tom doesn't run Starfall.
Which means he doesn't really have a way back into the game, to be perfectly honest here.
Agreed. It would have had to have been exactly the other Mount Seller and a whole flurry of additional spells, but it is not available. With the Overflow
Yeah.
and a Prayer, but everything is out of range of a single Bog Beam.
I mean, he has to survive the turn, first of all, and then he has to hit Ysera or the Mount Seller to have a chance here. I'd say he's still massively on the back foot, but if he can go Ysera in to draw a whole bunch of the big spells, maybe we're talking.
Right. He goes for this Bog Beam here to allow him this shot of drawing Moonfire for the next turn to deal with it. If you're Shaxi though,
Is it not
I
just
kind
Mount
of like
Seller?
the look of just, yeah, I like that. Just a
Yeah.
5/8. You made the point very clearly last time that it's just difficult for Druid to remove.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I guess he wants to go with the Soul of the Forest board to go nice and wide, but I just want the most attack power on board as possible to punch through a big Ysera Ironbark or a Mount Seller Ironbark.
Yeah, especially given that he doesn't have one of those payoff cards for going wide
For sure.
hand anymore.
My dream is
Alright, one dragon in the face of all the beasts.
Oh my god.
It's a ton of health, but I don't think it gets there. It's just dead on board, right?
It is just dead on board, but is Tom dead on board? I think
Well, with
now,
that
yes.
draw, yes, he is.
9. Yeah, that's GG. That's just game.
6 damage from the spells, another 9 from an eagle and a glowfly, and there is 12 remaining to go face. Didn't even need the hero power to close this out. Shaxi will be taking the series, going up to 3-2 and handing Tom his first loss of the round robin.
A brutal loss there for Tom, who I think played a very, very strong series of Hearthstone there, even though his Druid was just getting so consistently smashed at all points by Shaxi's game plan. But I think he understood the matchup very, very well. Again, we can talk about the merits of keeping Overgrowth plus Mount Seller instead of full mulling for the Glowfly Swarm, as was clearly demonstrated to be the superior card in the matchup. But I think given that he had no sight of no sight of a Glowfly Swarm or a Fungal Fortunes in hand, I really liked his just solid, good enough game plan there, which, to be fair, almost got him the win.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you there. I still couldn't be sure. I would have to defer to the Japanese players. I really wish I could speak Japanese right now so I could ask them right now about the mulligan, and 2, so I could understand Possessi's tweets because he has been just going on Twitter after his game. But it just seems like there's still so much unexplored about Druid mulligans. The matchup itself seems pretty cut and dry. If you can get on board first, you win. But how do you approach the turns leading up to getting on board, and how are you supposed to mulligan? Do you go for the good enough or the best possible?
It's very, very hard to know. And I think overall, at first glance, I really liked the way that Tom was approaching it. Shaxi, not so much in a couple of those games, but his gameplay, I think, felt a lot more on the money for the most part. But we're going to take a look at the schedule now that that is done, and Shaxi has taken the win, propelling him up to 3-2 overall, to see what our last match of the day is going to be. And Gia, this is such a tense matchup now. We have Frosty down at 0-3, Dawn only at 1-3 because he's played more matches than Frosty has. This is the bottom of the bottom for Division B. The 2 players who end up at the bottom of Division B will be relegated out of Grandmasters.
That is true. The third person in this equation who's not really on the graph, Samuel Tsao, also at 0-3 at the bottom of Division B, same score as Frosty. Don has pulled himself a little bit ahead, but it's because he's had one more chance to do so. So these players could actually all be tied again at the same scores from the end of this, and that will be very crucial on who actually wins in the head-to-head, because that is the first condition for tiebreakers when we finish the seeding after the round-robin phase.
That's right, same as last year. Head-to-head is so crucial, which is why the pressure is going to be on for both of these players. And we saw last week, it's got to be said, pretty big missteps because of the pressure being on in slightly different ways, it's got to be said. Frosty, we saw him just rope out and miss a setup with Twin Slice for lethal. It wasn't so much he made the wrong play because he was stressed out. He just didn't make the right play quick enough in order to be able to get the win, which I think is more redeemable for the most part. You just need to make sure that you're starting your turns that little bit quicker so that you have time to get all the attacks in. Dawn, however, just kind of crumbled last week, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I very clearly remember, and so do you, because Tyler had to emphasize the end of it with a flex and dancing on stream. But yeah, for anybody who missed that match, Dawn had a crucial error as Druid where, from what we could see, it seemed like he just miscounted lethal
by a
far
long
off.
shot.
It's like he was imagining there was an additional minion for Savage Roar. I think he ended up at 4 or 5 off of lethal, and after he realized that it wasn't enough, just absolutely crumpled on the stream. It was painful to watch. He was completely stressed out. And later on in the weekend, he managed to get a win for himself, which is really good to hear. But it's still far from out of the woods for Dawn here.
Thing is, though, for Dawn, who is one of the most vibrant players that we have here in Grandmasters, they are overall a very taciturn bunch. They don't show a lot of emotion on stream, but Dawn, we got to see him smiling a lot. He seems like a very jovial person. He looked like a completely different man in that second series of the week. There was no emotion from him. He looked kind of defeated, to be perfectly honest. But even in that state where he was looking a lot more downtrodden overall, he played some very good Hearthstone. It was a glimpse of the old school Dawn that we know who can get the job done. And therefore, as long as he takes it slow and steady here, tries to just get the stakes out of his head, he should be, I think, in a very strong position to take the win against Frosty.
Indeed. Dawn is one of the original players in the Korean scene, which itself is one of the original scenes in Hearthstone. Korea has been having their own local tournaments ever since the release of the game. They've had strong players from the beginning of competitive Hearthstone all the way up until now. And Dawn, I think, is very well beloved in the community. There's a meme surrounding him, like one Dawn equals a certain amount of won, their currency, because he was the first one to win that amount of money in a tournament. And here he is still clocking away in 2020 at the top level of Hearthstone. And now he's brought to the table pretty much the 4 classes that we're seeing across APAC the most ended.
Yeah, the spice in this particular series, I think, comes from Frosty on the other side, who has brought the Priest, one of only 2 players to do so, I believe, alongside Alutemu this week. And I think as a direct result of that, we see him not ban the Warrior, because he wants to go for getting rid of the Demon Hunter instead. A lot of his decks are a little bit slow, a little bit vulnerable to the aggression from Demon Hunter, like the Hunter and the Druid that we see here. Whereas the Priest, although there's a lot of disagreements along the way, amongst the players who play Priest the most, obviously Xananan, Moyen, Tic Tac, that whole squad, they seem to believe that Priest is very strongly favored up against Warrior.
Yeah, very succinctly put. Priest is the wild card for APAC. Only 2 players having brought it, aside from Frosty. There is Alutemu, who we will be seeing later on this weekend. But I'm just surprised that it wasn't caught onto by more players. Of course, everybody has done their fair share of testing. I believe that. And maybe they just don't think Priest is good enough. But I think it is a particular deck that if you're not one of the savants and one of the loyal Priest stands, you probably do feel like it's not actually favored against all these classes that others are saying that it does completely destroy Warrior and so on. But Frosty has put his faith in it, So I would really love to see the Priest versus Warrior matchup to give us a little bit of the experience firsthand.
Yeah, cannot wait to see a little bit of priest action. Something I thought I would never hear myself say, and 2 years ago, Derek would be loath to hear me even admit it. But now for Dawn, a deck that we've seen be reasonably powerful so far in the Highlander Hunter, that I think could actually be his trump card in the matchup. Again, it's obviously Conquest, so you can only take one win with a deck. But up against Priest, I think he's got a fantastic matchup. Druid, I think he's got a fantastic matchup. And then he's got the Mirror at the very last hurdle. So I think this is a very strong deck and a decent first queue to just try and get a win with and give you a strong state of mind.
Yes, if you have a deck that has good matchups across the board, I tend to like starting with it in Conquest as well for momentum. No hard numbers supporting that, but morale is probably something that we don't discuss enough in Hearthstone. It is a big thing.
It really, really is. And to get things going here for Dawn, lovely, aggressive start. And even though all these 1-drops are a great way to get the ball rolling, the card I'm really liking the look of at the moment is Dragonbane coming down on turn 3.
Ooh.
That is very difficult to remove for a Druid.
True. And even if the hero power won't always hit face, if the Druid has development, at the very least, you're removing a Druid minion, which is just good.
Fires of vengeance burn bright.
But we can already see
you, friend.
Frosty has the wild growth
Yeah.
into Glowfly.
He does, but Dawn has potentially the answer in his own right in Zephyrus here.
Right.
I'm trying to think what it could offer on like the 2-mana slot. I guess if he can coin it out, then he can go for a Lightning Storm. Yeah.
There's also an opportunity to deviate here and just go coin Zephyrus Power of the Wild. And that puts his
Ooh.
entire board not only dealing more damage now, but able to value trade against Glowflies should Frosty play it.
Even though I think Dawn can have the fairly strong read here of Glowfly being a likely play to come down from Frosty, he still ends up just going with the coin into the Dragonbane. And to be fair, even if he left himself the option of coin Zephyrus Lightning Storm, that sounds like a pretty bad play, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it's very slow. It locks up mana for the following turn. And now he's still got a decent amount of ways to remove. Hero power, of course, can be targeted onto one of the Glowflies. Dragonbane is very likely to remove another, and he could use Corrosive Breath to deal with a third. Dragonbane itself deals with a fourth, and the Blazing Battle Mage deals with a fifth.
Oh, you're right. It just kind of cleans up almost everything
Yeah.
here and keeps the pressure going. And most importantly, saves the Zephyrus.
The order Dawn has gone about this signals to me that he actually wants the Dragonbane hero power to go face, so giving himself best chance, second best chance. Okay, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit
wanted
messy.
to hit him. Yeah.
Because if you want it to go face, then you attack with the Dragonbane
Yeah.
first, right? Just to
Right.
guarantee it goes face. It was just kind of,
There were-
it wasn't incentivizing one or the other.
Uh-huh. And he had clear ways to maximize his odds of getting one or the other.
Yeah.
That is kind of a win for Frosty in the sense that it took up Dawn's entire turn and a lot of resources, but Frosty doesn't have the refill, no Mount Cellar, no card draw in hand. Wow!
And for Dawn, yeah, you just keep out playing your decent-sized minions here. This is all more than good enough.
So at first I was looking at the Fairy Dragon because it just seems better than Ooze to
Yeah.
play this turn. But I'm thinking it's just Ooze this turn, and then the Primordial for the next turn. Shore up your turn 6, lead into a Brand turn, save Zephyrus for shenanigans, which you probably expect to come down on the other side.
Not a bad draw in the Rising Winds, but we cannot see a repeat of the last games where you miss out on all the actual threats. But now Frosty has the Mount Cellar, but there's the poison in the way, Gia.
Yeah, I think he's got to hold on to it.
You gotta
This
hold.
turn is still fine. He can still just draw. He can go,
Yep.
if he wants, to Savage or Hero Power to deal with the
Okay.
poisonous minion.
Poison.
And then he can just absolutely go off with a Mount Cellar next turn. Turn 6, I guess, is not particularly scary yet from the Hunter. If this were going into Dino Tamer Brand turn, I would be much more hesitant to suggest holding off. But I think the timing is pretty clear on this one. can afford to take a little bit more damage and go for the big plays on the next turn.
Time waits for no one.
Is he really considering just playing?
I love it from Frost.
Yeah.
Very measured approach.
A good draw again.
Yeah, with that, he doesn't even need to go for Savage Roar now because he can just Crystal Power Moonfire on the Primordial Explorer next turn.
Yeah.
That seems solid. Versus a random dragon, which might not even be playable this turn.
Yeah.
Semi-random.
I was wondering if there was any way you could set up lethal with Zephyrus this turn for Dynamo Tamer Brand next turn, but just developing your biggest thing. Getting too fancy there.
Zephyrus would probably have just given Argus there.
Yeah. Well, here it is, the turn for Frosty to try and pull things back. He gets his own worse Primordial Explorer there.
Oh yeah. Crucial that he doesn't have any Iron Bark available. Xor is huge though.
Look at this development. He's closing in on lethal next turn.
Yeah. He really is. Dawn could say, you don't have the Savage Roar, go King Crush Face, but I think there's an opportunity to possibly go Zephyrus Brawl here. Or is there a way to manipulate it to give Frost Nova? That would be absolutely nuts. But I don't think it gives Nova unless it sees that there is lethal coming from the other side. It doesn't
Right.
recognize Savage Roar in hand.
It's just going to offer Brawl. Which, to be fair, is pretty good here. If
Right.
you just clear the board, as long as they don't have Overflow, I think you're in a great position as Dawn.
Right. The only disasters for Dawn if there is Zephyrus Brawl is Mount Seller surviving,
Yeah.
which is low odds, or the, as he said, Overflow off the top, or in hand.
There's no way he can hit lethal with Wind Fury, Stormhammer. It's kind of close, but not quite there.
Quickly.
See Dawn heavily considering it. Goes Hero Power. He's believing in Frost Nova, I think. If not, this is just Shadow or Death.
Whoa!
Not. Oh, the madness! I didn't even think of that! That is so good! Was that so good? I'm confused.
I don't know,
I feel
Gia!
like I didn't even think about it, but
I mean, I tell you one
this
thing.
allows Dawn to... Yeah,
He
go ahead.
wanted the Frost Nova.
Mhm. He definitely did. Frosty can't deal the lethal this turn. Only 3 minions for payoff with Soul of the Forest, but I think he absolutely needs to take it here. And remove... Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only.
Yeah, he has to. There's just too many ways he dies if he doesn't remove the big ol' whelp. He's not setting up lethal for himself for the next turn.
Deliberately goes with the bad, quote-unquote, trade as well in order to shuffle Zixor Prime into his deck, which
Right?
is, I think, a good idea. It's a good draw off the top.
Yeah, they're very limited, impactful top decks for Frosty now. Oh, tough spot again for Dawn because he knows there are top decks for lethal, so he can't, you know,
Right,
he
so
can't
if he
play
goes
the brand without worry.
freeze one of the minions,
hmm
Stormhammer, smack him in the face, hero power, you
Right.
set up lethal. It's really only the Iron Bark that you're afraid of then, or overflow into Iron Bark in the worst case?
What about just overflow? Not a bit scary as well.
Is it cold in the shadows?
No, well, you do have the brand in that case. Yeah, you're right. It would have to involve 2 cards
Yeah.
for him to get out of this one. Whereas the brand dies, Frosty would have killed Dawn with a single Savage Roar. There's a ton.
It's good, Gia, but it's not good enough.
Well, he can... Yeah, there's no way to taunt and put enough health on your minion that it doesn't just die to the Stormhammer.
Well, no, you can taunt the
Well-
frozen minion, right? And then trade in.
Oh, sure.
Which means he's alive?
He's alive!
And so he has outs for lethal?
Yes, he does. Unless Dawn swings into a minion. I'm assuming the crush gets played here every time, even if it trades.
I think even if he swings into a minion, Savage Roar off the top is GG.
It's not right. He goes down to 11, and then Roar is 6 plus... Oh yeah, with the
Exactly.
hero powers, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Oh my gosh. So Frosty, it's not just the Roar out for lethal. There is Fungal Fortunes into Roar. I don't think Overflow into Roar does it.
Yeah.
Oh. He's got the cycle! One chance for Fungal or Savage Roar. We see Frosty stressed out. It is not it. The worst one possible! He can survive from his perspective by killing the crush.
I mean, you take it because you can still hit Overflow off the top. Maybe you've got a chance.
So slim.
So close. Still not game, somehow.
But it has to be, right? If Don just plays, say, Varanus here, or even the Feywing, sure, and save Varanus for worst case Mount Seller into... If he thinks that card is Mount Seller, into Fungal, into Iron Bark.
Right. What about Zixor Prime off the top? Still doesn't do it.
Nope. A valiant effort from you to find outs, but as you completely dumped on me for finding outs for Blitzchung, or attempting to, I'm gonna have to say there's none for Frosty left here.
This is the correct play over Feywing Hero Power as
Oh
well,
no,
just to
the
lock
roar!
out Zixor.
The roar was one card too deep! This is so painful!
One card away. I'm just telling you, I would have emoted and shown the Savage Roar there every time, just to let my opponent know how unlucky I truly am. But Frosty is keeping a much more level head here. That was so close to you. Can't even get my head around it. And I guess the real big turn there to talk about for Dawn, which I'm sure he himself is wrapping his head around now, is the Zephyrus turn. Going for the Frost Nova there to try desperately to hit the Frost Nova. When, again, it's one of those things, it's hard to know, but you kind of should when the Frost Nova is going to be offered.
Yeah. I think it was established that it only offers Frost Nova when Zephyrus can see lethal on the other side, not counting the cards in hand for the opponent, of course. So I think that could have been preventable for for Dawn. But it turned out the Shadow Madness was good enough there. I thought it was insane at the time because it allowed Dawn to keep pressuring and remove the big threats. But I don't know if that was strictly better than just trying to go for Brawl for a full removal and then refill on the following turn.
Yeah, I think Brawl obviously did give outs to his opponent because the Mount Seller could have survived, Overflow could have come off the top. But I think it lowered the range that you're looking at of things that could have gone wrong. But I think Dawn at least needs a moment there to kind of gain his composure once again, because you can just see, even after his win, head in his hands, the stress is so high for this player in particular, with a potential relegation on the line. So we're going to go to a break, let him collect his thoughts, and when we come back, we're going to see if he can get up to a much more respectable 2 and 3, or if he's going to be rejoining Frosty down at the bottom of the pack. See you in a minute. This is the final match of the day here for Asia Pacific Hearthstone Grandmasters. We're of course going to send you over as usual to Europe and Americas with Raven and Sottle and TJ and Throwdown respectively. It's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of weird decks, slightly different metagame in both of those regions, so you're definitely going to want to make sure to check that out. But here, Gia, in good old APAC, we've got Dawn versus Frosty with much more of the standard decks, at least from Dawn. And Frosty, the only real difference being that priest in his lineup, which we are still yet to see.
That's right. That's why I've been looking forward to this particular match so much, at least for today. Later on, we'll be seeing Alutamu on Priest. But, you know, I was gearing myself up to deal with a lot of Priest mirrors and long days going into this week because I thought Priest was just such a strong bring. But it turns out it's only 2 people in APAC bringing it. So now I'm looking forward to those Priests showing why it should have been brought. But in a roundabout way, should I be hoping for that? Because if Priest does well, then more people will bring it next week. And then we'll have to cast more mirrors next week.
No. You're basing that assumption on a group of players who adapt to the metagame rather than just jam Druid every week until they high roll with the overgrowths. You're giving much too much credit here, Chia.
You know, I would give credit to those people who stick with Druid in thick and thin. You know what? Sometimes it works.
Sometimes
that.
It does work, and it's going to have to work here.
50% of the time.
Yeah,
it works all the time.
Exactly there. Dawn now going to have to get a pretty decent start in order to fight back against the aggression of Highlander Hunter, because this is a matchup that I tested a fair deal in testing, and as you would expect, Gia, from what I found, you want to go super aggressive with the Highlander Hunter, close out the game before they can start doing broken stuff, and 50% of the time, you get there every time.
And this is as good a curve as any for Frosty. He's got the 1-drop, Zephyrus Stormhammer, and the Scavenger's ingenuity to draw him a buffed up, ideally, Zixor. But Dawn has the goods himself.
He really, really does. The Glowfly off the top is absolutely crucial in this matchup. As we've seen time and time again, Frosty deviating slightly here, going for a less tempo-focused approach, at least in terms of immediate damage, and instead I think trying to set up for a Zixor off the top, hopefully, but instead gets the Diving Griffin.
You know what? You and I both said ideally or hopefully Zixor, but this Griffin is presenting a lot of damage.
That's true.
6-3, I guess. A lot more fragile now that the nerfs have come into play. I was thinking it still had 4 health, which is just out of range for Druid, but at 3 health, it definitely doesn't seem all too durable.
I think the main point to really bear in mind is that it's still going into a Fate Glowfly turn or an Overgrowth turn. You know, 4 mana is where the Druid wants to start doing broken stuff.
Right. And just being able to get that down to make it a little bit annoying for Dawn to go for this is a good enough upside. And Frosty can go for the Coin Zephyrus Lightning Storm here if he wants. And you know what? With his hand, it works out pretty fine. The 2 Overload isn't too punishing for him because his hand is full of 3-cost minions anyway.
True. I like it. I think while the previous game we could have seen a deviation, now from Frosty, these 2/2s came down too quickly. He has not enough development. He just has to do it.
But think of other options from Zeph. Missing something. We're always seeming to miss something with Zephyrus. It could, on this turn without coin, give Betrayal. Not very good.
Right. Or you could go Hero Power and then hope to hit Backstab to take out 2 of them if you don't want to coin and hit the Overload off of Lightning Storm. But that sounds significantly worse.
That just sounds like the same as Betrayal, removing 2 of them. So, alright, Frosty is determined to hold on to this Zephyrus. Still remove 3 of them if he wants.
Yeah. Which is not bad.
But it's far off from good, in my opinion.
Yeah. There are multiple punishes available for Dawn now, be it the Starfall on its own, looks pretty good to be honest, or of course the Power of the Wilds, which are also devastating.
With this Moonfire as well. I don't even think Dawn needs to take any trades here. Okay, maybe you kill off the Sharpshooter because it helps clear boards. But I wasn't seeing a particular reason to clear off a 2/2 as well.
Corruptor, I think, is the big one, which would be a pretty big punish, value trading you twice.
Sure, Ace Corruptor.
And the real benefit of this play for Dawn as well is that not only does it put a very powerful play onto the board, it also sets up afterwards to go for the overflow, to just repopulate everything that he lost along the way. It's insane.
And for Frosty now, the turn is looking like Corrosive Breath plus
Desert Spear?
Desert Spear?
Or Scale Rider? Yeah.
The problem with the Scale Rider is that it's always getting traded down by either a 3/1 or a 3/2.
Or a Bog Beam.
Or you had to commit the Corrosive somewhere other than a 3/3. It just doesn't line up cleanly no matter which way you slice it. And Dawn now has the second Glowfly. And this one surely will get eaten up by Zephyrus.
Yeah, Zephyrus plus, whatever you want it to be.
But there's also,
likely Shadow Flame.
There's also reason for going for Overflow here. He won't overdraw, he heals up that one Glowfly.
I think the benefit of this, though,
way,
is you say if you don't have Zephyrus, the game is over on the spot. And if you do, I'm still in the lead.
Yeah, you can still go Overflow. And this way, 2 minions actually survive past Zephyrus Shadow Flame.
Yeah, Zephyrus Chaos Nova isn't available yet.
Yeah.
Your wish is my suggestion.
Yeah.
Shadow Flame, the best he can do here. Frost Nova was interesting, but he didn't quite have the follow-up to really benefit from board locking Dawn. Here we go. We the fourth person salty clapping in APAC. It's just our thing now, Derek.
Frosty with the hummingbird style of BM. I'm personally a big fan of that one.
And the 7 health is so awkward for the Tiamat. It can't even go rush Wind Fury to deal with both of them now.
It's just an absolute disaster.
Winds of the south.
Is it now just Divine Shield taunt?
But you can go rush Wind Fury for a clear.
On one minion.
Yeah.
Oh, this seems awful. But that is a stellar top deck for Dawn.
I think he's just got
lethal. He does,
lethal
of course,
anyway.
just have lethal. Yep.
Still a great top deck
Starfall.
for if we wanted to keep playing.
Starfall
game-
for the single target removal is just the way you play the card these days.
Yeah, exactly. This is the new metagame here. You clap, and then you starfall your opponent's one minion. As 2 games to 0 goes to Dawn. But again, look at the pressure that this man is under. No celebrating whatsoever. Head in his hands. Just thinking, this is all going to go wrong now. He is expecting it to go wrong.
And I don't know if that's exactly what's going through Dawn's mind. I want to hope that he is not in that negative mental space, because that can be so detrimental to your game plan. I just hope it's him saying, all right, let's get through this one more. Because I think that's also a valid expression, instead of like, oh no, I'm going to lose now. It's going to happen. Come on, Derek. Don't be so pessimistic.
I'm English. You're literally asking me to not breathe there, Gia.
Okay.
But with the last deck being Warrior, I think I am justified in being pessimistic for Frosty, at the very least, if not for Dawn. The Druid as the remaining deck there. No,
No,
the Warrior.
It's Warrior.
Yes,
that was
yes,
just
sorry.
a small graphical error. Yeah.
Yeah, confused myself there, but it is the Warrior. I was right the first time, left for Dawn, which I think is just in such a premium position up against all of Frosty's lineup. The only arguably bad matchup, I think, is the Priest and maybe the Hunter, but even then I'd be skeptical to call that anything worse than like a just over 50% for the Priest, for the Hunter.
Okay, we are going to talk about Priest versus Warrior because that is what's up next. And now, if we're talking about the favored positions in this matchup, my theory on how to approach this is that if the Priest experts say it is extremely favored, right? They say heavily favored.
Yeah.
And then the Warrior players probably say slightly favored for Warrior. If you average those out, it's probably still slightly favored for the Priest.
I think
that for logic?
Yeah, I think I agree. That because always the deck that you're playing, if you're a very high level player playing this out on ladder, you're probably going to win with whatever deck you're playing. It doesn't really matter who's favored because you're just better than your opponent. But here in Grandmasters, hopefully at least, we are going to see a more accurate representation of the matchup when played at a very high level on both sides. But I think the general idea is here for Frosty with the Priest is that you have everything that you want against Warrior to be able to overcome all of their different avenues of attack. You have plenty of removal for if they go wide or if they go tall. You have plenty of healing for if they go for the burn plan. And you also have plenty of ways to pressure them so they don't have all the time in the world to just amass their ultimate combo.
And most importantly, you can hero power their face so they can't battle rage for one more card. Of course, that is not really a huge thing in this matchup, but I also want to point out the utility of Shadow Madness. The Warrior is running the egg version. That can be pretty backbreaking if you just buff your egg to 3 attack or 2 attack. But for Dawn, and I think for most of APAC, the egg version has fallen out of fashion, except for Frosty and I think Tyler, which coincidentally are 2 of the players I think that have more practice partners outside of Asia Pacific than the rest of the field.
But it's got to be said, at the start here, Frosty has a very respectable start. Just hitting the Disciple is not bad at all to get the pressure rolling. But Dawn, with the weapons in his own right, can start building up to something mighty powerful fairly quickly indeed.
Yeah, he's got this green skin in the list naturally, which we've seen a lot of players cut because it messes with the consistency of end card drawing into risky skipper. But I would say is very powerful in this type of matchup where probably game plan A is to curve out and smack him in the face.
So as Dawn, you are obviously expecting, I think, on turn 4 to see 3/6 Dragon come down.
A Weaver?
Yeah. Exactly. I was testing you. You passed there, Gia. Well done.
I forgot the name of Skyvateer, so all good.
But I think even if that comes down, this is still fine to just start drawing the Pirates, because in this situation, even though the Livewire Lance is the one that's buffed by the cash, overall, the Pirates are just more important to start thinning out of it.
You see Dawn go up to full hand space. He had the opportunity to buff up the Ankar with the Captain Greenskin, but I think he might be thinking that because he's already got a risky skipper in hand, maybe not prioritizing drawing the Pirates so much as buffing the already stronger weapon, the one that gives him more immediate tempo.
Okay, Mind Games is something to develop here, if not much. And he gets the best minion in the deck! Hello?
Grom. Only Grom. Oh wait, there's a Deathwing as well, but that is definitely one of the best ones.
Okay, he gets a good minion!
Well.
Oh. What is even the response now for Dawn?
They'll just go for a green skin. Tell Frosty, trade this yourself.
Oh. That's so bad!
It is so bad into time rip, and that's another reason why Dawn didn't coin it out last turn, just walking directly into Frosty's time rip.
I mean, it's everything. If it's not time rip, it's trade plus penance with the mummy, or it's the Shadower Death. It's just a 0% chance that the greenskin sticks.
He could start by smacking the Blood Boil, and if he gets rush or damage lucky, he can kill it with the Cork Run. It looks so gross no matter which way you slice it.
It looks so gross.
And so I am kind of just defaulting back to this greenskin hit face, and then
Whoa. You do
move
not
it
have
over
time
2
for
turns?
risky skipper, my friend. You do not have anywhere close enough time.
I think he was going for a skipper Corcoran trade, but that would buff the Blood Boil because it would kill the Grand Mummy, so it wouldn't work either.
That was a brutally hard turn, Gia, to find the right line. But again, Dawn going with greenskin and then not swing. It's again just time restraints. Obviously, you didn't want to overdraw a card, but
Right. I don't think we can be too hard on him for time restraints. I think that ended up being deliberate. Now he can deal with the Blood Boil. It is so painful. But at least this is against Priest, where you're not worried about being burst to death. A lot of the times the damage they have is face up. It is what's on board.
So risky skipper is my first thought on this turn as well. Risky Skipper Skyver tier does allow for a 4 mana Blood Boil Brew, which is okay.
Yes, and also just pull it off with his 5 fire lands. Deliberately holding on to the Corcoran because that's the one that can go face, and also it is one of the best ways to burst out a beast. Oh my gosh!
Someone's gotta lead the charge.
It's just insane, Gia.
That just has rush when it
Yeah.
gets proc. Shadow Madness for the nice easy clear here. And that's a skipper used for Dawn, the other one in the deck because he wasn't able to fish it out with Ankar.
Yeah. And now we're looking at a Battle Rage that's not doing anything, Rampage that's not doing anything, the Bloodsworn that's not doing anything.
Okay. The Rampage could do something with the War Maul onto Skyvateer, Rampage, and he could copy it this turn if he
Okay,
wants to coin out
yeah.
as well.
That's something.
The best board development.
Yeah, by miles.
And you just concede that the Karj is going to trade and give him a free Blood Boil at
Yeah.
some point.
I guess the main thing is that it is in that 4 damage breakpoint that you want to be in against Priest.
And he's also, I guess, just building a board where the Karj can't just trade in and die. Holding on to Bloodsworn for the Corcoran. He draws Inner Rage. That is so much damage, actually.
True.
Not the Rampage. That is like 22 plus the weapon. Sorry, it is 18 plus which is 22.
I guess that's what he's clearly building towards then, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. If he can just hold on.
So Murazon now is pretty powerful. It develops a nice little board, but the problem, of course, for Frosty is trying to mitigate damage as much as possible.
You think this is your time?
That's the Lackey, the 110, and a Bomb Wrangler in this. Bomb Wrangler very significant on Frosty's side too. It puts him a bit closer to lethal.
And even though Dawn had an out for lethal there, with a inner rage off the top,
Yeah.
it is looking like I think he's going to have to deviate over to an Armorsmith plan
I would agree.
just to gain enough health.
Armorsmith, and then he could go for a decent Battle Rage.
True.
Drawing 3 cards.
Double time and double pay.
Okay. He's deviating now. There's still another Bloodsworn and Rampage in the deck.
This, of course, gives
decision.
rush to
Yeah.
the extra one, which is huge.
Yeah. Very well spotted. But now he won't have mana for Armorsmith. So it looks like he's just gonna trade down the Murazond.
I must choose.
Oh man. Painful to watch. But he had to do it just to stay alive.
And you do, at the very least, know that there is an extremely limited amount of burst in Priest at the moment. Okay, okay. Doesn't overdraw a card either. Whoa! That's almost
Galakrond?
lethal. Or is it not fully invoked yet? Okay, not quite yet.
Is not. But he can go death, take a lot of trades. He can clear the rest with Galakrond.
Do you start with Soul Mirror? And trade away one of your
Okay.
one, you know, the 1/1 into the 1/1
Yeah.
first.
Is that good enough? Okay, I guess it does set up the best board for the counter lethal.
Right.
Then he can still death one and then trade away the Karj to give the
Exactly.
Blood Boil to kill the other.
Well, the other one just dies, right? Everything dies except for the one
True.
5/9.
I don't think he even needs to go for a Soul Mirror.
Yeah.
Just take the Karj and death one. And then Sure, he could just develop the Galakron as well.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't maximum tempo possible on that turn, but this gives him more removal options should he need that later on as well.
Little Dragon, great follow-up as well. So rough for Dawn. Second skipper, nowhere in sight.
The benefit is, though, by having held onto the coin, he does still have the possibility for Grom, Inner Rage, Coin, Bloodsworn on 10 mana
Okay.
onwards,
All
which
right.
is all of a sudden 24 damage, 26 with the weapon, which is technically lethal in the next couple of turns.
You're right. Frosty has penance, but he doesn't have the natural hero power.
Yep.
So for Dawn, should he just be working towards
What
drawing that
now?
exactly, like thinning out the deck by using his Corsair Cache to get the other Livewire lands?
Definitely something to consider. He, of course, needs to worry about not dying in the first place, though.
He only hasn't accounted for the Pirate from the Skyvateer that Frosty generated. Otherwise, Frosty hasn't stolen anything from Dawn. So very low odds for worst. Frosty's hand.
Double time and double pay.
Yeah, I think it's very deliberate that he's holding on to this coin for exactly the combo you mentioned. But Apotheosis!
Ooh.
That is huge. It is so huge. He just deaths away this Blood Boil
Yeah.
plus his own.
I mean, at this point,
Okay,
I'm struggling.
Weaver as well.
Yeah, struggling to see a way back in here for Dawn, to be honest. He needs to find a way to kill off a huge minion when you stick the Apotheosis onto the Blood Boil.
There's just no way.
We are all bound to
Okay, there's maybe Corsair Cache into Livewire Lance, into Ethereal Lackey, into
Right.
Execute. That is too many intos for it to seem actually feasible. And even then, there's the other minions, and he's just not gotten enough damage to go for the big combo that we were talking about.
Yeah, 25 damage if Inner Rage were to come off the top
Oh.
would be available. And
Hey,
that
that's
is a
way to
potential
clear.
clear.
It's a guaranteed clear.
It is a
And it
guaranteed clear.
survives! At 1 HP!
Okay.
I keep forgetting that people include this card when they cut the eggs.
Well,
Anyway, not too worrisome for Frosty, of course.
oh, I've thought Steel Gear.
That could just be lethal! From his perspective. I think we've seen... No, there's the other Cork Rod. Is he running too?
Oh,
Ah!
oh my god. Sure, develop your biggest thing.
Huh? More on. As if Dawn needed... Oh my... this is too funny. Too funny.
And now, Gia, have we finally met the end for Dawn?
Not quite yet. He's got to draw from this Battle Rage.
And then he could go Grom Inner Rage trade.
If he gets Risky Skipper, he could just play Risky Skipper Coin Grom. And that trades.
Sure.
Or he could go for Skipper Armorsmiths and just leave the thing up but gain a bunch of armor.
Yep.
Either way, I'm looking at Rage into exactly the last Skipper as Dawn's out. Or the Inner Rage, as you said, for trade.
Okay, he's seeing armor up and then swing to try and find Execute off of an Ethereal Lackey.
That seems much less likely.
Or just hero up power
All
pass.
right.
Okay.
He's saving
Which
the
is
Rage.
GG.
Yeah, because there is the Inner Rage ahead. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I can see Don's thought process there, though. He was saving that weapon and just hoping to survive that turn to do everything all at once, hoping to catch Frosty off guard, top deck Risky Skipper, and go off with the Groms and the Battle Rage, etc. But didn't quite work out there. Just that early Blood Boil. from the mind games ended up dealing Don so much damage. He had to face tank it twice, and then it went face once, I think.
Yeah, it was basically just an absurd amount of damage for Priest here, which all came off the back, of course, of the mind games for just an absurd swing. I think the real thing for Frosty was how he could have maybe solidified his chances to lock out the game right at the end there, where, of course, he could have got himself above that crucial breakpoint of like the 22 with Corkron or the 24 with Grom, Inner Rage, and the Bloodsworn Mercenary, which were some potential outs for Dawn along the way. But for the most part, I think it was a good understanding there from Frosty that you're basically playing a tempo matchup there while trying to remove along the way.
Mhm. Yeah, if Priest is simply removing what Warrior does without developing their own minions, you just give Warrior all the time in the world to go for those combos, which we kept talking about. There were tons of outs for Dawn there, but because Frosty had the early tempo, forced Dawn onto an early risky skipper defensively, not even to gain armor, just to remove boards, and he wasn't able to draw enough with Battle Rage. Frosty had the time to develop and make sure that he killed Dawn before the OTK came into play.
The big one, though, is out of the way now for Frosty. The good matchup, as the Priest players would have you believe it, don't believe a word they say, up against the Warrior. And now it is only the Druid and the Hunter left remaining up against the Warrior. The Druid, I think we can both agree, feels decidedly favored for the Warrior, but the Hunter feels a little bit closer around that mid-mark, which is why Frosty's going with it first.
And right off the bat, we see the Dino Tamer brand keep. I love it. I think that is part of the win condition. Of course, it involves having a good curve to begin with, but so often the brand can be backbreaking or just game-ending on the spot that I think you're also running enough early game that it's fine to keep it, especially at the point.
Yeah, it's obviously not a direct comparison, I think, to the Mount Seller in Druid, but the general idea is the same, is that the majority of your deck does the same thing, which is just kind of, for Druid, removal in the early game, and for Hunter, just development in the early game. So you may as well keep the one Power Spike card for a little bit later on, and so I think this is very heads up.
But speaking of curving out, Dawn has just hit the goods. He has the Sky Raider into Corsair Cash, generates the Dread Corsair, which can come down for cheap with this Livewire Lance equipped next turn.
Yeah, he's going to be decidedly ahead on board.
Frosty's drawn his Imprisoned Felmaw now, and one thing I've learned about this card is the earlier it gets played, the better, and it's exponentially worse every turn after turn 2 that you don't play it. But the downside, of course, is you don't play Scavenger's Ingenuity this turn, which means the Zixar is one farther away.
And he also has to imagine, what is my turn 3 going to be, given that he has not perfect information, but very likely his opponent is going to play Livewire Lance. And if he goes for the Felmaw, both the Scale Rider and the Diving Griffin are weak plays on the following turn into a Livewire Lance.
Agreed. And Dawn
Whereas
has topped
Zixar
that.
would have been good.
Dawn is on just a very problematic minion for Frosty to deal with. I don't know how he can outside of Zephyrus, or like if he had a Primordial Explorer already on board. No reason to play the weapon there for Dawn if he wasn't going to swing into a minion anyway.
So Frosty could start chipping away with like Diving Griffin on it now.
Yikes!
I don't know, because the thing is, that sets up for potentially clearing it a little bit later if the Felmaw attacks in, because by playing this here, it's just eaten up by the weapon 100% of the time.
Blood and plunder.
But was it Griffin over, say, drawing for Zixar there, which also sets up for the clear?
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know, I just hate the sound of your turn being 3 mana 4/1 damage traded into their 1/10.
It does suck. I will not make the argument that it doesn't suck, but so did that.
Alright, fair enough. And I think this is one of the situations where you actually really didn't want the Felmaw to go face.
Yeah.
The 3/3 was probably the worst target, but Frosty really wanted to damage this Warmaul because there's so many potential things that it could pair with. But luckily for Frosty, none of them are there. There's no Rampage or Inner Rage. And if you just copy, say, a 1/9, it is not particularly threatening.
Exactly. And as long as Frosty isn't taking too much damage in the early game, he can start to do some pretty powerful things as the game progresses. Obviously, Coin Varanus is looking pretty scary, Coin Dino Tamer is looking scary, but also, with the Scavenger's Ingenuity and Zixor in hand, I'm looking at a very good chance that he gets 6/6s coming down on turn 8.
Could see that as well.
Someone's gotta lead the charge.
He's just gotta figure out how he wants to allocate his mana in the following turns, because if we're gonna see Zixor next turn, it's like he's floating 2.
On wings of evil.
I think we're more likely to just see either the Daywing or Varanus. But for Dawn here, yet another day and another Deathwing. Dawn and Flurry really are the best of friends.
Yeah, I know. Well, Flurry was on a whole nother level. Dawn is yet the lowly Padawan before Flurry's full Jedi.
Okay, so Zixor does look like it lines up pretty well against this Bomb Wrangler, and Frosty could track to find something else to do alongside it.
Is that better than Coin Varanus to decimate the health total of all the minions, and then even take a value trade if you want to?
Because I'm tunneling a little bit on what you said about the Zixor and then draw the Prime with the Scavenger's Ingenuity, but I'm not seeing a way that the mana lines up perfectly unless he could have killed the Zixor this turn, because he still really wants to coin Bran next turn.
Yeah. It's close. I mean, I'm far from sure that it was the right play at all. It was just pretty good there.
Stormhammer. Well, the freeze is just pretty good because they have a 3/1 5 Lance. But this immediately takes down the Bomb Wrangler.
It
Looks
does.
like it's the case of Frosty's not finding the time to play all of the good things, but he has committed to being able to coin out Dino Tamer Bran, which I like. It ties into the Stormhammer equip really nicely.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't tie in quite so nice to Stormhammer Face, which looked pretty juicy indeed. But I guess the thinking is, of course, that he wouldn't have lethal anyway set up, so you can just slow it down a little bit.
So Dawn can go for Armor Smith and start trading down if you like.
Yep.
Looking at the Heroic Strike, because the cash seems
Same.
so slow here.
I mean, you can use it to find you Ankar, to find Skipper, which is a pretty long trail of thought you have to go down before you're actually finding anything decent.
Not that far off, but the thing is with Dawn's list, Skipper is not even guaranteed playing the greenskins.
True.
Greenskin and Predators as well. I definitely like getting down the Armor Smith this turn. Health total was getting a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, and there's no guarantee at all that Frosty will actually be able to clear it off on the following turn, because if he is setting up for Coin Bran, which I think you can be expecting at this point for Dawn, given that Coin's still in hand, a card was kept in the mulligan all this time, this is a pretty big incentive to not go Coin Dino Tamer Bran.
Instead, I think Frosty's got a pretty good deviation available with the Coin Zixor and Evasive Failing. That puts his Stormhammer at immune durability again, and he can trade down the Armor Smith with the Zixor. His board looks just pretty good, given that Dawn hasn't drawn any of his attack buff cards, and then he can keep swinging face with the Stormhammer.
I look at that a lot. You are expecting things to start going wrong soon,
Right.
given that as soon as they find a Battle Rage or draw another weapon, they have a draw off the Skyver tier as well. Things are going to start getting scary, and they're going to gain a lot of armor. But if you don't kill the Armor Smith, you can just kind of pack it up right there, I think.
The Battle Rage, I think, is not actually that scary if he developed not the Brand, but the Zixor plus Feywing. Because only one minion could be damaged without dying against those two. But he's just left Dawn with an Armor Smith now. All the initiative on how he wants to do the trades. But the upside, of course, is that there's a King Crush that needs answering on the board.
Yeah, and to be fair, he has information about the hand. There's one discovered spell, one discovered dragon. Neither of these things look especially powerful. But even having said that,
Yeah. We're gonna see this Blood Boil Brute come down. I was looking at playing it and copying, but I also agree that the Battle Rage activation is so important. And there is Skipa.
oh, how do you even do this? Because obviously King Crusher's got to die on this turn is a pretty big priority.
Going Skipper, Blood Boil, and that will just kill things along with the trade of the Guiding Force.
Okay.
He gains a lot of armor in the meantime.
So Kobold Lucky trade and
Sure.
Inner Rage? I doesn't want to expend that. Okay.
Holding onto these Inner Rages for Korkron and Grom.
He could have used one and the Shoot Lucky though, right? I think there was a better way
Yeah.
to sequence that at the end.
Maybe. Could have had one more minute alive?
Well, I think he could have had the
Or-
Bloodborne alive. Sorry, the Blood Boil instead
Oh.
of the 1/3 here.
Sure, if you buff the Warmaul and trade it.
Exactly.
Always tough turns. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize this Zixor was unbuffed. That's the reason why he didn't play it last turn.
Ah, right, okay.
Scavenger's still in hand.
He could have still used it to take out the Armor Smith. It wasn't a ridiculous way
Right.
to go about it at all.
True, the double trade with the Stormhammer. Well, he is just gonna consolidate the board control now, but Don's health total is slipping out of reach for Frosty. This Deathwing looks pretty solid.
Yeah, it's looking pretty insane, to be perfectly honest. Swing the
Yeah.
board massively in your favor and demand an answer of the Hunter.
But that will mean Frosty can pull the buffed up Zixor, unless it's the draw off the top.
I wonder.
True, but then he's facing down a Deathwing.
True,
I mean,
yeah.
Bone Wraith
At
is
5 health.
something, I suppose, yeah.
Thing is, how does he even clear it
Yeah,
without
Varanus
face
swing.
tanking right now?
Oh,
He's a mana off of being able to play the Desert Spear alongside Varanus. And that. Oh man. Bone Wraith in a dream? But if he plays Bone
Yeah,
Wraith, he's
literally.
just dead.
he is just dead, and he kind of has to know that he's just dead as well.
However, if he face tanks this, he's dead to Korkron or Grom, just
Yeah.
plain. Oh my gosh. I think the best hope from Frosty's perspective is just the Bone Wraith hero power, but we can see first half gets taken down by the Warmaul, second half taken down by either Ankar or Inner Rage.
Oh, it
And
breaks my
then-
heart, Gia.
So tough to watch.
Warmal
This 4
Challenger.
card combo.
Yeah, works perfectly here. Anchor, double Inner Rage, however you want to sequence it here. That works too.
Sure.
Stop giving me heart palpitations, Dawn. And there we have it. Frosty, he gives us a wave as he goes down to 0-4. To be perfectly honest, this is going to be extremely difficult for him to pull back now, and he knows it.
Save. Of course, he's done for the day, but the way his expression looked was almost as if he was waving goodbye. Grandmasters. 0-4. Division B. That's almost near guaranteed relegation. So tough to watch.
Yeah, we'll have to run it through. I think he's not guaranteed quite yet, but like you said, the fact that he now has a bad tiebreaker against Dawn, who is going to be one of his main competitors, down at the bottom of the rankings, and at best now, if he wins every single one of his series, he can finish 3-4. I think he, more than anyone else here, just believes that his run has come to an end.
And that is really tough to listen to. How do you toe the line between being optimistic for your mental state going into the remaining matches? Because as you said, 3-4 is still possible to be above other scores. Let's say if Samuel Tao and Don continue to lose. from here on out.
Yeah.
But also, you have to be realistic at some point because for people, this is a career. Grandmasters is a source of livelihood, and if you don't come prepared with a plan, that can just really ruin things going forward.
Yeah, it's tough stuff for Frosty, but like you said, there's still some small sliver of chance. But on the happier side, taking a look at the standings now, of course, congratulations to Dawn. That felt like a much more level-headed approach there. The Warrior came a little bit close a couple of times, I think, to getting the better of him, but he was able to bring things up now to 2 and 3, and all of a sudden, Dawn really isn't even looking that bad.
Yeah, it's moved him pretty much to the middle of the table. We're going to see Staz later on this weekend, and that is potentially his biggest competition for overtaking in the middle there. And even if you're in the middle and free from the relegation zone, it is not all butterflies and roses, because there's that chance for relegating in the relegation bracket. And oh my gosh, I am so surprised to see Surrender potentially in that position as well.
It is some pretty crazy stuff here. Obviously, a slight error there with Possessi moving down below Rivius at this point. So Japan no longer the undisputed champions that they have been in the first 3 weeks of the round robin here. Instead, Possessi, after a couple of blips along the way, it felt like he needs to just take a deep breath going into his next game and kind of go for a similar approach to what Dawn's going for here. Because Dawn, it felt to me like the last couple of games, or the last couple of series, he's just taking it one game at a time, trying to not get excited or devastated either way, as neutral as possible, and so far it's working out for him.
Yeah, Don, full seriousness, even though it makes me sad to see Don not be his jovial self, if that's what he needs to hunker down and just make sure he's playing at his absolute top level, then I will support it 100%.
As will I, Gia. But of course, that was match 5 of the day, which means we are all done here for Asia Pacific, at least. Europe and then Americas is going to follow up shortly after. And as I've said throughout the day, it is going to be a fantastic day of Hearthstone. I, for one, am definitely going to be watching to try and figure out what on earth some of those players are doing with their funky as all heck deck lists, which are nothing like what we have here in Asia Pacific. So unless you have anything left to add, Gia, I'm going to sign us off.
Nothing much more. Just looking forward to more Druid tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day.
Cannot wait, Gia. It never, ever ends. It's like the Malorne of games. Was that the card that keeps shuffling into
that's the Druid card.
Yeah, there we go.
Nice
what a perfect
Derek.
way to end. And with that, I'm going to say goodbye. Send you over to Raven and Sottle for Europe. We'll see you tomorrow for more Asia Pacific.
Hello everyone and welcome to another weekend of Hearthstone Grandmasters here in the European region. I'm Raven and joining me as always is Sottle. We are ready to bring you another weekend of Hearthstone action. We've only got 4 matches coming up today, but they are going to be pretty crazy and potentially pretty lengthy as well, depending on what we see come out. Sottle, how are you doing and are you ready for another weekend? Because we've only got a few more left now.
Yeah, I'm doing great. I am absolutely dying to see how the last few weeks of Europe's Grandmasters do pan out here. There's a lot of just really crucial matches now as early as today, which we'll get to when we take a look at the schedule. But again, because of the truncated form of the actual round robin stage of Grandmasters, it does really make each individual week just feel so much more high stakes, so much more high pressure, and so much more impactful for all of these players.
Well, let's take a look at the standings now, because at least within our region, there is some separation going on in terms of just where players are sitting. Unfortunately for Zim and Silvername, who have yet to get a win in round robin, they're sitting at the bottom of each of the divisions at 0 and 3. One thing I will say is a lot of the other players have already played 4 matches, so they do have effectively like a match in hand or whatever, but still looking at a bit of dire straits there. But otherwise in Division B, everything but first place is still up in the air, honestly, and maybe not even first place. You know, it's all still to play for with still a few more matches left for these players.
Yeah, I mean, a bad week from Viper and a good week from anyone really down as far as Pavel could really flip the top of Division B on its head. But I think you have to look at those bottom 2 spots in Division B because they are the real heartbreakers. Those are the automatic relegation spots here in Grandmasters this season. And even just in our first 2 matches now, Zim will play in our second match of the day. Boston plays in our first match of the day. So we are kicking things off real quick with some must-win matches for both of those 2 players.
Yeah, meanwhile, just a reminder, 5th and 6th place in Division B, which is currently RDU and Pavel, and then 7th and 8th in Division A are still not safe at the end of the season, as they basically go into a playoff for avoiding the last final relegation spot. So even if we look across Division A, players along the lines of Hunter Ace, Belkine, Silvername, they're all in that roundabout spot of where it can be dangerous. That, yes, it's statistically unlikely for them to be relegated, but it's possible. So really for these Division A players, you really want to sit at 6th plus for it to make it impossible that you actually get relegated and book one of those playoff spots instead.
Yeah, we even saw, I think, at the end of APAC, Frosty giving a wave, which Gia, I think, quite rightly surmised was perhaps a wave goodbye, potentially, to Grandmasters, because Frosty dropped to that 0-4 record as a Division B player. And I think 0-4 is the point where you are just staring over the precipice for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's when you're really relying on some crazy tiebreakers to kick in and some unfortunate results from the other players to have any chance. But let's take a look at the schedule for today. You did mention a couple of matches, but you are completely right in that I think at this point still, all of these matches are going to be important. You're going to have Boston and Colento, Zim and RDU play out in the first 2, and as you mentioned, Boston and Zim only sitting at some of the danger zone, along with RDU, honestly, as well. Silvername versus Bunny Hopper has his opportunity to put his first win on the board and try and climb out of that kind of spot he's got him in Division A. And we're going to finish it up with the ball control versus Belkane. And honestly, I'm excited for that one because it's just ball control versus another Frenchman.
Yes, yes, indeed. And I believe Falcone is the one that kind of gets trolled the most often on Ball Control's stream and is his ongoing campaign to annoy the French players as much as possible. So yeah, looking forward to that one. They have a little bit of history even on broadcast in Grandmasters so far as well, so it should be a pretty intense one.
Yeah, and it's been a pretty intense season as well for all these players, because not only have we had 3 weeks of Swiss and then the rest of round robin, we've had different formats, and we've had now multiple patches that have made impacts on the metas every single time. And guess what? We had another one this week, in case you've not logged into Hearthstone too recently. We can check out some of the changes. Some of the not so impactful changes as of today, Sottle, are the Paladin, which I'm still shocked that a lot of players said, oh, this is insane buff, the deck's going to be great. It's like, no, still not that good. But I do think there is some room maybe in the near future for maybe a slightly slower Shaman to get some work done, because mainly the Lurker below and Torrent become just that little bit more playable.
I think at least these changes set these classes up for the future, at least, so they have a base to build off now with, perhaps some more patches, or if, we have to wait until the next expansion. Sometimes it just be like that, right? Classes can't all be strong all at the same time. But yeah, I was not expecting these changes to have a huge impact on Paladin and Shaman. That turned out to be the case. But Now we get into some of the stuff that has had a much bigger impact on the way these players are building their decks. Priestess of Fury arguably has ended the debate on which build of Demon Hunter is the superior one, thanks to the nerf to that card. Crimson Sigil Runner is a card that we've been seeing a lot of people just have different ideas in how to replace, and even some people still carrying on with playing that card in their deck. But then Shadow Jeweler Hanar is the big one as well, because it might not seem like a big nerf to just lose 1 point of health, but it means that the early game Hanars are now so much more easily contested by other decks that get on board. I mean, you can't just play a 1/5 on turn 2 and expect it to stick quite so often now.
Yeah, and for me, the Scavenger's Ingenuity really bothered me because one, I play Hunter a lot and I wanted it to be strong, but also even, again, just a kind of nod from the Hanar issue of, your Diving Griffin being 3 health instead of 4 is a big deal. A lot of minions hit the 3 and not 4, so that doesn't get to survive anymore. And then also the Zigzaw being able to the Zigzaw Prime, especially only being a 6/6 copies and not 7/7s, has made big differences, at least in my experience playing the deck. But now,
only 4 6/6s, Raven. Well, how will you cope? Honestly, it sounds horrible.
More cards do 6 than 7, so I like keeping my primes on the board. Thank you, Sol. But here we do have 2 stories as far as I'm concerned. On one hand, we have the Warrior nerfs, which, although yes, strictly they are nerfs, the cards got worse, have not, for me at least, impacted the strength of the deck too much. But on the other hand, we've seen Zoo pretty much just be obliterated from space or something for this point with that slightest of nerfs on the scrapping.
Yeah, such a tiny looking nerf, right? And Zoo did just get nuked from orbit. Like you said, it's kind of ridiculous how far that deck has just fallen off a cliff. But yeah, completely agree with you about the Warrior nerfs. I still think it's the go-to deck. I still think it's the go-to ban, although that might be different in our heavily priest-infested world that we have over here in Europe. But the point with these 2 cards is that you didn't necessarily play them for their stats. Bloodsworn Mercenary, you didn't play it because it was a 3/3. You played it because it made you an additional 8/8 on a damaged minion. You played it because it gave you additional burst outs at the end of the game. Blood Boil Brute, same thing. You didn't necessarily play it because it's a 6/8. You just played it because of how cheap it got when you used all of your other damage effects. So the core of those cards is still intact. It's just they are ever so slightly weaker now, which means Warrior is still very well positioned in the metagame.
Yep, and let's take a look at that metagame as well, as we can check out the deck bring rates for this week. Let's see what we have cooking. We're going to have 81% Pain Warrior, 81% Tempo Demon Hunter. So again, even with Demon Hunter nerfs, I think the class is so well-rounded and so consistent, even with a couple of these nerfs, that it still does warrant a spot in a lot of lineups. I will say, though, 81% isn't 100%, which is what we've been seeing, at least in the past few weeks. Of players are starting to choose to drop it. I think to drop it, in my opinion, you'd have to have a very good reason, as I still think Demon Hunter is very strong, but we'll see how that plays out over the weekend. But the main story here is maybe a slight reduction in Rogue, but most importantly for me, those 2 on the end actually go head-to-head in a very interesting way. If everyone's going to bring Priest, which is what I think everyone assumed would happen, or at least an increase in Priest bring rate, then Highlander Hunter is the deck that normally smacks Priest down. So I'll be very interested to see, out of who brought Hunter and who brought Priest, maybe some people brought both, who actually ends up winning overall once the weekend is done.
Yeah, that's for sure the dynamic, right? Is that people who brought Priest were also expecting other people to bring Priest and didn't want to ban Priest, so they also found themselves including Highlander Hunter alongside that. And then even more so for the players who didn't think Priest was good enough to bring, still predicted that a lot of people would do so. And I think Highlander Hunter is one of the only actually cut and dry strong matchups against Priest. I think, every other matchup, even if you're slightly favored by a couple of percent, it's not enough to really be looking for that kind of target strategy. But Highlander Hunter has a clean enough win rate that it feels like you should be bringing that in your lineup in a heavily priest-infested metagame.
Yep, and we can take a look at those win rates as well, specifically as we can take a look at what it looks like versus all the decks available. And I will note, of course, Priest is not on there because there just isn't the sample size within Grandmasters of that matchup.
Right.
But there is a huge sample size on Ladder. And from a lot of pros that have been practicing it, and it is pretty favored. But overall, the win rate versus Tempo Demon Hunter might surprise some people, and then a slight reduction in Rogue, and then pretty bad versus Zoo Warlock with that low sample size, and 0% versus Pain Warrior. Again, most decks have a rough win rate versus Pain Warrior. With a small sample size, not really relevant. The big thing here, though, is for people who have brought, say, Priest and Demon Hunter, if they're up against a Hunter player, do they have to ban it? And then if they ban it, it's the age-old question of, well, did you just leave Warrior up in this meta? You crazy person?
Right. But, nerfed Warrior against Priest now, maybe? The Priest purists will argue that is a heavily favored matchup, but again, you need other decks in your lineup that can get that done as well. Worth noting here as well that all the rogues we have just kind of lumped, like Stealth Galakron Rogue, Secret Galakron Rogue, all of that stuff together. There isn't Highlander Rogues kind of, mutating those statistics because that matchup has never happened. So we just decided to just lump all the rogues together just to get a decent sample size, and it seems like Rogue is doing fine in general against Hunter.
Yeah, and really interesting, isn't it, how from one week to another, the meta, even within a class, can change. I obviously very often speak highly of Highlander Hunter anyway, but last week we saw most players shift to Face Hunter as the bring, and then suddenly, just a few days, a small patch later, and everyone switched to Highlander Hunter all of a sudden. And I think that is a combination of the nerfs and just the continued development of the meta. We've seen, I think, from almost week one, we've seen Priest just be played and brought slightly more, and then slightly more, even on ladder and by pros. It's just been kept being pushed just a little bit more every week. And I think we might be hitting critical mass now. So.
Yeah, and again, it's that Priest that's the crux of it, because you don't want to be bringing Face Hunter and running it into Priest. Like, that just seems miserable. I've had some people say to me even they feel that matchup is as strong as 80-20 for the Priest, which I find patently ridiculous, but I understand where they're coming from. It does seem like a pretty uphill battle for the Face Hunter, where not only is there the insane amount of healing, but you're also just having all of your death rattles used against you by Shadow Madnesses and Carges and Soul Mirrors and everything else. So Priest can actually just race you in that matchup as well. It's pretty obnoxious. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting metagame as we see it develop for sure.
It really is. Let's take a look at the deck spotlight as well. One deck we can check out before we get into our first match of the day, and it is going to be which Highlander Hunter Day. I love it. So what a way to kick off the weekend. We're going to see Falcane's Highlander Hunter as a breakdown here. And since we were talking about Priest, the main idea here is you just chain drop minions into them, and a lot of them are either untargetable, awkward shapes to deal with, and then on top of that, there's the end of the game burst damage with Grand Slam. See if you can stick it, but also just that Storm Hammer, which is just more levels of just consistent damage just being pumped out versus Priest. And the thing with Priest is, I feel that you need some wiggle room, you need some time to make the plays, to get the heals down, and Hunter, I think, is just positioned right now, but it just does not let Priest have that time.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors. Priest doesn't really play weapon destruction, so Stormhammer can just snowball the game. Like you said, there's just a curve of minions that includes things like Evasive Feywing that just Priest has really no way of ever dealing with. And on top of that, a lot of your cards get high value out of battle cries. Dino Brand, for example, is just a 2/4 without the battle cry. Rotnest Drake is pretty inefficient without the battle cry. So then you're also playing around just very naturally one of Priest's power cards in Murazond, because you can't just Murazond their Dino Brand and trade, because it doesn't work like that. You just get a 2/4 and nothing else. So it's very, very well put together to be dealing with Priest.
Yep, even the Alex Stralizer as well is in a similar spot. But a bit of a different list here from Falcane. I'm excited to see how it plays out as it merges some of the cards that work or are consistent in Highlander Hunter, and then adds a few of the others, like this Boom Pistol Bully, for example. Makes some of the Priest cards even more awkward to deal with. But yeah, I'm excited for this weekend. It might might take a bit of a more slow approach with all these Priests that are knocking around, so you might be prepared to get a little bit comfortable. But overall, I think the meta's in a pretty crazy spot right now, with no one really figured out what the approach is, as we've just seen one of the decks that was just shooting upwards with Zoo just gone. And then as soon as you just delete a deck from the competitive meta, everything shakes up. So very excited to see what happens. And we are just about ready to get into our match number 1 of the day. But before we do, just check this out.
My Hearthstone play is a product I need to sell.
Oh, it's gotta be catchy, right?
Huh. I actually have no clue what to say.
When people set up, I snap and say, "Welcome to the farm."
Welcome to the farm.
Yeah, they're part of the, because We're on the farm. Ball controls Animal Farm. Welcome to the farm when they sub.
I will just say TTTT. Everyone can be as good as me.
The play from somebody who has never misplayed.
It's good. Be French, be good. Getting rank 1 with Yarla.
You can't outvalue me.
Unity, precision, perfection. Like that very familiar Hearthstone card. Also broken. Just like my play.
Come for the stay for the rope.
We are back and ready to go with our first match of the day, so I'm excited to kick this one off. It is going to be Kalento versus Boston. As you mentioned at the start of the day, that Boston is in a, again, pretty much must-win scenarios for most of the rest of his matches in this round-robin phase, because he didn't get off to a great start. You see the bans here as well. You see a Demon Hunter ban on one side and a Demon Hunter ban on the other. So a couple of things here, Sottle. So explain it to me. One, Boston gets to play Warrior. And two, Kalento appears to not have Warrior in his lineup. Is Kalento just a madman?
Very possibly. I mean, I can't explain the latter to you. I think not bringing Warrior is kind of crazy this week. We even see some players bringing Warrior but having a slightly different twist on it, and I think there was some potential there, just in terms if you got a really deep read on how the metagame was going to evolve with, Quest Warlocks and Priests and things like that coming into the proceedings. But yeah, not bringing Warrior at all does seem a little bit strange to me, but I guess it does give Boston the luxury, if you want to look at it that way, of just, picking and choosing his band, because again, we were sort of thinking about, well, how do these priest lineups that we're going to see change the ban strategy in those matches? Well, neither of these are the priest lineups, and yet still we're seeing different bans coming out here. So it's very interesting right off the rip.
Yeah, and one of the things, just looking at the classes here for me, I feel like Boston's just got the better end of the stick, because one, he has the ultimate freedom of ban of no priest and no warrior, right? So Demon Hunter seems an easy step one, because he doesn't need to consider really banning the hunter. If one, he has warrior, two, he has his own hunter, and three, he doesn't have priest to get punished by. And because of that, Boston gets to ban away arguably Kalento's strongest deck, and then have to just worry about Mage, Druid, Hunter. And honestly, for Mage and Druid, I do feel like they are very, very, very steady, just tier 2 decks, right? They're not too threatening by themselves. And I'm not, honestly, I'm not really sure what Kalento's doing with his lineup. I'm excited to see how it pans out for him, because even this token druid or spell druid is a deck that's been played a lot in Asia Pacific. But for me, I'm not really sure what it's in there to try and beat.
It does mean, however, that we have 5 out of 6 unique classes in terms of the decks that are left up and are going head-to-head, which is going to make for a pretty interesting series overall. So looking forward to getting started here. And again, Boston very much in must-win territory here, looking for a good mulligan straight away to get him off to the best possible start. And he has very much found that with 1-drop, 2-drop Stormhammer available.
Yeah, this is just what you want, isn't it? Let's be honest. It's like almost the perfect opening. I guess to a certain extent, Zephyrus could be a better second 2-drop instead of the injured Tolver, but outside of that, he is magnificent. Now it's just how Boston wants to actually start bringing out these threats. Is it worth trying to race? Is it worth pointing out Fairy Dragon with a second 2-drop, going a little bit faster? Boston, is it, sir?
Yeah, I like it. The injured Tolver draw really changed a lot. I said his initial curve was 1-drop, 2-drop Stormhammer, but with the double 2 available now, dropping the unwrathable minion on turn 1 here certainly makes a lot of sense going up against Druid. No crystal power, no wrath. Nothing is going to be able to take care of this. It's just damage.
Yeah. The only... funnily enough, the Tolver exactly covers this scenario. The only slightly scary thing about coining out a Fairy Dragon is you do cash in on the damage, but it's not as as consistent Stormhammer prop of the free swing. Because if you put it down early and there's a bigger gap between playing the Fairy Dragon and the Stormhammer, there's more chance the Fairy Dragon dies.
Sure.
But as you said, it's untargetable. So Clento would have to commit to face tanking it twice, which he could do, but then the Tolver covers it perfectly. So it does get him there. It's pretty crazy. This Tolver has just made this even stronger positive.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty smart for Clento here to not commit to the hero power because he knows what this means. He saw coin 2-drop, so that most often means 2-drop again from the Hunter. He knows that one of the 2-drops in the deck, because this is open deck list, is the injured Tolver, and he knows that will completely punish his hero power, as you said. Because he can even rule out like Imprison Felmore as the second 2-drop, right? Because he also just would have played that first. He would have gone the other way around, most likely. So.
And this is why I like it as well. Clento didn't need to hero power, because no matter what happened, he could always Savage draw it down, right? Especially with having that 3-2 available to knock through the pawn. So I like it. You know, Clento's under a lot of pressure, but I think he's managed it well. The question is now, is he ever going to get this Glowfly out to a reasonable amount of tokens? Not really at this point. 2 out of his 4 cards are actually minions here, so Boston still has all the time in the world.
He does. Looking much more like a Mount Seller kind of hand to me. And with this Blazing Battle Mage on board, that gives Boston a potential really strong follow-up here with Faceless Corruptor if he does need to do some board clearing on the following turn.
And we talked about this a lot. I think it's a matchup we've discussed between ourselves. And for me, it really does feel like it's a strong Glowfly on 5 from Druid or bust a lot of the time. And as long as the Hunter has even an okay curve, they can put so much pressure on the Druid. If it's not answered by a strong Glowfly turn, then it's too late for the Druid to actually do anything here. And Clento did get the ramp, so he's going to be able to go for this Mount Seller. But the second these beasts whiff, and if they whiff, well, Boston's just already got 10 more damage. Just locked and loaded, ready to go.
Right. Let's see what the outcome of this Moonfire is. Rush or Taunt would be ideal. That's a mid-tier option, but not going to have as big an impact as he needs right now.
Time waits for no one.
Diving Griffin was, of course, the nuts in that scenario.
Yeah, funnily enough, to the extent where I wondered if whether he should have actually just Moonfired something else.
You see what you're saying?
Now Zephyrus as well. Options. I think I actually just like Stormhammer face. Put him to 5, you have Zephyrus.
Put him to 5, you have Zephyrus. Sure.
Zephyrus hero power Frostbolt next turn.
Do you need to
get more.
do that? Like overflow in hand draws an Iron Bark, for example? Like, aren't you so far ahead that you don't need to take those kind of risks? Because you can just deal with this board and still be miles ahead.
What are you thinking? Zephyrus on the to kill the 5/8?
You can just Faceless Corruptor to kill the 5/8.
I guess. I think...
Quickly.
It's also just 18 damage right now with the Savage Roar, by the way. It's kind of interesting.
Oh.
Yeah. Obviously won't get it because it's not lethal.
Your wish is my suggestion.
This is very scary to me. And we'll see how it pays off. This is such a... I feel like this just... Austin's just had a bad turn. Right? It's good that it's removed the board, but now this gives the opening to Kalento to do something crazy like exactly this.
It does. So I still don't like going all out face there because I think it just opens up a punish that you don't need to open up. But I also like preserving the Zeph personally and just using the Faceless Corruptor instead. Because then you still have just flexibility for lethal outs with alongside Dino Tamer Bran over a couple of turns, and you still have the potential of dealing with, you know, Kalento being able to build up his hand into a Glowfly Swarm again, which sure was a very specific like 2-card combination here for Kalento, but it's another possibility that this Druid deck can come at you with.
Yeah, I was definitely just thinking along the lines of, well, if they have anything that except Overflow, just win. If they have Overflow, then it's hard cast and it has to be with something else maybe to really stop you. But yeah, I think a halfway option would have been pretty good too. Kalento now has to choose though. He has his Glowfly, but it does mean he couldn't Wrath as well. I think it's fine. I think he just wants stuff on board now that he's seen Boston almost slow himself down.
Yeah, agreed. Worth saying, I guess, that Boston's line, he's still pretty comfortable against the Glowfly Swarm, just doing things the other way around, using the Zephyrus and then using the Faceless Corruptor this turn if he wants to. He can even just go Stormhammer Kill Command if he really wants to. That seems perfectly reasonable as well. But yeah, Faceless seems like the immediately better play to me.
Yeah, just maybe a little bit frustrating that it's just all off curve, so you can't press hero power as well, which would smooth out a little bit more. Now though, there is options here. He does have Crystal Power if he wants to heal, but maybe he could just use it to remove a minion and use the Wrath for draw.
Is true. Alternative is to put on your big boy pants and just play the 9-drop, and you have a couple of draws next turn. That doesn't seem very smart.
I supply only the finest creatures.
Okay, I mean, sure. Mount Sailor off the top was about as good as it got there with the Moonfire to clear up on the Raffle Wand minion. Is it a Dino Trader, Raven?
Never. It's so much damage. It's so much damage.
It is.
So we can do what?
You need to get healed. You need to get healed on and Ironbarked next turn to get punished out for this. I would assess the situation as.
You'll find me wherever the action.
It's just that it's already dead. Frustration, right?
Right. Well, that one was always happening. This is the big decision.
Oh.
Again, it's a multiple card punish. I think you're comfortable on no overflow in hand here based on the way that Kalento has played up until this point. So that certainly influences your choices.
And there is Hammer, Kill Command, and Hero Power next turn.
Right.
Which means even if a Taunt's summoned, you've probably got the juice to get through it.
Yeah, that's why I was saying it needs to be healing plus Taunt from Kalento. Ideally Ironbark, but obviously Beasts here can have an impact.
It needs to be a lot of healing too.
Yep.
Because even just a bear Kill Command and Hero Powers, that's still 5, right? That's still a significant amount of health.
Yep.
That's without enduring a beast if this King Crush dies, of course.
Of course, you also have to remember that even if your opponent does heal for a bunch, even if they do get a bunch of taunts off their Mount Sailor, you still have a freaking 8/8 dinosaur in play that they have to deal with as well. So
Time waits for no one.
I think
doing
that's
all
where
of
the
those
trade
things
just always has to happen, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, that was Power of the Wild and Bog.
Oh!
Trade without using the Mount Seller.
Oh!
So really needs to use this Crystal Power though.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, he knows that, right?
Yeah.
Like it's fairly transparent information.
It's purely with the rope burning. I think I would have locked in the Crystal Power like almost before I did anything else.
Sure.
Just to be like, just make sure this heal lands before I stupidly die.
Yeah.
Definitely something I would do. And now there is
So
no
Kalento actually made 6 beasts that turn, right? Which gives him actually pretty high odds of getting a taunt. He was above 50-50 to have found himself a taunt minion, or 85% to get taunt or rush, but taunt was the far more important one in that scenario.
Any beast pickup would have been lethal there. And the problem now is, as far as he's concerned, he might be facing lethal back right now.
Yep. There's a big problem.
And Kalento is running double Savage Roar. He has used one already. He's running 2, so the second one is an option.
Oh, the overflow! Is that also just lethal? Overflow grabs an Iron Bark.
It's weird to say. Is Overflow that card that heals everyone lethal?
Yeah. Kalento can just take some value trades here and then heal all of his stuff back up. Just go fishing for the Iron Bark. Still has 2 of them left in his deck. Even forgetting about just the straight up Savage Roar damage that he has here, which I think is why he's casting it first before taking any trades. There it is. There's the roar off the top.
Roar, yeah.
6, 9, 12, 15, 17, 20, plus a million.
Lethal.
Why am I counting? It's infinity damage.
It is 1 infinity of damage, please. As Kalento draws the Savage Roar, his second Savage Roar of the deck, and gets the job done there. Boston got so close, but just didn't quite get it. And maybe taking the foot off the pedal on that one turn that required just a lot of trades and the Zephyrus used to kill that Mount Seller was the turn that caused him to lose that game. And don't get me wrong, when I say this, I don't mean, aha, Boston messed up, he lost because of this. Well, yeah, we can see that now. But there is always the argument as Hunter of, well, if you just go faster, you give them less time to draw the cards that will beat you in the long game. So I think it's fair to say that if Druid has an overflow and it is castable without dying, Druid are going to do very powerful things afterwards, which means as Hunter, you're quite one-dimensional, so you're going to lose. But yeah, Boston looks so close, but Kalento ended up taking the first game. Pretty crazy there.
Yeah, so I still don't think you can go all face in that scenario because you didn't have a straight up Zephyrus lethal from 5 the next turn, right? If there was like a huge taunt in the way and you couldn't hit face with everything, because you only had 5 mana, so like Zephyrus Fireball wasn't an out. There was nothing like directly lethal with Zephyrus, if I'm remembering correctly.
Wait, I thought it was the 6 mana turn, right? You put them on 5 into 6 mana.
Was it? In that case, it's probably different, and maybe it was justifiable. But I will leave that for confirmation. But the more interesting thing to me was Zephyrus usage versus Faceless Corruptor usage. Because obviously we saw Boston kind of like swung it back okay with the Faceless Corruptor as a follow-up anyway. But of course, Zephyrus is just such a powerful and flexible card. I think Boston's fear is that he concedes a lot of board because he would be Faceless Corruptoring into the 5/8, and then the Porcupine can basically clear up the remainder of the other value trades that he takes on board. So he'd almost be passing with an empty board a lot of the time, and that's very scary. But I think regardless of what the correct line is, when we look back, that turn was probably just the crux of the game.
Yeah, it really was. Did make the biggest impact there, but that was only game 1 of this series between Kalento and Boston. Kalento taking it with this Spell Druid that we've not seen being too common, at least in the European region. There's plenty more games to come. We've got going to go to a small break while we set up game number 2, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more.
Meet Clark Cluckerberg. 998. 999. 1,000. Why did she leave me? We were so good together. I don't think that translates well in Mandarin. I want to be a real chicken. Why does everyone get to be a real chicken but me? No, you. Tell me the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Why so aggressive?
Okay, you guys are pretty good. I guess we can just turn this into a regular interview since everyone clearly here is not going to laugh. So I had this idea for a deck. In week 1 of Grandmasters,
We are back to continue our first match of the day between Colento and Boston. Boston just taking a loss there that looked so close, but Colento still in the win there with his spell Druid. And we have the rest of the series to continue for you guys now. And a bit of a strange one as well, because it is Demon Hunter bans across the board. So we'll see how that one plays out with Boston having access to his warrior. I do always, even if a player's 0-1 down, I still count this series as 1-on-1 because Boston just has to win with his warrior, as is the statistical proven case if warrior is allowed to be played. So we'll see how it pans out across the board. But we're still seeing, as you mentioned earlier, just a mixed bag of classes as well. Colento with the mage, Boston with the rogue, and then hunters across both. We're just seeing, I think at the moment, the meta is still very much open to interpretation here.
It's very up in the air as to what we would be seeing this week. You know, there was Ball Control was flirting with this Dragon Druid that he had that a few other players were then trying out, which, you know, didn't really seem to catch on in terms of submission. We were, you know, trying to work out how many priests we were going to see, whether we were going to see Quest Warlock be a big force. And the answer to a lot of those questions is sort of, you know, varying by region. But certainly there has been a lot of players who have reacted in a lot of different ways to how the metagame has shaken up after these most recent wave of nerfs and buffs, I guess, although none of those have actually had any sort of impact whatsoever. But yeah, I think two of the most unique ones are Colento's No Warrior lineup and Psycho, who we will just be seeing later on. And for now, I will just leave it as Psycho with no further explanation given, because he has done some crazy stuff with his lineup.
Just that word shall be enough at this point. We are going to get into this one here, and it is going to be the Highlander Hunters going at it. So looking forward to seeing how this one plays out, as both players are bringing similar-ish lists. But just take a look overall. Boston's Highlander Hunter, again, we saw with the injured Tolver in there, which isn't super common. Scale Rider, but overall just pretty much what you would expect. I will say there is no Nagran Slam in there, so there's none of that extreme late game, but there is a Maev and a Boom Pistol Bully, so maybe a little bit more even tech, honestly, than a lot of hunters you'll see, say, generally on ladder.
Boston given the gift of the turn 2 Zephyrus. I like it here, and I think I like Animal Companion just because of the way this curve works. He really wants a play on 3, and then he's getting his ramp from Mana Saber here anyway. Yep. Boston seems to agree.
Yeah, I like it too. Just what you really want to do in the mirror is just have more stuff than your opponent all of the time. And just having being able to go Animal Companion. Sometimes you get Misha, which is a real nightmare. Sometimes it's Huffer, which is just really nice to get that health difference. But most importantly, you just don't want to skip a turn, which is what you you really want. See the Animal Companion come out now. It's going to be the slightly sad news. It's just
literally always Leok, dude. I don't know what you mean. Turns out with Kalento's hand, the good one was actually Huffer there. The other two really have zero impact against the Diving Griffin. I guess weirdly, Leok was better than Misha there because it got to push 1 extra damage with the buff as well.
I guess so, yeah, if it's going to be Diving Griffin anyway, right?
Chalk it up in Hearthstone history. Leok was good on turn 3.
Tough turn now for Kalento. Not a lot of players, or at least some players, have been choosing to bring a deadly shot in Hunter across just a list. It's not, it's kind of fell off being standard in Hunter quite a while ago now. But there's no real good ways for to deal with this Manasaber.
The ooze comes down. Kalento says, well, my opponent has not shown any signs of developing Stormhammer in the early game. Oh, joke's on you, Kalento. He just drew it last turn.
These are where the big swings happen in the mirror, though, because you turn it into Rot Nest turns, mainly. So if Boston doesn't put forward enough pressure and it gets just Rot Nested back, it is very difficult to recover from in the mirror on that turn. So although Boston can trade and then say Dragonbane Hero Power will trade Rot Nest, absolutely huge here. So I actually don't mind him going for this play instead. Just making it just a little bit more difficult. Rot Nest is still a problem, but there's still a chance that, the Dragonbane Hero Power deals with Rot Nest as opposed to saying, oh, I have a weapon and a 2-2 to deal with a 6-5. I'm in trouble.
Yeah, there was an even potentially greedier play, which had, I think, the highest payoff, but got blown out the worst by Rot Nest Drake, which was to not attack with the Mana Saber that turn at all, and just go Stormhammer instead, and then use your ramp next turn to ramp into Tiamat instead, which is obviously a much bigger payoff. But yeah, I think also the Dragonbane turn was just awkward because of the sequencing of attacks, potentially, where to get Dragonbane and Hero Power down, you already have to have ramped. So that means you already have to have attacked a minion with the Mana Saber, which then makes the Dragonbane effect less likely to hit a minion. Whereas if you could Dragonbane first, you could then use the Mana Saber to clear up the one remaining minion on board, which would work out pretty well for you, but that just wasn't possible with the way the ordering worked that turn.
Yeah, and this is so grim because you can see, yes, Boston had a good draw. You can get a swing out with this weapon, but Boston is trading, so taking damage with this weapon and not feeling too much. He's ahead, but Kalento's just going to Rot Nest him, and then he's in trouble. And it's just back on Boston straight away to see if he can deal with this Dragonbane, or I guess the Tiamat Divine Shield, which makes this a bit easier.
Does. I was briefly looking at if there was another play available, just because this is such a powerful swing with the Tiamat coming back the other way, especially because, you've used your Rot Nest Drake, which is your best answer.
Right.
But just no other option available. Just had to be this line, I think.
I wonder.
And it does mean, though, that with the Tiamat, it's unlikely Boston gets to swing the weapon this turn, because it doesn't have as much of an impact, so it does create some a slowing down of the damage a touch. But now, as you can see, with Kalento using the Rot Nest, even just a turn later than on curve, it has quite big implications in the matchup than if you actually got to Rot Nest on curve.
Yep.
Oh, that's a good draw, though.
Is it?
Okay, well, it enables him to kill this Tiamat without getting toasted. He really wants to. I guess was my point. Good draw.
Dwarven Faceless Corruptor?
Yeah, I just mean he could kill the... Yeah, it hurts, but it kills it. Whereas beforehand, he didn't even have that as an option, right?
Sure.
He's going to go for this play, though. Probably... Ooh. options, honestly. Is just Dragonbane and rolling the dice that bad in any of the outcomes?
No. I think all three outcomes are pretty acceptable, for sure. But Unleash Animal Companion is also something with a lot of upside this turn.
Yeah.
If you get Leok off the Animal Companion, you can actually choose to give up your Stormhammer here to be able to push 6 to face, or 7 to face even, with the Tiamat.
And even this, what it means is you can clear off the board. He'll have a taunt in the way to defend the Tiamat once again. So.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this probably had was overall pretty much covering the bases. And there's the good thing about Dragonbane is if you're winning, there's always going to be a Dragonbane turn, right? Because in this matchup, if you're winning, you normally have to do more. Which means Dragonbane, you can narrow it down so much, it gets powerful almost any turn.
This is the 2-turn setup for Colento. It's why the previous turn was so important to him. You saw he scale rided the Tiamat just to set up damage, hoping that the Tiamat would thump into the Bone Wraith, and then he would have the Dwarven Sharpshooter to clear it off. But Boston's absolutely fine with that because, boom, enormous stats on the board immediately. He's thinking about just play an 8-8 and hold Ysera, or perhaps the other way round, just with a nod to Zephyrus.
Unleash Kill Command is lethal now, right?
Unleash Kill Command is lethal. Is it? It is.
Okay. It's just a little bit scary because of the Demon Hunter Dragon makes 1/1.
Yeah.
At 14, he needs 2 off.
4, 9, 12, 14, yep.
I think Boston would really wish that was just an 8-8 and not the 2 Wisps.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Which is, I think, why we saw him just pause a little bit. But honestly, because the other dragon was Ysera, well, if this Alex Strauss is dealt with, he's nowhere near lethal, right? Which is the issue. He needed the powerful dragons on board.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about the Unleash out, but I was thinking about, maybe Zephyrus clear, and then where does that leave you? But Boston's probably fine with that, because that probably leaves empty board, and he can just Dragonbane and get on with his life after that. But yeah, if you wanted to play around that, I think you still have to play the Nethrodamus, because the other 2 dragons don't represent lethal on their own. You'd have to play the 16 power into board just to even threaten lethal in the first place.
And funnily enough, with that many cards in hand, if you just played the Alex and Ysera and you were bothered about Zephyrus, well, they just death the Ysera.
Right.
Sorry, they death the Alex. And and then have mana to play whatever other card they've got, right?
Yeah.
Pretty crazy overall. There was a couple of punishes available, but Boston made the right call, put on the pressure and said, no, instead of me being worried, I'm going to make my opponent have to have it. This series is even You see how crazy it is, right? And mainly just the biggest difference ever between a Rot Nest on curve and a Rot Nest just 1 turn later, with the way that Hunter just has that weird floating gap where there's no great way to deal with a Rot Nest. But, as soon as Tiamat's on the board, obviously that's way, way easier. So very, very close game there, even though it might have looked a little bit one-sided towards the end.
Yeah, Boston saw his curve really nicely, I think. Picking the Animal Companion and not the Wild Growth off Zephyrus, first and foremost. But then also just the weird non-usage of Mana Saber, because essentially Mana Saber ramped to get him a hero power that game. That's all it did, because he went, I think, Stormhammer 1-drop hero power on the turn he played it. But every other greedy play to try and get more ramp out of it, as you were saying, just got punished so hard by Rotnest Drake and a couple of other cards as well, that he just recognized that he had to just take what he can get, and then the quality of the rest of his hand was able to get him over the line.
Yeah, and you see, even there, if he played into Rotnest, then there was no answer to the Rotnest, at least on that turn. He takes 6 with an unanswered minion. And that game was close enough that he'd probably just lose, honestly, at that point, as long as Colento's curve was what it was and just continued to be decent. So really, really close matchup there. Let's go in to game number 3, though. Colento on the top on the Hunter once again, and Boston on his Rogue. And quick breakdown of the Rogue is the secret package, and honestly, even with the Hanar nerf, even with the Stunner nerf, the decks pretty much stayed the same. Or at least Boston's version of it.
Yep, 2 Ambush, 2 Dirty Tricks, 1 Bamboozle. Pretty standard Galakron package with 1 Devoted Maniac. pretty standard rogue list.
Yep, and I think, honestly, with the nerfs, especially the rogue nerfs, they felt like some of the most just spot-on nerfs ever. Because the cards are still good. They're still very good. It's just they're not, oh my god, this is insane. The stunner plus 2 mana with Shadow Step interactions and so on is huge. And now, because it only gives the +1 mana, the thing it saps, is still very powerful, but not broken, arguably. Same with Hanar as well, as you mentioned at the start of the day. There is a difference between 5 health on 4 and 4, especially as a 2-drop. Much more manageable, but still a very powerful and value generating.
Quickly.
Clento holding back on the Zephyrus here, doesn't really see any value in early game Zephyrus because he has a potential 3-drop anyway. With the Stormhammer, he doesn't really need ramp with the hand that he has at the moment, so Zephyrus on 2 really not doing a great deal for him at the moment.
I think as well the extra effect of coin plus cards, minions on your side of the board, your opponent plays a class that's allowed to play Van Cleef, is a little bit of an extra reason to keep Zephyrus in hand at least, instead of swapping with a different 2-drop at least.
Yeah, very true. You play Zephyrus and take a Wild Growth, and then your opponent just goes back,
and you just
backstab coin Edwin Van Cleef.
Yep.
Yikes.
Yep. Bit of a tricky turn. Lento could equip the weapon. But trade with it, and there are reasons to do so, especially, Bamboozle, Taunt Lackeys, of course, and even, Goblin Lackey would be warranted enough reason to trade. The only frustration is, it does take up a charge, which means if Lento wants some value out of this Stormhammer now, he has to just wait until the Dragon's drawn, which might be a while, honestly.
Well, this is a very non-turn, isn't it? Bolson just going to go fishing for something to do. Backstab seems smart. I would take infinity backstabs in this matchup.
I wonder if is it ever overkill to just Goblin Lackey and praise Galakron Lackey this? Just to get the cards used? Get the aimable hero power off the board?
So many options.
I think I like this.
Interesting. Yeah, so I was looking at Dirty Tricks, but against the deck that you're playing against, that doesn't get activated very often. It's a very minion-heavy deck from Hunter. So yeah, I think playing your cards here is better than daggering up. So I guess if you're ruling out Dirty Tricks, this is about the only play you're left with. I did wonder maybe, obviously this is the more efficient way of doing it if you're just always going to play this turn, but whether you could praise Galakron first on the Spell Lackey that was on board, and then look for like Faceless Lackey, for example, or arguably Titanic Lackey as well, to create, just a better way of spending 1 additional mana that turn. But Dwarven Sharpshooter being killed is not exactly the worst thing in the world, so this seems fine.
Now the Desert Spear mainly, well, pretty much forcing Clento to use this Stormhammer up. And that must be a bit of a sigh of relief there for Boston, because when your opponents just use their Stormhammer to its fullest extent and you're on 29, you're feeling pretty good about life against Hunter, honestly. This is not what this weapon was built for, just being used twice and thrown away on minions. Pretty huge.
Dude, every time I see Devoted Maniac get played, I just laugh at how bad it is. Like, that card is tragic.
Hey, that killed a one drop.
It killed a 1-drop. I get it. Necessary evil. You need a certain amount of invokes. Sorry.
What does this card evoke?
It evokes a strong feeling of hatred in me, Raven.
That's a pretty good bamboozle target. Bamboozle target. I'm just obsessed. A stunner target.
Yeah, I think the hierarchy of what a good blackjack stunner target has changed a bit since the nerf, because, you know, Zixor in hand for 4 is still a very playable card as opposed to it being there for 5. But I don't really see strong alternative turns here for Boston.
It's one of those weird choices, right? And there's a difference. So it's stunner now that takes use of you using other cards in your hand, i.e. bamboozle or dirty trick. Or you save it for something better. The problem is, if something better never comes, and you could have just used it now to gain a bit of tempo, activate secrets, and sort of set up the following turn, then did you actually just make it worse for yourself by waiting for a better target going forward, right? It's one of the reasons why I quite like it now, because if Colento just plays another one next turn, that's just
Yeah, I think it's particularly okay because you're playing Bamboozle as your secret here to activate it, which of course makes the rush minion quite a lot worse. I did like going with the Spell Lackey first, just to try and find maybe an alternative play that turn. And I was actually kind of interested in the Plague Dagger, just because you end up blowing up the Desert Spear, which is, you know, so powerful with like Faceless Corruptor, for example, in the Hunter. But I think with your plan to Togwaggle pretty soon, that doesn't seem to make a great deal of sense, because you just give the Hunter free tempo to be able to just kill your 5/5 with the Poison Dagger that you give him.
Funnily enough, I'm very interested to see how this plays out. Because... Now, Colento has a choice. Does he kill the 4/1? Or does he kill 2 lackeys? And that's why I really like the setup from Boston. Because if one of these lackey lives, he gets to just Tog on curve, which is insanely powerful. But Colento would leave a 4/1 up that he could just kill for free this turn. So it just plays with your opponent's mind.
Here's the line, right?
This is a good play, whether Boston really had Tog or not.
Here's the line. You ready for the absolute nuts that turn? You do this, so you kill both of the lackeys, but instead of playing Imprison Felmore, you play Zephyrus and get Moonfire for the 4/1. Oh!
There we go. There we go. That turn got worse because of Dormant, didn't it?
It did!
Just staring at like, what?
Strong turn. Strong turn.
What do you even do? It is just Dirty Trick's Dagger Go, isn't it? I don't think
it's just a 5/5, isn't it?
But why? Because you have Galakron next turn. I don't know.
Your Galakron only draws 2 cards. Your opponent is going to...
0 mana cards.
But your opponent's going to play like a giant Highlander Hunter thing next turn, right? Like worst case scenario Bran, but various other mid-rangey things can come down. And then you play Galakron and you get like a middling outcome that doesn't even catch up the board. Then their 5/4 becomes alive. Like, you're so far behind.
Which one's Turncoat? You get a copy of it?
No, Turncoat is the Betrayal one.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Colento just having the Highlander 3 of a kind going on.
Just invited the whole squad over. Just come through. Let's go.
You'll find me wherever the action is.
Really? Is that actually a little bit scary?
Ambush?
Yeah. You just can't kill it, can you, if it's ambush?
I mean, what else were you going to do that turn, right? It was the only play, I think. Just say it wasn't ambush.
It was right, it's just still scary.
Yeah.
This is where Boston needs to believe. Or, more realistically.
Yeah. Yeah, that does seem quite a lot smarter. But now he takes 5. This is kind of just the exact story of what I was like breaking down. He's just like straight up under hero power pressure now. He does have Galakron for the refill. But the turn after he Galakrons, he's going to get Dragon Queen Alexstrasza.
Yeah, I will say it was literally worst case scenario because any other minion wouldn't have hit him for 8 that turn, right?
That's true.
You know what I mean? So this is literally worst case scenario for the turn he made.
Yeah.
I actually think Feywing and Hero Power is a very, very just good turn. I don't think he needs to get crazy with Zephyrus.
I'd play it.
Ooh, okay.
I'd play it end of turn. Yeah, I like this. Just max
Wait, what's it
pressure.
gonna give him for 9?
Just get lethal. You get your Sarah. Yeah. Actually like the sprint though.
Quickly.
Maybe
I don't
Harrison
think
Jones is just straight up better than sprint.
I don't think I like this Zephyrus.
It's just a Bloodfen Raptor. It's fine.
How many Bloodfen Raptors do you run in your deck? Answer me that question and tell me it's fine.
I mean, if my opponent started the game at 10 health, I would play a lot of Bloodfen Raptors in my deck, Raven.
Okay. The taunt's there.
Does your skin
Even the ambush is going to be pretty nice. One of the problems as well with this sprint, I'm not saying Clento's going to play sprint next turn, but there aren't tons of impactful outcomes of sprint on the turn you play it in Hunter right now, because he's played them all. He's played the weapons, and which is arguably the most impactful, maybe Zixor as well.
Darkness wanes.
Yeah, that's why I kind of changed my mind halfway through and said maybe Harrison Jones was just straight up better, because it still like draws a card most of the time. I guess since if he's going Galakron's, but Kalenta doesn't know the Galakron's there. I don't know, it's close. My point being, Harrison Jones can actually develop pressure at the same time it draws you cards, which is what you're really into right now, as being this far ahead as Hunter. Okay.
Rhanis is pretty solid here.
It is.
The only weird problem he's got is if it's Bamboozle.
Life and hope
And that, like, weirdly messes with your Varanus plan, right?
You fell right into my trap.
Well, those are good cards.
So he becomes Rogue Galakron, and he plays a Secret and a Shielded Galakron.
And the Lackey.
And the Lackey, sure. Yep, seems good.
You think this is your time? It is mine.
Oh, there's a Shadow Step that turn as well, okay.
That went it's one that's there for us. Or is it just lethal?
Oh, that's so illegal.
Just put him to 10 and then lock a Pyroblast in next.
Yep.
It's actually going to happen as well.
Yep. Oh, no fun. No fun at all.
What is he supposed to do? Concede, I guess. There is nothing here. That was insane. That is unfair. That was 9 mana. To do that.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got Zephyrus again for 0.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Murazon's a good card when you play it for 8. It's pretty broken when you get to play it for 0.
What if?
Austin just staring, but I don't think staring's going to help too much with this hand. We go for the draw.
You fell right into.
Agreed.
Get the one.
Kronks doesn't get there, so it has to be this play, I think.
Blackjack Stunner, I think he still has 1 left, right?
Yeah, he needs like Stunner and Flick. Something like that. Yeah,
that wasn't
yeah,
it.
we're close.
And Clento takes a victory over Boston's Rogue, therefore continuing to prove that Rogue sucks.
Sorry, once again, but Rogue actually won that game. Again, going by the rules of the game client.
No! Going by the rules you made up!
No! Okay, this may have been patched, but it used to be the case that if you transformed into another like hero portrait and won the game, that would actually count as like experience for that class. Like you'd get rogue experience for winning the game as Rogue Galakron.
You know which statistics
Just
I
saying.
go by,
Just
Sol?
saying.
Lorinda's, and I bet Lorinda's going to chalk that one up for a win with the Hunter, so we'll see. But most importantly, Calento leads the series 2-1 now, taking a win with that Hunter, and Boston is just in a rough spot. He needs to win this match, or he is looking in trouble, and I think, again, I can't even really put myself in the true mindset of these players who are struggling here in Division B, because it is scary, right? They've worked hard to be in Grandmasters, they're in it this year, and very, very soon, just a few weeks away, could just be out of it and back in the pool again to try and re-qualify later in the year. So it's a tough job for anyone trying to qualify for Grandmasters right now. So the people who are already Grandmasters really don't want to go anywhere, at least for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, particularly for Boston, who kind of, in terms of Hearthstone, he's all in on competitive play, right? Like, he is a Grandmaster. That's what he does.
Yep.
He's not really a content creator or a big streamer. You know, there's little pieces of that here and there on the side, but, you know, for the primary purpose, he is just a Grandmaster's competitor, is what he does. So if he suddenly loses that, he really doesn't have too much to fall back on.
Well, let's go into it then. Calento gonna have his mage left over to take a win with. Boston locking in this rogue once again, and just a note in case you joined us a little bit late today, Calento is bringing a bit of a strange lineup. He is going for the no warrior but demon hunter, mage, druid, hunter lineup, and so far seems to be doing well, just leading a little bit over Boston, and only has this mage to go with. And the Highlander mage is about as standard as it could possibly be. If you played against Highlander mage on ladder, you probably played against.
Boston just keeping Step and Edwin.
Job done.
Evil Miscreant will need a combo activator, but if he can get one, that will get him rolling with the big Edwin pretty early if he can get a good lackey to get repeated Shadow Step value out of. Sorry, Calento is just the biggest Zephyrus gamer I've ever seen in my life. Like, this guy just flies into the hand on turn 2.
Secrets, no crazy surprise that the secrets are the Ice Barrier and Flame Ward for Calento. So although he has the Ice Barrier in hand, the Ancient Mysteries will draw him the...
Your wish is my suggestion.
Easy wild growth. Procs the ambush as well.
I think I upset a mage today, so I'll tell you a quick story. I was playing
Okay.
Priest, yeah? They Zephyrus into a wild growth. So I did too because I stole the Zephyrus with Lazul. Just completely mimic.
Nice.
Yep. We're like,
Top
"Aha, I'm
priesting, Raven.
Yeah, I mean,
Well
that from what I'm told, that's exactly your aim as a priest. Just wind your opponent up until they concede.
Correct. So, fun fact, this ambush token, the Broken Ambusher, is a 2-cost minion, despite there being this exact same minion in the game that costs 3. I guess it's a beast. It's not the exact same thing. So, there is a Shadow Step play available here for Boston if he really wants to go for it.
Is Zephyrus being played? With this being exactly Zephyrus on board? I actually like it. Next turn, worst case, he has Stunner and Evil Miscreant to proc it.
Oh, up to no good? Me too.
Ooh. He's going to set up the Miscreant this turn to Shadow Step it next turn and then play Van Cleef with it.
That does seem a little bit more responsible. Because the problem is, even if you do the Shadow Step play on the Ambusher, like, you're making a 6/6 Edwin into a 3/2 that you're just leaving up on board, right? Like, it's not even that impressive.
I should be careful when talking about Edwin Van Cleef with you after our practice yesterday, shouldn't I?
Didn't I win that game? Wasn't that the one game I... Oh, no, that was the game where I would have won, but you top-decked exactly second Eviscerate with no cards in your hand to end the game. I remember, yeah. You got it.
Most importantly, it was Pharaoh Cat, Shadow Step, Pharaoh Cat to Cleef, and then I had 3 playable.
Yeah, no. You shadow step twice into a Van Cleef on turn 3, and then you just had both Shield of Galacrons to curve out after that as well. It was absurd.
You good? What can I say? Most importantly, though, the Van Cleef as an 8/8 now, uncontested, looks a little bit more scary. Kalento, ancient mysteries to get the Flame Ward. Still not really too crazy. I have to try and take down this Van Cleef over time as opposed to having a spot removal for it.
Okay. Step again is pretty sick here, but yeah, Faceless Corruptor is looking pretty shiny.
Could also, what do you think about, could actually poke it with the 1/4 and then Faceless Corruptor?
Yeah.
And then double trade. It looks a little bit weird, but you actually save health on board by doing that.
Yeah, well, so I think you if you want to do this play, you poke with the 1/4, you Faceless Corruptor, but then you only hit one Faceless Corruptor in, and you use the Pharaoh Cat to kill it. Because then when you push 8 against Flame Ward, your other Faceless Corruptor that didn't trade is still alive after the Flame Ward.
Yeah, I like that.
But the fear of Flame Ward might just put Boston off the Faceless Corruptor play here anyway, because it is kind of awkward even if you do it that way.
Too soon.
Wow.
Yeah, he's going to proc the Flame Ward here, but I don't want to say he missed 8 damage, because that kind of sounds like, he just didn't swing the Van Cleef, which is obviously untrue, but it feels like it, doesn't it? When you don't go face for 8 when you can, it hurts a little bit.
Yeah. It was just a really awkward Flame Ward interaction, though, is the problem. Rusty Raider, though, putting in work. Taking care of that Edwin, and really, no real harm done by the 8/8 Edwin Van Cleef.
I will act as your scape.
Well, Boston still has pressure, which is important.
Yep.
Shield of Galacron, really nice to just keep up the minion threats, keep up the damage potential, and also just that Faceless Corruptor ever present, even if it ends up being 5 mana, make 2 4/4s. You know, without it, trading into anything crazy, doing anything too nuts. I think if it's just extra minions.
Oh, up to no good? Me too. Another soul to consume.
We've been looking a little bit slow here for Kalento, but he does have this Bone Wraith and Ice Barrier to buy some time, so although quite a slow turn, all Kalento really needs to do is just edge slowly but surely towards the late game, and then he can start having these power plays, Tortolan, the Yogg Box, Dragon Queen, Alexstrasza. This is when Mage really hits home.
And it's only this turn that he needs to get through. He has his choice next turn of just looking for a high impact, like 8 cost spell off the Tortolan, or just going straight to coin Dragon Queen if he really wants to.
How about a new life? How about a new life?
But Faceless Corruptor now coming through means that Kalento is going to be under slightly more pressure than he would have hoped here. Means it might just be a Tortolan for a more defensive spell option instead. Based on the draw, of course.
What trade do you like here? I think I like the Miscreant. I like keeping the Reborn on the Grandmummy, even though it would get an extra buff if you traded it in now, of course. But the Miscreant's the least valuable. I don't think trading in with the Faceless is that good because of some removal that can kill a lot easier. So yeah, I like this over.
Yeah, I agree. Blizzard, and particularly because you're going into 8, the Tortolan into Blizzard. Although I should check if Kalento is playing Blizzard, because that is not a given at the moment. He is not. Okay, that changes things then. In that case, I'm kind of into the Grandmummy trade.
I wonder.
Wow, Kalento does just disrespect and go straight through to Dragon Queen.
Well, that Dragon Queen's already dead if Boston wants it to be.
This time.
Oh, Chrono Baker is huge, and Kalento can full play the dragon still because he still has Twilight Drake remaining in his hand. That Chrono Breaker, is this actually just the nuts? Was there a better dragon than this Chrono Breaker?
I don't know, but there's 20 damage here for Boston.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's kind of not 20 damage actually, apologies. There's 20, there's 19. What Boston wouldn't do for Secret right now.
Boston gonna go fishing. This is draw 2 now.
What's he looking for here?
That? Because it's just lethal?
Oh, yep, there we go.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Wow, just like that. I was looking to see if there's any answers to the dragons or any stall techniques, but no, not needed if you just kill your opponent instead. Looks like we're going to a game number 5 here between these players. Looked pretty good for Kalento there. Boston making the big plays, taking the risks, and then paying off with that grant being pretty huge there, even over this series. And that means, Subtle, I believe Boston has Warrior left to play. So do we just skip the next game? Is my question. You know, is it already over? No, because we're not allowed to do that. But
Warrior has passed the point where it's like an 80% win rate deck in Grandmasters. It's now marching towards being 90% win rate. I don't know how much of an effect APAC had on that, because there were, I believe, at least one Warrior versus Priest matchup that the Warrior did lose for, actually, weirdly, the first time in Grandmasters. I think Warrior has been 100% in that matchup, even though it's supposed to be the hard counter. So yeah, this has very much been the story so far. And I think, even though last week, I think, you know, in all 3 regions, we were a little bit guilty of sort of surface analysis on the leave Warrior up, it wins 1 game, gets out of the series. Well, you were wrong then. You should have banned Warrior. Although it's not quite that simple, it's just the reality that Warrior has seemed to win nearly every game it's played so far in Hearthstone Grandmasters.
And that's the difference, right? We talked about a little bit about it before we went live, just between ourselves, of like, there is an acceptance level of, well, you don't need to block a class from winning. You just need to win with all of your classes, right? So if Warrior takes a win, then you beat the other 2. Well, who cares to a certain extent? But also, if you're going into every match that you don't ban Warrior at a 0-1 disadvantage, that's still not great, right? You know, that's still not something you're aiming for, is it? So we'll see how it plays out overall.
Yeah. So, I mean, if that was actually the case, if Warrior was a 100% win rate deck, then obviously you ban it, right? Just looking at it in extremes. But the idea is that sometimes you might have a deck in the series that's hard to win with, in terms, like, and that's the big deal in Conquest, if you have one deck that's like 45% against all 3 of your opponent's decks. So if you can leave up Warrior and your one deck is like 50-50 against Warrior instead of 45%, there's then an argument that you can then get out of the series more often because your worst deck is better positioned against Warrior than, for example, Demon Hunter. So that's where some of these, like, non-Warrior bans have been coming from in the past, but this is a very, very different scenario where Kalento just has a completely off-the-wall lineup with no Warrior himself, and he's just leaving Warrior up even without the Priest, which is kind of what we've seen as the real trigger point for that Warrior leave up in the past, is that players have brought Priest to try and do it.
I do wonder how it goes in this matchup, honestly, because Kalento is running a few extra minions you might not see as super consistent. So there's not only the Bone Wraith, but the Overconfident Orc as well. There's still the Imprisoned Observer, of course, which can mess around with Warrior a little bit. But there's Rusted Raider, and there's a Kartuk Defender also. So there's a lot of minion / taunt / heal in the deck. So maybe that helps him out a little bit. But honestly, for me, a lot of this is just on whether Warrior can push enough early damage to then threaten a little bit later on.
This was fantastic sequencing by Boston, at least in this particular pan-out. The thought was there to just potentially go Warmaul Challenger on curve and then make the big play with the Inner Rage Bloodsworn Mercenary as the follow-up. But he recognizes what Doomsayer would do to that game plan, so he actually delays his plan by 1 turn and is able to completely deal with the Doomsayer for free and just continue tempoing on with Inner Rage number 1. This was very nicely done by Boston.
You can see, I've played games out that look very similar to this, and you can already see it, right? It doesn't take a genius. Now that the Bomb Wrangler's stuck with an Inner Rage, there is a Bloodsworn Mercenary now as well. So then Bloodsworn Mercenary can come down the bomb rank where the one that's already on can make a bomb, and then so on, so on, so on. And it just becomes an endless wave of damage and bombs going off everywhere. Boston doesn't have to strictly do that because he has some other decent plays, especially with the program being drawn. But for me, at base level, I've never been upset if I make a lot of bomb wranglers against Mage.
I mean, he has another Inner Rage, so he can actually just make giant Warmaul challenges here as well. You're right in saying he has a bunch of great plays, because just about every card in his hand actually addresses this board state in front of him pretty nicely right now.
And the good news for Boston, there's a whole turn away before he even has to consider Reno coming down. Which means he can, at least for now, with how strong his hand is, he has a lot of room to set up for Reno if he wants to. And then with the second Warmaul challenger, right, an extra 10, board if he really wants it, then it's only going to look better.
I mean, yeah, he's just already there, right? Like, he has he has a Bomb Wrangler and a 1/8 on the board. Like, that is about as anti-Reno as you get.
What is this turn going to be from Glento? Playable?
Hard pass. Your turn, buddy.
I am interested to see where Boston puts this Bloodsworn Mercenary, if anywhere, this turn.
I think this is like hard read Reno territory now, right? Like,
but they're both good versus Reno, right?
I mean, the infinite bombs on board after the Reno is probably better than just getting the additional protection from the Bloodsworn.
I completely agree. I would like it to go in the Bomb Wrangler, because if the Bloodsworn was already buffed and you're making like really big Bloodsworns, then maybe. But yeah, I'm a fan of going wide with Bomb.
And there's no Blizzard in the deck, as we established last game, which was, I guess, kind of the punish of doing it that way.
Could he just Bomb Wrangler and just play Egg as well, and just be like, yeah, Reno me.
Yeah, maybe.
Watch my board get bigger after you Reno.
It's weird, like, I'm only suggesting this because I think Boston might be in hard read Reno territory. Like, this card on the far left has been there since the start of the game, and it hasn't been played yet. My instinct in the matchup, and I know we almost had this argument but didn't quite, like, I would, in a vacuum, do this before I would do a Bomb Wrangler play. But in this situation against specifically Reno, I was just curious whether it was better to do it on the Bomb Wrangler.
Forces Glento off Reno, which is not a surprise. Reno would probably do more harm than good, honestly, if it was played.
Oh, why not both?
A second Bloodsworn. And I was going to say, we've not even really talked about it, but there isn't a lot Mage can do to stop you just swinging weapon to face. So the Corsair Cash still not been played yet, but that's just going to unlock a ton of damage for Boston as well.
Yeah, it's true. It's very rare that you've had Corsair Cash in hand this long and your hand quality is just so high that it just wasn't a good play on any turn.
I do like this though, because it does start generating some resources one way or another for Boston. Luckily for him now as well, the Lackey is playable this turn. He got the live wire lance.
Mm-hmm. How do these trades work though?
You just ever traded in first with the weapon, saw what the Lackey was. I think you can always throw the Bloodsworn Mercenary away now into a minion, because it's 2/2.
Bloodsworn Mercenary got buffed. It's just better to evolve into a 4-drop now.
Giving it worse stats just makes it a better evolve target.
I mean, obviously that's just, me being dumb, but it's kind of tricky because Evolve Lackey is like so far the worst one in this deck. Actually having like a decent Evolve Lackey target isn't the worst thing in the world when you really look into it. Because Evolve Lackey is often the one, like, you can't have a risky skipper turn because you rolled Evolve Lackey, right? Like, it just doesn't work because you got this particular Lackey out of all the ones. And even outside of that, all of your minions are just like, they're either like death rattle effects, or they're minions with special effects like Bomb Wrangler, or you've just made it huge, like with the Warmaul challenges here. So like Evolve Lackey just kind of stinks in this match.
It's
in
very
this deck.
often a Blood Boil Brute that you've charged into something pretty big already, so it's on low health. So you're like, okay, well this is only going to get better. Or realistically, it's just another Lackey that's already on the board, right? That you play a Lackey and then just evolve it because you're like, well, this 2-drop will probably have more than 1 health. Right. And that's like the only reason you do it. So yeah, I do agree that there is actually way more of a valid target now.
Divine Shield Taunt? Yeah, okay.
It looks a little bit pitiful against this board. Oh.
Can get that down to 4.
Yep. Just double 1.
Just double 1 in, and then the 5 damage from the Brute is perfect into the Seamat as long as the bomb goes face.
I will say I don't think it's actually worth copying, though. It would open up Bloodsworn Mercenary, but I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, I think I agree.
I like the Blood Boil Brute just to trade it off nicely with, but you just take the armor and be okay. Or the Lackey.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about with the nerf at the start of the day, right? Like this loss of 1 attack from the Blood Boil Brute, like it cost Boston a 1-1 there. Like, great, you know, big deal.
This is an armor up.
Agreed. Don't think you want to play Faceless Lackey and get board locked.
Your flaws.
Ooh, okay.
Job done.
You feel he's not representing enough pressure against Deep Freeze or Power of Creation or something like that? Because I don't think that's the case.
Right.
You're in my hands.
I guess Ray of Frost isn't good enough now.
I honestly don't even want to watch Raven. This is potentially a man's mentality for the rest of this GM season on the line to a puzzle box of Yogg-Saron. Like, this just does not seem right.
I'm just making noises.
Kalento's looking very disappointed, and there's a good chance he's ahead of us.
Oh, that explosive shot could have been huge, taking out the Blood Boil Brute.
Secret is Netherwind Portal.
And there's no secret.
Yep, even against Flame Ward. Even against Flame Ward, he had guaranteed lethal there just by attacking with the 10 damage first. So Boston, whoa, gets himself over the line. Yep, that's about all you can do in that scenario, Boston.
And he knows he needed that, right? This is not a surprise. This is not news to anyone. Boston needed to win. He needed to put some more points on the board. And also that matchup was very close because, yes, Boston put himself in a great spot and was winning, but you're against Mage. The box could have been different. It could have completely flipped the game. It could have healed. It could have stalled out Boston's board. It could have done all sorts. So that would have been heartbreaking to watch. And this is nowhere bias or whatever at Kalento, but I'm kind of glad just for his sake that he didn't just get destroyed by a box that game, because I think that would have pushed me over the edge, never mind Boston. So yeah, Boston does take the win over Kalento there in a much needed victory. But honestly, I will say it's for Kalento, but for a bit of a weird lineup, it looked pretty convincing overall.
Well, I mean, it did to an extent. Like, the series started off very well, but then the Warrior came out to play, right? And like the Warrior seemed like it was in pretty strong control of that entire series at that point. So, going back and forth and trading wins with your opponent, as you were saying, and then Warriors up at the end, like, does that really feel like your lineup's in a good position? I don't know.
Yeah, I think okay, I'll rephrase slightly. I think the lineup looked pretty good. I just don't think leaving up Warrior looked that good, I guess was more of my point, in that Kalento was the one who's taken a little bit of risks this week.
So before we move on, I do also want to give a last shout out to the things that I guess Boston could control at the end, because I was talking about does he not feel like he's representing enough pressure against this or that, and potentially overcommitting into a Frost Nova. I actually think on reflection, what he did was pretty smart, because again, this is a no Blizzard deck that he's playing against. So on turn 8, Frost Nova into Blizzard into Reno for the full clear was not a possibility. Right, so the full lock on the board isn't that important. But what he does do by just maxing out the board is he does everything he can to not get puzzle boxed. Right, like by making a board that big, you're forcing your opponent to hit Twisting Nether, Plague of Death, one of those mass clears that deals with the board. Little spells that pick you apart piece by piece, as we saw with Explosive Shot and Betrayal and all that. Like, it wasn't going to be enough to deal with how big of a board he made. So I think potentially what Boston did was exactly with puzzle box in mind. And when a card is that random, doing everything you can to play around it, you've got to commend it. And I think Boston did it pretty well there.
Yeah, I agree. Let's take a look at the schedule here and see what we've got happening for the rest of the day. So that was just match 1, but we only have 4 matches on a Friday. We like to take it easy on a Friday.
Imagine taking it easy in Europe, Raven. Come on.
No, for us. We have different
okay.
standards, right? Obviously.
Okay.
We have Zim versus RDU coming up next for our match number 2, and then later on we have Silvername versus Bunny Hopper, and Ball Control versus Alkane. So Zim versus RDU is going to be an interesting one, because again, both players bringing slightly different lineups. You see Hunter and Warlock, Zim, whereas RDU going for Rogue and Priest. So whether you like the meta or not, whether you like the nerfs or buffs or whatever or not, you've got to admit, we're seeing a lot of classes week in, week out of Grandmasters. There we go, I'll try and say a sentence. So even if it's you don't like particular decks or anything right now, the variety is definitely there in the game at this moment in time.
Yeah, so this series is going to see potentially our debut, or now that the bans are in, it is definitely going to see our debut of Quest Warlock and of Galakron Priest for the week. Quest Warlock is an extremely interesting deck, super fun deck that I'm happy to see in the metagame, because I do think it is pretty sweet, and I do think it is a very skill-intensive deck as well. In the games where the deck doesn't just hand a free win to you, which does happen sometimes, I think it would be slightly disingenuous to not call that out. But also, Zim as a player has seemed to like these kind of draw-heavy, combo-heavy decks, because he was relying on the OTK Demon Hunter for a couple of weeks longer than anyone else really that we saw in GM. So now I guess there's no great surprise to see Quest Warlock coming into that instead. Now he is kind of forced into that tempo Demon Hunter life. But this matchup now for Zim, we kind of set it up at the start of the day, but he just got to sit back and watch Boston win, which means Boston started, one spot above him. Boston has now, stretched out that gap to the point where Zim, still winless at the bottom of the division, has just had additional pressure lumped on him for this matchup against RDU.
Right, and against RDU, it's going to be with this Galakron Priest, Demon Hunter, and Secret Rogue. So really, RDU bringing maybe the trend-tested Rogue list. Nothing too crazy sticking out. Demon Hunter again, more of the same. Although, there we go. Yeah, going to be seeing the Vulpera Scoundrel maybe kick around a little bit, and there's been a lot of discussion about that card in Demon Hunter over the past few days. But I think most importantly, as you pointed out, the Galakron Priest, we're going to see what it's made of. And I will say, Sotel, maybe outside of the Warlock, maybe we put that deck to the side just for a second, but the Galakron Priest might not only be a very strong deck, but a deck that trips up the most players. Because if you have not played a lot of Priest recently, you might not know how some of these weird interactions work, and that can lose you games. So,
yes.
So I think this is the
Shouts to Crane, right?
Yeah. the best part of that was when I watched it, I was like, I knew that interaction, and Crane didn't. Yeah. But I will say there are a lot of interactions in Priest that you need to know, and you will lose if you mess them up, or at least you'll greatly increase your chances of losing. So this isn't a deck you can go, oh, Priest is strong now, I'll just chuck it in my lineup and see how I go. Some crazy stuff happens every single game, so you need to be locked and ready for it. So it's going to be a test, I think, for all the players across all regions this weekend, and we're going to see who are true Priest players and who are just posers, I think, for this one.
Wow, Raven putting these players on blast already. He's going to be calling out the priest posers left, right, and center. Can't wait to see it. I am still super interested in the Quest Warlock overall, though.
Right.
Not in the least because I think it's a pretty smart bring, because I think it has one of the better matchups against priest specifically. Like I imagine you win a enormous majority of the games where you draw plot twist in a timely manner, and a good chunk of the games where you don't as well against priest, which when you add all that up has got to be a pretty absurd win rate overall against priest. So I think that is particularly well positioned. I know when some people were trying to theory craft, like, what does a target priest lineup look like this week, right? Like, if that's my read that there's going to be a bunch of priest, what's my target priest lineup? And Highlander Hunter and Quest Warlock were really the first two decks that came to mind in that regard. So I do like it as a bring here, because not only is it potentially good against priest, it's also good against aggro if people go the other way, just because of the sheer amount of raw healing that you have in the deck.
Yeah, and it feels that weird point at the moment in the meta for, although it's maybe not the most consistent burst combo, and I'm not saying you have to reduce Malygos down to 0 or anything like that, but you can just put out a lot of damage from hand, even if it's just Nether Breaths and Soul Fires, for example. That's just a lot of damage for not a lot of mana, and there aren't other decks at the moment that do that without minions, so there's nothing for Priest to interact with, right, is the problem. They can't, like, steal your minion. You don't really play any good minions in this Warlock deck, believe it or not. So there's nothing to steal, there's nothing to really go crazy with, and then you'll just die at some point. And I think that's why this deck, specifically this Warlock deck, might be doing well versus Priest, because there's no other decks like it right now. There is no burst from hand decks that exist that don't need some heavy form of setup or board focus. So we'll see how it plays out, as I believe the players are getting ready to go in. But also I'm excited. We've not really talked about it, but Demon Hunter just adopting Vulpera Scoundrel seemingly at random. And when I first saw that, I was like, okay, what joker's just decided to go, no, I'll just put this in now and just see what happens. I feel like it's one of those moments where, like, Hunter Ace said it was good, and that's all that's needed for the community to jump on an idea. But from what I've been told by Demon Hunter players that play a lot more than me, the Vulpera Scoundrel is actually performing when they've been playing.
Yeah, so they say. I'm still yet to see it, but I actually did look at the numbers, so, like, my bias aside, I could actually get a decent look at it. And yeah, most of the time it should give you a, like, strong option, right? Like Chaos Strike and above, if you want to split it down like that. You should be looking at a spell of that quality at a minimum, which is pretty strong. But I was playing some practice games last night with TJ and Abar. Just because I was around, so I just kind of jumped in with the Americas testing session that was going down. And Abar was playing some Demon Hunter, and I think he played 4 Vulpera Scoundrels, and Mystery Choice was the best option every single time. In his Demon, and I think it was Mana Burn of the Mystery Choice, like 2 out of the 4 times as well. Like, it was not impressing us, but obviously we don't have the sheer number of games under our belt that a lot of these players do with Vulpera Scoundrel, which is kind of like why I went away and just looked at it objectively, and it should be okay in terms of just what spell you discover, but is that worth playing a 2/3 is the other question that you have to ask yourself.
That's my issue, right, as we get into game number 1. Sorry about the slight delay there. Game number 1, Demon Hunter versus Rogue. But yeah, for me, I just can't mentally get past the point of, regardless of what Vulpera Scoundrel offers you, in Demon Hunter, one of the most tempo/aggressive decks in the game plays a 2/3 mana. Like, that's what I can't get past. It's like, why do you want to play this when everything else you're playing is so aggressive? The benefit, of course, is any discover effects in Demon Hunter at the moment, especially spells, for example, are going to be much more narrowed down because it's got a smaller pool of cards available.
Right.
So it's going to be more consistent. Whether that's consistently good or consistently bad, we'll have to wait and find out. So far, Stimsoft Tweet, he could start with his open hand. RDU is going to be able to fight back here, though. Crazy Galakrond, trade off the 2/2, and also just having that shot available is bad versus Demon Hunter, mainly because it's just a sticky minion that I think trades very well versus the Demon Hunter minion, just being that 2 attack.
Yep, for sure. Very, very irritating against Demon Hunter. Anything that just cannot be dealt with just one straight up strike from Demon Hunter's hero power, no matter how many twin slices they want to stack on top of it, is a pretty useful option.
Weird set of choices here, honestly. Evasive Fey-Wing does not look as good as it looks in a lot of matchups because Demon Hunter just often has the damage available to deal with it.
Yeah.
And the untargetable isn't really an issue because they're never really trying to aim spells. It's normally just a weapon or minions. I think RDU just going for it as something just a little bit earlier to just play. Just need stuff to just drop out.
Yeah, and I'm very much in agreement with it. His curve is looking kind of ugly right now. So he just wants playable cards in the early game.
This looks nice though. Just gonna buy him some time. And also Zim always has to consider if this is Bamboozle or not, and if it is, then attacking to the stunner might actually be a problem.
Yeah. Makes the curve a little bit awkward, but I don't think there was a big way that RDU could have done it differently. For example, if this was Bamboozle, he could have just used the secret on this turn and then potentially use Blackjack Stunner on the next turn to combo his Miscreant. Because he knows his secret won't get procced if it's Bamboozle when he doesn't play any minions. But since it's Dirty Tricks here, like Demon Hunter plays a million spells, there's a good chance that you just don't have this secret anymore if you don't get immediate use out of it. So I like it.
And also there is follow-up, right? The Shotbot Eviscerate if needed, Shotbot Dagger, there's just Evasive Fey-Wing. So, and obviously he's reasonably likely, as you mentioned, to proc the secret, so he'll have even more options. So I think it's a, even at its worst outcome, still pretty good. See him just suck it up and take the trade, see what happens. He gets the loot.
Job's done.
Yeah, Evasive Fey-Wing seems good here.
Is this just a coin glaive bound go?
Actually, maybe it was just Shotbot Dagger. Because the Hanar was drawn. I was thinking that he needed the 2-cost cards to combo his Miscreant on the next turn, so his curve had to look like this. But he could just choose to tempo a Hanar as a 1/4 to activate his Miscreant on the following turn if he just went Shotbot Dagger that turn. It's kind of interesting.
I'd be surprised if there's not Glavebound going on here. You can do this to test the secret, so he'll know now there's no ambush. But even if there was an ambush, he would fall short of killing it, I guess. So that's the reason for the Twin Slice first, and then he can adapt there. So now that he's got the news, I think it's a very, very, very good Glavebound as opposed to a potential risky Glavebound.
Exactly. Us stupid casters in our caster vision, Raven, already knew what that secret was, but Zim had to do the due diligence in figuring out what was going on. So it was good sequencing from him to create the swing turn with the Glavebound.
So many options.
So now this looks like the Shotbot of this turn.
They're very slow. Let's get that Praise Galakrond as well. Just whipped in there. At least that's something. Gives him a Lackey as well, which can pop the Mischief easier next turn.
Yep. Nice. Kobold is almost certainly the best one in this matchup. Good stuff for RDU.
He's now just freezing her as well. Zim if he really wants. It means he does have Metamorphosis hero power next turn if he wants it to. I think I like just not playing with this this Shotbot.
All I see is weakness.
Zim disagrees, he's going to go for that Overseer, start generating a bit of a wider board, but he does have to use his 2 1/1s to clean this up.
We're with you.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this line, I think. The freeze was kind of appealing, but you're walking into Seal Fate at that point, right? And you just don't really have that much of a board left over behind if your opponent just has Seal of Fate to pick you apart. Even like Seal Fate Dagger is taking apart most of your board state at that point.
Yeah, I suppose. I guess I was very focused on backstabs potentials, just getting more value here, whereas if at least you have the 4/3, it requires a dagger. But yeah, Seal Fate's definitely something to consider.
Whoa, he top deck Skull this turn, so lucky, etc, etc, etc. Sorry, someone in chat will take that seriously, won't they? I'm well aware that he chose to take that card.
He's casted.
I know, yeah.
No anything.
Sorry.
Now, if Vulpera Scoundrel costs 0, then I can be persuaded to put it in my deck.
You fell right into
I did
my
see the option there. Twin Slice, fantastic card. Yep. So being able to generate that looks pretty good, but you've just got to always ask yourself, it's something I'm going to be asking myself a lot the more we cast this Vulpera, is the 2-3 and XL worth it, you know, over just a better minion?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Twin Slice definitely went into my good spells column when I was breaking down the numbers on what you get from Vulpera Scoundrel, so one of the best cards in the Demon Hunter set, no doubt.
Oh, up to no good? Me too.
Let's go ahead. Make my day.
Adu just looking like he wants to just go as wide as possible. And honestly, if you're struggling with how to deal with Demon Hunter, a very, very basic level of advice is just try and just have more stuff than they do. Even if it's not necessarily bigger things. But like this turn, right? This turn doesn't look like a good turn. Against Demon Hunter, outside of an Altruist, just having a lot of minions on board, even if they're a bit rubbish, means that you just have options to go forward into trading through them. Warclaves of Azanoth, on the other hand, can stop to a plan like this.
I was gonna say, I get what you're saying, but there are a lot of ways that Zim can punish multiple small minions, or that unknown Demon Hunter X can punish lots of small wide minions.
Specifically Zim.
Yeah.
If you're against Zim on ladder, here's my suggestion: just play because you're probably pretty high legend. You're probably pretty good at the game.
Yeah, obviously Altruist is the one of, and like a lot of the times you can't play around it, right? Like if this skull had hit the Altruist, then whatever, that's probably just game over, right? No matter what you do. But Warglaives of Azanoth is just such a beating in a lot of scenarios when you make board states like this.
I guess so. Honestly, like if the Warglaives are trading into these minions, is it a huge loss to RDU to use them? Obviously, you would rather have a board, but it's into a lot of nothing minions, right?
Right. I mean, that's the point. I hear people make that point a lot, and it's like, well, the Demon Hunter has the option, right? Like, if this wasn't a good thing for them to be doing, they wouldn't be doing it. They'd just hit you in the face with their weapons, So much damage backing this up now. Bladebound Adept number 2, Metamorphosis, and the second slice plus hero powers.
I wonder.
It's definitely a little bit nuts, isn't it? And I think it's what really just pushes Demon Hunter to how good it is, even post nerfs. It's just it has the good enough minions early game to push damage, and then it just has finisher after finisher, doesn't it? Just like almost unstoppable damage in hand.
Right. It's a pretty good 4-6 taunt though, because RDU actually has pretty clean information right now of second slices in hand plus the hero power. That's a 5 damage swing that's available. So it does mean Zim has to tank it twice, because he'll get the additional 1 damage attack after attacking with Warglaives if he uses his hero power. So it can still be dealt with.
Yeah, using Gladebound instead of the second swing. Just using it to go into a 1-1 instead. My point being that, yes, it very much overkills the flick, but it saves Zim some health. And he's looking a little bit low, and it's not like Zim needs every point of damage to go face to win the game here. I think like, he still has a ton of damage. Especially being able to buff his Gladebound up.
Well, he kinda does, right? That's 4 damage that didn't go face, which means if the 6-6 doesn't connect, he's a long way short of the damage he needs.
They always draw damage.
Okay.
I will say, I honestly do believe the 6-6 connects a lot of the time. This Faceless Crypto could obviously change that, but I don't think they're that many cards left that would stop it, generally, right?
I mean, in a literal sense, there's still 2 Shield of Galacrons, but you can just, like, Metamorphosis shoot the Shield of Galacron, but again, that's damage that's then not going face.
Right, yeah.
So you can kind of argue that whichever way you want. There's some secrets and 1 Blackjack Stunner left. That's about it, I guess. There's Seal Fate and Devoted Maniac, which aren't good enough. Like, otherwise it's combinations of cards, right? Like,
Yes.
Backstab, Devoted Maniac, generate a minion, Faceless Corruptor. Although
It's not like Ryder's on a big hand right now, is he?
Yeah.
I think a lot of the time from this Vulpera, most players I imagine are actually looking for card draw, right? Because there's so much of it in Demon Hunter. It's reasonably likely to get some kind of card draw out of it.
So Vaporize, Ambush, Redemption.
You fell right into my trap.
Probably worth second slice as well, right? Doesn't know it's not counterspell.
Time grows short.
This Vaporize is insane.
This Vaporize is actually pretty nutty.
Yeah, sorry I didn't mention Vaporize when I said things that would stop this connecting, but
yeah.
wasn't really top of my list.
Yeah. Okay, that's going to proc the Redemption now. He knows this is a free trade now if he wants it. There's no Mage Secret that would prevent that trade. He's going to go ahead and take it. And now that means that 6/5 is not going to get to have gone face.
And a pretty easy-going Krunks for RDU, I feel here. 18 health. The Vaporize is still up. He can kill off the 6/5 with the 2/1 that's left over. Still play a snack. Looking pretty good, honestly, for RDU.
He's 1 Invoke short right now. He has 1 Seal Fate he can draw next turn, play all in the same turn. To get full Invoke. 1 in 14.
Altruis is very dead if played this turn, of course, because of the snack. I wonder if this is the time to just get the Metamorphosis up. I think he wants to do it all, just to try and kill the Krog.
So if you hero power Metamorphosis hero power, you're dealing 6 this turn, your opponent's at 10. You then have 6, 7, 8. So a top deck that deals damage to RDU's face is lethal with the Altruis next turn if you just go all face here. That doesn't play around Snipe, of course.
Yeah, however.
But it is logical.
You will get some level of news here, in that he cast a spell with a minion on board, so it's not...
Dark in the sky.
Pressure plate.
Pressure plate. He knows it's not explosive now. So he's getting some information that Snipe is more and more becoming a possibility.
Actually, no, hang on. This is nonsense, isn't it? Didn't you have to kill the 6/6? Because you know your opponent has Galacron in hand. Like, didn't you just zero out yourself by going face in that position?
Yeah.
I am confused.
Yeah. Unless, is he just relying on drawing more cards to go hero power Altruis this turn? To maybe kill a bigger board?
That's nonsense, isn't it?
Reason?
No.
It might be, Sol. It might be nonsense. I'm trying to think of a reason, right? When you shape it out, right? The 5 damage just gets auto healed.
Yeah, if you're saying your plan is like top deck Skull, then it's better to clear and try and play the longer game with a top deck Skull, right?
Probably, yeah.
I don't know, this seems very weird now that I look at it. In the cold, hard light of day.
It feels very dead now that I look at it. Nothing you can do either because he has to play around Snipe, you'd have to play the Battlemaster. But then that just means he only has Twin Slice, and that's not enough to actually kill off the...
Sorry?
There you go.
Okay, fair enough.
Nobody saw that. I will say that the Battlemaster would have actually locked out even just potential chances at going for the Shield of Galakron, right? It couldn't have been cleared off because there'd only be the Twin Slice to deal 1. You'd have to hero power the Krunks. That would still leave the shield up and cause some issues there. So a bit of a weird last couple of moments there for Zim. And I wonder if that was just a bit of a blank moment for him where he just didn't really consider the fact that Krunks was Drew Galakron and healed the damage he did to face anyway. Maybe he was just thinking he needs the ultimate Altruis into Skull, into 100 cards that cost 0. I don't know, but it's a bit of a strange one. Strange way to end that game.
It was. So the reality of the situation was that I think he was kind of like dead man walking at that point anyway, because we know he couldn't have played the Altruis and cleared the Kronks without taking damage because there was a snipe in play. I'm not sure how far down the line Zim was in terms of his position in working out what secret that was and what was eliminated, but I don't think he was very far, right? Because he was just played recently. It wasn't one of the old Hanar secrets that came a couple of turns before. So it might be Zim had a plan based on like what secret he narrowed that down to. But from where I was sat, it looked like a weird decision. But the reality is he was dead no matter what he did in that scenario. So, yeah.
Yep, and a good win there for RDU, taking the win on Rogue versus the Demon Hunters. Got to feel good, even though I believe the thoughts on that matchup are still very close, if not very doable for Rogue. But that was just game number 1. We have plenty more games coming up for you, not only in this match, but for today, as we have a total of 4 matches, and in Americas is going to follow up a little bit later on as usual. But for now, we are going to go to a break while we set up game number 2 between Zim and RDU. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Hearthstone.
Meet Clark Cluckerberg. 998. 999. 1,000. Why did she leave me? We were so good together. I don't think that translates well in Mandarin. I want to be a real chicken. Why does everyone get to be a real chicken but me? No, you. Tell me the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Why so aggressive?
Okay, you guys are pretty good. I guess we can just turn this into a regular interview since everyone clearly here is not going to laugh. So I had this idea for a deck. In week 1 of Grandmasters,
We are back and ready to continue our series between Zim and RDU. RDU is taking a win with Rogue against Zim's Demon Hunter. Means that's a good one to tick off the list as far as I'm concerned, Sottle. So it puts RDU in the lead in this series, which means he's just got Priest and his Demon Hunter left versus the full suite of decks here with Warlock, Demon Hunter, and Hunter. So difficult to name one after the others. Demon Hunter and Hunter just seems too many of the same word. But RDU is leading the way, and I am just quite excited, believe it or not, just to see more of or some of this Priest play, to see how it lines up. Because as I said, I feel like Priest is building and been building over the past few weeks, and I think I would just want to see more players actually play on the big stage, so to speak.
Sorry, my mind immediately went to, hey, I'm Demon Hunter, and this is my partner, Regular Hunter.
We can work it in no matter what, can't we?
Yeah, but here we are. Priest is up to bat here for RDU. Apologies for that slightly extended break as well. RDU was trying to get his camera working. I believe at the end of the last game, that was his camera capture software that we caught a glimpse of malfunctioning towards the end. But looks like RDU has not been too successful in getting his fancy SLR setup working again. So we are just met with this rather stern-looking view of RDU instead, which we'll have to make do with.
Apologies for all the RDU fans out there. We do not get live footage, but we do get live gameplay. And it is that kind of weird matchup we were talking about, Sottle, of Priest versus Quest Warlock. And I think there's two things here. One, Quest Warlock might be a deck that can do it pretty consistently versus Priest. But two, it's fairly new. So I don't even think it's really been tried and tested too much, at least from what I've seen.
Yeah, and it is a very difficult deck to play as well. It's a very easy deck to make mistakes with. But I will say, by far and away, more so in this matchup than any other, I do think Plot Twist is just the key card. It may sound kind of reductive to say that, Plot Twist is a key card in the deck that plays a quest where you have to draw 20 cards. But in a lot of matchups, you can just get by with lots of removal, lots of healing, and then some board dominance later on. Whereas against Priest, I really think you do just want to get that quest done nice and early, and then it's a pretty straightforward win from there in a lot of scenarios.
And already we're starting to see Priest do Priest things, and the fact that there's the Abyssal Summoner in hand here for RDU does change a lot of stuff. It's one of the strengths you need as a priest player, is to be able to be flexible, adapt to what's given to you, because you actually don't do the same thing every single time, right? Which is often in card games what you want your deck to do. You want it to consistently do the same thing every single game you play. Priest just says, now we're going to do something different every single time we play. And although a lot of people might enjoy doing that, it's also pretty hard to actually manage at a high level.
I do like this plan from RDU. It's something that I tried out as well with sort of middling success, I guess, where a lot of people might feel like, well, you know, Apotheosis is such a key card later where, you know, when they reach the stage of the game where they're trying to burst me down, I can just get big health swings out of the Apotheosis later. But I think RDU using it for pressure there early on makes a lot of sense, because you put your opponent on pretty much Dark Skies exactly at that point to be able to deal with your whole board. And, you know, they're only increasingly more and more likely to have that big Dark Skies clear as time goes on. So I think pressuring early is pretty big. Sort of multiplied by the fact that quite often, if they, you know, get a decent draw, they can just OTK you from 30 anyway. So you don't really have an opportunity to be swinging back health totals with Apotheosis in the late game.
And even if you don't extreme it at 30, it's 20s, you know? It's like, I think like even 20 isn't that crazy to talk about, so...
Well, if they get 0 mana Alex, right? Like, essentially your health total is irrelevant. Like, literally irrelevant.
Right. I was more thinking about potential Malagos outcomes, but yeah, you are. So this one came down for RDU. Did have a couple of options, and I think one thing we have to keep in mind already is this Moag Artificer in RDU's hand works wonders with Penance, works wonders with Breath of the Infinite, especially when it's buffed, I'll say, on his side with holding the dragon. So RDU has access to a lot of high-level removal. It's just it wasn't quite enough to cleanly kill this 8/8, which is the reason I went for the Abyssal instead.
This Moag Artificer is a card that was in Priest for quite some time. In fact, I think some players are still running the Moag Artificer version, even in GM. So it's a very useful card with multiple effects in the deck. How about a nice 8/8 Reborn? Or 7/7 Reborn, I think his was?
Will it be? Will it not be 1/1?
Be born again.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. I'll confess, that is one interaction. I was talking about knowing your priest interaction. I failed at the first hurdle, because I didn't know if like the minion's name is effectively like a 1/1, and it gains its health from the being played. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just a weird one.
So here's how I understand it. I think because the stats are white, like they come down as regular stats, not buffed stats.
Oh,
that's the vanilla stats of that minion. I think
super weird though, because the minion's called the same thing no matter what health and attack it's got, right? So it's just it's very, very strange. Either way, didn't end up coming down, and now there's a very timely time break to deal with this 9/9. This is one of those weird issues, right? It's who is the player who needs to get this done quickly? Is RDU kind of the aggressor here because there's a certain level of burst damage available from Zim in the very, very late game when he's basically drawn his whole deck?
I believe so, yes. I think Priest does have to play the aggressor very much in this matchup. Because, you know, I was talking about plot twist, right? I set it up as a start. It's like, I think Warlock wins almost every time they get early plot twist. And a good chunk of the times they don't as well. Because even if you don't get plot twist as the Warlock, and the Priest isn't very successful in pressuring you, well, then you just complete your quest naturally, and you just still have 2 plot twists in your deck, so that you can just, you know, you can rebuy, like, this hand that he has right now, for example, where Alexstrasza and Malagos are in hand. You can just put those back in the deck and then draw them to 0 again. So if you give the Warlock too much time, like it's just going to OTK you more often than not in this matchup. So RDU does really kind of have to find some sort of plan.
Yeah, we'll just point out though, for players who aren't overly familiar with the deck, you can't guarantee a 0 mana draw on a specific card, as you are just live tapping, seeing what you draw and it's 0. That's how the quested hero power works. So although you can increase chances, I guess the one thing limiting the deck from being all powerful is the fact that you can't actually set it up purposely. Because otherwise, I think the deck would just be insane at that point. So, although Zim can give himself a better chance to do it, it's not like it's inevitable.
Right. Yeah, I do think people also somewhat overstate like the vulnerability of the decks. Oh well, you know, if I don't get my big dragons for 0, then I can't win. Like that's absolutely not the case. If you can find a turn just to play Alex for 9 safely without dying in a lot of matchups, you can kind of just win off that anyway. Like regular Agstraza your opponent to 15, and say you still have coin available, right? Like just Rain of Fire and Soulfire with even again a 9-mana Malagos and a coin is then lethal from that point. Like there's so many ways this deck can put it together to still kill you, even if they don't hit any of the discounts.
Care to dance with
You do need plot twist though. That is the big problem.
The age-old problem here is starting to kick in here just a little bit for RDU, in that the lack of card draw for Priest is something that exists, and he can't really mimic it like he could do in the Rogue matchup with some of their card draw opportunities. The Warlock doesn't really run card draw outside of its hero power and plot twist. It's like mimicable with the Morozon.
Sense Demons. Oh, nutty.
Yeah, exactly, right, exactly. So, it's still a little bit tricky for RDU, although he's doing okay, and he's got Zim down to some lowish health. A lot of that doesn't matter when Nether Breath's involved and all the healing that's around that for Zim.
Yeah.
So, although this game looks like RDU's kind of putting the pressure on, especially because he can do a half-decent job of clearing this board, or at least half of it, he's still a long way away yet, and he needs to draw a lot more cards to really have a chance to win this game versus Zim.
Right. It might look like Zim's at 15 here. He's just not. He's at 100. That's the reality. Like that's so much health in the Priest matchup. He's so far away from getting lethaled by RDU.
Power into gets.
Job's done. You are too late. This return is nigh.
And honestly, even this is scary, right? You see, there's been no plot twist, and Zim's nearly got his quest. He's also just stuck 8 power to the board.
Yep.
Like, Alex, now? Go?
Okay, that does become a little scary when you're at 15 and there's 8 in play. I will concede that is probably quite a low health total at that point.
It is, but how does Priest do 7?
Veil Weaver. That's how they do 7.
What cards are those?
I mean, Apotheosis, Power Infusion, Psych Split, they all add damage.
7's a big number, though.
7 is a big number. Maybe there is just no combination outside of, like, triple back-to-back Apotheosis.
Imagine.
Yeah.
Apotheosis. Oh, I got an Apotheosis.
Even that's only 6, yeah. Shadow Madness, though, is also damage if you leave your 3/2 up on board.
It's purely the fact that there's Soulfire, Nether Breath, Malagos already in hand. Like,
here's my actual argument, though, Raven. You're winning by so much. Why would you ever take that risk?
To respect people's time.
Sure.
Probably not good enough reason, honestly.
That's the 4th invoke off the top
that
for
is
a full
quick.
clear with the Galacront. Okay.
I think it's fair to say you don't really expect to get full Galacront that often as while playing Priest.
Right.
So this is nice. Not only the clear, but also the weapon.
Yep, weapon's huge.
It's something we mentioned or discussed a little bit earlier is Priest players aren't really running Ooze. I'm still not quite sure why they're not running Ooze. I know this isn't relevant to RDU having a weapon, but just in general. I do just wonder if that's going to creep in the next week or so.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now I'm kind of into the Alexstrasza. Although plot twist being drawn exclusive exactly this turn does make life kind of interesting. This is a significantly safer Alexstrasza than the previous turn. Of either variety, actually. You can even go Dragon Queen.
I was leaning Dragon Queen, honestly. It's just the usual setup, isn't it? The 1-2. Oh! Oh,
Zero
my.
mana Mali, baby. Let's go.
It's just already dead. So we can Mali Soulfire for what, 14?
Yeah, he can also Alex Mali Soulfire, which doesn't quite get there, but is still enormous damage. He also has active Zephyrus in hand, which does read spell damage because it's a keyword. So that will play with his 0 mana Mali as well.
What if?
I wonder if I'd ever give him Faceless. 0 mana Mali Faceless.
Introduction to how dead you are.
What a time for RDU to not have his camera on. Shape up. Because I would have loved to see his response to this. A little peek at your opponent's hand, and you basically see a premonition of your own death at this point.
Yeah. It's got to be the Mali, right?
Time is running out.
Part of me would have considered Alex.
Why? What are you doing with an Alex Strasser?
I think you might have to consider killing him pretty soon. Alex helps a little bit.
Okay, but there was a bunch of stuff on the board that needed
Could Soul
killing
Mirror
that
that
turn.
turn.
Sure. Okay. Zim keeps the Ysera then, though, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you just get to keep these Sarah. But then again, so do you.
Mm-hmm.
I know, I actually think I like the Alex pick there. So I don't think, as we mentioned throughout most of the game, I don't think RDU can play a slow game here. I think if he had the opportunity to play a card to deal 8, he has one swing of the weapon left over. Maybe that just helps him get there. So it's a risk,
I mean,
it's definitely not guaranteed.
This play did put a 6-14 into play this turn and clear his opponent's board. Like, isn't that just even in like your world of like do things fast and kill your opponent? Isn't that better than just having an Alex Strasser in your hand and being behind on board?
You'd still be ahead. You would get the Ysera as well, right? Ysera should give you more damage.
Sure.
My overall point is, I think RDU has to do some risky stuff to win this game. Oh!
Yeah.
I bring life and
Okay, that's fun. He gets to play the game. Oh, this is... Is it lethal? No.
Mali Soulfire is 14. Mali Zephyrus has got to be lethal, right? No, that doesn't work.
You can't play
the
it.
second one still costs 9. Yeah.
Make room in his hand somehow.
He
Zephyrus
just goes 0
Fireball,
Mali,
yeah.
plays the Zephyrus. Yep.
As long as he didn't discard the Zephyrus, he was fine, right?
Correct.
That's going to be the game. Zim evens up the series 1-1. And Priest gets taken down here off the back of this Quest Warlock. And I'm excited to see where this Quest Warlock goes, Sol, because I know you really like the deck. And I've come up against it a lot on Ladder. I've not really played tons of it myself. But I do think it's a deck that was really on the cusp. And now with the Zoo nerfs as well, it's really going to start taking hold. Because honestly, for me, the more decks that seem to do well versus Priest, I'll say the better. Bring them on. So we'll see how that plays out across the rest of the weekend. But Zim manages to even this up and get a much needed win on the board, as we mentioned earlier. Boston already got his win for the day. Zim desperately needs to at least keep up.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious as to the ending there as well, like whether he needed to go with the lethal that had a failure rate when he had the Twisting Nether in his hand, for example. He could just kind of life tap, reset, just, wait even to get guaranteed lethal with the quality of his hand that he had. I think he was so secure that maybe that wasn't even a risk that necessarily needed taken. It's a very weird stance to take. It's like, hey, he made a play and won the game, but here I am, like, calling him out for it, But maybe
you winning the game that turn was wrong.
yeah. But maybe he was so far ahead that he just didn't even need to have that failure rate. But who knows? I think that deck is, as you said, super interesting. I'm really looking forward to seeing a lot more of it going forward, because I think it is potentially a deck that we, can maybe see some specialists come to the front. As much as I know that's a dirty word, where we might be able to see a few of those players with absolute mastery of that deck really pushing it to its absolute limits. I think it does have a pretty high skill cap overall.
Right, now we get to see what's left over for these players, and it is Demon Hunter on both sides. but then Hunter and Priest. So at a base level, you just have to say Zim has an advantage overall because his Hunter just beats the one different deck here from RDU. But the way the interactions can go is Hunter can very much die to Demon Hunter, and then also Priest can beat Demon Hunter as well. So a lot of this might well just come down to where the matchups end up landing. And again, not particularly talking about pick order, but if Priest goes against Hunter, it's a big difference if that gets locked in instead of Demon Hunter for Zim. So we'll see how it plays out.
It is for sure, because I think prior to the nerf wave, just talking about the other relevant matchup here, I think we're accepting that Highlander Hunter is favored against Priest, right? Yes. So outside of that, you've got Demon Hunter versus Priest as the other non-mirror, which I think prior to the patch, a lot of people would have argued that Demon Hunter was at least even and maybe even slightly favored against Priest overall. But I think with round 13 of nerfs to Demon Hunter or whatever it is we're on now, I think we might have just finally hit that tipping point where maybe Priest is just pulling out a little bit ahead in that matchup, especially as the lists from Priest are getting better and better and better over time as well. So I think that should be a matchup where you're okay with playing Priest, at least 50-50 or slightly above is probably where it sits at the moment. So yeah, it's a very finely balanced series, as you mentioned.
Yep, and I do think that not only are the Priest lists getting better, but I think with the almost laser focus the community's had on Priest in the last week or so, that the plays are just getting better too. Because again, I mentioned it just I'll probably keep talking about this, but the Priest deck might be powerful, might be able to do broken things, but it's hard to manage sometimes. You need to know what your limits are. You need to know when you need to force heals, when you can just be a bit more loose. You need to know how to utilize all the opponent's cards to a good fashion as well. So it's pretty hard to play, and because everyone's kind of jumping on the Priest bandwagon at the moment, players have probably put way more practice into Priest this week than they have in the past few weeks. So we'll see that play continue to sharpen up over time. But let's get into it. It's going to be the Demon Hunter versus, I'll be honest, I didn't look. So how do you play?
He's playing Priest, right?
Okay, cool. I was looking at some the deck list as well as looking at Zim's mulligan and just missed RDU's lightning mulligan there.
Yeah, he full mulled away, I think, double Shadow of Death and Apotheosis, I believe, was the mull, which makes sense. It's none of really what you're looking for. And Lazul, okay. Oof. It's looking a little bit better. Penance in the early game is nice. Obviously, Breath of the Infinite you're looking for. Shadow Madness can be pretty good. I even actually think now that Demon Hunter's got a little bit slower, that Fate Weaver is arguably a keep as well in this matchup, alongside, say, if you have one Invoke plus Fate Weaver as your opening hand, I think that is a considerable keep as well in this matchup.
Yeah, a lot of the time, actually, as Priest, just playing a Fate Weaver on 4 and just saying, here's a dude with a lot of health that kills all your minions, what are you going to do about it? And just let them worry about it. If it lives, it's a great Apotheosis target. It's honestly just not a bad target to trade and then heal it up. Because although you're not healing your own face, the more your Fate Weaver trades with the board, the better, right? It saves you health.
So, considerations here to actually using a Renew this turn, I think. Which might seem a little bit awkward. Is he just going to coin Penance it straight up? He's going to coin Sethic instead. Okay, sure. Fine with this. So I think all the plays were justifiable. I think spending a mana on Renew there is interesting, because if you potentially get a spell to play on turn 3, Dark Prophecy, summon a 2-drop, give it +3 health, or Shadow Madness, you want to have that mana spent on turn 1 so that you can find that play for turn 3. You then Penancing on turn 2. But RDU's going to do it the other way round. He tried to use the Sethic Veil Weaver to kill the Battle Fiend, which didn't work out, but then his turn 2 is Penance, and then he's going to look for something to do on turn 3 with the Renew instead.
And these plays and draws come in thick and fast for these players. Data Overseer, not bad. Zim just continuing to pressure. This is extremely weak to Breath of the Infinite, but honestly, so is everything Demon Hunter does in these early turns of the game, so he could have played around it with the Vulpera Scoundrel instead, but it is significantly less pressure, so Zim just taking that risk now.
Another part of my argument as to potentially playing Renew on 1 there, because again, okay, so Breath of the Infinite didn't appear, but then, so even in results-oriented land, he could have potentially had a Shadow Madness playable this turn, if he'd gone about it a different way and been able to clear up the Satyr Overseers. Okay. All right,
Mana
that's a fairly impressive Vulpera Scoundrel.
Did you go Mana Burn now?
Mana Burn's very interesting. Yeah.
RDU just played Renew Pass that turn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm down for a Mana Burn, yeah, and so is Zim. I like this a lot, because if your opponent played a slow turn, make him play another one. And you know what? Sometimes they might just be dead the turn after. I like this a lot.
Yeah, that was just 3 pretty high-quality cards from the Vulpera Scoundrel. Mana Burn, situationally very useful. And that's kind of the upside of Discover effects of cards like Vulpera Scoundrel, right? Like, maybe you don't want to put Mana Burn in your deck. Well, actually, you're not allowed to, because we've established that you have to be a former World Champion to play Mana Burn in Demon Hunter. It's the Hunter A/Tom 60229 tech. So since you're not allowed to play Mana Burn, you can sometimes discover it in situations where it's good for you, even though perhaps it being in your deck to begin with, it's a little bit too situational to be effective.
Yeah, and as you've probably noticed, even from the limited amount of Vulpera Scoundrels that have been played, Demon Hunter's spells are generally extremely low cost, which means you can almost always find space to play them, right?
There's a lot of... I mean, the ones that get played are very low cost, but there's all the weird Illidari stuff and Chaos Nova and all the like control Demon Hunter cards that you do get offered quite often as well, that sometimes means that you don't really get a cheap option. It can happen.
Oh, sure. It could definitely whiff. My point being more is that it's likely you get at least one very cheap option. So a lot of the time, just having a cheap playable card is better than having an expensive good card, if that makes sense. So
sure, yeah.
Like I said, I'm still learning about Scoundrel. I'm not overly convinced, but I'm willing to, learn as I go and watch what happens. So far, But there's what, 3, 4 damage available here from Zim, regardless of anything else he does outside of Hero Power.
Oh!
Whoa!
Just simply dead. Forget about it. You think a 4/5 taunt is going to stop all this damage going face?
I wondered whether that was double Shadow Madness on the 1/1s. Imagine. Trade them both.
Not even going to count. It's literally always lethal.
Well, that was quick. And honestly, the Mana Burn was huge there, wasn't it? The Vulpera Scoundrel game-winning card. Why did I ever doubt it after this one game we've seen where it's won? Clearly the best card in the deck. Zim, a true gentleman, not casting more cards than he really needed. Just making sure he had enough. Didn't go for the Chaos Strike at the end. But he is going to take the game with RDU and now go 2-1 up. Zim currently 0-3 in Grandmasters round robin, so he is in great need of this final win here over RDU to put 1 point on the board and basically keep himself at least just about floating in the dangerous waters of Division B.
Just got a nice look at that little FC Barcelona like polo that he's rocking as well, looking fresh. I'm liking it. It's a good look for Zim. But what is also a good look is how clean that Demon Hunter game was for him. I do have questions about the early game curve for RDU. If he watches this and wants to explain his thought process to me, then he is welcome to do so.
We'll see him outside.
Yeah, but to me, like that curve looked like renew on 1, penance on 2, and then find something to do on 3. But he went about it very differently. In results-oriented world, maybe my line would have worked out better, but of course that doesn't mean anything. He might have certain things that his line is good against. That he might have actually got the good trade against the Battlefiend with his 2/3, right? Like that's a significant upside some of the time that can actually happen, believe it or not. Demon Hunter isn't always able to kill every minion that you play for the first couple of turns, so there are definitely upsides to the way he played it. But I'd be interested to hear his thought process.
Yeah, and it is also tough as well, because in a lot of the Demon Hunter matchups, you think, okay, if I survive the first wave of, first few turns of minions, then all I need to do is just survive the burst damage later on, and obviously renew a form of heal. But I think having them in that early in the game, having both of them, I do think one becomes very just playable, to just like throw away. That makes sense, but we are going to move swiftly on into game number 4 here. Zim only has his Highlander Hunter left to take a win with RDU flicking over to his Demon Hunter, which is also a Vulpera Scoundrel.
This start is monstrous for Zim, though. Coin Zephyrus Backstab into second 2-drop into Desert Spear or Dwarven Sharpshooter Hero Power on 3? That curve looks absurd! Sorry, option number 3, or Frozen Shadow Weaver on 3.
Your wish is my suggestion.
This start is nonsense!
Pretty good, right?
Backstab's always better than shield. Sorry, in this exact scenario against Demon Hunter. I guess I should make that a lot more
careful.
Clear. Yeah. Power Word Shield is good sometimes, but if you can kill a 2-2 instead of giving your guy 2 more health, like that's just better, right?
Oh, another Chaos Strike. Very timely. I think it just goes for it, right?
I would imagine so, yeah. No? Okay. Believe in the Vulpera. Fine.
Very interesting.
Alright, teach me the ways of Vulpera or RDU. Do you pick I-Beam because it's the one that's playable? Do you pick Immolation Aura because it might dig you out of something weird scenario? Chaos Nova, same reason? Or do you just mystery choice? I just don't know. I'm not a Vulpera Scoundrel player.
I think if I was actually in this game of Hearthstone, I would go for I-Beam just because I know it's just the best card on offer, as in just a card. But Chaos Nova could potentially be the thing you are missing in the deck that could just help wipe a Hunter's board a lot of the time. So maybe I would consider it. But honestly, again, as not really someone who's played a ton of Vulpera, I'd probably pick I-Beam just because I'm like, I-Beam's a good card. And I want to play it.
Desert Spear is unfortunately inefficient this turn. But it's not great timing for the Frozen Shadow Weaver. It does lock out the first turn where Satyr Overseer plus Hero Power would have been possible.
I think Desert Spear. Okay. Get it equipped. Still kills. It's not like the Vulpera is unkillable, right? Still kill off Vulpera, no problem. And having Desert Spear just equipped is great, especially versus Demon Hunter. And as you mentioned, the timing for the Frozen Shadow Weaver looks way more appetizing next.
This was part of the reason why I was curious about the Vulpera choice on the previous turn. Because, yeah, I-Beam is a very good card, but you're going to draw a card next turn, and then your I-Beam is going to get slowly forced into the middle of your hand, and you have multiple turns of stuff to play on the left-hand side before it gets over there as well.
Yeah, I wonder if just versus Hunter, I-Beam for 3 mana is sometimes just fine.
Yeah, maybe. So now we've hit Twin Slice into Gladebound turn. That's the timing on the Frozen Shadow Weaver.
Yeah, and also, this is going to line up perfectly with this Desert Spear to go straight into a Faceless Corruptor next turn, if Zim feels the need to.
Right. You see both options here getting locked out from RDU's side. He doesn't have the Twin Slice to go with the Gladebound, but the Gladebound is there. But more importantly, it's locking down that Warglaves. Would be an easy full clear for RDU this turn. Yep, like it. RDU just sets up anyway. Gonna go for the 2-turn. So now as much power as possible, I imagine, is the order of the day. Or just try and lock out the Gladebound with the Boom Pistol Bunny instead.
I think I like this because if he went for Faceless Corruptor, yes, it would do a lot of damage, but it is clearable for RD with just a hero power, right?
Sure.
Whereas this not only requires more than a hero power to kill the Boom Pistol, but as you said, quite rightly, it also just locks out Gladebound.
How much would he take clearing, though? 12, 13 if Faceless Corruptor came down?
Impatient.
Get 5. Alright, 5's not low enough. Sure.
Alright, 5's not 0.
Well, it needed to be 3, right? If it was 3, then we'll say, sure, you Faceless Corruptor there every time.
All I see is weakness.
We're going to see just the hard cast eye beam here.
Gotta be right.
Yeah.
We're with you.
Satyr Overseer is a hard minion to race, but it's already dead to the Desert Spear that's already locked in this turn. Does mean that Zim doesn't get to use his Faceless Corruptor alongside it, although he could for efficiency's purposes.
I wondered whether...
I wonder.
For some reason, I looked at 5-5 into the 4-2, swing the weapon in the 1-1 just into a 2-2, and then Faceless Corrupt to the 5-1, and then double trade.
Okay.
I think there's probably something glaringly wrong with that. It's just where my brain jumped to, and I don't really know why.
Okay.
And I think it's really just saving him saving him 2 damage or 2 health. Zim on board.
Yeah, looks like it. It's a pretty comfortable full clear, but it's the least aggressive play he can make that turn, I guess, is my problem with it. So he's kind of settling in for the long game against Demon Hunter, which, you know, answers on a postcard whether you think that's the right idea or not.
He does have good cards for it, though, right? Dragonbane is a bit of a pain for Demon Hunter to deal with and puts out a lot of damage. He has kind of rarely a lot of resources, right? The Primordial Explorer generates another card. Big Ol' Whelp draws him a card. He's got a card off the top next turn. So if he can keep RDU just pushed back a little bit, which technically these 2 4-2s should do, at least for 1 turn, then maybe it's just good enough.
Hey, I got you, friends.
Frustratingly hit for Zim, though. This extra health on the Gladebound is a bit of a nightmare.
Stormhammer now.
Probably take Brightwing.
Cheap playable dragon that refreshes your Stormhammer later, yeah. But now Zim finds himself in a scenario where he's pretty much just got to try and race a Gladebound Adept, which is not an easy thing to do against Demon Hunter.
The easy way you mentally overcome this is by realizing that there's no other choice. Oh, surely it's not Dragonbane here.
Quickly.
I mean, playing Dragonbane would be more consistent with his plan last turn, which is, you know, just controlling board and stretching out the game. The Stormhammer plan would have, you know, rewarded, you know, pushing 5 with the Boom Pistol Bully on the previous turn.
I just feel that Stormhammer has no cares for previous plans when it's drawn, so
sure.
We'll see. We'll see how it pays off. I am interested here because this is, like I said, it's hard to ignore a Stormhammer plan because it is so good all of the time. But this Dragonbane is arguably a must-kill minion unless RDU can just go wide, and then it's way less. Although RDU could go even different here. He could freeze the 2-3 and then just play Gladebound Adept and trade the Gladebound Adept he has into the Dragonbane.
Demons.
How about that? A 4-3, 6-3, a 6-4, and 1-2.
I kind of like that.
Right, this is, to me, less power, right? You could just have a 4-3 as well.
It is, but, you know, there's still RDU's perception of what these cards that are stuck in hand for Zim are in the scenario, but Zephrys is already gone, so you're not really going to get punished for just, you know, over-committing to board, essentially.
And also it's set up lethal, right?
We are friends now.
12, 16, 17 in play, plus the 1 from the hero power? Yeah, it would have done.
Oh, wait, no. He swung face last turn, right? And he wouldn't have done it.
Oh, with his hero power last
So he would have
time?
been one off, yeah.
So he'd be at
apologies,
19?
yeah.
Okay, sure.
I mean, it's still pretty close, but yeah, no, it would not. It's not an exact set.
Okay. Well, then you'd still set up lethal with Altruis, play your top deck card, as long as it's cheap enough in hero power phase.
True. Yeah, that's true. Still, though, this is tough to deal with for Zim here. Yeah, Druid Prime.
Archspore Mishapin. This one's coming down to the wire.
Stormhammer plan. It's like, just get him.
Yep. So 13 in play, 14 from the hero power, 15 from Umberwing, 16, 17?
17, yeah, 17.
14, 15, 16, 17. Yep.
And he can freeze face, though, which is pretty important. That means lethal on the backswing from Zim is much less likely if he can't swing that Stormhammer.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's not got lethal now... Oh, well, that would actually kill the Brightwing as well, right?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, see, yeah, I mean, that's insane, right? It has to be, what, exactly Bran into hero power? Which there's nothing he can really do about anyway.
Right.
He can't skull into anything that saves him, right? Alright, okay. Skull Eye Beam would save him, but then he can't freeze, so it actually does nothing. Yeah, I think it just makes the Altruis play sets up as much as possible.
Gonna hold. Okay. Also, he was actually 2 off that turn, because I counted hero power. He couldn't do all that, right? Yeah, he only had exact mana for Altruis, Frozen Shadow Weaver, Umberwing, so he had 16, not 17, because he couldn't hero power as well. But, you know, everything we said still applies.
I wonder.
I think... Does Zim just need Big Ol' Whelping to unleash the Hounds this turn? To have any chance?
Siamat, Divine Shield, Taunt, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, the 1-2 here is a nightmare, isn't it?
Yeah.
Winds of the South, come to my aid!
Rush Wind Fury on the kill the 4-3, kill the 6-3. And the 7. And we can see that is actually going to be game. Zardu can make up the difference with the Altruis. And with the King as well. Pretty simple off the top there. And RDU evens the series up versus Zim. 2-2. And it's another match that's coming down to the wire. We go into game number 5. Zim currently 0-3 in the round robin so far. Much needed, or this could be a much needed win, but RDU definitely wants those points for himself as well to just propel him further up the ranks of Division B.
Yeah, very, very patiently done there by RDU at the end. He does square up that series, and now suddenly the pressure is going to be feeling very much back on Zim at this point, because he would have felt, I think, pretty comfortable in the position that he was in, especially when he saw the quality of his starting hand in that Highlander Hunter matchup, when he had Zephyrus 2-drop and then just all the best 3-mana options in his deck for dealing with Demon Hunter. He had Frozen Shadow Weaver, he had Desert Spear, and he had Dwarven Sharpshooter hero power, which is incredibly good in the matchup as well for like Satyr Overseer coming down or whatever. And that really felt like it probably should have been a win from Zim's perspective. And now he has to go back to the well, but this is the matchup, Raven. This is why we think most people are bringing Highlander Hunter this week, is specifically for this matchup against the new terror of the metagame, the Priest.
Yep, and Zim gets a golden star from me, Soto, because he is running Nagrand Slam, and although I talk about this every week, there it is. Versus Priest, it is pretty good, honestly, because it's just another level of burst damage that if you're trying to set up that kind of just ending the game around turns 9 and 10, just, that rough area which Hunter often does get to, then Nagrand Slam is pretty good. It's not often Priest has like a wide board or anything, so Nagrand Slam is a nice follow-up for just doing a lot of damage. And one thing I found a lot of success in, and it happened a kind of weird amount of times for me, is the old like Alexstrasza turn, then they Galakroned it, and then you just Nagran slam them for 12, which is a pretty good response. It plays out though. Zim going for the early Zephyrus into the wild growth, and again with that boom pistol bully, see him at Nagran slam. Just want to get to those late game turns.
The future is
I think RDU weirdly considered coining out his additional one drop, the Reliquary of Souls, so that he could deal with Fairy Dragons probably first and foremost, but also, you know, Zephyrus and other minions that can come down on the board. Chose not to. Goes coin Lazul here as well, and he's just going to match the ramp.
This is exactly what I talked about earlier.
Love it.
But it's just funny, your opponent's used a Zephyrus, you've used, you know, your card. Oh, yeah, okay, let's keep it all even. They're even both 3/2s.
Oh, that's a huge draw as well. The Fate Weaver. Imagine only ramping once. RDU's going to ramp twice. He's going to discount this whole hand with a Fate Weaver, but it's going to take him some time because that Boom Pistol Bully slows down his curve. But the time rip off the top!
I think Zim's upset with that one.
Hearthstone Lightning Round, Raven. These players are getting on with it. This isn't the Europe I know.
Good! We'll have to get RDU to teach all the other European players how to play Priest. Fast. But that time rip was huge, though. It wasn't only that he killed the boom pistol, it gave RDU something pretty powerful to do and stopped Zim potentially pushing even more, because Zim should have, in most worlds, been able to hit RDU for 5 this turn, and suddenly he didn't, and that actually opens up a huge gap. Zim, though, does have Siamat, Alexstrasza, and Nagran Slam right now, though, so he is getting there and just having just all of the power cards outside of Bran to end this game.
Right. So is this a renew first kind of turn? Could also be a Thought Steal first kind of turn. Is it not a Fate Weaver turn?
Well, I think he wants the lifesteal.
He wants the lifesteal on that first. Okay, sure. So I was considering Thought Steal first into Fate Weaver to discount the Thought Stolen cards, and then you still get to play the Reliquary of Souls afterwards alongside the Fate Weaver for 0. But sure, 2/4 lifesteal seems fine.
One thing to note as well is RDU got the information that Zim's hand is pretty expensive, and also a lot of Hunter cards are pretty cheap, so maybe just having the cheaper Thought Steal and get you what you expect to be relatively cheap cards means that you don't need the reduction that much. Like, I think that play of Fate Weaver in post Thought Steal is way stronger, say, in the mirror or against Warlock.
I'd still argue that it's just good if it's efficient to do it that way. Especially, like, I'm sure RDU has decided that this board is the exact board he wanted against exactly this scenario, because he saw the Siamat earlier when he played the Madame Lazul. He was offered Siamat, the Wild Growth, and something else, I believe, the Nagran Slam. So he knows this Siamat is in hand, I believe. So he should have planned for it and known that it would come down to challenges 3/6 in this scenario.
You are too late. His return is nigh.
Shadow Madness pretty solid here. To clean up. Means now if Zim wants to just play one new big minion, then he's in trouble, because he knows that Galakron has been drawn, he knows that it's been invoked twice, so he knows it will clear up 2 big minions off the board.
You could double trade and play the Fairy Dragon here. Well, double trade, sorry. You could trade the 1/3 and the Rotnest Drake and play Fairy Dragon. Right. If he wants to dodge this Galakron. But also,
sure he does.
The great thing here, though, is if Galakron comes down, then Zim just plays Alex. He might even, to a certain extent, welcome Galakron this turn.
Right.
And this is one of those problems, and why the matchup can be really rough, is that, well, yeah, RDU drew removal. He's drawn some decent cards.
Hello?
But Hunter just keeps drawing just beefy beasts and dragons consistently. which means that you need removal every single turn for some pretty big minions.
Just Varanus Desert Spear combination.
I do swear that Thoughtsteel draws combo cards, right? Yeah, I feel like the two cards you get always work together very well.
Okay, Zim does keep one of the big ones, and as you said, he can just load up again with Dragon Queen Alexstrasza.
Even if this is answered, boom, 12 damage to that Grand Slam.
Not high pressure.
This
Varanus now can be used alongside the Desert Spear to clear up a good chunk of this, and he undercommits as well.
Funnily enough, by holding the dragon, it means that if this 4/5 is cleared, the Varanus is susceptible to Nagran Slam attack.
Sure.
Which I'm sure Zim isn't considering the Varanus.
I was going to say, you make it sound like that's some masterstroke.
No, it's just a thing that will happen, that's all.
Yeah. Don't you want to renew here for Breath of the Infinite? No? Okay.
I'd be willing to get more value out of the heal side of Renew, because he is Galakron now and he's against Hunter, this damage is a little bit more scary.
Sure.
Time is running out.
Mind Vision just looks fine here. I don't think outside of Zixor there's great silence targets, and honestly, you normally end up stealing Zixor anyway, unless it's traded off that turn, so... Oh, here. I am ready. It's so good. Did you see all that damage, Saul?
I did. I sure did.
It's great. And there's also just the problem of, well, how do you kill 4 3/5s in a turn? I wouldn't even mind zipping too much playing this Evasive Worm, although it does deactivate his Corrosive Breath, which is, will make him miss out on some damage as well, so there are reasons to hold on to it. One good thing going for RDU, though, is he has seen most of Zim's power cards. There's just exactly Bran left. It's like, the big boys, so to speak. Zephyrus has been played, Alexstrasza has been played, Nagran Slam has been played, Tiamat's been played. He's getting close to crossing the line here.
Pretty big whiffs, really, from the Veil Weaver, but he is at least able to deal with a good chunk of this board state.
And honestly, Shield of Galakron Grave Ruin, well, there's not much Hunter can do about that. So that's going to be some wall to get through. If you have a Taunt and Grave Ruin, it's going to be pretty good versus Hunter a lot of the time. Oh, there he is. Final piece of the puzzle.
Now 3, 6, 9, 17.
I'm surprised he's not going to preload instead of and save Bran. Press Hero Power as well.
Right. So much damage right now, though.
It is. It is. And you've seen a lot of cards. You know, all 3 of RDU's cards are generated randomly, which means there isn't the consistency of, well, he's not played Shadow of Death yet, and so on, right? Because they're just random.
Yeah, there's only one real card in hand, but there's still two Shadow of Deaths, 1 Time Rip, and the Soul Mirror left remaining that can clear this up. But again, it is so much just obnoxious damage at this point.
And I like saving the Worm now.
The Death's pretty huge, because it fits in with Shield and Grave Rune this turn.
Act as your skin.
Another Taunt as well. So now slowly RDU's just looking for heal. Does have Evasive Worm to punch through 1.
Yeah, I like RDU not taking the damage on the previous turn. Just because then that puts him on an even tighter clock with the hero power. He just kind of had to bet that the damage couldn't get through to his face this turn. He gets the bad news that unfortunately it can. In fact, a ton of damage can get through to his face this turn.
And look at the difference between Scavengers. That Zigsaw would have killed off the Shield of Galakron then.
Yeah, that's a good point.
How about a new life?
Kind of weird, but it's worth doing.
Yeah, agreed. Accelerates the clock by so much that it just feels very worth it.
Big issue, though, is RDU is not on 2 health, which means if he can taunt up and there's no way to punch through it, again, he's seeing Corrosive Breath. There is a kill command in Zim's list, so there is still draws that could get him there. But generally, he's seen almost everything that can just kill him from hand right now.
Okay, that 1-drop is pretty clutch. That 1-drop is clutch because he now has 2 Apotheosis draw live in his deck that he can just pick out and play on a minion. Because that was the problem here, is that the swing never really happened. But anyway, Stormhammer off the top for Zim is going to make that all a formality. But that was actually a really important 1-drop, which is why I really liked the Thought Steal there over the hero powers. I think he was more likely to get a 1-drop from his opponent's deck. And that felt pretty important to me that turn for exactly that reason.
Yeah, but congratulations to Zim. Now we've seen 2 players play so far today that have had must-win matches of Hearthstone, and so far they've both won, with Boston and Zim now grabbing the wins they needed, which means everything's just getting ever so closer, because what you've got to remember is not only have Boston and Zim won their games, their opponents lost, which then just crushes them all closer together in that Division B and makes it just progressively spicier as time goes on. Honestly, I'm almost afraid to turn up for the last week of Round Robin Sol because it's going to be intense. I don't know how to handle it.
Yeah, we went through this last year where it really was in Europe, I think in particular, just all the way down to the wire with, so many emotional endings in either division and, things being decided at the very last moment, particularly in the scenario with Orange and Swids, which went all the way down to the absolute wire last season. But now we are looking like Europe is going to find itself back in that spot once again, pushing that high drama as we get towards the end of the season.
Yeah, it's going to be intense. There isn't that many more matches left for these players. And just a reminder, in Division B, whoever is in the bottom 2 spots is gone. Relegation automatic. Done and dusted. Better luck next time. So a lot to play for all these players here, especially those in Division B. But we do have some Division A matches coming up after the break. We're going to be kicking off with Silvername versus Bunny Hopper after this break. We're going to a break. We'll be right back in just a little bit to carry on with the day. 2 more matches left, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 5 of Hot Takes. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by my guest, my permanent guest, and, one of my best friends. I'll say that, Sottle. I feel like you need, a couple of nice things said to you since you lose so often. How you doing, Sottle?
I'm doing great. I was doing, pretty average up until that point, but with that glowing intro, I'm now on top of the world. I'm ready to crush this, TJ. Let's go.
Down to business in Grandmasters as round robin phase is now halfway complete. But we're going to go through 3 hot takes today. I'll award points based on who I feel won. And yeah, should be fun. Let's get underway with hot take number 1. Most Grandmasters would be better off rushing their turns than roping them. Oh. All right.
Absolutely yes, TJ. There's a few players in GM, Bunny Hopper comes to mind, who have mastered the art of the life coach, but far more often than that, we see players like PNC, for example, who just get way too far in their own heads and then fail to just even execute the basics when the rope starts burning. Of course, the perfect world is like somewhere in the middle where you actually have some consideration and then execute a play that you've considered quite heavily, but most players do not have the ability to time manage properly. We're seeing the evidence of that, so therefore trusting your initial finely honed instincts as a Hearthstone player has got to be better than just missing attacks and floating mana at the end of the turn.
Well, I do agree that some players get into this mindset of overthinking. I also think that it would just be the same, whether or not they rushed the turn or whether or not they took their time and roped. I think that a lot of times when players are roping, it's because they don't have that initial instinct of what the right play is. So I think that if they rush their turns, you would see the same amount of mistakes that you're seeing if they rope their turns. They would just be different mistakes. So I don't think they would be better off, but I also don't think they'd be worse off. I think it would just overall be the same.
So what you're saying is that some people are just bad and nothing's going to fix that. That's basically what I got from your argument there.
Bingo.
Okay, got it.
Oh, that was a tough one. I'm honestly I'm on the fence about it myself after hearing my own argument, which I didn't know until I said it, and hearing your argument. So you know what, Sottle? I'm gonna give you the point for that one.
What? Wait a minute. I was not emotionally prepared for this. This is not how this show goes. Wait. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take the point. I'm not going to talk myself out of a point. I'll just take it.
Let's move on to hot take number 2. With a balance patch and GM lives on the line, it's time to take bigger lineup risks.
So, no. I think this is nonsense. Because what does risk even mean in this context? It feels like that's just meaningless advice. When you're building a lineup for a tournament, you're not saying I'm going to bring a safe lineup or a risky lineup. You're not going to say I'm just going to bet it all on black in this tournament. That's not how it works. You're bringing the lineup that you think has the highest win rate. Like, safe or risky doesn't really have a definition in this context. The strat for this week is the same as the strat for any week, which is just to test as much as possible, cover as much ground as possible, get as much data under your belt as possible, and then just bring the lineup that you think is the best.
Well, while I do agree in theory, I don't think it works out so much in practice. We haven't seen too many risky lineups in Grandmasters thus far, APEC excluded, because they're all risky lineups. And so what's happening with the players that are at the bottom of the standings is that they're bringing similar decks to everybody else, but they're getting slightly outplayed on those decks. So I think that taking a risk here is bringing something a little different and hoping to get an edge. And I don't think it's a matter of trying to perfect the best lineups, because that's what they've been trying to do and it's not working. So I think that they need to do something different. And just for the sake of this take, that different thing is a bigger lineup risk. So I think that they do need to, because right now, whatever they're doing is not working. And you can't double down on practice because time is running out. There's only 2 weeks left. So I think that they should be taking bigger lineup risks.
TJ, will you ever finish on time? Just one time, come on. Again,
No.
you don't...
Hey, you took up 35 seconds, my man.
And you took up like a minute and a half. That's not balanced. You still didn't address the issue anyway. Like, risk is nonsense. Even if you are going to do something different to try and gain an edge, as you say, that's not taking a risk. That's just doing something that you believe is better than the same thing as everyone else. It's not a risk. You're just gaining percentage.
You know what, Sottle? That's a really good point. And because of that point, I will award you another point. You're up 2-0.
What is happening? TJ, why are you in such a good mood today? What is this generosity coming out from you?
It's not a good mood. You're just making good arguments, Sottle. And it's tough to not award you points when you're saying smart things.
I do that every week, TJ. This is nothing different.
Hot take number 3. Poorly played games are more fun to cast than well-played games.
Oh.
All right. What's your side?
TJ, this is absolutely not the case. Hearthstone Grandmasters is supposed to be the absolute pinnacle of competition. We should be able to watch games of players playing at the absolute peak of their performance and make that exciting. That's our job. We don't want to see a person winning a game because they're throwing less than their opponent. We want to see someone get outplayed and good plays being rewarded. Look at Bloody Face versus Gallon from this week just gone past, for example. That was incredibly fun to watch.
So that's a load of crap, man. It doesn't matter what it's supposed to be. Yes, that's what Grandmasters is supposed to be. But sometimes it doesn't work out that way. And watching people flub their turns and make huge mistakes and, even slight mistakes, that makes my job more fun because I get to pick it apart and I get to feel, you know, a little bit of happiness inside that other players make the same mistakes that I do all the time. So I don't think it's a matter of what it's supposed to be. I think it's a matter of what you feel deep down inside. And for me, I feel like watching those poorly played matches is just it's just a whole lot of fun. Well played games are fun too. I did not say that. That wasn't the hot take. Poorly played games are more fun to watch and to cast.
You know what, TJ? Since you've been so cool and had so much integrity this week for the first time ever, I will concede that point to you. As a wise man once said, Hearthstone is a ton of fun when it happens to other people. So you know what? Hand on heart, I agree with you. You can have this one.
Wow. Well, that's so very kind of you. So it looks like the final score for Week 5 of Hot Takes is 2-1 Sottle. So I guess, you know, with a heavy heart, I must say that Sottle, Wait, what's that? Oh, I just got word from our anonymous panel of judges that I've actually been awarded 2 bonus points for my generosity in the first 2 hot takes. So that actually means that the score is 3-2. And I win again. Wow. That's kind of crazy. Sometimes being nice pays off.
Sorry, do I not get a bonus point for my generosity in the third hot take? Like, how does this work? I don't really understand the scoring system. This hasn't been made clear. Can we get an admin?
Sorry, Sottle, but the final score of Week 5 of Hot Takes is 3-2, and that means that I win again. But that's going to do it from me and Sottle. Thanks so much for tuning in to Hot Takes, and we'll see you next week for more Grandmasters debates.
Poppycock and Boulder Dash.
That's insane! Boston just has the flick in hand! Goodness gracious, Eddie. Not happy to see that.
What was his draw? Twin slice?
Oh
Wow.
my goodness. Oh my double goodness.
We have a new member in the Hall of Champions.
That is the most insane thing I've ever seen happen in Hearthstone.
We are back and ready to continue our day over here in the Hearthstone Grandmasters in the European region. I'm Raven, joining me is Sottle, and we have our 2 matches left of the day. We've got Silvername versus Bunny Hopper coming up next, though. Looking forward to this one, although this one might get a little bit spicy again, as we do have some Priest players, Sottle.
We do, yeah. We have some Priest players in a large amount of our matchups throughout the weekend, Raven, but I'm personally here for it because Mirror accepted. I kind of like a lot of the Priest matchups. I do think it's a pretty interesting deck. It's certainly a fun deck if you are the person inflicting the misery, but it's a pretty miserable deck if you're on the other side of it, having all of your cards used against it to maximum effect. But you know, I'm kind of Team Priest on this one, so I'm looking forward to it. And it's something at least a little bit different from what we've been seeing for the last couple of weeks, which I think is something that Grandmasters as a whole has done pretty well this year, is, you know, broken it up from week to week where things have, you know, changed dramatically. Part of that is just in the structure of the tournament itself by the esports team, and then some of that is, you know, shouts to the balance team and the design team in terms of keeping things fresh with frequent balance patches as well. So I like to see things evolve week on week, and here we are again in a much more control heavy meta and a few mid-rangey anti-control decks in terms of this Highlander Hunter that you see from Silvername coming up to counter it.
Yeah, along with that Priest and Demon Hunter is what Silvername has to play around with in this series, but also Silvername is playing around with his life in Grandmasters, honestly, as he is, although in Division A, currently sitting at the bottom with a 0-3 record, so there's a chance that if this continues, he could be up for relegation. His opponent, however, Bunny Hopper with the Warrior Open, the Galacron Secret Rogue, and of course the Priest. So when I mentioned we've got some players playing Priest, the emphasis was definitely the plural player, as both players are going to be bringing it. It's not going to be banned out, so there is a chance we get the Priest mirror, which gets awfully tricky and complicated. But for now, maybe to Silvername's delight, the first game against Priest is going to be with Silvername on his Hunter. And again, we did just come off the back of this matchup, but very, very good matchup for the Hunter, and one of the few matchups, I think, at least right now, that Priest does actually struggle with.
Silvername, though, without the most aggressive curve in the opening here. I think there's some argument even as to whether Phase Stalker is kind of what you're looking for in the matchup, whether you should go for more aggressively statted minions to really ramp up pressure in the early game. Fairy Dragon, Evasive Feywing, stuff like that.
Yeah, and
does hold on to it, though.
And Silvername is not running the Nagrand Slam in this list either, so he doesn't have that. Just,
I love it. Just every single match, just instant check for Nagrand Slam. It's just the first thing he does every single game.
It's important, all right? Okay, it's important for 2 reasons. One, it's my favorite card, this expansion. 2, I think it is actually important in this matchup. It's a 1 card, like, do a good thing. And the matchup often goes to 10 mana here for Hunter. So I do think it's important. Silvername not running it, he's running some of that secret package. Although maybe frustratingly in this specific matchup, a freezing trap and a snake trap feels like they do almost nothing for Silvername against Priest. Maybe that's just my opinion. I'm not really liking traps right now, but what do you think about the package, Sol?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think there's a lot more aggressive cards that you could be looking for in this matchup in particular. Silvername did find Stormhammer, which is potentially pretty key in the matchup in general, because most lists, just checking Bunnies in particular, and no, he is not playing an Acidic Swamp Ooze, so that card can just hard carry, just represent way too much damage early on. So I perhaps would have mulliganed a little bit more aggressively from Silvername's side, but I did like Bunny Hopper's mulligan. He held on to Mind Flayer cards, he tossed everything else. I think Fate Weaver was probably ambitious with, I believe, 0 invokes in his opening mulligan. He did mulligan into Disciple and Time Rip, but I don't think he had any invoke options early on. Maybe he had a Shield of Galakron, but still, it's a little bit slow alongside a Fate Weaver keep.
And even now, the Bunny Hopper, not known, fastest player in the West, but the tough choices do start to stack up already right now. Even just using the 2-drop is potentially worthwhile. Just having a minion on board to start chipping away at anything Silvername might play, or at least be a target for a potential Apotheosis draw, is something to consider. He is going to go for the Coin to Mind and play extra card, which is going to give him not only like the 3/3, but also the 2/3 afterwards when he dies. So he is going for just trying to stick minions in this early game.
Yeah, this minion, Mind Flayer card, is so key in a lot of your worst matchups, I'd say. I mean, it's just an incredibly good card overall, but in a lot of your bad matchups, you get forced off the board so effectively by decks that are, more mid-rangey and more aggressive than you are, that, you're scrambling to land Apotheosis a lot of the time to be able to stabilize and get yourself into a position where your good cards are playable in the late game, but you just never get minions to stick, whereas Mind Flayer Carge, at least, is an incredibly frustrating minion to deal with. Just in terms of contesting early boards and in terms of your opponent full removing your board so you're not able to land Apotheosis. Silvername here, just hero power, freezing trap, has the snake trap in hand, so that was going to be guaranteed for him. So knows he has a nice solution to this.
Does he do it, Sol? Does he do it? Bunny Hopper has access to Shadow Madness, and he knows that there's on his view, a 50-50 chance that it's freezing trap. And if it is, he does not want this card freezing because it becomes significantly worse, especially versus Hunter, after the freezing trap. So maybe it's just worth it.
I'm curious whether, Bunny Hopper weirdly could have got information from Silvername's sequencing that turn, because Silvername killed the 1/2 first and then pressed the button. It's almost as if he knew he was going to get freezing trap that turn. You see what I'm saying?
I do. I don't know if that would give you information. Maybe that's just sequencing 101, right? Like, don't need to do the hero power before or after, so the crates happen
sequencing
first? I don't know.
No. Sequencing 101 would tell you to do the random thing first. So you gain information, and then you plan out the rest of your turn. Obviously, it wouldn't have had a big impact because there's very limited branching paths when you have that little mana and so few cards in hand. If you want to use the sequencing 101 argument, then it was wrong.
Or maybe if he did it first and then traded, he definitely tells him it's freezing.
Sure, that's fair. I can buy that.
Maybe it's sequencing 102
No. We're getting into the advanced classes now. I like it. I like it.
I'm ready.
I like it.
And this is honestly, for me, where it starts to get a little bit weird, right? Bunny Hopper tried to play around Freezing Trap. He played an additional minion. It was cleared off. Now this card is isolated once again. For want of wasting time and this 3-3 just never attacking, is it just worth to just Shadow Madness to get this over with? I guess not. Your Bunny Hopper is just going to rip the Highlander cards out of nowhere, of course. But you see my point, right? Like, the more Bunny Hopper plays around this freezing, the more, for me, it just feels like you just commit the Shadow Madness to it.
Your wish is my suggestion.
I think Bunny Hopper's okay with the status quo for now. Just, Silvername just forcing to jam into these minions all the time. He does need to have the dragons in order to go Infinite Stormhammer here, and it's a lot of damage that's not going to Bunny's face.
I guess, though, even if the 2-1 went in and he played a minion, still kind of the same problem. Also, obviously not as good for Silvername if he can't swing a weapon, but it's still, this 3-3 is still just sitting there.
I think importantly now, if by Bunny Hopper waiting, he's created a scenario where Shadow Madness is just kind of good either way. So now, if he, like on this board state, for example, if he Shadow Madness is here and it's Freezing Trap, okay, he's dealt with the Freezing Trap and now his minion actually gets to play. Cool. If it's Snake Trap, well, he still gets to kill the 5/5 by using the Shadow Madness in this scenario. So I think, by waiting and waiting and waiting, he's finding scenarios where the Shadow Madness is just kind of getting better, regardless of what secret is.
Oh, he could just use Faceless now to clean up this completely and hold off on the and keep the Freezing Trap active.
Well, that's the good one.
And I am mad. Oh, no, he can't. Oof.
What's happening?
I'm wondering how he deals, or if he deals with this Mind Flayer right now. Because he has options, right? Because he has Zixol, the weapon, and the 2-1 that can attack. He can clear it all off if he wants. He would commit a lot. But mainly, I'm just wondering how heavily Silvername's worried about this card, if at all, or if he just wants to keep just jamming plays. He plays the secret, he gives Bunny Hopper the full information now. Well, 2 out of 2 total secrets he plays are active. So I also think that Silvername didn't hero power again, right? So it's not as if Bunny Hopper knew that there was a secret in hand because he hero powered and didn't play another secret. I think that was actually the first time he gets the knowledge. So he could actually play Fate Weaver and then just Shadow Madness the poison into the Freezing Trap face. Just ignore the 2-1 now that it is purely just a 2-1. He ends the turn with the 3-3 going face, the value card in hand, although a bit clunky, and a 3-6 though seems like a pretty solid turn, honestly.
Yep, I like it.
Quickly.
I don't think he needs to prot the snakes here. I don't think leaving the 2-1 on board is a huge punish if he doesn't. Mainly because Bunny Hopper doesn't exactly... He's not like committed a ton of stuff to the board that he needs to stick, right? If Silvername puts resources into killing this Fate Weaver or the Kaj and then the 2-3 afterwards, then great, I think. But I think that's a win for Bunny Hopper, actually, if anything else.
Yeah, agreed. Like that play a lot. Snake Trap is going to need to be dealt with at some point. Unless Bunny Hopper feels like he can just outright race, but that honestly sounds pretty unlikely. Pretty unlikely.
Maybe not. He has Murzen next turn.
He does. Yeah, no, that's fair.
And
But again, I kind of made this point at the start of the show that like a lot of the Hunter's cards do get value out of battle cries more so than just like straight up stats. So it's a little asymmetrical when you Murazond in this matchup.
Of course, Bran, the nightmare to go into Murazond because it doesn't do anything for the priest. But even Rotnest, it's still an 8/8 and a 6/5, even if you didn't get the battle cry full effect, right? It's still just, and it's whatever close to whatever the Hunter did, plus an 8/8, which the Hunter just doesn't run answers to 8/8s on the board, right? Not generally, anyway.
You'll find me wherever the action is.
There's the bad news here for Bunny Hopper. That was probably just the one card he did not want to see this turn. I think almost anything else he would have dealt with fairly comfortably.
Right. Particularly since this was his one question mark turn.
Yeah.
Because if, the big push comes next turn from Silvername, Bunny has the discounted Plague of Death in hand just to say goodbye to all of this stuff.
No real time or room to play the Kronks either to set up for Galakrond next turn.
Right.
So... fun. Does it have to be Shield of Galakrond plus the Ultira? Buff its health, and then... Oh, that's enough with a heal.
Ugh. Hate it.
That sound is a correct response, Subtle, but sometimes you have to do the bad things.
Yeah.
That's a decent chunk of minions on the board, but he's going to go with Vision first. Oof.
Yeah, I was thinking from his perspective, you could be thought stealing into Rotnest Drake there, and then maybe that gives you some kind of out.
That's true.
Obviously, we can see that the Rotnest Drake is in hand, so he was never going to get it. I'm trying to think of other outs off the thought steal, but I don't think there was too many.
I think that was my
Varanus
issue.
Was too expensive.
I think that was why I generally went for the heal instead, because there isn't that much to do with the thought steal from Hunter. The faceless corruptor punching through the 4/6, I believe. 13 easy damage going up there, and Silvername gets the win with the Hunter over the priest. So far, Hunter seems to be doing its job in this matchup, Subtle, as expected.
It does, yeah. This matchup is just so very, very hard. Even when they don't just have Infinite Stormhammer rolling you over, it's pretty difficult. So when that early curve comes down, that extra damage comes down, when they have Dynatemer Bran on 7, yeah, you're not winning those pretty often from the priest side.
Yeah, very tough overall, but you do see the difference, right? If that card was literally any card but Dynatemer Bran, Bunny Hopper actually set himself up in a fairly solid way. He had the Murazond if it was just a develop turn, and he could answer whatever came down with it. He had the Plague in case it was an emergency button, the turn after. So it did look like he was getting close to just about sticking on. But as you mentioned, just the sheer damage from Bran, not having a straight up just death answer plus heal maybe to recover from that push is often too much. But it does leave Silvername in a fairly solid position for the rest of this series. The only question that I always do have is Warrior left up for Bunny Hopper, which means we do have to keep asking ourselves, is that going to be a problem, or is it just going to be the way to go with the lineup and going with a Demon Hunter ban instead? It'll be very, very interesting overall. But this Silvername's Priest, I believe this looks about as standard as it gets, Subtle.
Yeah, the 2-mana slot is kind of floating. We're seeing 2 Death, 2 Penance, 2 Veil Weaver as pretty much the core in Europe Grandmasters, at least. I'm not entirely so sure about the other regions. But some people on ladder you'll see playing a Pyromancer in one of those spots, sometimes in place of one of the Deaths, sometimes in place of one of the Veil Weavers. So it's mostly nailed down to this point. I know Zananan, I think, was playing around with hard-running Dark Prophecy last night, maybe. So maybe there's still some way to go with the overall deck list before we get finalized, but for right now at least, this does seem to be pretty universally agreed on as the good list.
Yeah, one thing that does shock me, honestly, is just a lack of ooze. I feel like, especially when we talk about all the flexible cards are going to be in that 2-drop slot as to, do you play 1 Death, 2 Deaths, 2 Sethics, so on and so on. I am continually surprised that running a deck that is purposely leaving up Hunter and Demon Hunter and 2 slots are still question marks. The Ooze just doesn't fit in there somehow. And maybe that changes next week. Maybe I'm being dumb and I'm just missing something stupid. But the Ooze feels like it fits so well and might just be the extra little bit of help Priest needs in some of the harder matchups to just, even if they win a little bit more often, just a few percentage points more often, maybe that's just good enough for that card slot.
Raven, you're just not thinking like a Priest player. Look, if you queue into Warrior, you just wait for them to play their Sky Raider, and then you play Madame Lazul, and you just take the Cobalt Sticky Finger that they got off the Sky Raider, and then there you go, boom, there's your weapon destruction.
How silly of me.
You've just got to get creative, okay?
Well, I'm gonna have to get creative with my casting because we're about to go into a Priest mirror, and
is it actually? Oh, let's go! Let's go! All right, the first one I'm hyped about. The next 3 after this I'll be miserable about, but the first one, oh, let's go! I'm here for it.
Right, I guess I'm gonna go for my 40-minute dinner break, and then I'll come back and see how you got on, Sol. Yeah.
Sphere, we did test some Priest mirrors in our testing yesterday. Raven lasted exactly 1 and then tapped out and said no more.
Oh, come on. Not the full
That's what
story.
happened. It's accurate. I mean, if you want the full story, you generated a bunch of Solarians and you should have been winning, but then I thought stole them all from you, and then you lost.
Yeah, pretty much. Most importantly, it was tea time and I was hungry. So I went again. Okay. was the real important factor. But in this game, Soul Mirror there for Mr. Bunny Hopper, along with the Madame Lazul Keep in the opening hand. So are we already diving into Mulligan's strategies, Sottle? Do you like the Lazul just to drop down as a playable 3 cost?
I do, yeah. I think there aren't particularly huge numbers of cards that you want to keep in the matchup, but I think Lazul does just about make it. Early tempo is fairly irrelevant. I don't want to overstate it because you certainly can get advantages by being aggressive in the early game. And I do actually think it's important to have playable cards in the early game because as soon as you get to the Galakron point of the matchup, it's going to be so hard to press the hero power every turn anyway because your hand's so full that normally the player who's like got less out of their cards and just played them more aggressively in the early game has more space later in the game so they can press more hero powers. So weirdly, by getting less value in the early game, you get more value in the late game, if that explanation made any sense whatsoever. So that actually ties in nicely to what I was about to say, which is the absolute key card is I think what Bunny Hopper just drew here is the Fate Weaver. So getting to 2 invokes quickly and then being able to drop Fate Weaver on your hands makes it much, much easier to clear out hand space and just continue to cast Thought Steal, to have Sessic Veil Weaver turns, to be able to press your Galakron button every single turn. Just make sure you're squeezing everything out of your hand as efficiently as possible.
Yep, I genuinely do like to play tempo in this matchup, at least at the beginning, as you mentioned. But I will say as well, just in case you guys don't know, Fate Weaver can be generated as well. And when one player starts stacking Fate Weavers, the game gets very silly, as you could just start doing very, 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 very silly things with some of the crazy cards you can get late in. So we'll see if that pans out. But honestly, there are so many branching paths to this matchup. You kind of have to just strap in and go, go along for the ride. Bunny Hopper choosing not to play anything, maybe a little bit scared of a apotheosis from Silvername as he got to stick a minion first.
We're also reaching the point already where hand size can start to become a concern. Silvername played 1 card, but it's replaced itself in hand. So obviously he has coin. So if Bunny Hopper plays cards here for Silvername to react to, then Silvername can react to those cards and get cards out of his hand.
Are these the next reaction videos, Sol? Is this the spot in the market we're missing here? Raven and Sol react to priest hands. Takes answers a hard no. Okay, well, I'll take that idea elsewhere.
Sorry, I'm way too invested in this priest mirror already. I was more invested in how Bunny is reacting to Silvername's hand as he's just got to see a good chunk of it.
Sandtooth Waterbearer is a pretty annoying minion, honestly. It's one of those cards that I think is so close to making priest lists, but just doesn't quite fit. I think the priest, Galakron priest as of today is very, very I want to use the word solved because there are just so many cards that feel like must plays. Sandhoof Waterbearer is just a nightmare to deal with. Just try to time rip on curve, of course, but if you res it, or even if it just sticks around late game, heals up some of the big minions you end up just trading a lot with, that'd be huge.
I think that's what Bunny was potentially looking for there with his timing, is he wanted maximum chance of finding an Invoke card, or I guess a Galakrond of his own, since he has none of those things in hand right now. And as I mentioned, it feels like getting Fate Weavers down is pretty important in the matchup, and Bunny Hopper's a long way from doing that right now. Silvername, though, 2 Invokes done, Fate Weaver in hand already. Can start to make some tempo plays here if he wants to. But neither player has Galakrond in hand just yet, so whether they want to be liberally throwing out their cards left, right, and center without the backup plan just yet remains to be seen.
Yeah, and one of the problems is it's not often you snag sort of wins out of nowhere in this matchup by pushing early. But the idea of pushing early is getting cards out of your hand and making your opponent use some of their removal. But with basically with the dev sort of gutting the damage from hand for Priest, i.e. no Mind Blast, Smite not really working, and a few of the other options, even just no Divine Spirit means you can't just Divine Spirit in a fire out of nowhere and kill someone. It really is just trying to pull removal out of the hand. Like, if you can say, okay, I got to late game Mirror, and they've used 2 Shadow Word Deaths, a Breath of the Infinite, and 2 Apotheosis, you're probably feeling pretty good about life, maybe even a Soul Mirror. Probably feeling pretty good about your chances.
Silvername just going to play straight up Sandhoof here. So although he does have the Invokes for the Fate Weaver, he doesn't really have any key cards to discount right now. And I talk about that, I'm looking at Kronks, Soul Mirror, Murazond, essentially the things that allow you to make enormous swing turns and actually put pressure back on your opponent. If you can get those nice and cheap, you can actually create some big late game swings and actually put your opponent on the back foot pretty effectively.
It does have Death, and that's you can make that 0 mana or 1 mana very, very, very often, and even just having instant removal from some of the bigger turns late game, say the Murazond turns, is pretty huge.
Shadow Word Death is not quite a Soul Mirror though.
Close, but not quite, I agree, yeah.
Shadow Madness, another very key card in the matchup.
We are all
probably the #1 card in the matchup not to get got by. What does he say? Learn Obedience Peon? Is that what he says?
Yeah.
That's great. New favorite card right there. It's my favorite thing about casting Hearthstone, because I play on mute, I just never get to hear all this stuff.
Peons are the worker units from Warcraft 3 Orcs.
What? Okay, sure.
Which is, why it's more relevant to the specific orc.
I was going to say, peon is a fairly widely used word.
I know peon's a word, I'm just saying specifically for that card.
Right, okay. I appreciate a little lore deep dives every now and again, right?
Must consider.
As long as you don't reach Nimsh levels, we're good.
I did very quickly note the emphasis on every now and again that was even maybe quite subtle there in your phrase, but I heard it.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. Even just a Shadow of Death on this Fate Weaver is a mini victory for Silvername, I feel, just because he's not really committed much to create this, and it's just -1 death now for Bunny.
Yeah, there is a generated one though, so you can argue Bunny has an extra Shadow Word Death, so he was more happy to just throw one away.
Although the second you start trying to consider generated cards is the second you just go crazy.
Which is why you will go crazy playing this matchup, because you have to consider it. Because, honestly, if you use Deck Tracker, right, and there's that little flag of when a card is generated in hand, by the time you reach, turn 12, turn 13 of the game or something, which is about, 10% of the way through the actual matchup, then every single card in hand is just flagged with that generated card marker. That's just where you are in the matchup. Mind Flayer card, dangerous card in the matchup. If you do anything too good with it,
you give your opponent the opportunity to just steal it with Shadow Madness. Again, particularly if they then have some generated spells from Sethic Veilweaver in hand, and you give, like, I don't know, Shadow Madness, Grave Rune, trade it in, pop it over, like, kind of business. The revived copies don't actually retain the Death Rattle when you do that kind of thing, but it's still, like, a huge swing on the board. Here it does get the buff, though, so I like Silvername's usage. It's actually very hard to use this card without getting punished in the matchup, so making it out of range of Shadow Madness, this feels like good timing to use the card.
Yeah, and just generates just another reasonably sized threat, right? Just a 5/5. Like, yeah, it's as I mentioned at the start of the game, Silvername's not just going to randomly like race Bunny Hopper down and kill him, but it's more just about, okay, well, this 5/5 can't just be left alone because it exists, right? It needs to be dealt with in some respect. And honestly, this 2/2 is really just making the work, making Bunny Hopper put a lot of work into this. 2 buffed minions now he's had to deal with.
Mummy needs 5 more minutes.
I like it.
Quickly.
I think I will say as well. Any player that gets frustrated with what their opponent does, steals, uses, whatever, in this matchup, can stop it, because you've chosen this. You play Priest, they might play Priest, made you bed. Don't sleep in it, because you've only done this to yourself. So I'll be watching player cams very closely.
Alright. Weird time for a soapbox, but, you know, go off, King. It's fine.
We've got time.
Yeah, that's true. So, Silvername's hand starting to do an absolutely fat load of nothing. Yeah, that is kind of indicated in the hard pass that turn. He'll be looking for a Sethic Veilweaver turn, but he needs minions on the other side of the board to be able to get that.
Right, I was going to say, he can at some point just take it in and just try and trade in this hand for a new hand pretty soon, as most of the spells are targeted, apart from the Breath of the Infinite, so he can almost swap every card in hand if he wants.
Ah, yes, a nice tempo Lightwell, just what we needed. Is Bunny going to push with an Apotheosis here? No.
Saving up for double Apotheosis on the Lightwell. The real threat, I mean, the ultimate healing god. It's just a Lightwell with double Apotheosis on it.
Yeah. I mean, I think more reasonably, he also now has a discounted hand with a Sethic Veilweaver in it, so those Apotheosis can be used to greater value later on to recycle into new cards.
The game does look very different when neither player has Galakron, though, doesn't it? At this point in the game.
It does.
It's very strange. Normally, around now, you're looking at each player almost aggressively pressing Galakron hero power and just seeing what awkward boards they can make. Not only awkward for their opponent, but awkward for specifically Soul Mirror as well. That's one thing you don't want. You don't want to give your opponent a strong Soul Mirror turn, because that's when it can really flip around.
Yeah, and you've also got to worry about when your opponent does give you a strong Soul Mirror turn, are they doing it deliberately because they want to Murazond your Soul Mirror the next turn? You laugh, I'm being serious. It's like, that's a real thing.
It was more of a close to
exasperated sigh kind of thing, yeah.
Quickly.
All right.
I was actually looking at it in a fire. I was actually looking at it in a fire there.
All right, that's pretty funny. And rope number 1. Okay.
Psychic Split's pretty good. I actually think I would have gone in a fire. It's just a surprise factor. Sometimes you stick a big minion in this matchup.
Yeah, I think Bunny just hit problems at the end of that turn because he had so little time left to do so many things that, you know, he had to contemplate hand size, because when he started generating multiple renews, of course, each one of them is adding a card to his hand, not just replacing it. So I think he just started doing things as quickly as he possibly could, just trying to get as many actions through as possible.
And that was definitely a factor in the fire choice as well, because that doesn't generate, right? It'll only generate with the Sethic.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't cast it that turn anyway, so it was just a one-card play done. I just thought it was good as maybe a little surprise factor.
Give me all the Shadow Madnesses, Raven. I do like that Silvername skipped Grave Rune twice. I do think that card is kind of bait in this matchup. Feels like the kind of like high-value explosive thing that you should be able to get paid out for. But a lot of times there's just multiple cards that punish you. Soul Mirror, Shadow Madness if you do it on something small.
Fall Shadow Priest, post Galakron, and so on.
Yeah. You want a deep dive into the punishes? Yeah, we'll be here a while.
Needs to start crafting this god well. Psyche split on it.
Just apotheosis Psyche split. Go face. Your turn.
Yes. He just suddenly gains the Lyra voice. Voiceovers. Great.
I'm scared for the rest of this weekend, Raven. We're not even halfway through the deck in our first Priest Mirror, and you've already gone delirious.
The worst part is I don't particularly dislike Priest. It's just the mirror match is so weird.
Quickly. Yeah.
Like, as soon as the game starts, it gets harder and harder to break down because there are more and more silly things happen.
Ooh, there's the boy.
Well, just don't do what I did, Bunny Hopper. Make tons of them, and then your opponent just steals them all.
Psyche Split, Forbidden Words. This is very cute interaction that's worth knowing about. Psyche Split does not create the copy on your opponent's side of the board. You get it. So you can actually make swing turns with that. Actually, in our testing, Gia used it to deal with King Crush on the other side of the board, which is pretty sweet.
And that's, I think it's fair to even point out earlier than that. Psyche Split can be cast on an opponent's minion. I don't think at a glance at the card that seems that obvious if you just, apply general buffs to the game. Or minion generation, anyway. There is a Pyromancer generated here from Silvername, and although he doesn't need the healing, it is some form of AoE that might help take down this board.
So yeah, I guess we should cover Reliquary of Souls is kind of the nuts in this matchup, because we're going to go to Fatigue, almost certainly. Obviously, this will extend your deck size by 1 card, which is enormous. However, because it's so important, you generally don't want to play it until you can kill it yourself in the same turn to get value out of it, because of the card Shadow Madness and Cabal Shadow Priest being generated from random effects and so on, as Raven was talking about. So, for example, Bunny Hopper still has 2 Penance left in his deck that he can just shoot his own guy with to blow it up, but there's also the argument that Silvername has used 1 Shadow Madness and 1 generated Shadow Madness at this point. So maybe you don't have to worry about it, but again, that way madness lies, because again, I am actually looking at Deck Tracker, and I am looking at all the markers for randomly generated cards in Silvername's hand, and yeah, it's pretty much all of them.
Also, Silvername's not played Lazul yet, though, right?
Right.
So he could Lazul it if Bunny Hopper doesn't get it out of his hand.
Correct, yeah. And again, that becomes amplified when Galakron comes into play, because then there's Envoy of Lazul as well that can do the same thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Lazul. Cards like Resurrect and Katrina Muerta, cards like that, although a little bit weak to an opponent's Morozond, are powerful in this matchup because they're just 1 card, it doesn't generate new cards in hand, and it does a good job, right? It basically creates a threatening board for your opponent to consider, at least.
Mm-hmm.
So, outside of Morozond, of course, pretty good pickups. There is now the Krons for Bunny Hopper, which means he can get to this Galakron as and when he chooses, and I think that might happen sooner rather than later.
Well, The problem is it draws a card, though. If you do that, which kind of creates a problem. Like, yeah, you're getting a bunch of value by playing Galakron nice and early, but does that matter if you're going to fatigue before your opponent because you drew your Galakron?
I guess my problem is if you wait, or potentially, depending on where Galakron is in the deck, of course, if you have to wait till late to play Galakron and start pressing the hero power, have you just started generating cards way too late in the game and you're dying to fatigue anyway?
Well, so here's the thing. He has Murazond in his hand already. So if Bunny chooses, Silvername cannot get out ahead of Bunny by playing Galakron multiple turns earlier. Because if Bunny chooses, as soon as Silvername plays Galakron, he can just Murazond and also become Galakron.
That's true.
So things stay even, regardless of what happens. So I don't actually think Bunny needs to draw a card in this scenario.
The rest of his turn is looking weak if he doesn't, though.
True.
I must consider.
Take Plague of Death, play Plague of Death.
Move quickly.
I will act as your scapegoat.
Wait, what's happening? He's gonna have to like dump an Apotheosis or something this turn? In this case? Ooh! Oh! Oh, disaster!
Noise. I don't think Bunny Hopper's overly happy with that outcome.
Oh. Okay, there is the Galakron though. And there is no punish in hand, I believe, apart from Soul Mirror, I guess, to be able to abuse this reliquary. So Bunny saw 1 Shadow Madness, 2 generated Shadow Madnesses already.
Funnily enough, if he Soul Mirrors, he can't actually kill off his own reliquary, which then asks Bunny Hopper if he can steal Silvername's reliquary.
Right.
And it starts getting real stupid.
Oh! He thought stole the Shadow Madness!
Easy peasy.
Oh my goodness. Yes, hello police. I'd like to report a mugging.
I feel like it's one of those things where it's like a thief steals from a thief. Is it really stealing?
Well, there is this thing called honor among thieves, right?
Not in Hearthstone, and definitely not in
Nah,
Priest Mirrors.
clearly not.
Definitely not in Priest Mirrors.
Thy blood be born again.
So now, as you can see, up until that point, there's kind of a half-card advantage in Fatigue to Bunny Hopper. Now with that 1 additional card going into Silvername's deck, the draw phase is reversed, essentially. So, you know, you can call them level on cards, but Bunny Hopper is the one that is drawing first every turn, which means he will die to Fatigue first, the way things stand.
Yeah, that's the easy way to think about it, right? If all the players just stopped playing the game, Bunny Hopper dies first. Also, the fact that it's because Reliquary of Souls and now the Prime, because of its lifesteal and pure difficulty in dealing with that card from your opponent, that just makes it even worse, right? Because not only are you behind in Fatigue, not only Bunny Hopper's behind in Fatigue, also Silvername has a very powerful minion that can almost guarantee healing for a lot.
Right.
I'm not sure what's going on here.
I will act as your scapegoat.
The tagline to every Priest Mirror ever.
I'm just wondering what the plan is for this convincing. Is he just not going to attack?
I guess not.
Okay, fine.
Not a way weird. So
I just feel it's weird he's using Apotheosis and then the shield just to have a chance at that living. Seemed a bit extreme, but I guess he's got cards to spend.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, right? He just needed to play some cards that turn. He didn't necessarily want to play Galakron. He didn't necessarily want to play Well, he definitely didn't want to play Murazon. There's just few cards that he was actually able to get out of his hand that turn because Lazul replaces itself, Time Rip replaces itself. He just kind of had to make the best with what he had that turn. Yeah, this Pyro is super weird. He generated this off a Faceless Lackey like multiple turns ago. It's just been hard carrying ever since then.
Can be Time Rips now. Easily away from Bunny Hopper to move this minion off the board, and most importantly, Bunny Hopper has opened up a certain amount of hand space for him. Not a lot, but still.
Yeah.
Did he just play Circle of Healing?
I have dumped a lot of Circle of Healings in my time in Priest Mirrors, I can tell you that much.
Play it turn anyway.
Nice! Yep. Cycles of Penance. Yeah, okay, that's pretty cool.
I've been waiting
like
for
that.
this in the fire.
I did have a nonsense swing turn at one point in a Priest Mirror. It's the only real time I've got like super value out of Circle of Healing, where it was like Soul Mirror, Breath of the Infinite for a clear, and then I got to circle like all the stuff back up again.
Yep, and if you're wondering, maybe 5 minutes ago we said goodbye to most of the actual cards in the game, and everything's generated by now. So every card that's played is going to have some text underneath it that says created by. Now we're going down the rabbit hole of how much can these players play around. There are a couple of cards though. There is Galakron, there is Murazond, and there is Soul Mirror.
Rond, yeah.
I guess.
Soul Mirror Rond?
Yeah, Galakron.
Blood
okay.
Born again.
Go with the theme song. Go with the theme.
Okay.
But outside of those, at this point, I think you're in the Wild West, right?
Yep. Pretty much.
I'm interested to see when these plagues come out. Because you still hand over priority to your opponent, and because it's this nature of this mirror match, it's not, say, an aggro matchup or a mid-range matchup where you plague and it's like, okay, they're probably not able to refill. The plague might just make your opponent just do the same again, and then you're in the same spot with just one less card in hand. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. I think this is really tough at this point in the game, especially with Bunny Hopper's hand.
Yeah, I'm still curious about that turn where, the turn where he played out the Reliquary of Souls and got it Shadow Madness was the turn where, like, I sort of mused at, like, well, maybe just take Plague of Death and play Plague of Death this turn, just because then you achieved something this turn at least.
Or is Plague just the ultimate endgame fatigue card, right? If Silvernames goes Prime or goes something crazy with a big board to try and be his final push, it's just Plague to say no.
Well, I don't think so, right? Because unless it's, like, literally final board from Silvername, threatening lethal, and Silvername is dying to fatigue that turn, right? Then it's good. But otherwise, you just play Plague of Death, and then your opponent, even if they have no cards in their hand for some reason, you play Plague of Death, they press the hero power, and they play a minion, and they're ahead again.
The future is clear.
Maybe we're just going to see it kill the Prime.
All of the Murazons.
Maybe we just see Plague be actually just 9 mana kill the Prime that Bunny Hopper knows he has. Or one of the Plagues.
So this is where I get stuck in the matchup, right? Because Murazond is the nuts. Murazond and Soul Mirror, I would say, are the two nutso cards outside of Galakron, right? But how long can Silvername sit with all of these, like, dream cards in his hand, waiting for, like, the perfect opportunity to drop them? Like, was the pick there maybe Apotheosis, just because it was a playable card that he can get out of his hand? This is the part I find really, really hard about this matchup.
This is the part where, because it's hard, I find it easy. I just start playing stuff and try and kill them.
Okay. It's so high level that you've just cycled all the way back round to the bottom again? Yeah. Okay. So there you go. There's the interaction I was talking about several turns ago, and why I don't think it was important for Bunny Hopper to draw a card here with his Kronks.
Didn't get the weapon, though.
No.
Obviously, I'm not saying that's... Sorry, that sounded like I'm surprised.
It did sound like you were surprised.
I'm not surprised. I'm saying the difference is, yes, he gets the hero power, but does not get the benefit of the weapon. So Silvername does have a certain level of advantage, especially now with a Krunk's draw. He's starting to represent a pretty good hit if he really wants to.
He is. Of course, it remains awkward for Bunny Hopper even now to use Kronks to maybe, board clear, make an 8/8, deal damage and heal, whatever you want to do with Kronks. Because even if he were to do that now, he still draws his other Galakron that's still in his deck. So he's still drawing a card.
And this is where it really, from what I've seen of Priest Mirrors, it is each player to their own at this point, because you're so deep into the game that for me, I was even looking at, yes, Silvername got the hero power, so he got more value. I was wondering that turn whether he goes Krunks into an 8/8 and then just start saying to Bunny Hopper, okay, I have the weapon to help with trades if needed. He has a handful of powerful things. If Bunny Hopper does any removal or any minions to try and counter Silvername's minion push, then he can Morozond or Death or whatever. So I feel like because Silvername's got so many varied answers in hand, he can start being a little bit more aggressive and board-centric. But instead, Silvername went for the hero power. Did get the convincing infiltrator, which was very nice. It just fit the curve perfectly. But it's just still quite slow, and I don't know if Silvername needs to be slow now.
Is this just? Are you just letting your inner wishes come out into your context, into your casting, Raven?
No, so in all honesty, I'm no pro at Priest Mirrors, but I think if you're ahead on board and you have a Kronks to do the AoE buff, I think you just start pushing bits. Just push damage, and if they clear your board, fine, you make another board. If they don't clear your board, great. Because there is limited healing now that both players are Galakron. There's limited healing available in the game.
Or another way of looking at it, so there's infinite healing available in the game.
What if?
There's no limit to how many 5/5s you can generate. There's no limit to how many generated Sethic Veilweavers can give you more apotheosis as you cycle spells off them.
I'm going to make you cast the next one.
What?
I've just come up with a new challenge for myself. It's just to suggest the most ridiculous play I can think of in the Priest Mirror with enough conviction that Raven thinks I'm being serious. Some point this weekend that's going to happen, okay? Look out for that.
Don't take my thing, Sol. Suggesting ridiculous plays is mine.
Yeah, but you never sound like you mean it. That's the trick here, is I'm going to make you consider it as if it's a serious thing. That's the fine art that's going down.
Ooh. Good little steal there from Silvername. Gets even more value.
Did he again? So, wait, was that off Psychic Conjurer?
Yeah,
He just ripped it. Oh my goodness. All of Bunny's Shadow Madnesses are just being used against him. That's so nonsense.
Maybe.
Damage is starting to be a bit of a threat. I know there's only 7 power on board right now, but Bunny Hopper doesn't actually have just a direct answer outside of Plague to this.
Maybe.
But with the weapon, there is a little bit of fear. I was also wondering, was the ultimate tech card for anyone who brought Priest the normal Alexstrasza?
The ultimate tech card for anyone who bought Priest if you're trying to win the Priest Mirror was Archivist Elysiana.
What about Alexstrasza? It's more fun and doesn't hurt my soul personally.
Alright, Plague of Death number 1 does go down.
Funnily enough, Plague, really good card against Morozond.
Yeah.
Not really going to get the Morozond backswing with that, are you?
It's also worth knowing, like going to your point of like Silvername pushing and being aggressive, he did actually see Plague of Death at some point, I believe, right? When he took the Murazond out of his opponent's hand, I think Plague of Death was one of the cards he was offered. So that could be, part of his reasoning of why he's not trying to capitalize on the aggression he did have at some point, because he knew it would get shut down by Plague of Death anyway.
I do like the Reliquary now. It's awkward enough, no spot removal, and any AoE removal, I just Plague. I guess it's tough. The problem Silvername has is if there's Galakron from Bunny Hopper. But I think at this point, well, that's just something he has to take. I don't think he can afford to pass this turn. And I think the only other option here is Kronks, and that's worse if there's Galakron in hand.
Sure. I do think the board's actually just a pretty good place for the Reliquary as well, right? Because it's the one place where it's least likely to get stolen.
Yeah.
If it's in your deck, it can get Thought Stolen. If it's in your hand, it can get Lazuld or Envoy of Lazul.
I think it would require like 3 cards for it to be stolen, right? The -2 and then -2 again. And then a Cabal Shadow Priest, exactly.
Yeah.
Like that's like just never gonna happen, is it?
Yeah.
There's Galakron on time.
Yeah, it is weirdly still very important for Bunny to have drawn this card, even though he is already Galakron. Firstly, he gets the 5/2 claw, same as his opponent, so he kind of matches that advantage that Silvername has at this point. Secondly, his Kronks is now able to be played, which is pretty freaking important.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, and might not have seen it too often, what subtle means is, yes, Kronks could have been played for the Kronks buff, where you choose one, because Bunny Hopper is Galakron. The problem is, Kronks likes to do a good job. And that means does everything on his job description. So he will do the ability on board that you pick, and also draw Galakron like he promised, because there is still a Galakron in your deck. So that's what Subtle meant by Kronks being unplayable, because Bunny Hopper did not want to draw the additional card out of his deck.
Yeah. Sorry, obviously I did mention that earlier, but yes, you are right. There are people who may have joined the broadcast in the last 2 hours while this one game has been going on, so they might not have caught that. You are absolutely right.
So again, questions have to be asked because of how strange that... Well, not strange, but how much of a weird Murazond turn that is for Silvername. Does he just now go with the Reliquary? Because otherwise, I'm not sure. He has 10 cards in hand, so you can't even hero power and see what happens.
He also at some point needs to get enough cards out of his hand that he can Thought Steal before Bunny's deck runs empty and he doesn't get any value from it.
Does he just Breath of the Infinite query this turn? Is that too crazy? I know you mentioned earlier Soul Mirror Breath of the Infinite often gets there. Or are you going to hold on for that?
It just plays an 8/8. Nice. It's weird because actually that interaction is often really key in the matchup, where one player like has a nutty Soul Mirror and then the opponent just Murazon's back and just Soul Mirrors and just reverses the situation on the board again. Like we still saw that happen. But we saw kind of the upside of Bunny doing what he did, which was make a Soul Mirror where everything on board dies, because then there's no counter swing from the opponent with the Murazond.
What I'm really interested in right now is what Silvername's plan is for this Reliquary. And I'm not saying he's wrong with what he's doing, or he's wrong by not playing it. I am just generally interested to know what his plan is. There's been multiple turns in this game where he could have dropped it out fairly safely, and he's not done. He's not done so far.
Okay.
Play the guessing game.
Yeah, there is no given correct answer here, which there is sometimes. So I think the logic in that scenario is pick the one you want the most, because there's really nothing to go on. I believe all of the natural copies of all of those cards have been played. No, the natural Murazond is still in Silvername's deck. So that was actually probably statistically the most likely pick from Bunny.
I'm going to go for the Thoughtsteel Fate Weaver, I imagine. Thoughtsteel.
We are all bound to fate.
Infinite value! That's the joke you're supposed to make there, right? Pretty sure. Here's the thing, though. Bunny needs a plan. Because he is losing by some distance right now. By some distance, I mean one card.
This is where I get stuck, right? It's where I never really know what's good enough or what's, a trap. Because to me, Katrina Muerta and Death seems fine. Or any big dude in Death seems fine. But then you just play into the Murzon you know is there. Then they get Katrina Muerta again, and then they probably get you. But then if you don't do anything, you're just losing. So is it just an endless spiral? Is my question, Son. I want you to answer that.
Well, you can make sort of balanced plays that don't get punished super hard by Murazond, or at least have pretty significant failure rates, which this turn kind of is, right? Because there's a Death and a Katrina in it. So Silvername, if he Murazond did this, he could play Katrina first and then Death his own Katrina. He could Death his own Murazond and then play Katrina afterward. It's not necessarily a huge swing turn. There's an iteration where it's a huge swing turn, but it's not the most likely outcome. So I think hedging with good card, bad card is a pretty decent scenario to be in when you know your opponent has Murazond to potentially punish you.
Sounds like the name of a game for the next set of Grandmasters interviews. Good card, bad card.
It's actually a pretty good idea, right? TJ, are you watching?
I think
Get on
TJ
it.
needs a good idea based on some of the ones I've seen so far.
That's true.
My blood be born again. Count your blessings, mate.
Nice. Ends up with a playable minion at the end of the chain, which is super important to get him space in his hand. Infinite value!
And the 100th Shadow Madness of the day!
Oh, yes! Every card Silvername steals is either a Shadow Madness or a Thought Steal to steal more Shadow Madnesses. This is great. Okay. That's huge. He is, however, out of penances. Never mind, there's one right here. Forget I said anything.
If he plays it, though, he gives Silvername an additional one with Murs.
Yup. No, that's an excellent point.
And it's just gonna get Shadow Madness.
Well, he does have the penance, so he can skip the Shadow Madness part.
Time is running out.
Holy Smite for a nice little cheap removal.
He's going to Kronks it instead? Okay. Assuming this is going to be AoE then, right? Yeah, okay. Fine.
This means, though, that if Silvername Murzons, he does get those minions and not the effect, so Kronks won't go off, it'll be a 6/6. He can follow it up with a death on Bunny Hopper's Kronks if he wants.
Yeah, and he does also have penance for his own Reliquary of Souls that he'll generate as well. He knows full well that Bunny still has Shadow Madnesses because he keeps stealing them every freaking turn.
And also, as you mentioned, if he uses death this time, then there's, again, a certain miss rate of if Bunny Hopper wants to Murzon back Murzon. Sure. Generate. Right you are, Reliquary. Pain and suffering do await us.
What an existence, right? Like, the only time that card sees play is when it gets generated in this matchup, and then it's just, like, its purpose is to die immediately. It just pops out like, oh, hey guys, right, get on the board and I'm going to shoot you so you get in my deck. Like, that just doesn't seem like a very happy existence.
Oh, they love it.
It's me
Okay.
six.
What about?
Is this the Galacrons?
We are all bound to fate.
No, he's going to Soul Mirror again. Okay, interesting. Thing that I'm learning from watching Bunny Hopper is that he's done this twice now in situations where minions don't survive. Where it's just a straight up sweep with the Soul Mirror. It's kind of cool. Something that I will definitely look at moving forward. You've got to find something to entertain yourself when you play these mirrors, so generally I just try and play each one completely different and see what happens.
Whispers everywhere.
Silvername still has 2 soul mirrors though for himself. Along with the time rip and the death, he's got spot removal whenever he wants. Actually, 2 time rips. Sorry, I didn't even see the second one. I want to see the Shadow Madness just to bop him in the face. Show him that you've got Shadow Madness spare.
Wait, what?
Just get him.
He's got a Henge Clan Shade Quill in play. What's the plan? Okay, good card. £1,000 right now if you can tell me what Silvername's remaining deck is.
No.
Okay, good. Good answer. That is an acceptable answer.
Wait, so I win? Great. Just hold these smites to kill him. Another Plague of Death.
Time is running out.
Okay. So Bunny is ahead now, and this is important, because he needs to be ahead. This is the first time in a long while where it seems like Bunny Hopper might just be able to formulate a plan. Because he has minions, he has a base, he can continue to reload for a couple of turns after this.
Diamond Ritual is pretty nice, actually.
It is until you get hit by Shadow Madness number 7.
A part of me just wanted to see a Murazan created just to see what it did that turn, because Bunny Hopper played about 20 cards.
Yeah, he did.
Just see what happens with Murazan.
Wait, genuinely, I made that number up. This is actually Shadow Madness number 7. He's played 5 generated ones. Okay, no, this is number 6, because he still has 1 natural one left in his deck.
Oh. Again!
Yep. So here's the difference, right? This is what I was talking about earlier, where Bunny played his Soul Mirrors in situations where the board got cleared, whereas Silvername has done the opposite of that. So now you open yourself up to the Murazon or the Soul Mirror coming back the other way, which then just reverses this whole board state. So there's kind of a clear difference between the way that both players have used one of their key resources, which is pretty interesting.
What about?
It's also weird though, right? Because just because Bunny Hopper could Murazan this, it does mean Silvername gets what I would say is a bit more of a manageable Murazan than some of the others we've seen this game.
Sorry, I didn't follow that at all. What did you say?
So if Bunny Hopper Murazan's this,
yeah,
then it's much less impact, right? Because the minions are just smaller.
Sure.
Which means that Bunny Hopper's only left with a 3/3, which I think is fine if that pulls out a Murazan Soul Mirror.
Well, and a 3/3 and an 8/8.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
Actually, a 3/1 and an 8/8.
I just mean more. That to me sounds like a very manageable Murazan.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Versus some of the other stuff they could do, right? So even though, yes, they left minions up and there was a backswing potential, the backswing is so weak, I think actually Silvername's okay with it.
Alright, that's what I'm saying. It costs 1. Okay, no. It's the other one. Actually not a bad roll in a lot of occasions, just because it's something that you can just quite happily dump on the board in just about any scenario.
Yep. Again, I'm still just are these... Get swinging that weapon, Silvername. Tell Bunny Harper what you're going to pick.
Oh, if you just giddy up and just smack him for 20.
No.
You just generate another Lazul. You just Galakroned 1 card kill, an OCK. Just Galakron them for 10 over 6 turns. 3 different Galakrons.
Imagine Alex Straza in this hand. The future.
Is that right on time? That is right on time. 2 cards left.
He has to play some cards, though.
He does.
What do you think, Plague? Everything else generates stuff. Okay, not everything else, but...
Breath doesn't.
Maybe.
He has Wretched Reclaimer, which is, again, one of the best cards with the Reliquary of Souls if you generate. I actually lost an hour-long Priest Mirror to Calento on ladder because his final play of the game was, like, Reliquary of Souls, Grave Rune, Wretched Reclaimer, Penance, both of the ones that came out again afterwards. I was like, alright, okay, I guess I lose. That seems fair.
Time is running out. Sounds like a reasonable priest play.
Yep.
Job done. Nice.
I am running out of cards.
Okay, Radiance is a real Hearthstone card in this situation. When you're getting this far deep into fatigue. 5 health can be a big deal.
Now, 50 minutes to a Priest Mirror. We're finally getting cooking. The light at the end of the tunnel is here. So even with the capabilities of healing, the fatigue stacks up just way too quick, and it's why I'm wondering when these reliquaries are going to get played, because it is only really a 1-a-turn kind of card, right? They're not reduced down to play them both, and we need to play them, then they need to get to attack, need to play the other one, and it's just quite a slow thing to get going, which means that you really, I think it's important for some of them to get them down a little bit sooner rather than later now.
Silvername says, hey, you know what? That psych split play that you made last turn was, or earlier in the game, was pretty cute. I think I'm gonna do the same thing.
Out of cards.
Okay, he's burning a Shadow Madness, I think, off the top, his last card. Which is a little scary. It's a good card.
Yeah, he'll generate 5 more.
Sure.
What if?
The problem now, honestly, is you just look at the resources, and Silvername just wins, right? If just looking at hands without generation. He has 1 extra reliquary. They both have Galakron, so that's... He has the Master Spell, which can help him deal with Bunny Hopper's reliquary. He still has Soul Mirror.
Yeah, the Soul Mirror is huge.
Silvername's like, oh, I can't believe I burned that Shadow Madness. Really needed that.
Maybe.
No can go with a Fate Weaver. And whipping a hero power as well.
Yeah, chose to go with the Rip first to get the discount on the minion.
We are all
He now has to play a card before he presses hero power, so you can't get the discount.
on the Envoy of Lazul, okay.
And now, First Blood. Fatigue hits.
He's going to make the Wretched Reclaimer play, it looks like, so he keeps the Reborn 3/6. If he'd have seen this at the start of the turn, he might have changed his mind on the Shadow Madness play, because that does get very exciting. But he had to play a card first. Yeah, just goes ahead and plays it. Doesn't really have much upside anymore.
Yeah, and although there's of course intricacies and strong plays to make for this portion of the game, a lot of it will just be who can stick minions, because now any points of damage going face is huge.
Yep.
So even if there's 2-1 sticks to get to go face, that's a big deal. Silvername still has these Reliquaries in hand, and again, I'm just waiting to see when they come down and what impact they make, because they are the wild card, I think.
Oh! Disgusting. Surely you can just play one every turn until it sticks. Now, at this point, can't you just like clear this board with Galakron and then just play one of your primes every turn until one of them survives?
I think so, yeah.
Better question, do you need to? Is he just winning anyway?
But this is the thing, like, for me, what I want to know is, what's the downside of playing them, right? Because if it's, do you need to? Fine, but you've had them stuck in hand all game. Could playing them either earlier or playing them now would just make it more sure of winning the game as opposed to needing.
Well, I think as soon as Silvername gets ahead on Fatigue in the matchup, it's not his job to win anymore, right? Like, he doesn't have to make any initiative. It's just not his job. He can just sit back and let Bunny Hopper try and win the game. He doesn't have to anymore.
Well, I think more my point is, the Reliquaries are tough to deal with, right? They're untargetable by your opponent. So...
Yes, but he's kept seeing Plague of Death and Galakron in his opponent's hand. Because remember, this Galakron in his hand is stolen out of his opponent's hand. Plus, it's his natural Galakron, but he knows is still in the deck. And pretty much every time he's played a Madame Lazul, he's seen a Plague of Death in his opponent's hand. So I just don't think playing stuff... I mean, up until now when he has the third one, right, like now it might be getting a bit ridiculous. But up until now, I think he was just asking to get, a good carded by Bunny Hopper if he was to play one of them, because he knows Bunny has all the answers.
One thing I will say is, like, hand quality is a little bit weird right now, because don't get me wrong, Reliquary, of course, are fantastic. They both have a Galakron, so that's evened out. Bunny Hopper actually has more stuff and enough removal to actually deal with these Reliquaries.
Yeah.
So maybe he gets over the line. There's one play going to be used on the whiteboard. Now we finally...
It's got to be time.
Clock.
It's got to be time, surely. The board's empty.
If he just plays this one drop and passes, I'd probably cry.
More like
Don't you do it to me, Silvername.
The other question is, I'm not 100% sure whether this Murasond in hand for Bunny is the natural one or not, or whether that's a generated one. Because that makes a difference as well as to whether you want to be playing Reliquary Primes, because obviously you just give one to your opponent if you do so.
It is, but you do have Mass Dispel Death, right?
Sure, yeah,
so
that's a good point.
That's what I'm looking at, right? Although it does draw Silvername a card, which would just need one extra fatigue, of course. That's bad, but if he just bypasses it and then kills him, because next turn he can Galakron and just push damage as well, right?
That's true, yeah. That's very true. That's much more enticing than the Master Spell plan.
Yeah. The options are there, but what I mean is, Silvername's path now is fairly straightforward outside of his hero power every turn. It's like he's got the damage, he's got the way to bypass the awkwardness so that Bunny Hopper can put in the way. So Bunny Hopper's definitely on the defensive. As I mentioned, fatigue stacks up so quickly, and you do run out of spells in this matchup as well. Get to the late game, don't have access to tons of heals because there aren't that many of your cards that actually generate spells outside of Setting.
Silvername gives the nod. This is the removal that he's accounted for. He knows the Galakron is there. I think he was unsurprised to see one more Plague of Death be played by Bunny Hopper. I think that's the second one that Bunny has now played this game. Is he going to be prepared for Plague of Death number 3?
Wait, you shouldn't play it this turn, right? You just want minions? Okay. I didn't know whether he wanted to hold on to it because he has death, to go second death or something.
Lifesteal does proc for Silvername. That is a win in its own right. But Bunny is now able to deal with one of these with an Aeon Reaver, which is actually a huge victory for him in this scenario. That's actually, in the context of how, you know, fine the details are at this point in the late game, that's an enormous tempo swing. It might not look like it, but it really is.
Yeah, I wonder if that's even enough to draw out the Galakron, because there's no way to actually kill it, right?
Right.
Yeah. Do anything.
Bunny has to respect the Sethic Veil Weaver, though. That's also a huge deal for the Silvername. The Bunny feels like he has to smack his weapon into a 2-3 there.
He's got a wide board, though.
He does.
And he can gain 5 more armor with this Morazond.
Wait, what?
Oh wait, it doesn't gain the armor, right? Being stupid. If the Galakron comes down.
Oh, I see. Sure.
I am beyond imagination. Succumbed to madness.
He's going to play the Reliquary as well.
But now, Plague of Death number 4? Is it enough?
Is it too... Hey?
Because there's no hero power here. Like, Silvername has kind of pushed quite heavily all in.
Right.
So hang on, 5 damage, he takes 6 next turn plus 5. So he takes 11 next turn. So Radiant's Plague of Death, he's alive?
Well, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, he needs a lifesteal.
He can pass.
Yeah. He needs a lifesteal thing in play this turn.
Yep, to bridge the gap. Because otherwise he would Plague Radiance, Silvername just swings, and then he plays the Reliquary, and next turn Silvername passes Deadly.
Yeah, and this is going to be over because of the Master Spell. Silvername can afford to tank the 1 extra card drill or here off the Master Spell. So I believe he now gets through.
Any reason to not play Radiance? I don't think so, right? Well, the reason is to play the 1-1, but it's literally a 1-mana 1-1 right now.
Yeah.
On wings of destruction, take cover.
Value the 1-1.
Yeah, it takes 5, takes 6 from the Master Spell, but there's still plenty to be able to come through and end the game.
Something that's soul destroying. It's after an hour, almost exactly an hour-long game of Priest Mirror there.
Was that really?
Well, I glanced at it, and I think we were a turn or so in, and it was 2 minutes past 6, and it is now exactly 7 o'clock. So after an hour, you lose to a Master Spell at the very end there. I think both players at the end got pretty close. I mean, without that Master Spell, Bunny Hopper might have just survived long enough, especially considering he had a few options of his own, right? He had the Radiance, and he had just the Bone Dragon, the Katrina Murta to put on enough damage to maybe backswing on Silvername. But that Priest Mirror chalked that one up for Silvername, and Silvername going 2-1 in this series so far. Silvername, yet another player who's much needed the win. I feel like this was almost meant to be, as we've had 3 matches so far today, this being the 3rd, and all like each match having a player who was, 0 and X basically needing and desperately needing wins on the board to keep him with a fighting chance here. Looks like Bunny Hopper's going to switch over to his Warrior though, so that's going to be a big question mark as the Warrior is being left up and it is the Demon Hunter from Bunny Hopper that was banned out by Silvername. Silvername only has his Demon Hunter left, so we're going to see again maybe back to the original top 2 archetypes of this expansion Sato, which was Demon Hunter and Warrior.
Right.
I still think this is a closer matchup than people might give it credit for as well.
You think so? You're like a bigger fan of the Demon Hunter than most people, is what you're saying potentially?
Yeah, I still think Warrior's favored. Don't get me wrong, but I think Demon Hunter's got a better chance than most people give it credit for. I have been just killed by Demon Hunter so fast that without getting the strong early draws and the early Risky Skipper or the early Armor Smiths or being able to combo, even if you clear them off the board, Demon Hunter's access to Warglaves, Metamorphosis, and even just buffs means that you can just actually get killed because your hero power alone is not enough, in my experience, to fend off the sheer just straightforward turn after turn damage.
Sounds like you're probably just bad, Raven. That's what I'm getting from this.
Okay, well, let's see how it plays out. Do you think it's like very favored for Warrior?
I mean, define very. I think it's like approaching 60% or maybe even slightly above for the Warrior, yeah.
Okay. It's a little bit different as well for Bunny Hopper here, as I wouldn't say Bunny Hopper's playing what's been, or at least what I would deem the standard list, as he's still playing those eggs. He's playing the eggs and Terran Gorefiend as well. Only one Corcoran, but he is playing that Gromash Hellscream, but there is no Deathwing in the deck, which is a card I actually quite like versus Demon Hunter, honestly, because they just can never kill it.
What now?
So far here for Bunny Hopper, though, he has a choice between just getting that egg down or just dropping a Bloodsail Raider, which does contest the Battlefiend quite nicely.
I must choose.
Honestly, because there's no inner rage, there's no immediate payoff for that egg, is there?
Right, that's the question though, of like potentially whether you want to play to outs from the top of your deck at this point, or whether you necessarily need to have this thing contested even when you have Warmaul Challenger on the following turn.
I think, funnily enough, the Warmaul Challenger makes me want to not play egg this turn, because Rampage is a good target for the egg if you can proc it, but because he has Warmaul Challenger, which almost always has a target that leaves Warmaul on high health against Demon Hunter on curve, it means you can go Warmaul Challenger into Rampage pretty consistently.
Yeah.
Which means you just don't need to just play an egg that might just die anyway.
Yeah, agreed. I like this curve. Does Bunny look like a man who just had his soul destroyed to you? Looks like pretty regular old Bunny Hopper to me.
What now?
Yeah, not often the most emotive person we see.
Also, thinking about it, has Bunny Hopper spent 2 hours of his life playing Priest Mirrors on broadcast in GM and have 0 wins to show for it up to this point?
I hope not, for his sanity.
I think that's what's happened. Unlucky.
I'm not even that sympathetic, as I mentioned all the way back when, a whole hour ago. If you bring Priest, it's what you can get, okay?
Yeah.
You open yourself up to Priest Mirrors.
We're with you.
So as Raven was saying, the Rampage is going to be huge here. You'll quite often see Demon Hunter players in this scenario just taking a bunch of weird value bumps into the 1-8 anyway with all of their 2 health minions. Just to reduce the impact of this scenario, but Silvername wasn't even far enough ahead to really be doing that. This mana burn just does nothing. Like, it's just, okay, I will spend my 2 mana this turn on the best card in my deck.
I've got a question for you, Saul. This is a bit of a tough one, I think.
Okay.
What year did Silvername win Worlds? Because he's running mana burn in Demon Hunter.
Oh, is he? That's
that was
a great
an actual
question.
mana burn. I'm just wondering which year it was, and I must have missed it, so I apologize, Silvername.
It was 2014 actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There was this secret tournament where just 8 people were invited, and then they called it a World Championship for some reason, and then kept using Silvername's face on a graphic over and over again for years, even though there was no legitimate claim to it being a World Championship. I can see how you get it confused though.
Yeah. Thanks for clearing that one up. I appreciate it.
That's fine.
One thing here, though, is the Warmaul only being a 4/4 isn't the most attractive Bloodsworn Mercenary target that I've ever seen, but on the other hand, is a 4/4 and the 2/2 with the 4/4 already on board, already just enough versus Demon Hunter.
Wait, I messed that up, didn't I? Wasn't Firebat 2014 World Champion?
Yeah, I think you mean 2013.
Yeah, Artosis was the year before. Okay. All right. Clarify, that was not shade at Firebat in any way.
Look, if you
Firebat
hate
is very
Firebat,
much
just say
a legitimate world champion. Artosis is not.
Nope, confirmed. Sol just called Firebat trash and undeserving of a World Championship title. There's another line here of just going the Risky Skipper and Bomb Wrangler, but the problem with that is you're upset if you draw an Armor Smith. In my experience after Risky Skipper, and I think if you can make a solid turn that doesn't involve using a Risky Skipper, then you probably should in this matchup.
Probably a slightly more difficult decision than people might give it credit there for. 2 armor or player 0/3 that might have little to no impact on the game for quite some time, yeah. I think with a Risky Skipper in hand, then having the egg in play there does have a lot of upside. Plays to a lot of draws. Blood Boil Brute, for example, that will make the Blood Boil Brute 1 cheaper on your Risky Skipper turn just by having that additional minion in play.
Just straight up Battle Rage. Just
yep,
being an extra card there. Now, is Inner Rage on this egg if he really wants it, but with Grom in hand, does Bunny Hopper just focus on just coasting now and maybe just hard plays a Bomb Wrangler and armors up?
I mean, he could skip a Bomb Wrangler this turn if he wanted to. I don't think it's the worst play. It doesn't seem like he's going to necessarily need a Risky Skipper to contest board. He is very all-in at that point. He's only 2 turns away from just straight up winning the game.
Just the Bomb Wrangler might be enough.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Because there's so many draws that Risky Skipper's good with. And the Bomb Wrangler, although, yeah, it gets you extra bombs, which does more damage, he needs only, literally 1 damage to hit the face before he plays this Grom. And also, as well, if in some universe he needs Inner Rage on something else, he can Risky Skipper Grom on 9.
Sure.
That's a very much a backup plan, don't get me wrong. But it is another activator for Grom, just for 10.
Fascinated. What's going to come up with here? Hard pass. Okay, option C that we didn't even consider. So he wants to wait, see a board get generated, use his Skipper and Bomb Wrangler to clear out some of the mess, and then use that to bridge his gap between now and turn 8. Alright. I get down with that.
Yep, seems reasonable to me. A lot of cards drawn. No Altruist, though, so there's no chance at really going nuts for damage for Silvernate, as well as potentially clearing off this egg, but does have Metamorphosis as well. Just going to give a quick check. Silvernate is running 2 I-Beams in his list as well, so he can heal out of range of this in some circumstances. The Corsair Cash, though, that's a good draw.
Yeah, that made this game quite a lot simpler.
Yep.
Just draw the weapon, equip the weapon, hit the face. Job done.
So what would it have to be? Freeze I-Beam this turn?
Freeze I-Beam. Yeah, sounds about right.
Like an I-Beam.
Yeah, he also drew the second freeze, which I think completely locks him out. Because otherwise he could have gone Blazing Balmage Skull and hit both of those cards. I-Beam in the middle, so it's 0. And then Frozen Shadow Weaver anywhere, so it's also 0. Having drawn it, he can't do that anymore. Also, he's not playing around Grom in a rage, let's be real. Like, that's just not what he's thinking about this turn.
Demons?
Yeah, honestly, I think if he drew I-Beam, it's just a good play to freeze an I-Beam, actually, this turn. You know what I mean?
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Even specifically to beat Grom, it's just actually just a strong play for the game.
Yeah.
Just a happy coincidence it'll play exactly around what Bunny Hopper could have killed him with.
Yeah.
Silvername is just going to set up to do as much damage as possible. It seems like a reasonable plan for me. And already, you can see the way they can catch up on, damage, but again, the addition of Grom to all these warrior lists really does feel frustrating to play against, because sometimes you do just die. Like Silvername has done now, as Bunny Hopper takes his win with the warrior. Is almost expected now in Grandmasters. This warrior win rate continues to soar. Silvername still looking okay at 2-1, but Bunny Hopper not out of the series quite yet.
No, as you mentioned, obligatory warrior win under the belt. He now has Rogue Demon Hunter and Priest Demon Hunter, which are both pretty evenly contested matchups. They fall kind of either side of the 50-50 barrier for me. Like Demon Hunter maybe slightly ahead against Rogue, and Demon Hunter maybe slightly behind against Priest. So Silvername still finds himself in a pretty clean position, but Bunny Hopper by no means out of this series just yet.
Yep, him still want to grab a win there. Still has a chance with that Demon Hunter, but we are going to go to a quick break before we get into our next game between Silvername and Bunny Hopper. Only be a couple of games left and one more series left for the European Grandmasters today, but we'll see you shortly. Into a quick break. We'll be right back.
My Hearthstone play is a product I need to sell.
Oh. It's gotta be catchy, right?
Huh. I actually have no clue what to say.
When people sub, I snap and say, "Welcome to the farm."
Welcome to the farm.
Yeah, they're part of the, because they're on the farm. Welcome to Animal Farm. Welcome to the farm when they sub.
I will just say TTTT.
Everyone can be as good as me.
The play from somebody who has never misplayed.
It's good. Be French, be good. Getting rank 1 with Yarla. You can't outvalue me.
Unity, precision, perfection. Like that very familiar Hearthstone card. Also broken. Just like my play.
Come for the stay for the rope.
We are back, and it's still Series 3 of the day between Silvername and Bunny Hopper. Bunny Hopper just taking a win with that warrior. Felt like almost a given during how... You're laughing at me there.
Sorry. Day 32. It's still the same series between Bunny Hopper and Silvername. Sorry.
There is still a priest as an option as a lock-in for the next game. Silvername, thankfully, maybe a Demon Hunter left, so He has only got that one to take a win with, a much needed win for Silvername in Grandmasters. And Bunny Hopper, on the other hand, does have his Rogue or his Priest to lock in. Bunny Hopper has gone for his Rogue, so being a nice guy gives us a bit of a break. And from the Priest, and we'll see what happens here. And honestly, how do you feel with Rogue versus Demon Hunter? Because I think it's still a hotly discussed thing for the matchup.
It is. Sidekick list is really annoying. Much more annoying than I first gave it credit for. I think week 4, maybe it was, where I was saying that I still felt that Rogue was like absolutely fine in this matchup, maybe 50%, maybe even slightly favored. But it was whatever the first week was, where maybe half the players had switched to the Sidekick list, and I was not giving enough credit over to how impactful Sidekick can be in the matchup to play around Backstab and Seal Fate. Because if Rogue can't kill the first couple of minions that come down, that is bad news bears for the Rogue. Like, well and truly, they are taking too much damage early, they can't recover, they can't race. Because that's often what it comes down to, is kill a few minions with this kind of hand that Bunny Hopper has right now, and then look to just land some kind of mid-game threat, and then race from that point onwards. Just try and stick something with a Titanic Lackey and start pushing damage. And it's very, very hard to do that if you're not able to kill the first couple of threats.
Yeah, but looking at Bunny Hopper's opening hand here, Seal of Fate. Too much hanging around you.
Hey!
Seal, Fate, Backstab, and Ambush. Maybe Ambush not a keep, but still I think a pretty decent turn to play against Demon Hunter. It looks like it's shaped up to be an okay hand. Shadow Step probably going to get thrown. But I am interested to see how Bunny Hopper reacts to this opening, because to me, it looks to do what you want to do versus Demon Hunter early on, which, as you just mentioned, is kill their stuff. Is that full keep?
Yep, that is a full keep. Yep, I like it. You seem to be the good cards. Shadow Step Keep opens up a lot of good top decks, with Evil Miscreant perhaps being super key in the matchup, because it enables you to swing the board very early. If you get good lackeys, that's a good Shadow Step target. Edwin, of course, is the nuts with this hand, if he can also find something to Shadow Step along with it.
I do wonder now, though, does the mana burn ever open up enough disruption for the early game? That Silvername can whip in enough damage here.
Well, it's going to have to, because it's in his hand as opposed to an actual playable card that he could be pressuring with right now.
There's test number 1. Backstab going to be used here, and pointing out push. Okay. This keeps Bunny Hopper on level footing, really, with minions, because anything that Silvername's going to do, not everything he can do, but most things can proc this ambush, whereas this is probably just looking fantastic here for Bunny Hopper. He's pretty happy with this outcome.
Well, that makes that coin a little bit sad last turn.
I think he's still overall okay. Equips the dagger. He's still potentially even on board with the secret. And then Seal Fate to work in the Lackey into the Lackey Miscreant the turn after. Although not perfect. Or still very doable here for Bunny Hopper.
Yeah, agreed. The curve is absolutely fine from here. Last time we were in this scenario, the rope did appear. I was going to say, last time we were in this scenario, I made a comment like, there is no way that Bunny Hopper is actually considering X, and then he DM'd me and was like, no, I'm actually considering X. In that scenario, there was nothing to consider. He was just thinking about future turns.
I really want this dagger equipped.
Yeah.
It's like, yes. Yes, you do. Seal Fate.
What if my opponent generates a Harrison Jones?
Everything you don't want to see if you're Silvername right now. Just answers, and now somehow this early in the game, Rogue is winning on board.
Yep. Couch Strike Umberwing is a pretty clean answer, though, to the Ambusher.
Now Bunny Hopper does have a clear on board and a proc for the Evil Miscreant. Looks mighty fine to me.
Yep.
What do you think about Shadow Stepping? Not necessarily this Lackey, but Shadow Stepping a Lackey in this game so he can have an turn 6 Togwaggle play? to just speed up that either wand or whatever he chooses to go for.
Yeah, I like it. I was looking at the same thing, and I think actually it could very well be this Lackey because it creates a decent swing on the turn where you're going to play the Heist Baron Togwaggle. Because there's a good chance you actually get to hit a very relevant target with it because most of the minions die to a Kobold Lackey. So I think it's worth thinking about for sure.
Maybe Faceless as an alternative becomes good enough because it generates a board, but I will say, yep.
I like this one.
Choice.
Yep.
Yeah, I just like it overall because against Demon Hunter, you don't normally have the slow, okay, turn 7, Lackey Togwaggle, pass. You know, like, you don't really get that, right? So if you can do that any quicker, so you can just get that wand out quicker versus Demon Hunter, you're looking pretty good, actually. It's just a good use of Shadow. Ooh. Sounds good. Could opt to go for a wider board and maybe see what's in this Dragon Lackey. Drop down their Hanar maybe to sort of feint a threat to Silvername. Even if Bunny Hopper's not really bothered about whether it lives or dies.
So where does the magic come from? On wings of evil.
Okay.
Nothing playable this turn.
No, it's a big deal. There's only a couple that are, though, in this scenario. So you can't be too sad about it.
Bunny Hopper just going to use this Hanar as a taunt.
Choose soon.
Don't hate it.
But when you think about it, he's achieved a bit more this turn than he would if he just played with the shield. And Hanar's only got 1 less health than Shield of Galakron. But I think it's just as big a threat. Because Silvername won't go, it's fine, leave your Hanar up, right? He's going to kill it if he can.
Sure.
I actually think it's a pretty good play. Bunny Hopper's pretty good at this game.
Yeah, I like it. It's been one of my big drums that I've been banging for several weeks is how, a lot of people just don't use this thing as a 1/5 when it's pretty useful as a 1/5 in a lot of scenarios. I'll take half a Warmaul Challenger for a third of the cost in a lot of scenarios. Wait, a third of the... What am I talking about? That was not maths. I don't know what I just said, but it was not accurate in any way. Mana burn timing, very important for Silvername, because I think he got the Shadow Step Lackey signal from Silvername.
Yeah, not the highest level read in the world, is it, to assume this is going to come? Although the problem here is Silvername's just getting beaten up regardless of whether there's a Tog next turn or not.
Yep.
Because there's still, as you mentioned, the power of Kobold Lackey against Demon Hunter is, well, just a 2/2 and Kobold Lackey just kill off the Warglaive for a start. Now there's backstab, why not? Not that he has to play the Lackey this turn, of course. I'm just saying, from what Silvername knows is in hand, he's still behind.
Wait, this is sick! Trade into the 2/2.
Spell
and
damage,
then backstab the 6/4. The plays! Insane.
They will never catch me.
Silvername can get to this skull, actually. I think he might have to.
Yeah.
He has enough health to let Bunny Hopper hit him. It sucks, but I think he needs something pretty big out of this Skull of Gul'dan because, frankly, he's just losing a lot.
Yep. The alternative is Frozen Shadow Weaver Battle Mage, and he's still behind on board if he does that, so what's the point? You might as well just go for the skull.
Ooh. And lock out the Tog again. Ooh, but does he really want to with Altrius? I think you hold it. Oh.
I think it's probably more punishing if he does it this way around, right?
I don't know, Saul. Isn't Altrius just lethal?
Not quite. Actually, I mean, that card may have been necessary to be able to deal 6 to the Twilight Drake, the mana burn.
Of course, you will clear, Togwaggle wouldn't be the largest minion in play because the Twilight Drake would be there, so it's not that relevant in that regard. So maybe holding on to it was arguable, but I think I still like the way he did it.
He's doing a great job at keeping his Kobold Lackey in his opponent's hand, though, isn't he, Silvername?
Yep.
You never play in the zero-cost Lackey. This could be a swing that's needed, though, from Silvername. If he was ever going to get a set of cards, he's not far away from getting the right set.
Right. He wants, cheap minion off the top next turn. So obviously the power of playing Altruist and clearing your opponent's board as you play minions is way more swingy than you playing spells alongside it. Is that too expensive? 1, 4, 5, 8. No, that's perfect, right?
Yeah, he even gets to swing with second
1, 4, 7, 8. Yeah, that's perfect. Nice.
Also, it means that in a roundabout way, because the Altruist has to die, the Kobold Lackey has to kill it, if that's what Bunny Hopper goes for. Which then means all the other cards, i.e. mainly the Overseer, is safe.
He froze face, killed the minion. Is that the right way around to do this? I guess Faceless Corruptor is a card.
Is he scared of Galakron?
Galakron?
Is Galakron on 4 yet?
No, it's on 2.
Oh, okay. Hopefully it's... Poor Galakron was on there for Bunny Hopper. And Bunny having to deviate away. Once again from this Togwaggle.
Yeah, he can't play it and pay it off in the same turn,
die,
so it would just be kind of dead on board almost at that point, if not outright.
And honestly, small sample size, but these mana burns have done work this game.
Well, in the interest of balance, the mana burn, the first mana burn at least, did a good job of allowing Silvername to catch up because he was behind because he had a mana burn in his opening hand.
Okay.
I think that's a fairer way of putting it. The second one was pretty good.
What you're saying is you should only run one and make it the second one.
Yes. Ooh, good card. Extremely good card.
Are you surprised it wasn't a triple trade? I guess no. This sets up exactly, yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, purely because he knows Tog's in hand, right? So
yeah.
Tog and Wand is going to happen this turn 9 times out of 10. And if there's ever something you lose to at this point, it's Tog and Wand.
Yeah. I mean, it has to. It's exactly Galakron. That's the only thing that punishes you, right? So Galakron in hand, or if it's not in hand, you're giving your opponent a 1 in 5 to hit the Galakron.
Yeah, I mean the fact
seems fine.
The second when I started the sentence, I didn't realize he puts him to exactly 5. Honestly, so yeah. That Galakron. I believe that is Bunny Hopper quite dead. Bunny Hopper's just thinking, all that time in the priest mirror. Straight out the window.
Can't even look.
Hey, well, Silvername needs this win. Look at the 0-3 next to his name. That's not the way around you want those numbers.
No.
I give up.
There's the concede. Silvername. There we go. You can breathe happy now as he gets the victory over Bunny Hopper and puts a win on the board. The story of the day. Silvername looks exhausted, but your job has been done for today. Don't worry, friend. And yeah, he takes the win. That's huge. So now we have Zim, Boston, and Silvername all taking wins today. And they were needed. Otherwise, they were all in precarious positions going forward in Grandmasters. So not only has it made them not safe by any means, but a little bit better off, it's just brought everyone else closer. So maybe we do get a repeat of maybe Europe, where we just see everything crushed together, and it's going to come down to the last weekend, maybe even the last day. So see who ends up where.
Yeah, I mean, I said it right at the top of the broadcast, which, admittedly it sounds like it was in January right now, was as to how deep we are, but
2018.
Yeah, exactly. A bad week for Viper and Yarla and Psycho and the players who are towards the top of Division B and Division A, respectively, and a good week for the silver names, Hunter Aces, Zims, and Bostons that are hanging out at the bottom. You can just compress the whole thing so much that it's literally anyone's game after that point. And so far, that's exactly what's happening. Boston, Zim, Silvername, all picking up wins. We do have Ball Control coming up now in our last series, who is at a 2-1 record himself. Felkane's currently at 1-2. So the way today has been going is this is a win for Felkane, and then that compresses that league table even further.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, we do have Ball Control. We do see the bans coming in now. We're going to see Warrior banned out for Felkane, and Ball Control have his Demon Hunter banned out. Felkane is running Priest, Hunter, and then Demon Hunter as his lineup, which is a lineup I think we've seen. Have we seen that before today? I'm not sure. But Ball Control is going to be running that Warlock that you're a big fan of as well, Subtle. So we get to see the clash maybe once again between players bringing Warlock, players bringing Priest. I will say Ball Control did go out. We just saw a tweet earlier where he is not the biggest fan of Priest mirrors. And you know what? Like Ball Control or not, I respect someone who says that and doesn't bring Priest. So
yeah, hell yeah.
I'm okay with that. But if he brought Priest as well, I'd be like, no, you're not allowed to say these things.
But it was also one of those tweets that was like, oh, is it just me that, or unpopular opinion, but, and it's just a thing that everyone agrees with? It's just like, no, what are you doing? Like, quit farming engagement. I see you.
It works. Most importantly, though, we do see the lineup here. Ball Control are going to have access to that Warrior, so there's a 1-0 lead already. The Quest Warlock and Highlander Hunter again. The more I look at this, and the more I look at how this lineup is working out, even just today, it seems like this might have been the way to go, Subtle. You know I'm a fan of Hunter, but maybe the Quest Warlock is the other deck that gets there versus Priest.
Yeah, this is as close to target Priest as you can probably get. He does have the Warrior in there, which again, the Priest players will tell you that they are a comfortable favourite in that matchup. Whether that's the reality or not, I'm still personally not so sure, but the other two decks, Highlander Hunter and the Quest Warlock, are about as good as it gets against Priest in the current metagame in terms of playable decks. I'm sure you could build a deck that's 90% against exactly Priest and be 1% against everything else, but obviously that's just not a reliable way to win Hearthstone tournaments. So in terms of real quality meta Hearthstone decks, this is about as good as you can be against Priest, I think.
Yep, and we do see the deck there. If you're not too familiar with the Quest Warlock, it basically wants to draw a lot of cards, heal for a lot, remove some awkward minions, and then kill you suddenly when you're least expecting it. We do see the Caladan the Breaker as well, which is a card I really like. I just haven't really got to play with too much. And even just the Frozen Shadow Weaver inclusion too. And the 1 Sense Demons, which I think is a real grind. I think that some players were playing 2 at one point. I think 2 Sense Demons might be going a little bit nuts. I do like the 1 overall.
Yeah, I watched Ball stream this a little bit, and his Frozen Shadow Weaver was honestly putting a lot of work in a lot of matchups. Being a way to stall out boards in the early game, it was very useful in certain spots, because a lot of time playing this deck, you're like, okay, I can deal with this board on turn 5, but right now it's turn 4. How do I find this turn? And Frozen Shadow Weaver can just buy you that gap, if you like. Of course, just plus all the original benefits that we talk about Frozen Shadow Weaver in every other deck of how strong it is against Demon Hunter and Warrior and all of these other options. So yeah, pretty strong tech card, I think.
Yeah, speaking of tech cards, we do finally see it, Subtle. Felkane, Acidic Swampoos in Priest. It has happened. I saw it. And I think it's going to be clutch, honestly. Look what Ball Control has up, right? He has Warrior and he has Hunter, both of which the Ooze can do some good work in. Because even though you might think, Livewire Lance and even Ankar are not the biggest threats against Priest, you just remove the damage and the face damage capabilities, right? I think it's a pretty good choice.
Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you that time. Derek just got me in our Discord. He said, actually, there is a deck that you can bring that's 90% against Priest and still decent about everything else. It's just putting Elysiana in your Priest, and he is, of course, absolutely right.
And absolutely wrong at the same time.
Yeah.
He gets there. It sounds
we ban Elysiana from GM at this point. That's what we do. I'm just calling it now. Straight up. Just out. Get out.
I actually put that request in. I think that was last year, but I did suggest it as a very serious request. Again, though, we will see how this plays out overall, but we do see a warrior left up and still showing that Demon Hunter's a real threat post-nerf, right? It's received, as you said, 13, 14, 800 nerfs in the past
something
few
like
weeks. But it's still very good, and I'm glad it's strong. I'm glad it's still pretty good, and I'm glad it's a threat. It's definitely not something I want to see obliterated and removed from the pool of playable classes, at least. So we'll do see how it plays out. I will say on this one, in terms of just lineups, I am leaning more on ball control side if this Warlock can do what it says it does. Because we have only seen it played, once on stream so far today.
Yeah, in terms of the matchups it's coming up against, though, it has the Priest matchup, which I think is fine. I would assume the Highlander Hunter mag difficult. My limited testing seems to reflect that as well. But I know just listening to Boar on stream, like he seems to like the Rogue matchup as the Quest Warlock quite a lot, and that's not a matchup that he's running into here. So I don't know how well positioned it is in this particular series, but still, it's a deck that I'm totally here for, and a deck that I would love to see get more popular because I think it's incredibly interesting, incredibly exciting.
Yeah, and honestly, funnily enough, in my experience with Highlander Hunter versus the Quest Warlock, it actually feels close. Yeah, you get those games with Highlander Hunter where you just kill them, and they've not drawn their heal. But the second they don't just die, you're in trouble because they end up just like double Moag healing for 16.
Yeah.
And then you're like, well, how am I supposed to just make up 16 damage when I've got like 2 cards in my hand, right? So that they do have the capability to outlast, and I don't think it's as straightforward as, say, some of the older Hunter versus Warlock matchups where they do just consistently die. Just take an update there on the divisions and how they're looking. Especially with Silvername getting that win makes that look a little bit safer for him, as now he's got friends at the bottom of the table. And the same with Zim there, although he's not quite caught up yet with Boston getting the win as well. He is still looking like it's a little bit more possible to just be in. But look at that, Division B, 2nd place to 7th place, all 2 and 2. I would not want to be in Division B right now.
I know, it's ridiculous, right? Like it's just happening again. This is exactly the scenario that was developing in like week 5, 6, 7 of European Grandmasters last year, where the relegation spots at the bottom of Division A, I think it was back then, before they were split in terms of a tiered system. It was literally just arbitrary A and B. But I think it was in Division A. Where Orange and Swids came all the way down to the last day. But even before that, I think, days before that, it was like a 4-way race for relegation. And we spent hours just crunching tiebreakers on the last week, just making sure we had this all down and just ways to, explain it to the audience in ways that made sense as games were progressing. And it really does look like we're heading that way again with Division B in Europe Grandmasters.
Well, I look forward to deferring to your expertise in that outcome because honestly, didn't have to worry about that too much last year. So it was pretty good and dry.
Imagine being an APAC caster, Raven. It's so much easier.
I don't have to imagine, Sol. I lived it 2 whole seasons.
I know.
All Control versus Velcade is going to be coming up, and we are going to get that matchup. And it's a matchup I'm very interested in seeing more of.
Shall bring victory.
Yes, it includes Priest, but it does not include 2 Priests, so we're okay. It's going to be the Warlock for Ball Control on the top there, the Quest variety. Velcade is going to, of course, be on that Galakrond Priest on the bottom. And I'm going to sling you a question, Sottle. For the Warlock, what are you looking for in this matchup, do you think? Do you think it's just a consistent mull for plot twist, or do you want to be a bit more active?
I would imagine it's pretty close to Questing Explorer plot twist and nothing else. I can't really foresee myself keeping any other card in this matchup.
Like some straightforward mulligans.
Yep.
Do you have this card? No, mulligan for it.
Yep.
Although that, actually, nice. It does pick up the plot twist there. But that is an approach I think more people need to adopt, at least in, the not pro tiers of Hearthstone, of just get like 2 to 3 cards for every matchup. If you don't have them, just mulligan. I think that would increase a lot of people's win rate.
So I like this from Boar. It maximizes his card draw by going, instead of playing Questing Explorer on 2, you can often play it on 4 with a life tap. You can't do that on Coin unless you play some other card at some point, because you'll end up overdrawing. But it does still maximize card draw, which against Priest is very good. Other matchups, you want the 2-3 on board to contest, but contesting with a 2-3 here just kind of gives a target for Velcane to like shoot penance at this turn or something and get value, right? So I like board just going through maximizing card draw with the life tap.
Of course it's the right way.
Plays it on 2 instead. As I said, you can't do the curve of just tap, tap, questing tap, because you will burn a card if you're on coin.
Yeah, and just checking out Felkane's Priest for any big differences. There was the Ooze, of course, that I mentioned. But honestly, the Ooze and 1 Shadow Madness is the only thing that sticks out. Still the 2 Thought Steals, still the 2 Shadow of Death, 2 Sethek, so on. So yeah, it really is just 1 Shadow Madness, 1 Ooze, and everything else is a 2-op. Quite lines up this turn. I did wonder whether he was just going to actually like Moag and then Nether Breath. And just keep this setting quickly.
Yeah, that's fair. It's an enormous health swing though, right? Like it's just the Warlock combo being used against them essentially later in the game if it does come down to that. But again, it doesn't always come down to that because you can be at 30 and then just die if they've hit the right 0 mana cards. So sometimes you just don't even get the opportunity to be able to heal. So yeah, I like Felkane not getting too precious about keeping that combo together for healing.
And I think as well, even in the late game against Warlock, there's no read a lot of the time whether they've got 0 mana this or 0 mana that, is there? You've just got to, well, if they got question, how many times have you tapped? And then you don't
and have
know.
Have they plot twisted recently? Because if they plot twist, there was a good chance they didn't have like high quality 0 cost cards in their hand.
But beyond that, you've kind of just got to play the best game you can, right? Because if they have it, they have it, and you die if you've not already won. So that's just the way the deck goes sometimes. But I do think there's a worry of overreading the situation. Be like, oh well, if they have like 0 mana Alexstrasza and Maligo Soulfire, then you know you can die. It's like, well, yes, you can die. There's nothing you can do about it, right? Like, just don't worry, play the game.
Yeah, if this deck hits the nuts, you're dead. Like it's that simple. Just forget about it. You're just dead. Weird turn for Boar. Sense Demons will burn. Plot Twist is a little bit awkward in the scenario. He can't tap because he will also burn a card. So yeah, it just ends up being a pass because just nothing really lined up particularly well there.
Also, frustratingly enough, I think this is one of the few matchups that I think Abyssal Summoner is really bad in. Because it's slow enough that it opens up straight into Time Rip, straight, that death target. And honestly, just because most decks run 2 deaths, 2 Time Rips, it's just, you end up with a 2-2 that actually just normally gives something to them.
Sure.
Plot twist here?
He is going to plot twist here. He's also just going to chuck an Onasi Broodmother in the bin just to be able to get the full plot twist going, which, fair enough. I was just going to say, it looks silly, but like it's a perfectly fine play to make in the scenario, just to maximize card draw off the quest instead at the cost of 1 demon in your hand.
Yeah, I actually didn't realize that. I'm not sure if you can correct me, but did it not heal because it burned?
Correct, yeah. I think that's right.
Okay, I thought so. It's just the way I glanced at it, the animation looked a little bit off for me. I just wanted to double check, but yeah, it's kind of funny that it actually has to be drawn to hand to use its effect. It has a very unique effect, right?
It does, yeah. It is, so I mean, obviously losing 1/4/6 in this matchup is not going to be relevant at all. The downside is that you also lose a lot of potential healing, right? Like, it's just a card that you're not going to draw again and heal again. It's a card that you're not going to plot twist into again and heal again. But again, Priest, not the most aggressive deck in the game. Boar should be fine with the amount of healing that he has left over in his deck.
I wonder.
Awkward thing as well is Felkane's Moag Artificer is also buffing ball controls removal on his side of the board, as it is a double effect. I was wondering to the extent of where just Apotheosis go. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it does happen, okay. Just because I think the Priest does have to put the Quest Warlock under pressure. I think Felkane's very rightly just gone, well, the rest of my turn doesn't look good anyway. Why not just hit him and create a 6 health minion to deal with? It's also not weak to Nether Breath, right? Oh, okay, well, it kind of is weak to Nether Breath. Moag. But there's not much you can do about that right now.
Maybe this was the downside of playing the Moag as a 2/4 way back when Felkane did it, is that ball control's quite cleverly manipulated the situation where it's just like, all right, I'm just going to leave that thing there and use it to leverage my own removal.
So ball control's got plot twist again in hand. Means he can accelerate this quest quite dramatically.
Oh, he's done. He's on 17, or let me check. He's on 18 already. So there's no way. That plot twist is going to be like a bailout instead.
Yeah, he can just save it, right, to shuffle in the Malygos, for example.
Yep.
Malygos and Dragon Queen Alexstrasza is there.
Oh, wow, he does do it. Okay, sure.
I guess he had them in, right? I guess he was shuffling a full cost Malian and a full cost Dragon Queen Alexstrasza.
Yeah, okay. I see. It makes sense now because the key point here is that he gets to get an extra 0 mana life tap in this turn, which he wouldn't have done otherwise. So I'm behind this now. I totally didn't see it until it happened, but this does make sense.
We are all.
Fate Weaver not active yet. The invokes aren't yet there, but again, the emphasis is was just on Felkane to make something happen. Ball control's given time. That's what he wants. He wants to be able to slow play this. And there's the Moag. Why, thank you, sir. I will just easily deal with this poor one.
Oh! Hang on. That's a lot of damage already.
I like the way it's like one tap. Wait, is he dead?
Yeah. That's this deck in a nutshell. Did I kill him?
Not quite yet.
No.
Closer.
And again, this matchup is such a comfortable situation that I imagine Boar will look for guaranteed situations instead of spots that rely on double Soulfire or whatever. But shout out to Language Hacker, by the way, who corrected me earlier when I was talking about how Zim took a non-guaranteed setup. Language Hacker alerted me that he could have just plot twist if he whiffed, and then was almost certain to find another piece of burn after that, even if he had discarded the Zephyrus.
And that's, I think, something that might be missed by players who aren't too familiar with this deck, is Rain of Fire with Malygos is a good chunk of damage, right?
Yep.
It's something maybe people forget that Rain of Fire hits face for one as well, and if it hits face, well, it's damage 6, so...
It actually comes up really often, because if you're on coin with this deck, quite often you'll just shuffle the coin into your deck with Plot Twist, just because it's an extra card, right? Being plot twisted, so great, that's what you're interested in. So then at some point in the late game, you redraw a coin, so then you have Alexstrasza your opponent to 15, and then Mali, Coin, Rain of Fire, Soulfire is exactly 15, with no discounted cards whatsoever. He's just back on the Artificer train. It's like, alright, I've got my Nether Breath. I'm locked and loaded and ready to go once again.
He does have the Dragon as well, which is important, obviously. He didn't have that earlier on.
Yep. There's slim pickings for dragons in Priest. There's just the 2 Fate Weavers and the Murazont that they start with.
And he already played a Fate Weaver earlier, right? Just as a tempo play. What was that? Oh, 0 mana. Is he just
0 mana burn?
Oh. So there's actually what? So say the Soulfires work. There's 8, there's 10, there's 14, right? Right now, if the Soulfires work on a full turn of mana.
Wait, is there 2 Rain of Fires?
Yep.
Oh, there is. Oh, sorry, I'm being so stupid. For some reason, I'm trying to work out Boar's hand from the upside down view on my spectator client, as opposed to just looking at our feed.
Although, I will say Mortal Coil and Rain of Fires, when close together, look eerily similar.
They do, yeah.
Can we get an art check on those cards?
Yeah.
And this is what you brought up earlier, and I think it's a really good point. Who cares if you're on 30 as this Warlock, right? If your opponent's on 30, because it helps that it's exactly the Alexstrasza, but the damage capabilities are absurd if you hit something with this hero power. So now, Boar not bothered if Felkane heals to full every single turn, because he's going to die in 1. Maybe this is just a tap and he can play the Calidan.
Yeah.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, I was considering it too. I think Boar wants more mana flexibility though, to be able to see his life tap, because he has to play a card first before he taps. That's guaranteed? Question? Hang on. Alexstrasza to 15, he then has 2 from Rain of Fires, Netherwing to 5. No, he's still not guaranteed. Yeah.
Okay. Close though! Oh, also it wouldn't work, right? Because he has to Alexstrasza first, he doesn't have a second dragon.
Oh, good catch. Yeah, very good catch.
Sure. And one thing that's sure, Ball Control's close. And we'll be saying that every turn till the game ends, because he just is.
Yeah. This is just like the most inevitable waiting game I've ever seen in my life.
Look what I brought!
Tap again. Artificer is nothing.
It's almost funny that the natural draw off the top, you actually want to kind of be bad a lot of the time for this Warlock post-quest. Because you want the tap to be the good draw, right? Not the actual natural one.
Yeah.
Although
it
for now,
doesn't
obviously,
matter...
if Ball Control gets Malygos in this instance, it doesn't matter because he already has the Alexstrasza. But I'm just saying, in general, with the deck, it's weird that you don't want your top deck to be good. You want your tap to be...
Right. It's a weird thing to process, right? That like even if you're like got like the last 4 cards in your deck are like Dragon Queen, regular Alex, Malygos, and like something else insane, you still only get 50% of those cards discounted, right?
Yes.
So like.
Or using this, I'll say, burn options pretty freely because he just has enough anyway, especially with the 0 mana Nether Breath. He has the damage, he just needs the Malygos. 6 cards, he's going to be able to draw 2 next turn. But if he doesn't hit, if he hits the Malygos it's kind of like a win-win if he draws Malygos next turn, right? If he hits the card naturally, it's fine. If he doesn't hit it naturally, it means he's tapped into it, which means it's 0, so it's even more.
Yep. Because he has 0 mana Alex, and also crucially a 0-cost piece of burn as well with the Nether Breath, then 9 mana Mali is fine. That's just gotta work. That's gotta be lethal. I'm not even gonna bother working it out. Yeah.
So realistic though. Alex. He's just doing this because he can. Why not?
He did just get the second dragon for Netherwing. I don't know if that actually ends up being important or not.
That goes there. Nether Breath's down to 8. Yeah, and then...
Yeah, he Soulfires. If Soulfire gets discarded, he has Zeph. If Zeph gets discarded, he has Soulfire.
Wow.
So he's covered.
And honestly, Felkane's face sums this series up on his side of the board, doesn't it? He almost felt like he didn't even get to play that game. There was not enough pressure on ball control for him to be overly worried. Yes, ball control got some good taps. Yes, he got some good plot twists to activate the quest relatively quickly. But that's what the deck does, right? Like that's what the deck's built to do. And that looked pretty one-sided. And if that's any indication of the matchup in general, we might see next week a further shake-up of maybe people then step off Priest or start banning Warlock. I don't even know anymore. The meta's really nutty right now, Sol.
Just in case that happens, here's a free piece of advice. If you're thinking a lot of people are going to bring Quest Warlock next week, just put Wrench Caliber in your Warrior. I know your Warrior isn't going to get played anyway, but literally Wrench Caliber on its own beats that deck, as far as I can see, because it just messes with them in so many ways. But yeah, I'm glad at least like my surface assessment of the matchup seems to be on point, where every game you get plot twist, it's like a walk in the park for the Warlock. And then we saw it in the previous series as well, where we saw the same matchup with no plot twist, but it was slightly more difficult, but it still got over the line, which seems to be where I'm at in that matchup. Is like the Priest has a chance if there's no plot twist, which makes it a pretty bad looking matchup.
It really does. But that was just game number 1 between Ball Control and Felkane. We've got plenty more where that came from. And just a reminder, this is our last match of the day, but there's Americas that's going to be following up straight after us as usual. So if you've just tuned in recently, there's plenty more Hearthstone for the rest of the day for you to tune into. But for now, we are going to go to a break while the players get ready for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Okay, so if I could instantly be an expert in anything, what would it be?
Gosh, what's important to me? interviews, because it would be useful like about right now.
English expert, because I can understand and answer your question more easily.
I would try to be a pilot because that's something I've always wanted to do when I was young.
I think I'd really like to be a snowboarder. That seems like fun.
I'll probably like to be a movie director.
If I was going to instantly become an expert in anything, it would be in meditation.
Well, I'm studying architecture, so I would like to skip all the years I have left and become an architect already.
Chess. It's a game I played a lot when I was younger, but I've taken more of an interest in it lately, and I'm a lot worse at that than I am at Hearthstone.
I would love to become an expert at cooking, like hands down. I'd get so fat. I watch cooking shows at home all the time, and I just drool at looking at my television.
We are back to continue Ball Control versus Felkane here, and Ball Control went off the back of a win with his Warlock in pretty convincing fashion, actually. So I imagine we are going to start seeing maybe even more Quest Warlocks on ladder in the following week if this performance is anything to go by. But Felkane, by no means out yet. It's only 1-0 to Ball Control, so Felkane has his Demon Hunter, his Priest, and his Highlander Hunter left to go, and it does look like he's going to be looking in this Highlander Hunter. So.
It does. Just looking at the way it curves out, I will do your job for you, Raven. He's playing a copy of Nagrand Slam. Ha! Now what are you going to talk about? But yeah, apart from that, pretty standard opener. We've seen a list, I think both in APAC and in Americas, that's been playing an extra Worgen Infiltrator in the 1-drop slot, just to be able to more consistently deal with Demon Hunter minions, I guess. Just 2-1 stealth is incredibly effective in that matchup. Similar to Spy Mistress in Rogue, very similar effect. But this is looking like pretty just old school stuff here from Felkane.
Yeah, it is. There is the Boom Pistol Bully in there, which is not the most standard card to be used in Highlander Hunter, but both players are bringing it. But for Ball Controllers, there is no Nagrand Slam.
Damn it!
His list.
He still found a way. Still found a way.
But yeah, but the extra 1-drop thing is interesting, right? Neither of these players are going for it by the looks of things, but I actually still quite like the Orc Merchant as an option in Hunter.
Sure.
Yeah, that's some good uses for it, but still, both players playing the Imprisoned Felmore, so we'll see how that pans out. But both players are also having access to the Acidic Swamp Ooze, which can really mix things up if one of them gets the Stormhammer or not. But let's get into it. Game number 2. Both players on Highlander Hunter. See how it shakes out. Okay. He's got a pretty fantastic opening hand, actually.
Yeah, not bad coming back the other way now from Boar. Dwarven Sharpshooter going first is huge. Does lose a lot of impact in aggro mirrors when you're going second, because quite often they can just develop out ahead of it.
Absolutely infuriating start if you're Felkane right now. Such a good opener, completely nullified by ball control playing one little dwarf. Okay, well, not completely nullified, because if ball control hero powers, obviously he doesn't get to play his 2-drops, but still, just knowing you're playing a 1-drop to just die, and it doesn't cost ball control a card, is a little bit rough.
Also, world first, no coin in Prison Felmore.
Guess it just made this follow-up worse.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? Like, normally you'd coin Felmore. I mean, you'd coin Felmore a lot of the time anyway, but you'd coin Felmore into 2 here, and then Boar would just still get to shoot your follow-up 2-drop. Like, it just doesn't feel great.
And also, Misha. Pretty sick outcome, considering Felkane was sat with Zixor in hand.
Yep.
And these are the tough calls. Might have to just, go for the Desert Spear and base tank. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
This is one of the largest yikes I've seen all day. Felkane's turn was take 4, do nothing, based on ball control's response right now.
It does set up the rest of his hand though, right? And that's why he's done it. This is a turn that hurts, but he has to make this play. The frustration is if the Felmore then just attacks the Misha. He's going to be heartbreaking, but if it doesn't, and he didn't attack, he almost loses the game there and then. It's the problem. So unfortunately for Felkane, he has to cover his bases, however painful that may be. I actually really like just double 2-drop here. It's not Swampoo's in the Stormhammer, but you are getting rid of the Desert Spear, which is a nightmare to deal with also. And most importantly, it just gives more options for this Felmore to just trade into badminton.
Yeah, that's the play I was referring to when I said that Felkane had essentially done take 4 damage, do nothing, because the weapon just immediately gets shut down. I think Boar had to think that turn about like whether he wanted, how he was going to respond to all of the Felmore attacks coming out the other way. But he should be comfortable. He has Corrosive Breath into Zixor as a follow-up here. If he doesn't want to go Faceless Corruptor, that should be able to allow him to take care of most things on the board. Boar looks very unhappy about something.
I'm not sure what. I'd be loving life if I was on the side of this board, honestly. I have a great way to deal with this.
I was curious about whether he was concerned about losing his Dragon Activator for the Corrosive Breath, but that really just doesn't seem like a big deal to me right now.
Well, now, I actually wonder if it's just trade in the Ooze and then go face and just Faceless Corruptor it. Just have 2 4/4s? Like, what does Hunter do versus 2 4/4s with an empty board?
Is that better than 2 3/2s and a 2/4?
2 3 2. Wait, hang.
You can just shoot the guy, not do the face damage, and then just play Zixor, right? And just push 6 more.
You push 3 more, right?
But okay, you push 6, I guess is what I'm saying.
I know, I just think having the 4/4s are just, they're almost unkillable for Hunter. I mean, both are good, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying your play rubbish, it would lose him the game. I just think here, it's just 2 4/4s, they're just unkillable. Although...
Unless...
Now that you mention it... Okay, not having a good time though. He might actually, to win this game, have to just Dragon Bane coin hero power. Is that too silly?
No.
Going
Honestly, it seems like the only play.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it feels bad, but I think this is the only thing that even has a chance at winning Falcane's game. And the winner is... Okay. Ooh, good pickup, actually. If he wants to kill the Dragon Bane.
Yeah, which I'm assuming he is interested in.
Ball Control's trying to work out how he makes the scavengers work, or not work. 'Cause he could also just scavengers into the
Griffin.
The Griffin and just go forth for face, which I'm not going to be too upset about either. Because I think if he's already this far ahead, pushing face damage is huge. You can almost hero power Falcane down.
Boar's list, though, just looking at it, so he doesn't have the secret, so he doesn't have the Face Stalker. Does he have the Mana Saver? No, he doesn't either. Okay.
So he would get the Griffin every time. Is he going to just go face and ignore this?
Okay. Nah, he's trading, right?
Right, okay.
He's trading. He's trading. Shadow Madness? It's the nuts here, right?
Will offer, right?
Should do. Be surprised if it doesn't.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep. Huge swing for Falcane now. He has a modicum of board control.
Ooh, good turn to drop Boom Pistol, though.
Oh, it is actually a huge
Going into turn 7.
Yep. Sight unseen. We can see that Falcane not really having great ways to take advantage of it. Don't say Acidic Swampoo. But from Boar's perspective, that is a potentially huge draw. I mean, more so because it's just potentially 5 damage than anything else in this position. There's that deadly shot you were talking about earlier, though, Raven. The Scavenger's Ingenuity has to be so tempting in that spot when you have 2 primes in your deck currently. But Falcane, I think, correctly recognizing he cannot take 5 there.
I also think that's why it's not tempting, because he could whiff and get the little one and not the big one, right? Has he played both?
Yeah, he has 2
primes.
primes.
Oh, sorry,
in his deck.
sorry. Yeah. A lot of people call it prime when they just mean the small one as well. It confuses me.
Yep.
But yeah, you're right. Sorry, yeah, he's put both in, hasn't he? I thought he'd only put the one he stole from Boring, but no, you're completely right. That would be tempting. But the problem is he might just die. He's got a lot of health to catch up on.
Yeah, he just emphatically cannot take 5 there.
Yes.
I wonder.
So if his Ingenuity draws his Griffin, does his Griffin draw anything?
Nope.
Unlucky.
Quickly.
It's one of the reasons why I actually quite like Griffin draw earlier. It's just a quick cheap kill, push 4 more. Obviously there are downsides to that, but a little bit unfortunate he did lose his Zigzor, but Zephyr's going to come down now on an empty board and drop the good old-fashioned high main. Oh, I've missed you, buddy.
Yeah, good sequencing from Boar as well. Just kills the minion first, just so he's fully letting Zeph know that he just wants board development this turn. He doesn't want anything to react to the minion.
So unfortunately it looks like Falcane does have to go for the Corrosive Breath then into the big old whelp. Doesn't really have the flexibility to draw first and review. And then he's pretty much just reliant on Alexstrasza into Mazzari at this point. Don't like saying
no. No, his Alexstrasza isn't even active because he has 2 primes in his deck.
Oh, you're right!
Yep.
Completely right.
Yep.
Oof. That's not good. I was going to say, I hate saying, oh, well, he needs Mazzari, but he genuinely was the only out if Alexstrasza was active, but you are completely right. Alexstrasza is not active. There's a kill command, but unfortunately, we're 1 turn away from that Grand Slam.
Yeah, I've got to say, Raven, it's not looked too impressive this game, just being stuck in the hand the whole time.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with ball control's opener or anything like that. It was, but yeah, we'll see there. Ball control taking the win. 0 so far over Falcon. One more game left potentially lead to a very quick 3-0 victory. And he has his warrior to do so. Is it just a given now, Soto? These are the rules of the day. Warrior plays, warrior wins. Can't really dispute it.
Yeah, I'd love to see the priest come out here from Felkane, just purely because I want to get that priest win rate against warrior up. I think it's an absolutely ridiculous, like 1-5, I want to say right now, in Grandmasters against warrior, which is completely against what popular opinion of the matchup seems to be. Although most people would agree that since the transition has gone over to the Grom list, that warrior has gained some percentage in the matchup, but still, in most people's opinion, not enough to be favored.
Yeah, and also I think there's that combined with the Moags, meaning the priests aren't healing tons as much anymore either. So that there's not a chance of them pushing themselves out of that range. So it's a bit of a double whammy. But unfortunately, Soto, at least for now, we're not going to get priest. We're going to get warrior versus demon hunter. And I am very intrigued with this warrior mulligan in this matchup. I feel like I hear 100 different things. One about warrior mulligans in general, but warrior mulligans in demon versus demon hunter specifically.
You talk about like keep armor smith versus throw armor smith specifically. Yeah, there's a lot of arguments about this for sure.
And I've told you my side. My side is I keep armor smith because I feel like I just lose every game because I don't have an armor smith. And that's of course me being very silly and not at all being just analytical, but just being driven by the heart. But still, it's just how I feel. But yeah, we did see Ball Control keep the armor smith there.
Yeah, to me, the armor smith is like auxiliary in this matchup. It's nice if it happens. Like if the skipper armor smith thing happens, great. But generally, I just win by winning board more often than not. So that's generally how I mulligan. But Felkane here also, I do want to give a shout out to him because this is something that some people who've been leaving up warrior previously haven't really been doing. He's at least clearly considering playing against warrior with all of his decks, because now we're seeing Acidic Swampoo's in his Demon Hunter as well as in his Priest. So this is clearly something that he has heavily considered, that leaving warrior up does just kind of suck, so he should just scrape and scramble for ways to gain advantage here.
Yeah, Felkane, I don't want to say playing a wacky list of Demon Hunter, but probably close to it as far as it's going to get. He's playing the Swampoos, which we can see. He's playing Beam and Sidekicks, tick that box. But he's playing 2 Sightless Watchers, 1 Spectral Sight, 1 I-Beam, and 2 Vulpera Scoundrels, which to me is a wacky version of Demon Hunter right now, just because there's a lot of different cards in there.
That does sound somewhat wacky, I will agree.
Hey!
Okay. I don't think that's actually particularly good for Boar right here.
Yeah, he probably wanted to play this challenger, didn't he?
Yeah. So now the problem is, if he just leaves it like this, Felkane can pretty comfortably just kill that Armorsmith with most hands and just keep developing, and then Boar's just further behind. But if he develops anything alongside it, Felkane can just pass, and then Boar really doesn't have great follow-up. Because yeah, one more challenge is great. Go on.
Challenger over 1-1. Not how lose.
Okay, alright.
Is that like the ultimate, like, the ball's in your court, friend, because I don't want to think about this. Then, like, what do you even do as Felkane? Do you kill the Doomsay and let him have a war more challenger? Ball control. Just gonna armor up instead. You're loving that plan, Sol. Well, you can admit it.
It was delightfully stupid, yeah. I was really quite into it.
Exactly what I was aiming for.
Playing Warglaives?
Is he just going face?
Wait, what? I'm very confused by that.
I challenge you.
Just value the damage. I will say, a lot of the matchups I've had here, and me playing as the warrior, I have had a fair few where I just get killed. So maybe that's the plan. Maybe the Doomsayers for Falcon is just like, okay, you work with nothing on board.
Okay, so actually, I think he's just thinking what I was thinking, but the other way around. Because he could have played Satyr Overseer, Twin Slice Hero Power, and then just killed the Doomsayer that turn and got Satyr Overseer value at the same time. But Falcane, by playing the Warglaives first, was now able to like react to the board that Board Control made while making Satyr Overseer tokens at the same time.
And pushing damage as well. Like, you know, pump a lot of damage forward as well. 7 damage.
Nope, never mind. Yeah, he's just going straight face. He's just going straight face.
Job's done. He's just effectively playing the combo Demon Hunter again.
Yep.
He's just...
Yep, ball with the face of a man that just got weaponed for 10.
And then face for 10 too. Oh. There isn't a metamorphosis yet, but Falcane might not need it. and Falcane's just like, can't risky skipper down my board if I don't make a board. Ultimate next level plays. It's just more damage. Does he even want to play this Glavebound? He's using it to kill the Gorgon. That makes more sense. I was wondering if he's ever on the mindset of Glavebound's burst damage, and if I don't play a minion, then he can't trade minions in if he has an Armor Smith and no skipper.
Right.
Which is reasonable. I think it's a reasonable plan, right? If you don't give him anything to trade into it.
Yeah, it's very fair. Oh my god! What was that game?
Total never believes me when I say things, but sometimes Demon Hunter just kills you.
That was not a legal game of Hearthstone. I refuse to believe that happened.
Got video evidence that it in fact did happen, Sol.
Just that face. That's what we get at the end of it. Okay.
Nice approach to the game there. Pretty unique style there, going, oh, Doomsayer, this could be good for me, or it could be worse for board control. Give him an empty board, no minions to work with either side of the board. And we see, just because of board control's hand, it did pay off, actually, of just saying, well, you can't play Armor Smith because now there's no minions to kill. You can't do any risky skipper stuff because you don't have one. And to be fair, with no Ankai, he knows it's as unlikely as it's ever going to be that he doesn't have one. So it just... And to be fair, his hand with Warglaives, with all that damage with Twin Slice, it kind of just say go face as well. And he dealt with the challenger in one swing, which is impressive in itself as well. So, I don't know, the game was weird, but he got there, so fair play to Falcane. Pretty weird choice, but it worked.
So the only way I have to challenge that, right, is I do like the part who said, okay, you haven't seen Ankar, he probably doesn't have Risky Skipper, he probably can't do the Armor Smith Burst thing. Like, yeah, sure, that makes sense. If you're kind of saying, oh, he probably doesn't have Risky Skipper, doesn't, like, making the big Satyr Overseer just win the game without top-decking Metamorphosis in that position if he doesn't have Risky Skipper to be able to clear it?
What about Armor Smith's second Warmaul challenger or something? I don't know.
Okay. I mean, that's 2 armor. Doesn't sound that great.
Maybe 2 armor. But then he's got to kill the Armor Smith, right?
Yeah, sure.
I'm being silly, but...
I don't know. It was a weird game. It was a weird game. It clearly worked for Falcane. The decision to go face against the Doomsayer and just let it go off was strange. The decision to just deal 10 to the Warmaul Challenger when he drew the second Chaos Strike, I can get behind that a lot more because that just seems fine, right? Like, there's just a freaking 1/10. You can kill it and deal 10 to face. That seems great. But yeah, the way the game panned out was definitely pretty unusual.
It really was. But honestly, I mean, you know this, right? The difference between a warrior having a minion on board and not is massive, isn't it? At the start of the turn, I mean. So, yeah, really weird game, really well played there from Falcane. It did pay off, and Warrior took a loss for the first time in the history of this expansion. So, congratulations. World first, Warrior kill. And now, the game's going to heat up pretty quickly as we've gone straight into the next one. It's going to be the Highlander Hunter against Board Control's Warrior, and honestly, this matchup makes me cry a little bit as the Hunter. I find it very difficult.
Nice. I just like hearing about you being sad. That's, just makes me happy.
Nice. Yeah. I like hearing about you being happy, so yeah. It works.
Wait, hang on. There's a paradox here.
Job's done. Rotnest is pretty nice, especially considering the setup here in turn R2 with Falcane's dormant minion plus the 2/3 poison. It's likely can keep this board at least reasonably clear. Ball control.
Your flaws are your strength.
Still, he's going to be like minus a 3/9 here, though, right?
He is, yeah. Could have just gone Ankar and traded in the 1/2 instead, but I guess then because the 5/4 is proccing this turn, he's then just like leaves good attacks on the board, whereas this way he's like built a board better to contest the 5/4 that's coming out.
Yeah, this is good. This will give him pain, right?
Should give him pain, yep.
Really good. These are the kind of way you want the early game to go if you're going to win this matchup with Hunter. Because somehow he's actually ahead on board.
Mm-hmm.
This Rotnest to follow up is huge. Not only because it kills a minion, but just 5 health the warrior to deal with, and that's pretty hard. It almost just doesn't matter what the Rotnest hits, honestly, here. I guess there are other options. He could pre-equip the Desert Spear, kill 1 minion with it. He can then use the Scavengers to just draw or play the Dragon. Now that he has a big old whelp, he could back up Fairy Dragon here. He does just die to the weapon.
Could also just play Scavengers and just play the 3-cost beast that gets drawn.
True. Kind of rough if it's the Griffin, though, isn't it? It's only 3 health, remember?
Mm-hmm. That's why I like that sequencing, right? You do it, you see what you get, and then you decide on Desert Spear. You just Desert Spear versus whichever beast you draw.
Seems good. And this is, honestly, for me, tipped over the edge by the fact that he has the Faceless Corruptor in hand. I think if he didn't have Faceless Corruptor, I'd probably just snap the Rotnest there.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. It's just such a good combination.
Mm-hmm. And there's still the chance that there's an extra swing as well for Varanus turns, if he draws it.
What now?
Well, this hand is doing a fat load of nothing right now for Boar, I can tell you that much.
It's one of those moments where Boar probably wished he got hold of a Livewire Lance instead, right? Because yes, he's got the Pirates, but probably need Lackeys to do something a little bit crazy here.
Yeah. I mean, he really wishes he would have just had Corsair Cash on 2, so then he would have any 3-attack weapon. He could have just smacked the poisonous minion. It's been much simpler.
Do you think he just goes with bombs now? Trade, and then I'm Wrangler with risky switch.
Someone lead the charge.
Huh.
Okay.
Treasure? Loot? What more can I ask for?
Just leaving the 5/4 up, that terrifies me.
I'm okay with this though. I think Boar needs to wait for a better payoff with these risky skippers before he can really go in, or at least until the situation is more desperate than it is now.
Okay. I wonder if he's actually going to go Griffin Zixar here. Seems to do a very similar job, and he gets to save Faceless for more emergencies.
How much health can you preserve on your minions, though, would be my question. Do you have the Desert Spear attacks as well? It does seem this whole board just gets softened up pretty nicely for a risky skipper clear on the other side. Which you know is coming, right? Because you've seen so many Ankar swings at this point.
But it does still mean he still has swing Faceless Corruptor next turn anyway.
That's true. Yeah, good point.
Quickly.
I just think this puts a good draw into the deck as well if he chooses to actually kill off the Zigzor into the 4/2, which I think I would. Oh, okay, he's preserving the 6 or preserving a bit more health on board. Doesn't get cleared as easily.
Yeah,
here we go with the risky skipper and the bombs.
It's clear, makes bombs. No real payoff card outside of this.
You're probably a little bit annoyed he can't armor up as well.
Yeah.
As it's starting to get to the point where he's dying and he's worried about Brand next turn. He's very close to just being dead.
Falcane knows, of course, that there are 2 Sky Pirates on deck. So he knows his board does go bye-bye, no matter what, if Boar wants it to.
Small bonuses, he knows that those are at literally 1 mana, make risky skipper go off. Because the minions obviously don't stick around.
Yeah.
So at least there's not even wider development on the board, which then makes Rot Nest a little bit better, but probably still not good enough.
So I think what Boar's thinking about here is whether he wants to attack a minion, A, at all, and B, whether he wants to do it first. Right, so by waiting there, he doubles the chances that the bomb can hit one of the minions as opposed to going face, but he leaves himself in the unfortunate scenario of sometimes having to hit the bigger minion with his weapon to get the clear afterwards. In reality, neither of those things happen. He just had to blow up his own entire board as well. But with the Unleash the Hounds drawn off the top from Falcane, that might not have been the worst thing in the world for Boar.
Yep. Yeah, agreed. Unleash was one of those weird cards that kind of benefits from a risky skipper turn sometimes. It doesn't include an armor smith, I guess. I still think here it might be face, hero power with faceless. Oh, he's going to go this way. I think this would work.
Why not? Sorry, I liked this. What's your problem? What's your problem, boy? What's your objection to that play, I should say?
Objection!
Yeah.
So I might have been wrong in my objection at first because the weapon exists. Off the top, I was thinking, well, he just dies to a Grom any product. But he did with weapon anyway. I was just wondering if he could actually save his Fairy Dragon instead. And go in with, like, saying having 2 4/4s on board to charge into the bomb.
Right.
I mean that it's more likely the bomb hits the minions and not face.
Okay, sure. Well, so I think, so the way Falcane did it, he played the Fairy Dragon because he did want the bomb to hit a minion, ideally, and not his face, because of course Falcane is also extremely low himself. But he also wanted big things on board at the end of the turn, right? So he could threaten lethal the other way. So I think what he did is like the best happy medium in terms of doing that.
Oh. Yeah, it's weird now, right? Because in this instance, because of just the way it happened to shake out, he is actually just dead to Grom next turn if he doesn't kill this risky skipper.
Yeah.
He does have Unleash and Rot Nest if he wants to cushion against Bomb. If he wants to trade.
Right now there's 4 on board. Boar has 3 more from Corsair Cash. Boar is also fully clenched right now. Where do these dogs go, Raven?
I'm just wondering if he wants to Rot Nest first, right? Because he doesn't want to hit the egg. To dodge the egg, hit anything else, and then the dogs do a better job, yeah. Oh my. That's kind of good and bad, right? Okay. In some worlds, that's bad. Well, 4 damage to your 5 health minion kind of sucks. Just quiet for a second then while I worked out whether that was lethal or not.
Nope.
Yeah, still not even if he gets the Kobold Lackey, right?
Nope. 1 off. Can't play Cash and get the other Livewire Lance and play that and play Corcoran and play Kobold Lackey. That's 1 million mana. Way too much.
Oh.
Okay.
I think he still trades into the 6-1, right?
Taunt the Egg, trade the 6-1. Oh, good. Okay. Value trade? Value trade, question mark?
I can get behind it. It's just, if there's any way for this egg to die, this 6-1 just instas him. Whereas if you trade, yes, it puts ball control further away, but he has stuff to do and armor up, most importantly.
Yeah. But you don't have lethal set up the other way, so you're kind of like getting inevitability. Yeah. I think the value trade is nonsense. I think Faith is where I'm at as well. I think that makes the most sense. Because Board just has to have a lethal setup of his own.
So this big old whelp can be played no matter what this turn.
Mm-hmm.
And then, worst case, deadly shot for the egg. Go.
Yeah.
Ball control holding the lucky cat.
Oh! The Grand Slam!
Deadly. Oh, he got it. Oh, no, he didn't. Never mind.
No, he did not.
Oh, that looked like he pointed face beforehand.
There's a good kitty.
Yeah.
Is that Billy or Bessie? Sorry, our spectator feed is way too low quality for me to be able to distinguish Boar's cats. I think that's Bessie. Good Bessie.
Well fought. I can see.
There's the concede from Falcon. Missing the deadly shot. Was it to end? And there we go. Once. The best part is, it's like that was so close that game, and Boss was like, ha, wrecked. It's like, he does take the win though. Ball control. Further going now to a 3-1 score in his division, which is making him look fairly solid going forward. Whereas Falcon going down to a 1-3 score, which is much less secure overall. But a close series. I think that last game was very, very, very close, of course. But just looking at it, honestly, from my end, Sottle, I feel like Ball Control just won the lineup fight. The lineups, the way the bans happened, I just feel like Ball Control was just in a good spot once all that was resolved there for Ball Control versus Falcon.
Yeah, for sure. It actually took an amount of turns for me to realize just how low Falcane was getting, because Ball wasn't really doing much to make Falcane take damage. Falcane was just hitting minions with his own weapons, and then there was some bombs going off that were all going face because Ball kind of had to clear boards manually because the bombs weren't cooperating. But in the end, the bombs all going face ended up, allowing Ball to have a situation where he could go face with his own Corcron and then have that 66% to win 67% to win the game. I see you, Neil, before you correct me on that one. 67% to win the game at the end there with the deadly shot outcome. So, I think all things considered, the clears would have been more effective if they would have cooperated a bit more with the bombs for Ball, but he was still able to find a way through at the end with a hand that really did not feel like it was doing a great deal. That seemed like a very, subpar warrior draw in that scenario, even though he did find the Ankar. He got really nothing else to support it alongside.
Right, yeah, and that's just the round out of the day here. We had Boston, Zim, and Silvername win pretty much must-win matchups. And taking the wins over Clento, Ardu, and Bunny Hopper respectively. And then Ball Control taking down Falcane further, pushes him towards the top of his division. Falcane, of course, could have done with that win, and it does put him to a 1-3 score. But I will say, Falcane did put out one of the more funny games with that Demon Hunter versus Warrior in that series. That was definitely an interesting one, and we can see what the tables look like now. Ball Control, Yala, Psycho in Division A at the top there, looking pretty comfortable so far. Switz and Bunny Hopper in the middle, but then Silvername, Falcane, and Huntress on the bottom. Whereas Division B, I'm getting nervous just looking at it.
Casey's in second, but he's also in seventh. How does that work? Why is Europe such nonsense, Raven?
It is scary, isn't it? And imagine, if Zim actually just wins one more game and the others lose, or some of the others lose, it still just keeps it so close. And I do think, at least in Division B, the way it's looking is we're going to get so much closer, and it is going to come down to the last few days, the last weekend of the Grandmasters round robin. And then, of course, we have playoffs and then the relegation match as well. So it's all up in the air. It's all tense, as is ever the case, it seems, in the European Grandmasters. But we are done for the day. We only had 4 matches, but don't you worry if this wasn't long enough for you. We have 5 more tomorrow and 5 the day after that. So plenty more Hearthstone as well as America's coming up after this. But Sottle is the end of our day, which means
Which means, before we transition to Americas, I would like to ask you guys to please subscribe to our Hearthstone Esports YouTube channel, becoming all the more important that this is the one that you are subscribing to now, and then also potentially ring that bell so that we can get all of those notifications out to you when we're going live. Also, make sure to check out all of our content, Hot Takes with me and TJ, The Curve with Raven, Gia's incredible Mullet Over series, which is some of the best content that we've had in Hearthstone overall, I think, and also Top 5 Moments with Derek. You can find it all on the Hearthstone Esports YouTube channel. Please do subscribe.
Good job as ever, Soto. But from Soto and myself, we are done for the day. Thanks for watching. We hope you had a great time. And the TJ and Frodan will be following up very quickly with the Americas region. So don't go anywhere if you want some more Hearthstone action. But from us and today, we are going to be done. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Greetings, everybody, and welcome to week number 6 here of the Hearthstone Grandmasters for the American region. We've had 5 weeks of gameplay, 3 for Swiss tournaments and 2 for the round robins. And now that we are past the halfway point for the season for a lot of Grandmasters, we're going to find out who is closing in on those playoff positions and who ultimately will fight for their livelihoods as we enter the relegation phase as well. My name is Frodan. I am your host. I'm joined by TJ Sanders, our expert and analyst. TJ, how is life? How have you been past week?
Been good. Playing around with some of the new decks with balance changes, or maybe not new decks, just decks that were kind of pushed out of the metagame by some of the more powerful ones. It's been fun seeing which decks are on the rise and which decks we're seeing come into competitive play now with Grandmasters. So looking forward to a little bit of a different week. Players are starting to try to shake things up, and with barely any time left in the regular season, just 2 weeks left for round robin. It's crunch time for a lot of players, and it's going to be a fun weekend.
It's not just crunch time, TJ. When you say 2 weeks of gameplay, it actually makes it sound even longer than it is. They have 3 or 4 matches at most left. And that is not a lot of room to turn things around as we take a look at how things are playing out here in Grandmasters. We are currently in week 6, as we mentioned. We'll be playing 5 matches today. We're going to start things off with Bloody Face versus Empanazado. Matches of the top versus the bottom player in Division A. And then we have Gallon versus Monsanto for match number 2. It's probably one of the spicier matchups this week, and we'll tell you why later, as Gallon specifically targeted Monsanto strategy, and it seems like it's paid off, at least in the preparation stage. Then we have another Battle of Titans, 2 players who are doing exceptionally well, and it's Battle 2 of Canada's finest, Eddie versus Language Hacker. And then we'll move on to Division B.
Yeah, it should be a good one. A lot of big matches going on today. A lot of players that either can, secure themselves pretty high seeds in playoffs. You mentioned Gallon, who did take his first loss last week, but with a win today, would guarantee himself that playoff position. And then players fighting for, some additional wins that haven't been doing as well, like Papa Jason and ETC. So we have some nice matches today, a good mix of, players vying for higher playoff spots and players trying to dig themselves further out of the battle for relegation. And that's what you like to see.
Absolutely. And after 2 weeks of round robin play, here are the current standings. We mentioned the top versus the bottom there. Obviously, incorrect statement. Empanazado did get the win, so he is tied for one of the bottom records in Division A. But a lot can change, just from those 3 or 4 matches. Each player will be playing 7. So for players like Bloody Face, he is guaranteed in the top half, or at least for the playoff positioning. It's not going to happen where he finishes 7th or 8th. So his job effectively is done, but he can improve dramatically his playoff potential by winning even more for seeding and also, of course, advancing directly to playoffs versus playing in. Now Gidan, Monsanto, Empanazado, and Saiyan have a lot of ground to make up relative to everybody else, so that's going to be important. On the other side, we didn't talk about Division B very much, but players like ETC, Pop, Jason, Purple, and PNC, they are the first leading candidates to finish 7th and 8th. If they do, TJ, they are automatically relegated from Grandmasters for the season and would have to play in the Masters Tour in order to come back.
Yeah, for Papa Jason, it'd kind of be a bummer because he just got into Grandmasters, so I doubt he wants his Grandmasters run, at least this time around, to come up short with being auto-relegated in his first season. But he has only played 3 matches thus far, as have ETC and PNC, so they have 4 matches remaining. So, there's a good shot for them at least to kind of turn their season around or turn the round robin portion around and make it into those playoff stages. But it's starting to come down to it. Every loss means you just fall further and further into that hole. And the automatic relegation, we saw it in season 2 of last year. It's brutal. It's a brutal time. Very emotional for a lot of players, not just for the players getting relegated, but also it's a wake-up call for the players that barely missed out, seeing what it's like to, watch your Grandmasters career, at least for the time being, go away. It's a tough time.
Yeah. something that we don't like to talk very much, but some players' careers will effectively have a giant obstacle that they may or may not overcome. Some players are choosing to fight back. We see Orange and Fino, for example, very much involved in the Hearthstone scene, and then some other players who got relegated, like Strifecrow, is no longer really participating actively in the Hearthstone community, and that's okay, right? Because the idea is that new blood should come in, and the old guard have to stay and fight for their spots. But some players take it as a sign to move on, and some players choose to continue to fight back, and I think that's what also makes it so gut wrenching because even though it is a closed system and we try to slowly trickle in new talent, the spots are very coveted and it's difficult to penetrate the new system. So with that, a lot of things to look forward to, but perhaps none more than this previous bounce patch earlier this week, 17.2.1, has hit us with several changes, primarily buffs to Shaman as the class of focus, getting cards like Torrent, the Shattered Rumbler, and the Lurker Below all getting increase in stats or making it more playable. And then the Aldor Attendant for Paladin, making Librams more effective, and also, of course, giving Paladin earlier tempo by having a 1-mana 1/3. However, we don't really see much of this impacting Grandmasters just yet, TJ. I think more testing needs to be done because it seems like the gap hasn't been closed enough. So while Paladin and Shaman got better, are they a top 4 class in Hearthstone? I think that's kind of where we sit right now in that discussion.
Yeah, it's tough because, you look at some of these changes on paper and they seem decent. Specifically, like Aldor Attendant and Paladin opened up room for Paladins to have sticky board states early on because of, how powerful their early game buff effects are, like Libra Wisdom and Hand of a Doll. But just didn't seem like enough to combat how powerful the current tempo decks are, even with some changes that we've been seeing. Crimson Sigil Runner, while it did cut down on some of the early game power potential from Demon Hunter, a lot of players are just cutting it from their lists and adding in some additional value or early game cards, and they're still a force to be reckoned with. While we don't have 16 Demon Hunters across each region, in Americas we have the least, we have 12. It's still one of the more popular and strong classes, and it's still drawing bans in a lot of places. Shadow Jeweler Hanar as well. It did kind of force a tiny shift in the rogue metagame, where last week we saw almost every Galakron rogue outside of the Highlander ones be secret Galakron rogue in Americas. It's a little bit more distributed, at least across the other regions, where if you look at Europe, 3 players ended up bringing like the stealth package. And even Seiko brought a Death Rattle rogue, which is quite interesting, to say the least. And of course, I think the biggest balance change that we saw, or at least the one that had the most impact on what players were bringing to the to Grandmasters, was in Prison Scrap Imp. There is no Zoo Warlock at all in Grandmasters across all 3 regions. Whereas last week, it was one of the most popular decks. I believe it was in the top 4 most brought decks or archetypes. But it did make room for things like Quest Warlock, which we're seeing quite a bit, and even some players bringing back Galakron Warlock. With some of the more aggressive decks going down in power a little bit, it opens up room for those slower decks to kind of shine. And because players expect a lot of Priest, Quest Warlock is one of the best decks to fight against Priest because you have a ton of time, and you can reliably go for those OTK turns, which are plentiful in the Quest Warlock deck. You can do it in a lot of different ways once you start drawing 0-mana cards.
Definitely. I think the real big catch is whether or not it's okay enough to fight against other decks, because while it has a good matchup against Priest, you have to sometimes play against other classes, and there's a lot of Hunters out there, for example. It could definitely punish it. Highlander Hunter seems to be rising in popularity, given that it's one of the most stable decks for several patches. So with that, the stage has kind of been set with what we can expect. But that brings us into, what is going to actually be brought. We talked about some of the changes. This is the Week 6 bring rates and a couple of different trends. As you saw, Quest Warlock having a surprise rise. Druid making its comeback tour. But most notably, Demon Hunter, for the first time, has not been brought 100% of the lineups, TJ. And I think that is such a significant a mark of a new era, because before it felt like Demon Hunter was de facto like something that's going to be in your lineup. But now this opens up the field more, as you were talking about, multiple avenues of attack. That being said, Warrior still retains its status as number one, as many people claim it to be the best deck in the game to play the Enrage, Pain Warrior, whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of different variations of it. So overall, when you look at this makes me feel pretty happy with the balance change, because this is what you want to see. You want to see more diversity opening up.
Yeah, and I still don't think players outside of Warrior have decided on what kind of is the best lineup to bring, because matchups haven't been fleshed out in this new environment. Players only had 3 days, a little bit less than 3 full days of playing on the balance patch to submit lineups. And the Pain Warrior, the balance changes, really didn't do too much to the deck. The core package is still there. Blood Boil Brute being at 5 instead of 6 attack really didn't affect it too much. And Bloodsworn Mercenary, I think, is pretty negligible as far as like the overall power level of the deck is concerned. Because that was the least of your worries when your opponent was using Bloodsworn Mercenary to copy one of your minions. You were worried about the minion that they were copying, not the Bloodsworn Mercenary itself. But there's also some interesting matchups that have kind of changed a little bit, right? Highlander Hunter has gained percentage points almost across the board because decks have gotten just slightly slower, which lets them get tempo back easier. Spell Druid as well. Once a deck that was quite weak to Priest. Priest now with much more limited removal suite. They don't run the double Holy Nova. They don't run Plague of Death generally. There are some exceptions. So Spell Druid found like this weird opening where I think it will prove to have been a smart bring because of its matchup spread across the board in almost every region. Apex been doing it for weeks.
And now we need to get an Apex level is my takeaway when we look at the ring rates. But of course, above all of them is one deck that we want to spotlight for today. And let's go ahead and show today's T-Mobile deck spotlight, which is Gallon's Quest Warlock. Now, Quest Warlock is, of course, predicated on the quest that released with Saviors of Uldum, which is Supreme Archaeology. And it's actually a key card here. TJ probably should also include that next time.
Well, it's called Quest Warlock. It just assumes that it's running the quest.
But I would say that's one of the key cards.
But I only have room for 3. And I wanted to highlight the Faces Manipulator because that's what sets it apart. Malagos is what lets it kill people. And Plot Twist allows it to complete the quest.
Right.
I only have 3 slots.
One of them should be the quest. It's what the deck is named after.
Well, general rule is you don't include the quest when it's called quest. I've been doing it for years.
You've been doing it for a year. It's been 1 year since Grandmasters has started.
I rounded up.
Yes, that's true. Well, Supreme Archaeology, draw 20 cards, and once you do, your hero power now reads draw a card, and that card becomes 0. And so when you have Malagos, Faceless, or Alex Strahd, any of those discounted to 0, you get some incredible burst opportunities with just Malagos, Soulfire, Rain of Fire, etc. And you've been seeing some Quest Warlock have success. I believe it is 100% win rate going into today's America's matches, as in the past, Rivius from APAC, for example, was getting the win. And so we'll see how Quest Warlock does today. DJ, break down further what we can expect from this Quest Warlock.
Well, Gallon's Quest Warlock is a little different. It lacks some additional tech cards to deal with some of the tempo decks. Gallon's lineup as a whole seems like it's trying to hard target Priest, and the Faces Manipulator fits that bill quite effectively because it gives you an additional Malagos once you complete the quest to be able to more easily piece together OTKs and burst combos. And specific against Priest, since you have the time, it makes a lot of sense. Now, Faces Manipulator by having that in your deck, you do sacrifice some percentage points across the board, because against most of the decks in the metagame, it's not really super effective. You know, maybe you can copy a Blood Boil Brute, you know, if you're leaving up Warrior to be able to gain back tempo. But you'd much rather have that slot filled with something a little bit more effective to fight early aggression. But it was a risk for Gallon to bring the Quest Warlock with the Faces Manipulator in it, and it seems to have paid off. You know, we'll see how it works in practice, but he's going up against Monsanto in our second match of the day, and Monsanto did bring the Priest, and pretty much the exact Priest that Gallon was trying to target. So he's an incredible favorite going in that matchup, and you know the Quest Warlock that we just spotlighted is one of the reasons why.
All right, well, that is your T-Mobile Deck Spotlight, brought to you by America's largest 5G network. Really important, by the way, that this Quest Warlock gets through, because like we said, it could be the linchpin that makes or breaks most of that lineup. Just like how good your phone connection can make or break your climb to legend. Keep that in mind as we go to our first break for today. When we come back, we're going to get started with Week 6 here at Hearthstone Grandmasters for America, starting with Bloody Faith versus Empanazado. We'll be right back.
Hearthstone Grandmasters is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's largest 5G network. Switch to T-Mobile today.
Meet Clark Cluckerberg. 998. 999. 1,000. Why did she leave me? We were so good together. I don't think that translates well in Mandarin. I want to be a real chicken. Why does everyone get to be a real chicken but me? No, you. Tell me the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Why so aggressive?
Okay, you guys are pretty good. I guess we can just turn this into a regular interview since everyone clearly here is not going to laugh. So I had this idea for a deck. In week 1 of Grandmasters,
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Grandmasters Week 6, day number 1. Today is May 22nd, 2020. And a lot's happened during this day in history. There's been a lot going on, but actually just closed the tab, TJ, so give me 5 seconds to stall. God, I had something for this, I swear. All right. Wow, it's just giving me generic stuff. All right, forget it. I'll come back to it in just a second. But coming up, we have Empanazado versus Bloodyface as our first match for today. And we have a pretty different lineup for a lot of the players, but it looks like Bloodyface this week decided to go back to the Spell Druid as one of his anchors. What do you think about Bloodyface's lineup here?
I mean, overall, it's kind of the more standard approach, I think, to the metagame this week. Which is weird to say because this is like a very popular lineup in Asia Pacific, which usually that's not the standard lineup for the metagame. It's just kind of running the, overall like power decks. That, none of his decks really have any significant weakness. He's got the Secret Galakron Rogue, which is, one of the most consistent decks, maybe not the highest win rate deck, but has decent matchups overall. The Tempo Demon Hunter, which, even after the balance change to Crimson Sigil Runner, Priestess of Fury wasn't even run in Americas anyway. It's still, proving to be a fantastic deck. And then Spell Druid, I honestly think is one of the best decks in the metagame currently, especially when you're banning away a warrior, because, the powerful start from Druid is still not dealt with by almost any class. And with most players running Ysera Unleashed in the top end and the additional minion package by running 2 Mount Sellers, their ability to generate big waves of threats is just incredible. And it feels like they never run out of stuff. You have to have a ton of removal on time to be able to beat that deck. And Empanazado, kind of similar, except in place of the Rogue, he does have Quest Warlock. And his Druid is a little bit different. He's running the Dragon Spell Druid, which is kind of a hybrid. It still runs like the Fungal Fortune Glowfly Swarm, but its big power comes from like Breath of Dreams for additional ramp. He has Twin Tyrant, Alexstrasza, and Malagos in the top end with a few swipes. So it's kind of a deck that is similar to the Spell Druid in that it likes to generate these big boards and ramp up. But instead of entirely relying on building up board after board, you do have options for bursts with Malagos later on in the game. So a very interesting take on the deck. One thing I do want to point out, though, is the fact that Empanazado not running the Imprisoned Satyr, which we've seen as a popular card in this type of deck because you can get a reduced cost Malagos or Ysera or Alexstrasza. But you do have to make some cuts because the more minions you run, the more likely Fungal Fortunes is to discard cards. So you have to find a balance.
Yep, balance indeed. So as we go into the first game, the Demon Hunter Mirror, keep that in mind as we slowly approach the point of the series. We'll play decks like Druid. The Twin Slice here for Bloodyface, just super good to pick up so that way he can be mana efficient in some capacity. I kind of expected Bloodyface to develop something. I was kind of anticipating perhaps using the coin for the Umberwing, but then I guess that would also mess up the curve for the rest of the game. Rather just for turns 4 would be awkward going into turn 5. So Bloodyface chooses to just be a little bit defensive here. What do you think about that, TJ? Instead of just developing from Bloodyface?
Demons.
It's actually interesting. Because he still had a curve. He could have done that play, coined out the Battle Fiend, got Umberwing next turn.
Yeah, I guess
I wonder
because...
what he's scared of, though. He's scared of a big Temple Swing on the other side, like Umberwing plus like Twin Slice? Something along those lines?
Yeah,
sure.
So turn 2 is often played through something like Umberwing or Sightless Watcher. I guess Bloodyface would have also kind of gotten punished from the Acidic Swamp Ooze if he played Umberwing, so that makes sense to me. I think maybe in Bloodyface's mind, he has more of a reactive hand. The only thing proactive was Battle Fiend. So if he wants to save Frozen Shadow Weaver for turn 4 going to turn 5, he would actually kind of be floating mana for the next couple of turns. And then he also has the opportunity to coin out the Warglaives of Azzinoth in case he needs to respond dramatically to the board stage. So I think he just wanted to keep his hand flexible. Is the read that I'm...
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Having a dead turn is oftentimes worse than not going full out proactive in the early game.
Right.
Because we've seen, Demon Hunter can swing tempo in an instant, and having more options allows you to kind of make sure that you don't have a turn where you allow your opponent to fall behind, or where you allow yourself to fall behind in the matchup. Because one turn of not doing anything in the Demon Hunter mirror could sometimes mean you're taking 6-7 damage, and then your opponent could just race you, and it doesn't matter if you had tempo in the first couple turns, because what matters is these turns right now where both players are starting to play their more powerful cards.
Yeah, I think the Satyr was always the player for Bloodyface, but he did have a moment of hesitation because, one, he does have Altruist to Outcast, but his hand, in terms of the Outcast, is a little bit clunky, right? He would have to either draw the ideal card next turn, or he would have to wait till the Workers of Azzinoth had been used. But that Altruist is a big swing. So once more, Bloodyface setting up his reactive hand ends up turning into a proactive opportunity over the course of a couple turns. And we saw exactly this show up last week when Bloodyface faced Galen and was just kind of biding his time for that dramatic swing with Altruist against the Zoo Warlock, which ended up winning him the game. Now, Empanazado, his plays are a little bit more restrictive, but he does have a way to answer the Satyr Overseer. But what comes after the Chaos Strike is more of the question here for Empanazado. Depending on what he draws, it could vary. Because the hero power is kind of wasted, so Beaming Sidekick is not exactly great here.
Yeah.
Developing the Acidic Swamp Ooze, and then your opponent plays Warglaives of Azzinoth, feels really bad. And it's interesting that he kept the Chaos Strike here. The average draw in his deck, we have to kind of weigh, like, what's the value of holding on to Chaos Strike versus drawing deep in your deck to have something proactive.
Well, he does have Warglaives of Azzinoth in hand, which means that, unless exactly Warglaives comes out on the other side, he assumed that he would have a guaranteed play for 5 mana. And the Chaos Strike does have synergy with Warglaives because it allows you to chew through more of the board and push a little bit of additional base damage. And like you mentioned, the Chaos Strike was kind of wasted there. It would just be, if he didn't have a play lined up, then it would allow him to find that. But he did have a play, but now he may want to get rid of this Warglaives. But at the same time, there's only one charge left, and his turn would be dead otherwise.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think the Acidic Swamp Ooze to remove the charge actually has a lot of benefit because it stops the Gladebound Adept from coming down so cleanly and pressuring his life total.
Yeah.
And so Empanazado clearly agrees. Still has that mana for next turn in case he needs to use the Warglaives or the Gladebound follow-up. So I like it. It's good.
Now, finally, Battle Fiend hitting the board.
Right.
It's been in his hands since the opening turn, and just now plays it to try and go for a big swing. And honestly, this kind of worked out. It's hard to tell how the game would have gone if he had played the Battle Fiend on 1 with the coin. But this allowed him to coin out Warglaives, which maybe put Empanazado off a more powerful turn. And now, Empanazado's worried about these Battle Fiends because they're going to continue hitting him, but he doesn't really have a good option to remove anything unless Vulpire Scoundrel kind of bails him out here with maybe a second I-Beam.
Yeah, Warglaives could also just come down here and maybe just start to pressure your opponent. So if you have Warglaives and Hero Power will kill off 2 of these Battle Fiends and then hit your opponent for 4. So your opponent goes at 11. The next turn you have the Warglave's hit plus the Glaive-bound Adept for 7 more guaranteed damage if your opponent doesn't play Taunt. And that puts you pretty close to maybe just end the game with that Vulpera Scoundrel draw. So I like the spot here from Empanazado. The only thing is Bloodyface does have a way to tilt things in his favor, and that's where Frozen Shadow Weaver comes into play. Ooh, but that's a Twin Slice. Not a really efficient way to use the rest of his mana. But Twin Slice with the Altruist, though, is a surprising amount of damage. So this could be a photo finisher, TJ.
Yeah, each of these Twin Slice paths represents 2 additional damage with Altruist, assuming that nothing crazy happens with Frozen Shadow Weaver freezing his face. And if Bloodyface picks up, like you said, another damage card, he's close already. And Empanazado doesn't have a fantastic turn here. Glaive-bound Adept can't be active because his face is frozen, so I-Beam's going to be pretty difficult to... or not difficult, because he could still just play Glaive-bound Adept and I-Beam down the Frozen Shadow Weaver. It's just way less effective. But that could be an option, because he puts a 6/4 in play. He goes up to 17 with just 2 1/1s on board. And he still has his Warglave's Vastnoth equipped.
Warlock.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
TJ, I think Skull Gul'dan is a perfectly good card. I think this was pretty greedy. I think I like the Glaive-bound Adept I-Beam line. I also would have been okay with Vulpera Scoundrel first to kind of react and then I-Beam and then have that 2/3 on board. The Skull Gul'dan, while there's incredible a series of draws that could, pay off, also feels like it is easy to get punished because this was a really poor development turn.
Yeah.
But he does have combo damage in the form of Altruist and Glaive-bound Adept.
Well, I mean, he just has double Glaive-bound Adept. He can swing and play both in a turn.
Yeah.
And which is exact lethal.
Lethal.
Yeah, it is. And Bloodyface does not quite have enough here. He's going to be 2 damage short from killing Bloodyface. And Empanazado found a way to win.
So that pretty greedy play pays off really well. And I think that's a crucial victory. It's a play that I didn't exactly have the bravery for myself, but ends up being exactly what Empanazado needed. And that's the power of the Demon Hunter, just being able to swing it back 2 turns. Pushing out big damage, and Empanazado closes out the mirror with a Game 1 victory. Well done. Again, there's like a play that I wasn't sure about because it felt like it had a lot of opportunity to just not do anything.
Yeah.
If you end up developing other 1-drops and number 1, you just kind of would have gotten blown out. But at the same time, that kind of risk and reward is something that are always in the player's mind, and I think he weighed the risks appropriately and was rewarded handsomely.
Yeah. He did have a couple of ways to maybe even stabilize even further that turn. Like if he picks up I-Beam or Frozen Shadow Weaver, those would have been playable with the 1 mana remaining. But it was a risk, and he picked up the lethal. If he hadn't, it was very likely that Bloodyface kills him the next turn. He was at 2 life with a pretty big board, a 4 health Altruist. So, and that's a big one. Winning the mirror matchups in these types of situations is crucial. And we've seen Demon Hunter seemed to be a weak point in a lot of lineups last week, and that was prior to the balance patch. And, the deck really isn't that much weaker. The loss of Crimson Sigil Runner, while it did hurt some of the crazy early game turns that Demon Hunter could have, the power cards that they have in the mid game are still there in full force. And, if you consider players up Demon Hunter to be maybe a weakness in some lineups, winning the mirror matchup becomes that much more important.
Yeah, and I think that the most important thing to consider is that card draw consistency is a really big deal. When you start to impact the way people are drawing through their decks, that consistency just goes down in terms of how often they can get to their power cards, which is why it's a big deal to have that card drawn. So the Crimson Sigil Runner not being included, it doesn't mean that Demon Hunter is worse in power level directly. It just means that they can't hit that power spike as easily as they used to. Now that being said, let's go to this quest Warlock. Empanazado being one of the brave few piloting it, so you definitely know that he has our vote of confidence. But against Demon Hunter, is this a deck that can fight against Demon Hunter well, TJ?
Honestly, I feel like it can. It's got a ton of early game removal and a surprising amount of healing. The combination of Morag Artificer plus Nether Breath is an 8 health heal plus a removal of anything on board. Sense Demons, because the only demons in the deck are the Morag Artificers and the Arnasi Broodmothers. Sense Demons becomes a kind of a pseudo heal in itself, because on average you're healing 4 if you haven't drawn any demons yet. And the combination of like Dark Skies and Rain of Fire with Morag Artificer, they have a ton of ways to just remove these pretty low health boards. The problem it seems with the deck in the matchup is if the Demon Hunter is able to not keep up in value, but get a little bit of additional value than they'd otherwise have in their deck, the Quest Warlock will struggle to just outright win the game, because they don't necessarily have the time in the later stages, and by later stages in this matchup, I mean like turn 7 and turn 8, to really get meaningful development behind removal turns. And if they just keep getting chipped away and are having trouble finding a win condition, that's an opening for the Demon Hunter. Especially since they have to use a lot of the tools that they normally use to win the game, like Nether Breath and Soulfire, combined with the Malagos for early game removal. It can be difficult, but the suite of removal that they have seems like it can carry them through a large portion of the game.
Empanazado does have options here. The Sense Demons just guaranteeing that he draws Arnasi Broodmother. Very convenient, but maybe in his mind that would be a little bit overkill for his healing. Instead, he could perhaps wait for a little bit, then use Sense Demons to recover some health, and then Plot Twist to draw them all back.
Well, you can still pull out the Moargs, and Moargs are just a good tool to have.
That's
in
true.
The matchup in general. So,
okay,
I think I'd like it just to spend the mana and guarantee get at least one Moarg in hand, because Moarg Rain of Fire will deal with mostly any early game board that Demon Hunter is going to be able to put out there.
It's true, and you do want to get that quest consistency out. So, yeah, I do end up liking that play. Now, the Volpera Scoundrel finds some pretty reactive cards, but he has Command the Illidari to summon 6 1/1s with Rush. Unfortunately, this is a deck that deals really well with it.
Go for Mystery Choice.
Mystery Choice for Metamorphosis.
Yeah. Or anything.
It could be even another I-Beam.
It, however, cannot be another Mystery Choice. Does take the I-Beam. All right.
I-Beam seems to be the most important. Bloodface actually is going to have hand space issues, as we're talking about, with that double skull. So it's best if he keeps his hand lean. Has that Twin Slice Glaive bound to depth, and then can Skull Gul'dan on 6. That is a good draw. Dark Skies clears the board here, I believe. 9 power, 9 health on the board, 9 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Is there a more efficient way of our mana that we could be spending here?
Doesn't seem like it.
Well, there could be a hero power and the plot twist here. And you trust that you will be able to draw ways to respond to the board. The problem it becomes, what if your opponent develops and you can't respond? Because they play Glaive on a depth. You actually can't answer the whole board. So I think it's better to float the mana crystal.
Yeah. Just awkward. You generally want to be just, spending as much mana as you possibly can in the early game. just to efficiently draw cards. Even sometimes at the expense of life, because you do have a lot of efficient ways to gain life back. But that's one where, you know, if he doesn't draw removal off the plot twist and throws away removal, then he's in a rough spot.
Questing Explorer, very reasonable. I think Empanazado's sweating a little bit though because he wants to answer this Glavebound Adept. Zephyrus is not active though. And if you're looking at Empanazado's situation here, if he Soul Fires and I guess there's not that many awful discards, to be quite honest.
Plot Twist would probably be the worst.
Yeah.
Rain of Fire is not terrible.
Rain of Fire is not terrible, but you know, with Moarg Artificer and there's a lot of 2/2s that could potentially be coming out. You know, if I'm Bloody Face, I'm feeling a little bit more relieved about it.
Yeah.
His weakness. Hey, I got you, friend.
Bloody Face just freeing up his hand, putting pressure on now.
Yeah, makes sense. I like this rather than using Skull first, because it keeps the constant pressure up, forces Empanazado to have removal, and you know, that type of playstyle for Demon Hunter, I think it's just better, where you spend your cards first and then draw cards later when you're out of stuff to play, or out of reasonable stuff to play.
Well, there's no dragon in hand for Nether Breath to get the full effect.
So many possibilities.
Empanazado can utilize one of these plot twists. In fact, if he hero powers and I believe plot twist, that would finish the quest, isn't it?
Yes. I thought he was at 9, but his natural draw from the turn put him at 10.
Right.
Yeah, so finish the quest, and if he picks up
Immediately
Dragon
hero
plus
power.
another Nether Breath, that could also be decent.
Wants to pick up some of his Brood Mothers. Is he not going to? All right, Nether Breath. Huge.
Could still tap and then get greedy and go for Moarg plus Nether Breath next turn to gain back some of the damage that he would have given up by tapping.
Yeah, there's just more problematic stuff happening.
Yeah.
Empanazado still pretty far from winning this game. So Bloody Face, when he's starting to push in, I know Empanazado's at 20, but your opponent plays Skull of Gul'dan. You're just starting to sweat a little bit because you understand that your opponent's burst potential has jumped up significantly.
Yeah. And this is the difficult part for Quest Warlock, where it's about turning the corner. You know, you need to find a way to win the game because Demon Hunter will just chip you down over the course of many turns. One of the biggest cards to be able to do that he has in his hand with Abyssal Summoner, which is just a huge, you know, power spike onto the board when you're holding so many cards.
Well, the Crazed Netherwing does answer this, but it deals 2 damage to himself. But the hero powers are not to be ignored here. I gotta say, the Abyssal Summoner is also pretty funny to think about being included, but you do tend to have a very big hand.
And you do need to find some way to pressure at some point in the game outside of just killing your opponent with Alexstrasza and Malygos. Wow.
Some way to pressure, huh?
Wow. That's huge because it puts a taunt in the way.
Oh, yeah.
It limits Bloody Face's lethal options by a lot.
Yes, unless Kane Sun Fury. Oh, and by the way, it's an 8/8. Woo! So you're talking about turning the corner. This is 15 damage showing.
I mean, Bloodyface can get through it with Warglaves of Azzinoth and a hero power, but he takes 16 in the process.
Right.
He can throw some development behind it as well, though, and you know he's still pushing 4.
Is it cold in the shadows?
Exactly. I think that's what's important, pushing the 4. And once more, you know, kind of making it difficult for Empanazado to deal with stuff. Because, yes, he takes 16, but Empanazado is going to take 4 more, so, and if he uses things like Dark Skies, he's clearing off his own dragon. So, that Abyssal Summoner did a good job stalling. That's all it's doing, it's just stalling. Wow, big pickup. No other he did have another dragon for the Crazed Netherwing also. Malygos is in hand. So what's the play here? What if we play the Abyssal Summoner and then go for Morg, Artificer, or Mortal Coil instead? Oh my! Hold on.
It's active.
After being 0 mana?
And it's active with 10 cards remaining.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
If he damages himself with the Crazed Netherwing, puts him at 9, he is dead to a lot of things. I think this Morg Artificer draw, and then he probably ends up using Zephyrus to stall here.
Yeah.
Oh boy! What? He accidentally clicked on the Morg Artificer. Does find the Soul Cleave, so he recovers it and gains 8 health, but that was quite the blunder.
Actually,
that's what happens when you play too fast, TJ.
Actually, maybe that wasn't a blunder.
You sure?
Yeah, because if he draws a card, maybe he wants to manipulate that just for Soul Cleave.
Do you see what must be done?
I don't know if it gives you Soul Cleave with 1 minion on board. You have Morg Artificer, so you double the lifesteal.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess.
I don't know.
I think that's
probably a blunder, but I just want to point it out that he manipulated Zephyrus to give him exactly Soul Cleave by doing it this way.
Yeah.
Yes, he draws 1 less card deeper to his deck, but maybe his options are a little bit more limited if he doesn't go for that type of play.
Yeah. Okay. It incidentally worked out. Having 8 extra health is a really big deal in this spot. Oh my goodness. The Acidic Swamp Ooze. And that's a 2-turn lethal setup here. Crazed Netherwing into the Acidic Swamp Ooze. Alex Straza? So now you can Crazed Netherwing, Acidic Swamp Ooze, and Alex himself back up to 15.
Yeah.
And that might be too much. Quest Warlock putting quite the offensive here, and Bloodyface has used both Skull Gul'dans. I don't think there's a series of outs here for him. That's it. Empanazado up 2-0 over division leader Bloodyface, and a crucial victory here as the Quest Warlock gets through even without Priest being targeted.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just the sheer amount of healing that that deck can pack. He drew Aranasi Broodmother 3 times, had a Nether Breath, had a Morg Artificer Zephyrus Soul Cleave, which gave him a ton back as well.
Right.
And then Alex draws at the end. It's kind of crazy just how bouncy their life total seems to be when you get to a certain point in the game. And you know, the difficulty closing things out, did show through in a few turns, but with Abyssal Summoner and with the ability to draw like 0 mana, just big bombs that you can play on the board, obviously not the most impactful Alex Straza. It's not like he was worried about any lethals even at 13 with only 2 cards in hand. and both skulls and outros gone. It still just put an 80 on the board, which solidified the game for him. So I've been impressed by Quest Warlock playing with it and against it on ladder and testing and watching in other regions. It just seems like a really powerful deck that can win against just about everything.
Yeah, looks like Control Warlock is back on the menu of some capacity, and definitely an encouraging sign for sure. Let's go into game number 3. Spell Druid Mirrors. Bloody Face. Looks like he is deep in the tank, trying to focus on his mulligan. But with that hand, looks very nice. Fungal Fortunes and Overgrowth. That's exactly what you're looking for. Empanazado has some of that. He has Breath of Dreams and Overgrowth, but probably like to have that dragon in hand so that he can guarantee that empty mana crystal. Fungal Fortunes is a really nice consolation prize. And with these hands, TJ, we might have an explosive game.
We definitely could. Fungal Fortunes, though, is a lot riskier in Empanazado's deck.
Yes.
Since he has 6 minions in the deck, as opposed to 3 or 4 that we see normally in Spell Druid. Sometimes even 2.
Twin Tyrant, Alexstrasza, Ysera. It's a dragon Spell Druid. Really cool, really risky with Fungal Fortunes. Especially when you're trying to combine it. Just feels like there's some anti-synergy there with Breath of Dragons, Fungal Fortunes, and the Dragon package. And Empanazado, if he lets it rip, he could also just completely whiff and discard 3 dragons entirely. Unlikely, but... Oh, wow. I feel like if you're not going to play Fungal Fortunes on 2, then why'd you put all these dragons in your deck?
Yeah, the deck does seem a little weird to me. I called it out before, the lack of the Imprisoned Satyr makes it so, Malygos does go down in value pretty significantly. Because you're playing it for 9. No matter what, you're playing it for 9. Now, you do have 2 Moonfires in the deck, and if it sticks, you have a couple swipes as well. But it's anti-synergy with Fungal Fortunes. You don't have, these crazy combo turns and cost reductions.
What? How did he know?
All right,
all right, I'm going to draw Alexstrasza, and then I'm going to do this Fungal Fortunes. Which feels like if he did it in the other order, he would have hit this Wild Growth, and he would have been ramping.
So we had 23 cards left and 5 more minions, so... Tough math to do, but
So you
I
said
think
23 cards?
23 cards and 5 of them were minions when he played Fungal Fortunes.
So... It was a 42% chance to not hit it.
To not hit a minion?
To not hit a minion.
I'll take those odds.
Yeah.
And even if you hit 1 minion, it's still okay.
I that's just ballpark, by the way. I don't do exact numbers. So somewhere between 40-45%. So he was more likely to actually discard a minion there. Only so slightly. Not a big deal, though. It looks like that risk has paid off. Now he can go first here with a Glowfly Swarm, but he doesn't have any follow-up with reinforcing that board, and so it is vulnerable to a Starfall. And Bloodyface has astutely observed that there's a likelihood that Druids would make a comeback, so he plays Starfall in his own Druid deck to answer things like Glowfly Swarm.
It's really weird because Empanazado doesn't even have a way to capitalize on Glowfly Swarm in his deck. He only has 1 Glowfly Swarm. He doesn't play Soul of the Forest. No
powers of the wild.
No Gift of the Wild, nothing. So it's just... granted, Glowfly Swarm just by itself in a spell-heavy deck, which this still is despite the big dragons, is still just a very powerful 5-mana play. It puts a ton of power on board.
Okay. But what this does do is set things into motion. Bloodyface now kind of has to Starfall this. And if he doesn't have the Kael'thas...
Ooh, well... Yeah.
Wow.
He's realizing the same thing that we just realized, where I don't have to Starfall this. These are just 2/2s forever.
Right. Well, I mean, he didn't have an alternative play. So that was the reason why Starfall was most likely going to happen.
Yeah.
But because he picked up that Ysera, now he can just go ahead and ignore this. And then Empanazado, when he was going to be playing this Alexstrasza proactively, doesn't have that ability to push 12 damage and set his opponent to critical life. So really well done here by Bloodyface to observe that he doesn't need to react so strongly to it. That being said, I mean, Empanazado can still fully trade in Bog Beam, plays Alexstrasza, and Bloodyface is in a position where he needs to clear that minion or he's going to die.
Yeah. And double swipe in hand as well.
Right. In a way, it feels like this hybrid Dragon Druid is trying to capitalize on the best of both worlds. Like, you don't have to play like Indignant in your deck and just like hope that you draw the right curve because you have a lot of mana ramp and card draw. And Empanazado is like reaping the benefits for it. Again, it's a risky bring, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like the Moonfire just to dump. It's going to heal anyways.
22 cards in deck, and 7 of them are portals, so...
Oh my!
About a third of his deck.
That's a pretty good one. Skeletal Dragon finds its way, so he gets a Random Dragon through the turn.
Another one. Looking for Malagos. Oh, Ysera
wow,
works.
Ysera.
Waxadread.
Jeez.
Woo! Hand space could be an issue here, though.
Yeah. Maybe it's just best to power the wild and then heal yourself with crystal power here.
Yeah.
Forget, like, the Kael'thas plan. Just, like, reinforce the board and win through Dragon Tempo. We thought this was a Spell Druid, like, you know, mirror with some differences, but ends up just being a Dragon Druid mirror, TJ.
Yeah. Big dragons, and Bloodyface, despite having less big dragons in his deck, has more big dragons on the board.
Oh yeah,
Not even
why
fair.
Ysera Unleashed.
Oh jeez, what do you even do? You double swipe the Crazed Netherwing. Trade over Skeletal Dragon, Crystal Power, Waxadread.
I'm thinking
Can't
about
even do that.
what can be drawn off the Fungal Fortunes that can help influence it, but the most influential cards are minions. Exotic Mount Seller, Malagos, and other things like that. I don't actually think there's any good minions. I think Empanazado might just be too far behind on tempo. That was very fortunate for Bloodyface to draw 4 out of the portals. 4 of the portals. And now Empanazado is just saying, I'm just going to have to let you do your thing and then hope that I'll be able to react on the following turn. Oh, he finds Wrath and Bog Beam. That does allow him to kill off 2 of these minions on the board.
My hand is too full.
Bloodyface burns. But now he can set up the Soul of the Forest. And with the Savage Roar in hand, means that he should be able to press in for lethal. I don't think he even has to acknowledge the Alexstrasza. He can just go ahead and dream it. Chooses not to. He wants to get past an Iron Bark play.
Exotic Mount Seller just can't even bail him out here.
No, this looks like a double swipe, but it's still not even good enough.
Yeah,
Unless it gets a spell damage minion, which he can't.
No. You would have had to play Ysera Unleashed and get exactly Malagos off the portal.
Yeah, or Arcane Explorer.
Yep.
Or some other like plus spell damage dragon. I think there's one for Shaman.
Oh no.
Oh! Yeah, and I think this is the deck building risk that doesn't pay off for Empanazado. Like, it looked okay, until it just really fell apart in the mid game.
Yeah.
And Bloody Face is going to go ahead and roar his way to a Game 3 victory. Climbing back into this series. I wasn't sure about this Druid deck going into it, TJ, and I don't think this game has convinced me. I think Empanazado's draw was reasonably good in the early game. And it's still, like, kind of flopped once he just played that Alexstrasza. To be fair, though, he did have this small window of an opening where Bloody Face didn't have anything to do besides Starfall, and I thought what was going to happen was Bloody Face plays Starfall, his opponent plays Alexstrasza, he can't answer it, and then he would be forced to kind of like hope that he can do good. So there was that small opportunity, but that's also kind of a, you know, a very like optimistic perspective. Like I have to hope that my opponent doesn't have the right answers to this.
Yeah. We're very optimistic. Yeah. The holes in the deck showed through certainly there. Its comeback potential is much more limited than the Spell Druid, it seems. Just because they don't have power turns like Kael'thas, they can't protect the board with Soul of the Forest. He doesn't have Savage Roar. So like your ability to win the game based off your opening hand, I feel doesn't even come close to matching that of the traditional Spell Druid. But you do pack a little bit more of a punch in the late game with, Alexstrasza and Malygos. So I still don't want to, write off the deck after one game, but yeah, it just seems weak right now. And we'll get a chance to see it more because it's the last deck that Empanazado has that he needs to win with if he wants to get his second win of the round robin. And now it's going to be tested against Demon Hunter, as we saw Bloody Face lose in the mirror a little bit earlier.
Yeah. However, Demon Hunter has been good against Druid a lot of the times, just because they do have good pressure tools while Druid ramps and draws cards. And then even if they do set up these big walls, there are some opportunities for Tempo Demon Hunter to get through. You can Cane Sun Fury, pressure them down, you can Metamorphosis and burst them, and also just Altruist and clear off a lot of their boards regardless of how big they get with the Soul of the Forest. So it kind of requires Druid to have a very good hand to consistently out-pressure the Druid, but it's possible. Sometimes this Glowfly Storm goes unanswered. But Empanazado has fewer tools against that. When you're holding like Malygos and Alexstrasza with no discounts, I think you're going to struggle against Demon Hunter even more than usual.
Yeah.
So I'm not feeling high on the Druid versus the Tempo Demon Hunter right now. I think if Empanazado can sneak a win, by all means, but perhaps the Rogue is a more likely candidate for this Druid to get the win.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. The deck does run slightly more removal than the normal Spell Druid. It runs double Wrath, double Bogbeam, double Crystal Power, double Moonfire, which, most of those are included in normal Spell Druid, maybe with the exception of double Wrath run 1. But with Fungal Fortunes, more likely to draw less spells, it's tough. And you really don't keep removal in this matchup. Yes, removal is nice, and you will need it. You need to mulligan for your powerful cards, your Fungal Fortunes, your ramp, because if all you do is keep removal, you're just going to be removing minions, and then you're going to run out of things to do. Eventually, you are going to have to draw spells and ramp, and that's when the more powerful stuff from Demon Hunter is going to come down. So you want to get out of the way early. All the removal spells still have pretty poor win rates against Demon Hunter because it's just not enough by itself, and that's why Empanazado, despite having the option to keep some removal like Crystal Power to be able to deal with a 1-drop, he threw it all away in search of specifically like Fungal Fortunes, Breath of Dreams, Wild Growth, Overgrowth, just to kind of accelerate his game plan a little bit. And you can already see, how does Empanazado even set up? Does he have to Bogbeam Moonfire this turn and then swipe next turn? Eventually he'll have to find a turn where he can draw Overgrowth and play it for 4 mana. And in the meantime, he's just going to be taking a significant amount of damage.
Yeah. I think that might be what's called for here. You don't even necessarily have that guarantee that you're going to be able to land that exotic Mount Seller and go for those power plays. So I agree with your assessment here. The Bog Beam does feel like the play this turn. It just feels so greedy to not kill off this Sightless Watcher. Because if you don't, you might get heavily punished. And this would have been a pretty severe punishment.
Is it cold in the shadows?
Like Dead Bladeface isn't waiting too much. He says, I have 3-drop, I play it.
Oh,
that's a big time draw. Those are some big boy draws here for Empanazado.
With double Ironbark in hand too. That exotic Mouncer could be big with an overflow follow-up. Bloodyface kind of rolling his eyes a little bit.
That's huge. So big.
Yeah. Dude, Bloodyface has to put on pressure like now.
Do you...
Okay, Warblade.
You know what's so funny too about all this is that Empanazado is not playing any of like the tech that he put in. He put an entire package into this Druid deck to help him with like priests and whatnot, and he might just win through just the good old exotic mount seller ramp play.
Yeah,
that's if he does. The thing is, he's not answering this board. His Ironbark will pawn up.
Rush minions? Nope. Desert Hair.
Do you Ironbark the Mount Seller again? Might as well, right? Because what's presented on board almost kills that Mount Seller guaranteed.
Yep.
Actually, it is guaranteed because of the hero power, so I think you would do it again.
Okay.
Better.
Well,
Desert Hair is pretty subpar, and we knew Bloodyface was going to draw this Workless of Azeroth, which is a full clear.
It is, but it's a lot of damage that he has to take in order to make it happen. Though, you know, it's not like he's in a lot of danger. He'll most likely use the Frozen Shadow Weaver to deal the last 4 hit points for the exotic Mount Seller, just so he doesn't have to take 7 again. And he will be pushing even more damage this turn with, you know, Chaos Strike to follow up and potentially draw more stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking 17 damage this turn.
Oh,
wow. My goodness.
There's no way. He's
TJ. He's super greeting. Wow. And if he doesn't kill this 1/1. Okay. But it's putting him just inside that critical range. And Empanazado, he's 1 damage off lethal. And Bloodyface knows that. But yet, if he goes for that overflow heals him for 5 with 7 showing. He's still within that critical strike distance.
Yeah.
This was very well thought out by Bloodyface, demonstrating masterful knowledge of breakpoints of what Empanazado can and can't do, and taking the appropriate risk. If you win by 1 health or 1,000,000 health, it doesn't matter in Hearthstone.
Yeah, he also technically gave up Empanazado an out with Moonfire draw off the top.
He did see a Moonfire, though.
He did see a Moonfire, and the odds of double swipe Moonfire were pretty low. But he could have taken 3 damage instead, pushed the same amount, and had a 3-2 instead of a 4-3. He would have pushed 1 less damage.
But then, I mean, he would have saw a Moonfire the previous turn with the mount.
Yeah, I was saying like a Moonfire off the top, but 1 in 18 is
Yeah.
pretty low odds.
Very, very low odds. I think that is an appropriate measure to take here.
And
Kane Sun Fury.
2 off lethal, I believe.
It's close. Not quite.
Yeah.
Empanazado doesn't have the lethal either. He can react, double swipe. Clears off all of this.
Yep.
And then he's just dead to a single point of damage here from Bloodyface.
Yep. But honestly, what can you do? He has Alex Straw's out next turn if Bloodyface can't kill him to heal himself back up to 15. Maybe buy him some time.
Right.
But both Ironbarks are gone, so he doesn't have a way to taunt up anymore.
Asking this Demon Hunter deck to not have a single point of damage is ambitious. I would say, like, 20 cards just say damage on it, and then the other cards like help them generate damage. It's pretty optimistic to say the least here. Another Skull of Gul'dan.
9 out of the 18 cards in his deck, so 50% of the cards in his deck dealt 1 damage. And the rest drew cards.
Yeah.
So it's
still though, with
50-50
double
that he
swipe
hits it,
used,
essentially.
And I think he still might have lethal even through an Alexstrasza right now. Oh my. Okay, so overflow again. What does that do?
Fog Beam Overflow. We can draw Crystal Power.
He's already used 1. I feel like you gotta go for the overflow here because you just know your opponent can generate damage from the hand. We of course know that Empezado's dead either way, but unless he draws,
if he draws
Crystal Power,
exactly Crystal Power and Hero Powers. Because right now Bloody Face has 10 burst damage in hand, and then another 5 coming the next turn, but 10 in hand. So overflow plus Crystal Power actually doesn't need Hero Power, I guess.
Right. Needs to draw. He's gonna burn a card here too.
My hand is too
Alright,
full.
can still find it with Breath of Dreams.
Breath of Dreams. And that's gonna do it.
Yep.
It's tough too because with this pass, if you drew Malygos, that also means that things like Moonfire would be stranded. But Bloody Face just gonna go ahead and run over the Druid, and the Druid's struggles continue. If Empanazado loses the next game, that would mean the reverse sweep would have come down onto this Druid, and Empanazado gamble of trying to face off against the priests and utilize his slower decks to try to combo them out of the game would not have paid off. So Bloody Face up, not up rather, but has equalized the series at 2 games apiece. And now all of a sudden Bloody Face 1 game away from going 5-0 in his division and locking his top 4 spot.
Honestly, it feels like he might even be up because this Druid deck is not. I'm not sold on it still. Even with a decent start, he was able to find early removal to contest the board, found ramp right on time, went for a big exotic Mount Seller turn, and still lost. And that seems like as powerful as that deck can be in that matchup is exactly there. Exactly, what he just did with ramp and early game removal. So we'll see. The Rogue is a lot slower, and there might be an opportunity for him to have a little bit of additional time to set up these big threats. But there's a lot of awkward things that the Secret Rogue can do, especially with Blackjack Stunners on these big expensive dragons. Because, like we mentioned, Malygos is coming down for 9. That's it. He can innervate and, hold on to coin for the whole game. Malygos, coin, innervate, swipe. Moonfire, sure. You don't have that much time. And even cards like Ambush can sometimes be difficult to deal with when you just want to play a big thing in a turn. So we'll see if he can find the ramp that he needs to be able to accelerate his game plan and get out of range of all the crazy stuff that Bloody Face can do if he's also given time.
All right, well, only time will tell. We're at that point of whether or not this question mark of a Druid deck can get through and breathe new life. Perhaps a new dream. I was waiting for the A to.
Well, I was
Empanazado's
thinking
GM career.
I was thinking, what is Alexstrasza's entrance line?
I bring life and.
Okay, that's what I thought it was.
Yes.
Thanks for clearing that up.
Verbatim. I'm pretty sure Alexstrasza is trying to say priest, but just kind of pukes in the process of saying it because Alexstrasza is naturally the predator of these decks. Yeah. She just drains all their life, or half their life rather, and then you combo the rest. Well, there you go. Breath of Dreams. Now we've drawn the big inside of the deck, so to speak, the ramp druid.
This is a lot of ramp.
Yeah. And
Holy
I mean,
moly.
It's kind of what we're talking about. He has what theoretically sounds like the best of both sides, right, of the deck. There's also an ugly side to both, which is you have things like Glowfly Storm and all stuff, but no way to cement your board. And then you have like all these dragons, but you don't have like enough tempo to swing because you don't get the time to play all your cards. And so I will say that if Empanazado loses still with this deck, there's just no hope for this deck.
There's
outside of
no
just
hope.
hoping that you sweep Priest.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of a cheese strat. You're just hoping that it can line up well into one specific class, and
yeah,
that's too big of a risk in Conquest. In Conquest, you have to balance your deck. You can't just all in trying to beat one archetype.
Yeah. Bloodyface has seen ramp in all 3 games now that he's played against Empanazado's Druid, and every time he rolls his eyes. You've beaten him twice.
Right.
Stop rolling
He's
your
doubling
eyes.
Bloodyface's mana crystals, basically, right? He has up to 8 mana available this turn while Bloodyface plays 4. And you're still going to tell me that he doesn't have enough mana to play his cards? Is this not a coin Twin Tyrant here? I'm kind of surprised if he chooses not to.
Coin Twin Tyrant? You can even throw an Iron Bark on it. What's he going to do to get through it? You need Secret plus Blackjack Stunner to get through it.
Right, which I think is a case to make to not go for that Iron Bark.
Yeah, I suppose. But at the same time, the payoff for it. If Bloodyface like tries to sink damage into it to set up to kill it, he just overflows it back the next turn. It also dumps cards from his hand in preparation for the overflow.
Right.
But I do see a lot of merit to holding on to it just because of the possibility of Blackjack Stunner. The 9-mana Twin Tyrant, probably not something that you want.
Yeah. That pretty much was the ideal setup here for Empanazado. That Twin Tyrant would shut down both of the smaller minions and no damage done to the Bone Wraith. However, Bloodyface says, you know what? Playing big stuff is pretty cool. And an 8/8 Edwin hits the board, threatening potential lethal. Would take quite an extraordinary hand for Bloodyface, but Empanazado probably wants to utilize his removal some capacity. However, this is the opportunity to drop cards like Overflow. His hand is primed for it because he can utilize that extra, or rather the need to dump a card through Iron Bark. And he has 2 Overflows. Like, there's no way you can play both of them as the game develops when the pressure is starting to really mount up here. So this is a tricky spot.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's no way to get like a good amount of value out of the Twin Tyrant attacking and then overflowing, because you'd like Iron Bark attack, then heal up the reborn version of the minion. So it'd still be like the same amount of power on board. Same amount of power plus health on board.
Right. Except you heal your own dragon.
Yeah.
And
I guess you do with the first side of the Bone Wraith.
Right. Crystal Power himself. Wow. I guess he's just trying to be mana efficient. He has 2 Crystal Powers, so if he were to use Malagos and Bog Beam, that would be 10 mana already.
Yeah.
Bloodyface does have 2 invocations possible for the Galakron, but if he does play Kronks here, he's not answering the board. He only has 11 power showing against 13. And he also still needs to play his Seal Fates and his Shield of Galakron, most likely. Otherwise, his Galakron's not even going to be able to draw a significant amount of cards. So from here, Bloodyface might end up having to slow down a little bit, no matter what he chooses. And that's why that overflow play setup was very clever by Empanazado, so that way he doesn't allow his dragon just to die. Ooh, all right. Is it Mally time?
Mally
Your
goes
opponent clearly
snipe off the Edwin.
Yeah, he doesn't have a secret. He would have played it. He doesn't have a Blackjack Stunner either, and you're asking him to have both. You know one of the 4 cards in hand is Galakron. TJ, it feels like an opportunity to potentially blow this game wide open through a Malagos here. Am I overestimating? No. Love that entrance. Bloody Face needs some help. He needs Flick. Wait. Nope. That was evil miscreant.
Oh.
And if not, he is in for a world of pain soon.
I mean, well, it's even the best odds. Try and juice up the Galakron first, and then have a better odds to hit, like, pretty much exactly Flick. Just not a good spot at all.
I think Buddyface says, just let that Malagos survive. Do what I can with this.
Well, he can take a value trade and go for a Witchy Lackey here, but his board's going to be gone.
Yeah, single swipe will deal at least 5 damage to everything. Oh my goodness. Swipe actually does kill everything with 1 hit. I wonder if it's actually correct to just double swipe the face here. Push. Almost game-ending damage. That's really close to lethal. That's 28 damage if he uses everything right now.
So do you start off with a Breath of Dreams?
A
Moonfire? Or Wrath?
Wrath, yeah.
Yeah.
Wrath would be good. I was thinking about using Crystal Power on my minion.
Okay.
So that way I can heal up and make a big taunt. It's very clear Bloodyface is desperate to try to clear off this big taunt, but he can't. That swipe's always happening. That swipe is also happening. I guess he just hero powers and pushes opponent down to 1.
Makes sense. If Bloodyface does, though, Galakron and draw exactly Flick, he can flick the Malagos and rush the Twin Tyrant. He gets 2 draws. No! What?
That's Flick! That's a Faceless Corruptor!
Woo! Now he can rush the Flick and then Faceless Corruptor, the Goblin Lackey, to present...
Is it? Yeah.
And he just has 8 worth of stats on board?
Yeah, and Empanazado has no good Alex target. Doesn't want to do it to himself. Doesn't want to do it to his opponent. He could play the Titanic Lackey instead, but he already saw a Moonfire and 2 swipes being used.
Yeah.
The line of damage that Empanazado has now is very limited.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
Very damage left in the deck.
2 out of the 18 cards there from Bloodyface was drawn. Empanazado was like, I can't believe it, dude. I can't believe it. It was specifically Flick.
It had to be Flick, and it had to be Goblin Lackey too, or else he was also dead. I mean, I guess the Face Corruptor would allow him to clear, but this is just like the worst case scenario.
Right, it was the worst case scenario. You got development and he got removal. Bloodyface could have also drawn like Secret plus Blackjack Stunner and could have had Blackjack Stunner in hand. So there was possibility still, but it wouldn't be anywhere near as strong as specifically this. So, you know, some high and low lows of this game. Empanazado with an explosive start, Bloodyface getting the exact cards to respond to it in his hour of need. Now Empanazado has to pick up the pieces. And once more, he had a 29 damage turn. And you're telling me he can't close it out here?
Yeah, that's insane.
What if he just discards the other dragons and minions in his hand?
He has
Or in his
Sarah
deck, rather.
Leash and 2 Mount Sellers? Okay, it was only one.
Oh,
And
Bloody
Bloody
Face.
Face knows, because that was essentially his only way to develop a big enough board to come back enough to win the game, essentially.
That was huge. Now, Bloody Face, I don't think he's going to lose the board anymore. Now he has taunts. He's got Shield the Galakron. He's got Titanic Lackey. Going to go ahead and just think about what's the best way to sequence this. First, Seal Fate to react to what he's going to do. There's a lot of lackeys that can help pick apart the 2/2s.
Empanazado still has a lot of health left. And Exotic Mount Seller still there. So there is a chance for some crazy stuff happening with Zixer. He has a pretty thin deck, which means that he'll likely draw Zixer Prime if he gets it up in time. Flick's gone, so maybe those stick. Bloody Face is still at 6. I mean,
right.
It won't take much.
Right.
I supply only the finest creatures.
And he's got at least 3 beasts. I'm Empanazado. I think there also is merit to potentially siphoning the Wrath, but I think you want to kill off something.
Yeah.
Oh, what? TJ, how'd you do that?
Well, I just have to say, Bloody Face cannot be upset about this situation.
What? Are you kidding me?
He got like one of the only cards that kept him alive. And Empanazado was like, yes.
A cloud fiesta.
Oh, man.
Now he can't even answer the Mount Seller. Because he committed all his Faceless Corruptors to clearing the 2/2s.
What about Waxmancy and look for Flick?
What is he looking for with this Daring Escape? He's looking just directly for assassination options. He finds it. And he can bamboozle.
Yeah, I don't think
moment.
there's any damage being sunk into this lackey, though.
I mean, Empanazado might hero power it down because there's still the threat of the.
Well, I think at this point, like Empanazado's saying, all these hero powers are probably going face because all I have to do is hero power you a couple more turns, and you're dead. It puts him on like a 2-turn clock outside of taunts.
Yeah, I wonder about that. I wonder if Alex Straza here is the best play. I know that there's a lot of opportunities. You can Wild Growth and Cycle and hit the 2 out of 8 on the Zixor and still put it out. But Alex Straza is a guaranteed 8/8. You do go down to 16, but your opponent is not going to be threatening, and then you could still do the thing. You could still go for a Zixor next turn. He's going for it. Yeah, that was not the pan out that Empanazado was hoping for. He's just gonna overflow.
Time waits for no one.
I don't know. Wow, Zixor not really finding a way to the hand. He was very far off from it. But the nice thing is that now he picks up, oh my goodness, Fog Beam onto the 1/1 to stop the High Spear and Togwoggle.
I mean, it doesn't even stop it because he just has a lackey in hand.
Right.
But
so now how does Bloody Face pull himself?
Put as much power on board as possible? I don't know. Zixor is guaranteed to be in hand.
Right.
Because he had 2, and he'll only have 1 card left at the end of his turn.
So he does have Shielded Galakron, and Zixor does summon 4/5s. So if he finds Titanic Lackey, he can make Shielded Galakron inefficient for Empanazado to trade into, but he does have a Wrath.
Yeah,
Another thing too is that Bamboozle might actually be super good.
Yeah. Honestly, I wonder if Blackjack Stunner is even relevant in this situation.
Right.
Because
oh my.
Okay. Because Blackjack Stunner, like on a Zixer, you don't want to do that because then he gets 4 more. Granted, it's 9 mana, but still, like, I think I'd rather have things on board in this situation.
I'm almost out of.
And yeah, the Bamboozle could make things awkward. There's second Zixer Prime. Because Playface is not anywhere close to killing him. So he has to get through all of this stuff. Now, fatigue will start to tick. That is true. But Empanazado also has Alexstrasza at any point in the game, so Playface has to, at each individual turn, not only clear the board, because he's at 8, but also try and set up some type of aggressive game plan.
If he had Alexstrasza on the board, he would have been able to push that 8. But I guess he didn't have the Wrath, and he wouldn't know that he would have Bog Beam. So Evolve is huge, potentially. And everything just falling Empanazado's way here towards the later end of the game. And Playface is devastated.
I'm waiting for no one.
This is a Hearthstone karma. Just keeps
Just
swinging back and forth. It's a
super
pendulum.
swingy.
Yeah.
I think Empanazado can take the 2 damage. I think you're okay, man.
Yeah.
I think you're good, buddy. Kobold Lackey, Evil Miscreant, and at this point, he knows that there's not direct damage in the hand, but there's going to be several waves of pressure, and he's going to have to hope that these lackeys can help bail him out.
I think he just might be dead. He knows that second Zixar Prime is in hand. If he knows the cards remaining,
Well, he can actually kill 2 of them.
He needs to kill 2 of them. If he went for Squall Hunter there, then he would have died.
Right. So you can go ahead and evolve and Goblin Lackey and trade. Okay, reasonable enough. It looks like Playface doesn't want any more part of this. Empanazado narrowly escapes with his hybrid Dragon Druid deck. And what a risk that was, because everything had to go right for Empanazado.
Yeah.
Everything went right from his opening draw, and then had to randomly generate a win condition in order for him to barely win the game.
Yeah.
Because if it was very close to just starting to become too far apart. Like, I know that the game life total ended like 29 to 0. But if he lost that board for an extra turn and had to to heal everything, overflow, and he healed all of his opponents like Faces Corruptor copies back to 4/4s, that would have been the end of the game. So quite an amazing series of events for Empanazado to come back and win Game 5 and give him some fighting chance in this division, because without that, he'd be struggling at 1-4.
Yeah. And it's Bloodyface's first loss as well. Bloodyface 4-1 now. He was guaranteed playoffs, but obviously wanted to get up there in those higher seeds. Because technically, you know, even though it's hard to measure like strength of field as much in Hearthstone, you do technically have an advantage by being higher seed because you're playing against someone who's like the lowest seed. But because of, you know, just variance in Hearthstone in general, there's usually not much difference once you're in that playoff picture. But yeah, kind of a crazy back and forth game and a crazy series overall.
It was nuts.
Went the distance. I didn't have faith in that Druid deck, but you know, he wins the game by doing Druid things regardless. The spell Druid things regardless. I mean, the turn where he dealt 29 damage to Bloodyface was also quite good. the double swipe with the Malagos, setting him to 1.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah. So
and that was like kind of things lining up really nicely.
Yeah.
Rogue could have had removal in the hand for that Malagos, but it was a risk worth taking, and I think that was a good play. I think, like, ultimately, I don't think there's anything wrong with the play of Empanazado that last game. It was just that was the correct play to bring this deck in general, right? Like, it was more of a preparation lineup question than it was. I feel like Empanazado made the best with what he's got, making lemonade. And by all means, that's what sometimes is called for in Hearthstone or any game of variance. But man, wow, what a game 5. And, if that was like a season-ending loss for Bloodyface, I would feel a lot worse. But he's 4-0. I think he can afford to take an L here and there. Obviously, he'd prefer to win. He's a competitor, and he really wants to end number 1. But, man, what a series.
Yeah.
If you thought that was good, wait till you see series number 2 here. Gallon has his Quest Warlock banned. Look at that respect from Monsanto. Warrior is let through, TJ.
Warriors is not much worse, honestly. I actually think Warrior's just overall better against this one, the Quest Warlock. But, sometimes it doesn't come down to that, right? Because his Priest has almost no chance to beat the Quest Warlock, where it has a decent chance to beat the Warrior. And the way these lineups match up, the deck that Monsanto's the most worried about is the Priest getting a win through. So if he makes the matchup spread for his worst deck better, then he's willing to sacrifice percentage points in all of his other matchups by leaving Warrior up. And we've seen a lot of players try and do that and have a good amount of success with it. So even though Warrior's probably just going to be played and get a win real quick in the series, it's not the deck to focus on. It's whether or not the Priest from Monsanto, I think, can find a way to win a game.
Well, here we go. Game number 1 is about to start here, and quite a unique series of bans. The Warrior, of course, being banned away from Monsanto, but with Gallon's Quest Warlock being banned, outside of that Hunter versus Hunter, we're going to see a different set of classes clash that we have seen in a while. Just because we haven't seen Warrior being played very much lately.
No. Last week, I don't think we saw it at all in Americas, did we? I'm pretty sure even the players that were bringing Priest were banning it. So, maybe Papa Jason had one game where he played it. I think that's the only one. But another thing kind of funny about it is players go into these matches assuming, most of the time assuming that Warrior's going to be banned. How much practice are they honestly putting into the deck with all the changes that have been made? I assume some, but with so many decks to test after metagame changes, maybe players aren't as practiced on the deck as they should be. Time will tell, Dan. Time will tell.
Begin. Yeah. Well, I mean, we will go into this first game with those questions. Highlander Hunter starting off for Monsanto, a deck that's been a little bit all over the board. But one thing that's been consistent is that Highlander Hunter is being brought frequently. A little bit less last week. Last week, Hunter seemed to transform for that face variant for a lot of people, but a lot of others were still kind of playing the Highlander Hunter. Now Gallon is going to try and kill that Hunter with the Tempo Demon Hunter himself. Pretty nice early curve here.
Monsanto, not so much. Average Ingenuity, good. Acidic Swamp Ooze, pretty good. Other two,
The fires of vengeance
no way.
burn bright.
Job's done.
Well. Zixer would have been a little bit better fight for the board, but at least the Diving Griffin can draw the Zixer, potentially. At least he had the Scavenger's Ingenuity to begin with, so he can find some semblance of board control.
Yeah, and right now I think that Sightless Watcher is kind of important here because without things like the Crimson Syndrome Runner to help fill out your curve and you have a little bit more clunkier cards that cost more mana, you can carefully plan out your curve. And, you know, being able to peek or scry or, you know, just be able to look at the top cards of your deck and reorder them has always been very powerful mechanic in a lot of card games. So, you know, the fact that people still were debating about Sightless Watcher was kind of surprising to me for a while because it seems like such a good effect.
Yeah. The nerf to Crimson City Runner just kind of gave players an excuse to run it, and I think players are discovering the value. Like, just look at the game Bloody Face's Demon Heart versus Druid game, where he was able to Sightless Watcher on 4 and make sure that he drew a Wargoods Vaznoth. He didn't draw that, he was dead. So Sightless Watcher ended up being a pretty massive tool, and that's just one instance. It happens more often than you think, where you can pick up something to fit your game plan, and even like in the later stages of the game, maybe have an additional chance to hit Skull when you're starting to run out of resources. Seems good to me.
Yep. Down's still very much in the driver's seat. Cards like Driving Griffin, not that useful when there's a board this wide, but at least the Hound's definitely. It's got a lot of utility here.
Well, he's got to dump this Diving Griffin soon. He's running out of rushers.
Well, still, I mean, it's actually okay if he ends up picking up all his rushers, because then the Zixor can trade into something, and then he can guarantee the Zixor Prime.
Yeah, that's if they're the ideal plays, though, which you have to spend all that mana first. But it's likely. I mean, here it's terrible. Seems like just unleash the Hounds and leave the Blazing Battle Mage on board, but he's just falling so far behind. So much mana worth stuff in his hand.
Your opponent kind of demonstrated inability to deal with a wide board, but at the same time, or rather, they showed the Unleash the Hound, so they did answer a wider board, but at the same time, the removal options for cards like Kane's Sunfury are going to be more difficult too.
Demons? Demons.
I wonder if there's any merit to playing Volpera's Scoundrel. It feels just a lot weaker. You're losing out on 3 stats, you're floating a mana.
Yeah. The one maybe small argument to it is that he knows that Diving Griffin is likely the beast that was picked up. Because if it was Zixor, it would have most likely been played on 3 because it lined up nicely on the board. Could be Phase Stalker as well, but again, you know, 4/5 Phase Stalker on that turn 4 play to be able to pull one of the Seekers from the deck seemed decent as well. But
yeah, God, how awkward is it? You know, you talk about 1 attack, 1 health. Small nerfs like that. Faceless Corruptor just coming out as a 4/4 feels way too weak. But, you know, just that Diving Griffin being able to get that buff was still huge. And perhaps showing you that Scavenger's Ingenuity is a much bigger nerf for other archetypes, but not necessarily the Highlander Hunter. The Highlander Hunter, the way I've always kind of approached it, and I was actually talking about this on Hearthstone with Firebad and Kibler earlier this week, is that it felt like Highlander Hunter played Scavenger's Ingenuity primarily just to draw the good half of their deck. Like things like Phase Stalker, Diving Griffin, and Scavenger's Ingenuity, it all just kind of helps you draw those cards so you don't have to manually get to them. And then you can just play Diving Griffin Brand, Dragon Straza, Zephyrus.
yeah, whereas alternatively, Face Hunter just wanted to draw the boar so that he get more burst damage. I guess Face Stalker was always good in that situation too, but I mean, we just don't see any Face Hunter now this week, so
right.
And that was a single card change. It's pretty impactful. All right, well.
So Galen knows Zixor is in the hand. He also knows that it's not possible for his opponent to play Dino Tamer Brand. So if he plays it a little bit slower, he's actually not going to get punished.
I'm gonna win big.
Talk about burst damage. Inner Demon, potentially huge. Consume Magic helps him draw if he doesn't like any of these options. Chaos Nova is a reactive card, and it feels like you just want to be proactive. The thing about Inner Demon that I like is that it gives you Metamorphosis next turn into coin Inner Demon on the following turn. So you get to push out, bajillion damage.
It's roughly a bajillion.
Yes.
Problem is, those turns both completely ignore development.
Yeah, but I don't feel like you're going to win the board versus the Hunter. Oh, wow. It doesn't feel like to me you're going to win the board versus the Hunter.
Yeah, but a single Bone Wraith makes that plan impossible because that's all of your mana over two turns.
I suppose, and that's why Consume Magic is important. But actually, here's the thing that makes the most sense to me. I forgot about Altruist being in the hand. Gallon having cheap cards just gives him the ability to Altruist combo, and I think that's exactly what's on his mind here.
Yeah.
So he can Metamorphosis next turn, Hero Power, then Altruist Consume Magic Special Sight for the win on 7. Which is exactly lethal, I think, if all these minions get cleared. No, he'd be a little bit off 12 minions get cleared, but he's anticipating maybe one of these minions sticking. But either way, I actually like that because that's a turn quicker than what we were describing, because the Inner Demon actually wouldn't kill either.
Yeah. And it just lacks flexibility.
Yeah. Decision time here for Gallon, because that Skull Gul'dan is also pretty appetizing that you have Altruist in hand with a bunch of other cheap cards.
Demons.
What happens if you pick up expensive cards that you can't play, and Monsanto plays Dino Tamer Brand?
Well, he already has one of his expensive cards, or actually a couple of his expensive cards. I guess the answer to your question is, if he plays Dino Tamer Brand, I guess Gallon's response would be to just kill him. Okay, but he didn't do the Metamorphosis damage, so he can't actually guarantee that.
No.
Interesting. So another deviation here from Gallon, recognizing that Skull Gul'dan is the safest to play now. But yes, Dino Tamer Brand is a significant power spike here. Pushes 8 damage, but another follow-up to that is Gallon is so healthy that he can actually completely absorb 2 hits of Dino Tamer Brand and still be out of range of lethal out of a lot of what this deck can do.
Yeah.
So once more, Gallon weighs the risk of, if he does have Dino Tamer Brand, well, I go down to 18, 16 at worst, but he's still leaving up a minion. And I get the opportunity to potentially clear the board. Gallon, anticipating this, goes for the bump just to make sure that Altruist can't punish as easily. Oh, and Gallon picks up the Glaive-bound Adept. But he does have the Metamorphosis. So the Metamorphosis I-Beam allows Gallon to actually deal with this, get out 5 mana out of the way.
I grow impatient.
And has an opportunity to go off next turn with Altruist.
He would die to Zephyrus?
Would you? You're at 21 and there's only 4 on the board. Oh, sorry. You thought that I was gonna say I was saying that you would I-beam like the Primordial Explorer. I was saying you would. Mortimer's IV.
You would kill the King Crush.
King Crush. Yes.
Okay.
So then you can set that up, and then you have 5 damage bursts next turn. Oh my! He's going for the big play. He's just gonna set up 2-turn lethal. If you have it, you have it.
Well, he doesn't die to just Zephyrs actually. It's a little off. Right, because Zephyrs would offer Wind Fury would be the maximum damage in that situation. So he'd need Corrosive Breath, Zephyrus, Wind Fury, which seems incredibly unlikely. Well, I mean, 1 card off.
Yeah, it'd be Zephyrus and change.
Yeah, it would. He would need a little bit extra. And the deck actually, I guess the direct damage is not that prevalent because Zephyrus Wind Fury Hero Power is already 6 mana, so it'd have to be additional damage for 2 mana or less, which is only the Corrosive Breath. So I don't think I'm playing around a 2-card combo, and essentially a 3-card combo because you also need the Dragon.
Yeah, what's the best possible way to stop this? And I think that if Monsanto stops, I think it might actually be a Taunt and Wind Fury combination. That sounds really weird, but like he needs to Taunt, right? But then he threatens lethal this way too. I guess he threatens lethal either way because he has King Crush. But I mean, the Consume Magic helps him get through, so... Gallon has that lethal very much.
Yep.
And very careful planning from Gallon that really kind of hedged in a bunch of different directions.
Now, honestly, pretty difficult to navigate there once like the skull was drawn. Like he had a decent burn plan available to him, but realized that he was missing like a couple, key pieces of damage. Obviously, Monsanto had a really slow hand, and he knew, like you said, he could take 2 full turns of Down and Tamer brand damage before he was at risk of dying. And then weighed the pros and cons of playing around a very specific 3-card out for Monsanto for lethal. And, once you think of it that way, it's like, all right, no way to draw cards. He hasn't even drawn through half his deck yet.
That's right.
Just take the risk and go for it because it's essentially a guaranteed lethal setup. I don't know if there was even a card that could have done it, that could have saved him. Because he was a turn away from Dragon Queen Alexstrasza as well. It was on turn 8. So didn't even have the option to go for like Nazari.
I think the most important thing was Gallon was also weighing the best possible place for Monsanto and was planning accordingly, given the state of the game. So well done. Good start for Gallon as he is off to a 1-0 lead. We're going to take a break now and get ready for game number 2. And so don't go anywhere. More action from Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas continues. We return.
Hearthstone Grandmasters is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's largest 5G network. Switch to T-Mobile today.
Useless fact? Nope.
쓸데없는 정보? 생각이 안 나네.
A useless fact I know is a day is 18,600 seconds.
제 친구가 요리 유튜브를 시작했는데 구독자가 지금 700명 넘었어요.
아, 나 근데 이런 거 잘하는데. 근데 최근에 아는 거 있어요.
밥에다가 그 귤이랑 김이랑 해서 먹으면 연어 초밥 맛이 난대요.
귤이랑 김이랑 싸가지고 간장에 찍어 먹으면 약간 연어 초밥 난다고 해요. 믿을 만한 소스가 알려졌어요.
Game number 2 is coming up here between Gallon and Monsanto. Game number 1 went to the Demon Hunter, as the Hunter from Monsanto, the Highlander Hunter, is a little bit too slow to keep up. And it seems like Demon Hunter gets the win a lot of the times. People tried targeting in the past couple of weeks, but wasn't really successful. It doesn't seem to be that particularly successful this week either, as it seems like most people are orienting their strategies around Priest. Which is pretty surprising to me, given that we don't have that many Priests featured, and we might see Priests continue to struggle in Grandmasters here. But Gallon has already the Warrior, which got to feel great. You have that Warrior, like, okay, I feel very likely to at least win 2 games this series, and it comes down to whether or not your Highlander Hunter can get a win, which we all know it's capable of. Even in the worst matchups, Highlander Hunter just draws the right curve and has a very hard opening stop.
And there's not really any bad matchups for the Highlander Hunter. Spell Druid can be one of them, but that's like, Glowfly Swarm stuff very early on into the game. A lot of times I can piece together enough damage to be able to snowball, at least threaten later on. That's the worst one, I think, left up in the series. Priest, though, is a breeze for Highlander Hunter. Throughout the mid game or later in the game, just pressing hero power every turn is enough to kind of put pressure on Priest. Let alone the fact that they're essentially at 8 less life because of the looming threat of Dino Tamer Bran. So that's the matchup Gallon's probably hoping for with that deck. But we're going to get to see it against the Spell Druid now, and this one's a little bit tougher. But still, I wouldn't call it its worst matchup, but it can be difficult. You're relying on sticking an early game board and getting an early game damage, and then trying to close things out before things get out of control. With the Glowfly Swarm nonsense, because you do lack wide board clears outside of Zephyrus. Unleash the Hounds is very rarely enough.
Yeah, get ahead if possible. But, when that board comes out and you don't have that Zephyrus, it's tricky. A lot of times I don't even usually answer the board with Zephyrus. I just freeze and push damage to try and hope I can do enough.
Honestly, there's not really that many wide board clears. Like, Lightning Storm is effectively the only one that you can play on curve to answer Glowfly Swarm. And that's on curve, because sometimes Glowfly Swarm comes out with Fungal Fortunes, then Innervate Coin, Glowfly Swarm, and then there's just nothing that Zephyrus can do to answer a Portfolio 2-4. There's just not enough wide board clear in the game. And Lightning Storm even can sometimes let the Druid redevelop. So, freezing plus pushing damage is probably a good strategy. Ooh, okay. So, Coin Overgrowth here means that Monsanto can get out Glowfly Swarm return earlier, but he'd ditch 2 spells in his hand, so next turn he'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Glowflies if he draws a spell off the top of his deck. He would be playing off curve, though, and wouldn't have the coin to be able to use with like Exotic Mount Seller if he were to pick that up. So these are the plays that can sometimes be the toughest. Just because you're making your Glowfly Swarm less powerful and making some draws less powerful, but you get to play it a turn earlier, which means that you have a better chance to capitalize and a better chance to have a freer turn to do whatever you want with after the turn the Glowfly Swarm is played, because it does put pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a turn earlier in the sense that you can still coin out the Glowfly Swarm on the next turn.
It gets the Overgrowth mana.
Yeah, it gets the Overgrowth mana, which is like foundational to making cards like Ironbark even better.
Yeah.
Because without it, Ironbark's a pretty mediocre card. Borderline even bad card without this card.
Yeah. Let's it come out a turn earlier, assuming you are playing Overgrowth before it.
Right.
Which you, most of the time you want to, unless, like I said, you go Fungal Fortunes, coin, Innervate Glowfly Swarm, and then you follow that up with Overgrowth. But that's just like the juice.
Right.
This is a lot of pressure, and it's only 5 Glowflies.
It's a lot of pressure also on the opposite end. There's 10 damage showing.
Yeah, no, that's what I meant.
Oh. Yeah, and I wonder if Gallon can maybe like start to consider that if Monsanto goes for Glowfly Swarm now, and he's not holding like the exact 7 mana cards to clean everything up. Is it better for him just to potentially just push all face here?
What to do?
I mean, he wouldn't die at anything.
Monsanto's just trying to clear off the pressure here with this Wrath. Doesn't want to actually play the Glowfly Swarm. Just as is. That is a lot of respect for this Felmaw. And rightfully so. That thing pushing 5 every single turn would drain half of Monsanto's life by the time he's able to even get Glowfly Swarm on the board.
Yeah. He's still going to be under significant pressure. Now Gallon can go for attacks plus Dragonbane hero power. This play from Monsanto seems to be setting up for an overflow. And you're probably not going to overflow if there's a Dragonbane on board unless you absolutely have to. Because Dragonbane alone is representing 8 damage if you don't have a board. And if you're overflowing and aren't drawing like exactly Bog Beam plus Bog Beam, it's going to be on the board. And so if Gallon went for that play here, he'd push 5, 6, 7, 12 damage. Yeah. And that would come at him again next turn, at the very least, plus another 3. So
I like that. I like that you, by setting up the Escape Mana Saber and the Dragonbane, there's multiple threats that have to be dealt with, because if he doesn't deal with the Escape Mana Saber either, then he gets the 7th Mana Crystal next turn for Down Tamer Brand. So that's a tough proposition. It's not exactly how people describe it, but I would definitely put it as a 4 here for Monsanto. He's like kind of stuck between 2 positions where either outcome is really awful, and he needs to respond to both of them. And he can't. He actually has used, his Crystal Power and Wrath, so he has even fewer options now. And he can't even answer one of these threats.
Yeah, easy. All right.
Yeah.
How much damage on board? 8, 9, 10, 15.
What?
16 Dino Tamer Brand because he has Escape Mana Saber mana. Doesn't even need to get value from the Dragonbane. What's Monsanto going to do with an 8/8 on board?
Well, that's the thing. Like, Gallon can even go one step further. He could capitalize on the 5 damage next turn.
I wonder.
And then, let's say he doesn't have lethal. He could capitalize on the 5 damage from the Dragonbane, and then just on 7 mana crystals, just play the Dino Tamer Brand and
Yeah. I mean, at this point, Monsanto can't even answer his board.
Right.
It's almost like he can win no matter what he does.
And it makes me think of whether or not Monsanto, when he goes through that ramp, was it just supposed to be the Glowfly Swarm? Even though there was a risk of getting punished, it felt like that might have just been the risk he needed to take.
Yeah. Like, pass on turn 3, and then coin Glowfly Swarm the next turn for 6 Glowflies.
I mean, Dino Tamer Brand here just is unstoppable, and Monsanto's down to just 2 life. He needs Kael'thas, finds this Mount Cellar. Potentially something that can help out here.
Time to go. You can also Fungal Fortunes,
right?
And pick up more 0 mana spells. Maybe Innervate for this Crystal Power? No, 2 more.
It would have to get...
I concede.
Nothing. Can't get anything.
Yeah,
he would have needed to heal because he was dead to a hero power.
Exactly. 2-0 for Gallon. And that Hunter is through, meaning the only deck remaining for Gallon is Warrior, which is largely to believe to be the best class in the game currently in Hearthstone Standard constructed. So,
that or Quest
not looking
Warlock.
good. That or Quest Warlock.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal. Now, there are some opportunities. We saw a close series earlier between Board Control and Felkane, where Felkane was able to take a win against Warrior with his Demon Hunter, which doesn't happen very often, especially at high levels of play. So if that can happen, anything can happen. But 3 times in a row, Dan? I don't know. I don't see it happening.
It's tough. He might be able to get that win with Priest, but I mean that might be his only like good matchup. And then you have Druid and Priest, which can struggle a lot against this class in particular. So I'm not optimistic about Monsanto's chances. And Monsanto's towards the bottom of the standings already. We kind of talked about Monsanto's struggles and how him making it to Division A was certainly warranted. Monsanto is one of the most consistent players in the Americas, but so far hasn't been doing great that first couple of weeks. And now going into game number 3, can all continue to unravel here. Perhaps the ban on the Quest Warlock could end up biting him here, because I'm sure he'd rather play against Quest Warlock than Warrior, but maybe not. Maybe not, because he has Priest against the Warrior.
Yeah, which